John and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Joshua Kuroda-Grauer injured. He ruptured his testicles, so he's been on the IL. The 1-2. Foscue swings and hammers that one to left. He ruptured the baseball. That one is out of here. Justin Foscue leaves the yard. A solo home run, and the Rangers' advantage is 2-0.
Even Jared Sandler paying homage to Peyton Russell, 7:15 at night on your home for Rangers baseball. Good morning, Metroplex. It's the Hump Day edition of Sean and Bobby. Choppy out this week on vacay here on 105.3 The Fan.
He said ruptured, not bust. He said he ruptured.
Is a ruptured a bust?
No, it's just if it was Otter Peyton, it would have to be a bust. Yeah.
I never think of 7:15 any other way again. But Sandler texted you about that call in game, right?
Yeah, it was well, I assume during break. It was during break because I don't think they could do that during the game. But he was like,
he would do it during the game. This man's Apple Watch. Batman gets slower signals for the Call of Duty than Sandler on that Apple Watch.
I know. I'm glad he texted because he said he had sent me a note. He's like, I hope you heard the transition on the Foscue call just now. I was like, no, I didn't hear it. So I went back and checked. I bet because Peyton, you just grab that off like highlights, or do the guys clip it for you?
Yeah. So actually, someone had clipped something of it, and then I just had to cut it up a little bit. But yeah, they pulled it.
So because if a highlight service provides that call, they're just gonna cut out the A's part, which means his call would have just sounded like he ruptured the baseball, and I would have been sitting here going, what the hell is Jared talking about? That's such a goofy call, but it makes sense with the context. So
the Rangers paying homage to Jaden Daniels on their Twitter account with the 5-0 shutout victory for the very nice start to the National Series last night in Arlington.
It's not, it doesn't fix everything. I mean, winning does cure all, but not one game against the Nationals. But it's nicer when you can actually win a game and come out of it feeling like, oh, okay, that was not just a wasted evening. And I don't know about you. Did you see when Seager hit the double last night? And then Raymond's calling it, and Raymond, sounds surprised. He's like, whoa, he hustles into second. Almost like, dear God, we've seen him hustle for the first time in forever.
Skip afterwards is like, you see him dive? You see him slide? That was Schumacher afterwards.
He's having to replace General now. He's got to give the effort. But it's good to see that. And Cal Quantrill continues to be awesome.
And real quick on Seager, multi-hit games, consecutive multi-hit games for the first time since late April.
Ooh, I gotta look. Since he came off of the injury,
which one?
The most recent one.
Okay.
Since he came off of that one, I think he's up close to 300 now. Yeah, so he's hitting 280 since he came off, which is great. OPS is still under 800, so he's not, slugging with a lot of power, but just the fact that he's getting on more consistently is good.
How about Quantrill now with a .95 ERA for the month? He started off on August 3rd, 6 innings, 1 earned, had an inning of work against the Orioles, and then last night, 5 innings, 4 hits, 1 earned, 6 strikeouts, a .95 ERA through 3 starts.
Yeah, and he was a guy who obviously had been a solid starter at times for Cleveland a few years ago, and is someone who's been a starter for most of his career, but has split time in the bullpen. And Texas initially was just kind of using him as a reliever or as just an opener or one of those things, but he's kind of turned into what Latz was doing last year, where it's, all right, we need you to step up and actually give us some real innings here, and that's right now the starter I feel the best about.
And you did it against a real offense.
Yeah.
The Nats, I know that they're the Nationals, but offensively, they're first in baseball in runs per game. They are first in home runs. They are first in stolen bases. So this is, by some metrics, the most dangerous offense in the league. Their problem is their pitching, 27th in ERA, 26 in WHIP, and 26 in home runs allowed. But this offense scores the most per game in the entire sport. They got shut out.
And you did it against Abimelec Ortiz, who you traded away for Mackenzie Gore, who's been absolutely raking. You managed to shut him down. But, it's a good response, too, from Quantrill. He comes out there, he gives up that double right off the bat to C.J. Abrams. And it's like, all right, is this going to be the floodgates? And then he pretty much just shuts things down from there. And he's given you your most consistent pitching as a starter over the last, month.
Foscue with the solo home run to make it 2-0. Wyatt with the slide at home. That was reviewed. He got the hand in first. That made it 3-0. And then a bases loaded walk to Foscue. Freeman had a night, especially defensively. He had a poor man's Derek Jeter running on over to the stands. He had a diving save in the third inning, a diving stop that prevented a run. And then Freeman with the infield hit to make a 5-0 ball game. Night.
I am you just
wait. I think I said Freeman with that. Bradford had the fantastic night defensively, and then Freeman with the infield hit.
Yeah, and it's one of those things where, and you triggered me, by the way, with what you just said. I'll have to say. And by the way, Freeman did have the nice play in the first inning defensively, leaning over the railing. He had the really nice catch there in pop-up, but. Yesterday I was going through some stuff, doing some different prep, and I saw this video was up on MLB.com. They're doing like defensive play countdowns, like the top 250 plays or whatever. They did the top defensive plays in the history of baseball, and number one for infielders was a tie between Derek Jeter's cutoff toss to throw out Giambi and the falling into the stands. He tied for number one with those two plays. And it really settled for me what a joke he is and what a joke the media is for propping him up. That flip play is officially, watching it back, I had not watched it in years, is the most overrated play in the history of professional sports.
Oh, my God.
That was a three-pointer that was going in that he grabbed and dunked. That was going to throw out Giambi. And he flipped it, ran from short, and went, God, let me get over there and get my moment. Flips it, and the falling into the stands, he caught it before he went into the stands. And then he goes, let me dive here. Oh, I'll give my body. He's the Derek Carr of Major League Baseball. You should hate him just as much as you hate Derek Carr.
Coffee, man. I hope you're listening on the Odyssey out there in Michigan while out on the golf trip. And you got help last night. The Astros lost. They've lost 3 in a row now. You're only 1 game back of the armpit. And the Seattle Mariners, for as bad as you think the Rangers have been recently, they are head and shoulders above Seattle, who suffered a 22-0 loss at the hands of the Milwaukee Brewers. 22-0. What does that do to their run differential right there in the American League West?
They were minus 23 for the year. So this was
doubled up.
They doubled themselves up in 1 game, and now they went from having the best one in the division to the worst. The best run differential in the division is now owned by the Astros, who are minus 32, which is just absolutely awful. The AL is. It's nice they won last night. You don't ever want to dump on a victory. It always feels good to win a game. But, man, when you look at the standings, you're just like, they don't deserve to be a game back in the division.
We're keeping it positive, Bobby. They won. They regained 3rd place amongst the wild card teams. So they have that 3rd wild card spot, a half a game up on Minnesota and Toronto. And I always believe things come in threes. Another piece of good news. It sounds like Jacob deGrom dodged the bullet. Some people, maybe Choppy, thought that he was done for the year. He could start the season finale against Washington, according to Skip, dealing with the right
series.
What's that?
The series finale?
The series finale.
Oh, okay. You said season finale.
Sorry.
I was like, okay, that'd be September.
No, maybe. So now I'm negatively forecasting that as his last outing ever. Sorry. The series finale against Washington because of the right tricep fatigue. So Jacob deGrom is going to be out there again, probably in this series. So another piece of good news.
But it's one of those things where, great, get him back out there. He very rarely is just on there for essentially whatever the minimum time is when you get placed on the IL with an injury, but it's one of those things where you're probably going to be holding your breath whenever he's out there, but ride it as long as you can. If he's pitching well, just ride that as well as you can. And I know they had the updates yesterday as well. Skip saying that Josh Young has started jogging again, so he underwent an MRI on Friday, and then Skip said it was promising, which, okay, that's nice. But Jack Leiter, who's been out since June 19th, and a lot of people thought could be out all the way through the end of the season, he's starting to work his way back now and starting to do a little bit more in rehab in Frisco.
Rocker on the mound tonight, 6:30 pregame on this radio station. First pitch at 7, and we'll see if Jacob deGrom can go tomorrow. We are going to recap the Royal Rumble in Oxnard yesterday. That's what it was, with 8 different fights breaking out between the Cowboys and the Saints. Von Miller officially says hello to everyone. Foolish me. I thought the Cowboys would not have a press conference. They absolutely did before the Saints scrimmage. That is coming up in 10 minutes, 6:20 with the recap on your home of the Dallas Cowboys.
Yeah, Brian, as Broadus would say, you're not going to acquire a name and then not have him get his own press conference if you acquire him just for his name, like Brian says.
He said that again yesterday?
He clearly didn't want to get in as many fights yesterday. It's very funny listening, and I sometimes wonder if the listeners catch it the way that like maybe we will if like I've got context behind the scenes as to them going back and forth about stuff. It was very funny hearing Eric ready to rumble in debates yesterday instantly, like in a way that he's not usually. He was ready though each time. It was like somebody would say something, and he yesterday looks over Broadus, and Broadus goes, "Is this an indictment on the pass rush?" And Eric's like, "Yeah, but did we not know that the pass rush was bad? Have we not been talking about that for weeks?" And it's like, whoa.
I even called some cheer shrapnel. Him and Lucius just deciding they want to square up for no reason. Pepe, I believe that you joined in for the Rangers' first pitch draft that happened yesterday on G-Bag in that first hour.
Yep, it was a good first 22 seconds, and then my name was pulled and gone.
First?
No, I was the fourth.
Just
I was
like
right
Monday
after Bobby.
night. Good 22 seconds.
Who lasted? I was going to say who lasted the longest now, but I have to find a way to ask it in a different way. Amongst the rest of us on the morning show, who made it farthest? Like what was the set us up for the dramatic final ending where Kevin Hagelin ends up winning the first pitch? Was it who was Kevin against? Do you remember?
It was Broadus.
Yeah,
Broadus. Kevin, I think Sean made it the longest. Did he not?
It was you or Choppy. I think you were the last one pulled, and it was like one of the last 4. Dawson was the first one pulled out. Then it was Eric, and G-Bag started immediately claiming that they were being slighted, and then they pulled.
Was Tim doing the drawing?
Yes, or Tim had the bucket, and then Kevin and Corey were alternating. That does seem a little odd. Kevin's counting the votes that he then gets. He's the last one
after his meltdown the other day.
Yeah.
You tell me Tim didn't cook the books for him,
and he
Like,
complained.
bro.
He complained a couple weeks ago about not winning Employee of the Month,
and then
the next month he wins that.
He's cracked the method, but it was. I think you were which. I think you got pulled and then I got pulled. So it was like 2 G-Bag, then Peyton, then me.
Yeah.
And so they were clearly just clearing things out for Kevin and Corey.
Now, Kevin said yesterday that he wanted to do it. It's been Corey's dream, but Kevin's like, yeah, absolutely, I would want to do it, which surprised me a little bit. I didn't think Kevin wanted to just go out there and fire the first pitch off. So now he's come up with a little contest.
He says he's going to have RJ Choppy and Corey Majors arm wrestle for this. And so the suggestion from Zach on the air was, because Corey's like, come on, I'm your best friend. We're on the show. Why would you give it out of our show? Give it to me. And Zach said, he goes, I just think it'd be good content if you have y'all arm wrestle. And then Wolcha goes, you could have them arm wrestle, and then even if Choppy wins, you could still just give it to Corey because it is yours to give away. And he goes, I like that idea. We'll do that.
Man, that would
Choppy might snap.
That would cause a hissy fit. Even setting up arm wrestling, I'm already thinking of the ways he's trying to cheat or justify or say it didn't happen. So he would come up with something on that. But I think Corey is going to be undercover butthurt if Kevin just puts that up even to a contest, especially if Corey loses. And who would lose? I think Corey would beat him.
Corey's got a decent bicep,
and he's got the height. You know, leverage with height with arm wrestling, I think, comes into play. Choppy only does upper body.
He was trying to say that Choppy's short forearms, though, he thought would be give him like a little bit more of an advantage. And so I don't know. I've seen way too many videos on the internet now of people doing these arm wrestling and then watching their arms snap that I'm terrified to do it now.
What we should really do is a slap fight.
Oh,
one hand behind the back, and then you just boom
slap
with the powder on the hand.
Slap the hell out of each other.
The Dana White thing with the powder on their hands or whatever.
Well, RJ doesn't fight, so I don't think he'd be able to do that.
That's not a fight. That's a slap.
I still don't think he'd do that.
I think Corey would win. and I'm rooting, I think, for Corey.
I would be up here for a slap fight. I would come up here to watch that.
877-881-1053. In order to hit us up on the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney text line, let's take you inside the Survivor Series, the WrestleMania scrimmage against the New Orleans Saints, and Von Miller officially says hello inside the Star after this on Sean and RJ.
With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the Star on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. Sean Sharif, Bobby Butt, our Cowboys insider. Choppy out on vacation this week. We got Aiden with some practice footage running the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Peyton Phillip Russell handling the board and the Odyssey app. This is your home of the Dallas Cowboys. And yesterday, a scrimmage against the Saints with 7 to 8 scuffles breaking out.
Yeah, I don't think it was a scrimmage at all. It was just fight night is what it was, including Donovan Ezeraku getting thrown out for a second time. He's on a little bit of a bad run here.
Yeah.
This is twice he's been thrown out of practice. He's been in some other scuffles.
I think Schottenheimer's irritated with him.
I think he had the arrest at the beginning of January, February that he got in trouble for.
I'm not talking about character.
He got thrown out of his last game he played. He got ejected at the end of the season, and now he's gotten thrown out. Like, he's been thrown out of 3 times, like, in the last 10 times he's been on a football field.
What was his personality profile coming out of school?
Like, top-end, high-character, top-culture kind of guy. And just getting in scraps and being a little edgy does not mean you're not a high-character guy.
Right.
I think it's frustrating for everybody that they're like, we need you out here and understanding we don't need Sam Williams getting personal fouls all the time. And, we need you to be the right kind of guy, to steal a line from Jason Garrett, and not necessarily the right kind of guy in terms of be a Boy Scout, but be a leader within high football character standards that we have.
Brian Schottenheimer on all the chippiness.
A little chippy, not the way we like to do business. Got to be better, but I got to look at the film. We're certainly not going to take, anybody, but again, it was chippy on both sides, and like I said, I want our guys to play on the edge without going over the edge. One guy sounds like he might have thrown a punch, and that's why he left practice.
Big edging guy there, Brian Schottenheimer. Yeah, that's the problem. They want the attitude. And he does, like he says there, he's like, we're not going to take S from anybody. He wants that attitude. He wants that edge. But, man, it's playing out pretty consistently. And I don't know if it's Donovan Ezeraku being frustrated with the learning curve and how long it's taken him to find the rhythm that he wants. That's what it felt like last year when he got thrown out of that game against Washington or the Giants, whichever one it was. But, man, for it to be pouring out to where you're like punching Terrence Steele and you're punching guys at Saints practice, and to be fair, a lot of guys were throwing hands yesterday, so it was clearly a tense atmosphere. It's just not a good run right now for Donovan Ezeraku. They need him out there practicing. They don't need him getting thrown out.
A lot of reporters said, yes, this has gotten way out of hand. Jalen Thompson was asked afterwards, did y'all win the fights? He said, yeah, of course we did. Come on now. Come on. Of course we won the fights. How about the actual action on the field?
So the big thing that everybody got out of this one yesterday that from the discussion I saw.
Props to Machota, Nick Harris. I'm living my life vicariously through all of their video clips, and Aiden is going to be running some of them on the fan cam right now.
They do great job. They both do great work, except for Nick Harris when it comes to evaluating Tyler Shuck, and then he's really bad at it. But no, this is yesterday. The big thing that came out of this, the sexy matchup everybody was like focused on. It seemed like that I saw was Downs versus Chris Olave, and depending on how you see it explained, there's one where like Olave scored a touchdown, but Downs had like really good coverage on him. And then there were other instances of like Downs got the advantage on a play. They had a chippy moment. But generally what I saw from people who reported on it was a little bit of, let me show you how this is done, Rook, and that Olave got the better of Caleb Downs kind of consistently yesterday.
That's what I saw. I would have scored at a TKO.
I would expect him to.
It would have been a TKO in favor of Olave, but all the catches that I saw Chris end up with, Caleb seemed to be blanketed all over him.
Yeah, they said that a lot of them were contested catches and things like that, and it was just Olave making plays. But it's a good experience. This is the kind of iron sharpens iron thing that they want, is that there's a unique approach or a unique opportunity when you can go up against Chris Olave and change it up from what you're doing against CeeDee Lamb. Like, you may fall into a rhythm with Lamb and kind of understand some of his tendencies. It's a good chance to refresh yourself with what Olave does and what other guys can do, and get a chance to push yourself a little bit further. So that was one aspect of it. Again, people were talking about some of the Pickens stuff. He had a big touchdown yesterday in practice.
The flag.
It sounded like the offense had a little bit more, like an easier time being able to get their plays done and not get into fights compared to the defensive side. It sounded like Cowboys defense was the one that had the most trouble just consistently playing.
Yeah, GP caught a bomb, turned around, kind of dropped the ball right in front of the Saints defender. The referee was like, okay, there's a taunting flag right there. Dak was picked, and I saw a nice touchdown catch from Ryan Flanoy getting his feet down in the back of the end zone. And then I think that Jake Ferguson has been having a nice camp. And apparently Nick Harris saying, I give Ferg basically his version of a star up for the day.
Yeah, a lot of people have been impressed with Jake Ferguson. That was one of the first items that DallasCowboys.com went over. Tommy Yarch said, on the tamer side of the practice fields with the Cowboys offense, the first team unit was getting creative with some of their play calls. Dak Prescott held out for a long time on a fake to a running back and then pitched it forward to tight end Jake Ferguson, who found a crease on the offensive line and got through. There was also some of the traditional Prescott to Ferguson connection in the red zone work as Ferguson continues to have a good camp. And yeah, they have not... I don't remember them running it last year. They may have, but I don't remember them running it last year. I don't remember them running it other than maybe once in the last few years. If they're running like shovel passes with like Jake Ferguson moving down the line of scrimmage now, that would be a little bit of a wrinkle that they'd be trying to work in. But it sounded like it was a solid day for Dak Prescott, and specifically it sounded like they were having success in the red zone again, which is the biggest thing everybody wants.
Defensively, Malachi did have a sack. Isaiah Land with the sack, and then Deron Bland tipped the ball downfield to Bobby's boy, Reddy Stewart, who had the interceptions. 2 Rashawn Gary sacks in the second team period, and a guy that I was going to kind of harp on a little bit yesterday that I was hoping to hear more of throughout training camp so far, and he was fantastic on the KNC Masterpiece. Man, I have been disappointed and not hearing or seeing anything about Jalen Thompson actually on the field.
Yeah.
It's been off the field, on and off, and the injuries. And then yesterday, boom, a very nice interception in the middle of the field, and then he had a big-time hit combining with Caleb Downs kind of near the sideline. So it was very nice to see Jalen Thompson finally shining a little bit with a pick and then a big stick.
Yeah, his availability's been the thing. He's been banged up, and you remember that was the interesting thing when we got out there into OTAs in minicamp was Shoddy had gone over like, yeah, this is we should have everybody out there today, and then we get out there, we're like, Jalen Thompson is not out here. What's he doing? He goes, oh yeah, he's got an issue with his shoulder, his hip, or whatever. It's like he's just dealing with something. Don't worry about it. And we've not really seen him out there consistently since that first practice. But he gets out there. He shows up in this practice, makes a big play. Obviously, they expect a lot from him. And then did you see him on his post-game media session?
No.
I like players who...
I heard when Jalen said we won the fights.
Yeah, I like that he's out there saying we won the fights, and he's doing his interviews. He just did it shirtless on the practice field. So I like the guy who just has the swagger to go, I'm hot, let's do this media thing. I'm just gonna come out here and do it without my shirt on.
You want to star down?
Yeah,
I know you don't want to star down.
Yeah, I mean, I don't, but...
And this is don't be surprised yellow sticker on the wall prediction, but I feel like this is becoming a problem that they're going to have to eventually address in a big-time way. This is Brian Schottenheimer talking about some individual performances after.
These guys have to be able to swing, Nick, and so, we want to give Nate a chance to work over at right tackle. T. Steele's got to play a little bit more consistent. He has had a couple days where he's been a little bit dropping his pads and getting edged a little bit. He needs to be better. And we want to see Drew Shelton play left tackle.
I don't know anything. I'm just guessing that they're sitting down in their meetings, Bobby, and saying, we're good to go. The only thing that can really hold us back offensively right now, and again, Tyler Guyton, not hearing a lot about him is a very good thing. I was trying to really focus on Guyton yesterday in some of these clips. Our Achilles heel right now is Terrence Steele on the right side.
It's been bad.
And if you're talking about, you may need a linebacker and maybe another corner, it would not surprise me if something was done at right tackle, even though it's probably going to be much more difficult to do. than corner or especially linebacker in today's game, but it would not surprise me if the Cowboys were slowly pressing a little bit of a panic button on Steele.
Yeah,
it's just a feeling.
They have generally, he's a little bit like Malik Hooker on offense in terms of the way the Cowboys view him versus the way some of the discussion has been about him in his career. They have thought of him as being they thought he had a pretty solid year last year. They didn't feel like he was generally their problem a lot of times on the offensive line. This training camp, they've talked about he's struggling, and you can see it. They need that to be solidified. They've got enough concern trying to figure out who's going to be their left tackle. They don't need to throw on top of that their right tackle not being solid for them. And it's a concern because it's not so easy, like you're just saying there. It's not easy to get somebody to give you one. Like, I've had people tell me this before where they're like, there are 160 starting offensive line slots in the NFL. And like, there are not 160 NFL caliber starting offensive linemen. You don't have enough players for the position as it exists in the NFL, much less depth. And so when you start, Dallas has been very fortunate to have minimal holes on their offensive line for a number of different seasons over the last 10 to 15 years. It's really, really difficult if that is a problem there to upgrade that in season, but they may have to.
Von Miller sat down at the podium for the official introduction and gave the opening thoughts on joining his favorite childhood team.
Yeah, it's really cool. It's like that movie Inception, like a dream within a dream. You know, I always wanted to play in the National Football League, and then you play for the Dallas Cowboys. You know, we're just going deep. We're going deep with it. You're 16, dream within a dream. It's super cool. I mean, being here, I know a lot of guys already. Know a lot of coaches too. Being here, being in this atmosphere is surreal.
So that's part one. What do you have left in the tank? I mean, Brian Broaddus with some of the questioning, a lot of other people with some of the questioning. This is Vaughn on what he thinks he can still actually do on the field.
I can still play football, but, you know, I can still contribute in other ways. You know, on my Super Bowl teams, it's not just one person that gets it done. I think you can say what you want to say about my play on the field and what I got left. When it comes to being a great teammate, like if it was a Hall of Fame for that, like I'm going in the Hall of Fame first ballot. To be honest, I'm probably the best teammate that ever played in the National Football League, and I say that with all confidence in the world. My ability to get people around me to play at a level that they wouldn't normally play at, like I don't think nobody does that like me. And I said the other day that I can contribute 10 to 15 plays. That's without even being on the field. So you got a game that you play 50 snaps, 60 snaps, something like that. I can win 10 to 15 of those without me being even on the field, without my play, just by my knowledge of the game and getting everybody else to play the level that they wouldn't normally play at. So whether it's the defensive coordinator, defensive line, young guys, like I can contribute in so many different ways to win games. And that's not even talking about the type of player that I still believe that I am.
I can win 10 to 12 plays with just my knowledge without stepping foot on the field.
I thought he was really great yesterday at the podium. And the stuff he said, there was no, I'm still out here. I'm still the best pass rusher in the league. He's not talking in those terms. He has scaled expectations. I'm sure we'll play more of it later. But he has a reasonable expectation of what he's able to do, and he's breaking down at the podium. This is how I can contribute regardless of my athleticism slipping.
How Matthew McConaughey can help you quit your addiction. Next on Sean and RJ, it's the Hump Day edition right here on 105.3 The Fan.
The market, upgrade your vehicle. Get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today, the #1 Chevy dealership in the world. 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
We got a college football kegger coming up at 7 o'clock this morning here on Sean and Bobby. Choppy out the rest of the week on vacation in Gaylord, Michigan. We got Pay and Aiden running things on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. And we got, speaking of college football, the Longhorns' #1 fan helping you quit your addiction.
Yeah, what's his official title now over there at the university? He's got some ridiculous title at the University of Texas of professor of fun or something. He's got his actual title, but whatever he has over there, he's in the Moody College of Communication. He's basically just I'm a representative of the school, and I'm basically your biggest cheerleader over here. But Matthew McConaughey,
it'd be hilarious if someone took over at Texas and was like a Bill Parcells type, and is you're not traveling with us. You're not getting all this access anymore. That'd be hilarious.
It would be. College is the one. NFL, you wouldn't want him doing that. College, you 100% do. You're trying to get all the recruits and all the NIL stuff to funnel in over there.
Yeah, we got Theo Vaughn at Vandy.
Yeah, it's true. You do.
And
which
Joey McGuire Friday at 8:20 here on the show as we are on the road for the Firehouse Tour.
So Matthew McConaughey has apparently quit weed, which I think you could probably tell a little bit in the way that interviews he gives now. He's just kind of a different energy. He's not, he's always been philosophical, but he's a little less surfer dude when you hear him talk now. But Matthew McConaughey was doing a sit down with Rolling Stone where they were having people reflect on the soundtrack of their life, different songs. And one of the songs that he played was Janet Jackson's 1993 song, That's the Way Love Goes. And he said this song is the one that made him quit marijuana.
What a cool, groovy little tune. It's also the reason I quit smoking weed. It's right around the time weed started turning hydroponic. A lot of y'all don't remember, but weed used to be you could roll a joint, smoke it, pass it around, everyone giggles, gets some munchies, and maybe runs off and tries to get some snuggle time. Well, then it started getting this hydroponic stuff where one toke, the subplots could become unmanageable and people would implode. And anyway, it was around that time, and I was headed to, it was a night, this particular night, I was headed to my own birthday party that my friends were throwing for me at a club. We'd taken over the club, my birthday party. I'm gonna drive myself. Before I go, my buddy hands me this joint, goes, "Here, man. I'm toking to have some of this. Super fun." Well, I get there and I take a toke in the car. It was not like the weed I'd smoked before. I listened to Janet Jackson's "That's the Way Love Goes" 24 times in a row. And when I finally got out of the car to go into my birthday party, no one was in there because it was over. They'd all left because I sat in the freaking car listening.
So he listens to this song for 24 times in a row. It's not the song to sit there and get transfixed on if you're high, in my opinion. If you're going to listen to a Janet Jackson song, you're going to get stuck there and, wow, I'm changed to another dimension here. Escapade, Love Will Never Do, All For You, fine, all great choices. This song's okay. It's not one that I would think would change your life. And that's, I think, speaks to the strength of the marijuana that he was smoking.
So has marijuana really changed like this?
Yes. Yeah.
What, they're just putting different stuff in it or growing it?
Key and Peele's got a whole skit about this where he's like, hey, let me hit that. And he goes, no. And he goes, come on, I smoked a bunch of weed in the 90s. He goes, right, the 90s. Yeah, it's not the same anymore. And he goes, let me see it. And then he goes, you hit it 20 minutes ago. We've had the same conversation 10 times in a row. And he goes, let me hit that. And so I remember, so I don't particularly, this is a good Nancy Reagan Just Say No ad right now for the children. I have not smoked or partaken in marijuana in 14 years, something like that. And it's because of my brother tricking me. So I gotten home and he was like, hey, do you want to come smoke with us? And I very rarely did, but I was like, okay, fine. And he smoked all the time, him and his buddy. And so he goes, here, try this. And so I did. And I was like, that seems a little different. What was that? And it was not marijuana, I came to find out later. It was something called Headhunter 2.0, or more similarly as people know it now, it was essentially something called K2, which is
Am I smelling a little
fertilizer, basically. And I'm thinking, okay, everything's fine. 20 minutes later, he's like, I saw this video today that somebody said when you smoke, you should watch. And it was a He-Man cartoon cover of the Four Non-Blondes song, Hey Yeah Yeah, cut 19, Peyton.
Oh, yeah.
And the echo chamber on this right here. It became a very scary night from that point on. And I was like, this is not fun.
Yeah, that's a much more traumatizing song than Janet.
Started freaking out, and I was like, this is not cool. And he's like, oh, yeah, sorry, it's not actually weed. And I was terrified. Well, the next time he wants me to smoke weed, I actually do. And it's like, this time it is actually weed. And he's like, let's turn on some music. And at the time, the most popular song in the country was this one from Future. And this is very spacey and reverby, and I start freaking out 15 minutes after, and I'm like, did you have residue in there? Is that the old stuff? He's like, no, what are you being psycho about? And I realized that surprise bait and switch completely ruined my mental capacity to handle it, and now I became permanently paranoid, and I've not touched it ever since.
Yeah, I can see how that would scar you. That would scar me as well. I smoked all the time in college, but I don't think I've been... first of all, I wouldn't trust that person anymore. I certainly wouldn't go smoke with them.
I wouldn't trust
again. But yeah, I don't think I've experienced any of this crazy stuff.
No, it is definitely it's way stronger, more intense.
Is it way more expensive, or like it gives you way better bang for your buck, where you're like, hey, all I need to do is take like 2 puffs?
Fantex, let us know, because I don't know what the cost is anymore. 14 years ago.
How much is a dime bag?
14 years ago.
8 for 60.
A quarter ounce of the Cali Kush would have been $125. Is how much it was like 14 years ago. I don't know if that's still accurate anymore, but it's farmed now. It's like science goes into it. It's very concentrated.
One of my favorite things for the Fantex is this interaction and this education. Watch the amount of text and information that comes in here that floods us.
A lot of people smoke weed right now, Sean.
A lot of people saying they're saying that your brother just hates you because K2 is the devil, and the fact that he bait and switched you was bad.
Is this the one with some issues?
Yes, it is. Yeah. And he didn't have. It felt like he had issues then. He didn't have nearly the issues he has now.
Man,
so that was pretty intense.
Pepe, you ever partake consistently?
I have. I mean, little bit here, a little bit there, but nothing, extreme. I was more of just, I'll drink, I don't need to cross paths there and smoke.
It's actually the whole, when Reginald Adatula was here, whenever we'd introduce Reggie on the air, say, reference Reggie, and I would always go, got that Reggie. That came from, I just remember in my younger days, walking around East Dallas, and there was always this guy in front of this apartment complex walking back and forth going, got that Reggie? You need that Reggie? I got that Reggie. And it's like, I remember my buddy looks at me one time and goes, you can stop. I don't want your Reggie with sticks in it. No, thank you. I'll pass. They're saying over here, 443, LOL, a dime bag, Sean. A dime bag is $10, says 321.
Oh, still.
I get a half for $60, says 817. I can get 3.5 for $20. That sounds like that Reggie 430.
Yeah.
$200 per ounce, says 817. A couple different answers over. You can get an ounce for $180, says 972. So prices have gone down.
So there's McConaughey getting scarred by Janet Jackson, causing him to quit. Look, Choppy sends all this stupid health advice that he actually doesn't follow. He just gets like paranoid about it. A couple stories a week. So I don't like doing this story, but given what's happened with the lettuce and the avocados and all this stuff at Taylor Farms, I have put Amanda and the kids on no eggs for the week with about 1.5 million dozen eggs. 1.5 million dozen eggs recalled for potential salmonella contamination. So it's the Midwest Poultry Service with us, Louisiana, Oklahoma, Arkansas, New Mexico, and Mississippi on watch. And I'm like, what the hell is going on, man? What is going on? So I told him, I thought I saw Kroger. I love Kroger for our flowers. I used to bring them up to the station all the time. But immediately you go to the list and you're like, what brand? What grocery store? So I think I'm in the clear from the grocery store, but I still told Amanda, no eggs for the week and no eggs for the weekend for the kids. Do not crack an egg in this house. So this has me a little paranoid.
So are you telling me right now, because I was about to order breakfast and I was about to get eggs on it, you're saying that like even if I get it from like a fast food place or something, I might be risking something here?
I don't think you'll be risking it because I don't view those as like fresh, real eggs.
I view it as fresh, real eggs from where I'm getting it.
Okay.
And so that's or maybe I'm wrong. I could just be totally naive like I was with the K2. But
like the breakfast sandwich you brought in yeday, I wouldn't be too scared of that. If you're ordering from like a nice place, first off, don't get me anything, but which I appreciate. But yeah, I'm surprised that you would venture on over here into this.
So I would think I'm not going to get anything, but the first hint of any symptom, I would be certain that's what I have. That's where my hypochondria comes in. I won't generally create symptoms, but the first little tinge of something, I then automatically assign to that. But I do eat a lot of eggs. And so this is a little concerning for me.
Did you see this, though, with the recall?
I saw you post it last night, and that was the first I had seen.
And I hate posting that stuff because these scientists and all these studies are stupid. Coffee's good, coffee's bad. Eggs are good, eggs are bad. This will kill you, this won't kill you. So I hate doing that stuff because they flip-flop all the time, but I got that lettuce scar.
Can't eat anymore, Sean. Just water.
Kristen was not feeling great yesterday, too. And now that it has me wondering if she ate eggs at all in the last 24 hours. Now I'm going to use my hypochondria to diagnose her.
Tell her to take that K2 she was trying to take. That Asian K2, whatever that
Oh,
was.
my gosh. I have no idea what that is. I'm going to have to post that on the Facebook page and say, does anybody know what the hell this is?
The polls are out and Arch is still going number one. It's a college football kegger. Then back to the boys at 720 in the Expressway. Next on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. But
D&M Leasing Studio. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
I'd like to know where Lou Holtz is right now.
Oh, I win. Google me.
We're not hosting an intergalactic kegger down here.
Good morning, Metroplex. Hump Day edition of Sean and Bobby. Chop you out on vacation. Thank you for joining us in the middle of your week. We want to try to get you to your weekend as quickly as possible. We go back inside the Star at 7:20. Von Miller, how much of an actual bargain is he? Bobby has done the homework. We'll also have Diamond Cavs on your home of the Rangers at 8, and Nick Eatman recaps the practice and all the fights against the Saints in the final hour from Oxnard before they pack up and come back home. But we got college football kegger action right here with polls coming out.
Yeah, there's been, we've got the first of the AP polls and the first of the rankings for college football. And as it starts out, Ohio State is number one in the country. It's always been Ohio against the world. Number 2, the Oregon Ducks. So we got no SEC teams right off the top. Number 3, finally, the Georgia Bulldogs. Number 4, the Notre Dame Fighting Irish. And then rounding out the top 5 is the Texas Longhorns. Defending champion Indiana is not even in the top 5. They are number 6, and they had a good portal class. But they come in at number 6. The SEC only has 2 in the top 7. It's Georgia and Texas there. But they have 5 of the next 6 teams on the list, with only Texas Tech breaking it up at number 12. SMU is number 19 in the poll. Houston is at number 23. So those are the Texas teams. But a strong run for the SEC when you get behind the top 7, but not very top heavy again, as it's a lot of Big Ten.
And look, a lot of people hate this because of the bias that it causes to start the season. For instance, a total of 12 teams ranked in the AP Top 25 finished the year completely unranked. So that's like, all right, the pollsters got it wrong with a double-digit amount of teams. Indiana started the season ranked all the way down at number 20. Penn State, Clemson both started the year in the top 4. Both collapsed, finished entirely outside of the top 25. So people say, hey, you're sitting there outside of the top 10 and you're a better team, you are getting screwed. What do you do as a solution?
I think that
because you do have to base it upon the strength of the team that you beat, and that strength comes from a ranking, a number.
It does, but that's also why a lot of the later season losses or victories will a lot of times weigh heavier. Because, last year where LSU and Clemson were playing, and that looked like a much better victory early in the year for LSU. And it made LSU look like a really strong team. And, Alabama was a different team early on in the year. So, teams kind of grow and change is the other thing. Sometimes it can be that it's not a bad ranking. It could just be that they literally changed as a football team or grew as a football team over the course of it. I generally just think it's the system we have, and there's not really a better way to do it.
Because there's too many teams.
Yeah, and it's tough that it can burn people and burn teams sometimes, but the reality is just, okay, you're probably just going to have to live with the AP poll being this.
How expensive are the rosters? CBS Sports put out the numbers. LSU, more than $40 million. Their big price tag, an offensive tackle. Miami, coming up second on the list. Their big price tag, quarterback, Mensa. Notre Dame, big price tag, quarterback, CJ Carr. Then Ohio State, the stud, Jeremiah Smith. Oregon, obviously the high price tag on Dante Moore. The Texas Longhorns, you want to guess the big price tag?
Like, who was the number 1? Coleman.
It was Cam Coleman. Here's the quote from a Texas mega booster, Red McCombs, back in 2013. All the money that's not in the Vatican is up at UT. That's when they were flirting with the pursuit of Nick Saban. Here's the write-up. Texas is a little more reserved about its spending prowess this year. However, with multiple program sources pushing back against the idea the Longhorns have a roster that exceeds $40 million, nobody outside of Austin is buying it. And we spent weeks trying to drill down the most accurate number for Texas. Under $40 million, the math does not add up. So they're sitting there talking about Cam Coleman, a multi-million-dollar transfer from Auburn, who got a $4 million offer from a rival bidder. There's other projected first-round picks on the roster. You got your high-price running back transfers like Hollywood and Regh Brown. They knew they had a stud quarterback, hopefully, and they spent like it. One SEC GM, I love that title now, said, quote, "It's always Oregon, LSU, Miami, but you don't really hear people talk about Texas. They try to downplay it. Texas, when you talk to someone there, they downplay it. But yeah, they've got money." And then the Aggies' big price tag.
I don't know who is their number one.
Marcel Reed makes over $3 million. They have a pair of 7-figure receivers and offensive tackles and a few very highly paid defensive pieces as well. One Power 4 GM said guys wouldn't even leave there. We were throwing stupid stuff, and they would not leave A&M.
A&M is they've got plenty of money that they've thrown around at things, and it's tough to look. The reality is, no offense to the Aggies out there, you guys are a cult. It's tough to leave the cult. I got one of my best friends of all time has always said, she's like, the Aggies are a cult. Yeah, she's an Aggie. And she goes, it's a cult, 100%. And she goes, I don't trust an Aggie who does not acknowledge we're a cult. We are. She's like, but it's the best cult. And so that's how Aggies feel about it. It's really tough to get them to move away from that thought process. You going over the rosters there, though, ESPN had done like a breakdown recently of here's how much in general it costs to spend on different positions. Quarterbacks now are $1 to $3 million on average. The typical range for a running back is $300,000 to $800,000. Receivers can get up to $1 million on just the average. Like, you're a good player, not Cam Coleman, obviously. The cheapest position, if you're looking for market inefficiency, the cheapest position on average is tight end. The highest thing, and that's cheaper than interior offensive lineman, defensive line, whatever else. $600,000 is the higher end of a good NIL player at tight end. So if you're looking for, if you can find a Brock Bowers, if you can find somebody to be really dynamic there, you can generally get receiver production for cheaper cost.
Dane Brugler with a reminder that if the draft was today, you may not like it. I would not like it. Bobby would not like it. But Dane's like, deal with it. If it was today, Arch is still the number one pick.
I just don't believe yet. Because I just saw how bad it got, and I saw how bad it was even against Georgia in the second half of the year. But a good write-up from Dane about Arch and why people still believe he's got the number one upside. That's the type of player that he is. So Dane writes over there that he says, I won't bury the lead like you just mentioned. He said, if the draft were today, Arch would be the number one pick, not because of his last name or lineage, but because of the promise of his traits and tape. If you only saw Manning play in the first half of 2025, that statement probably sounds crazy. He looked like an inconsistent first-year starter before Halloween, but as the season progressed, so did Manning. The number of inexperienced mistakes decreased, while eyebrow-raising plays increased, which is the trajectory expected from a young quarterback saddled with an inconsistent offensive line and run game. The numerous examples of NFL-level moments littered throughout the second half of Manning's film were refreshing to see. He watched 8 games. He said the pocket movements were really impressive. He said the Longhorns' offensive line was a problem last season with a capital P. Such an issue can be frustrating when scouting quarterbacks, but it also gives evaluators a chance to see how a quarterback negotiates the heat and deals with bodies in his face. Manning frequently found solutions to those problems. He also said the passing anticipation, the kind of stuff you saw on his tape in the second half, are the throws you see on Sundays. A quarterback trusting his receivers to be in specific spots and ripping decisive throws. There was more of those from Arch Manning in the second half. And then the athleticism. Everybody's talked about the type of runner he's been and that he's clearly the top Manning in terms of the way that he runs. But the quarterback moving his feet is a staple of the Sarkisian offense. There were examples of Manning's athletic ability in every game last season.
You don't have to read the whole article.
I didn't. There's literally 5,000 words, and I think I just read 300 of them. Manning's athletic ability in every game last season, some by design, others were improvised. But that's the big thing with him that everybody loves. It's the way that he's got the athleticism, and if he can harness everything else, then he becomes a real weapon. I just don't see him harnessing that whenever they're against big competition. Like, for all the talk of what he did in the second half, he looked still like just not ready for it when they played Georgia. And that's the biggest problem to me.
We'll go around the rest of the National Football League. Trayvon Diggs, Seattle, possibility, or just working out?
Look, there's nothing wrong with the Cowboys and how they've built their teams over the last couple of years, at least according to the Seattle Seahawks, because if Trayvon Diggs were to end up with the Seahawks, where he was working out yesterday, then Trayvon Diggs would be the 5th former Cowboy to play for Seattle since the beginning of last season. Now, most of those are backup guys, like Quentin Bohanna played there, and they just added Dante Fowler this offseason. But Trayvon
he also
Diggs
just visited the Lions for a workout.
He did. So it's him and Terrion Arnold. They're just sharing in the same spots. But it's really tough to look at it and think that this is the fact that he said no interest, the fact that the Packers walked away from it as quickly as they did when they were like, uh-oh, okay, this isn't going to work. Like, I think it speaks to where his career's at, which we talked about it when he left here. There were people there who thought you can see, like, the end of his career is in sight. It's very clear. If it's not here now, it's close because that knee just never got right. So, I mean, for the Cowboys, if they want to start lobbying to people about why you should be rehabbing in here, why you should be doing things here, because that was the big fight with Diggs, then all they got to do is point at, like, look at Trayvon Diggs' career, look what happened to him. And his knee completely just never recovered.
By the way, my confusion on the Terrion Arnold story continues because I guess he's not signed yet. Yesterday, the update was the Seahawks are still planning to sign him, but it will take a while as they're working through the timing. So you got commissioner exempt list. He'll be placed on that when he signs. Ineligible to play or practice while the league looks into the case. Would still be able to attend meetings and would be paid on the 1-year minimum salary deal. But he's not officially signed yet. I have no idea how Terrion Arnold is going to play in the first half of the entire season.
And there's like starting to become some chatter that, you know, the Seahawks and maybe the NFL feel like ultimately they know things that will allow this to be, he's not going to face like the maximum punishment and that he's going to
then
be
why
available.
The Lions cut bait?
Because I still think that at the time what you knew, it was he had not been good. There were all sorts of different things that they needed to hold him to account for. And so I think that was more about an accountability measure where Dan Campbell probably felt he couldn't lose people.
I hate Roger Goodell so much for this, and I know you feel the same way. And Choppy, my gosh, his skin would jump off his body talking about leaving the United States of America. But Roger Goodell says it is inevitable that the team will have a franchise permanently based outside the U.S.,
and he has to be talking about Mexico or Canada. I know he's not. That's not what he's inferring.
Listen to the Mexican roar.
But that has to be his little side out here because there's just I don't think it's possible. This is one of those things where this is the equivalent to me of Goodell saying, like, we're going to have flying cars in the year 2000.
Or even a Super Bowl, like, okay, you can have a Super Bowl there.
Yeah, but like,
a team?
He has talked about the way that he'd probably have to do is he'd have to put a whole division in Europe. And it's like, free agents you're going to lose half the league when free agents just go, I don't want to go overseas. I don't want to live over there. Like,
well, why would he
here.
not be? He's not a dummy, obviously. Why would all that not factor into him as enough of a deterrent or a problem?
Because it's
the money signs over inconvenience for players and coaches and a whole team.
It's the quote from Die Hard when Hans Gruber says, and when Alexander saw the breadth of his domain, he wept for there were no more worlds to conquer. The NFL has conquered everything they can. The only thing left is really expanding outside the United States and taking over Europe and things like that. I think Goodell just looks at it as, I've done everything to make this league as rich as possible. That's the one last thing I could do. So I just think he's got a standard in mind and a last goal in mind that's blinded him a little bit to the reality of just it's not possible. Teams are not going to want to do this. Teams are going to complain all the time. And you can't just say, well, the solution is we'll move 4 of them over there instead of just 1. It's like, no, I just don't ever see this working. Canada, Mexico, maybe. Canada especially, but I don't know.
Listen up next, Brian Broaddus. Bobby explains why Von Miller is such a great bargain, and Von is going to charm and captivate you after he sat down yesterday to say his official hello to the Cowboys Nation. Expressway commercial free back inside the Star on the home of America's team after this.
by the on-time experts.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the Star on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. That is Bobby Belt. I'm Sean Sharif. He is our Cowboys insider. Choppy out on vacation. We got Peyton and Aiden running the fan cam, Twitch and YouTube. Yesterday, Dallas Cowboys practice. Probably the number one headline was the 7 or 8 fights. It sounded like the offense had their way to a degree with the Saints defense, but we'll talk about all of it with Nick Eatman from Oxnard at 9:20. Happy to see Malachi Lawrence, Rashawn Gary get some sacks, Jalen Thompson with an interception as well, but Eatman will have the full recap in the final hour of the show. Yesterday was also the Von Miller press conference, and we touched on it briefly with the 6 a.m. club, Bobby. Let's talk a little bit more about how he impressed you with the sit down.
Yeah, I thought he was really, really good yesterday. And, it's kind of funny, like the clip we played earlier of he gets the I'm the greatest teammate of all time. Like there's a little bit of the braggadocio that exists, I guess. But man, he was.
Well, let's hear a little bit about that because, man, he really did captivate me with how he connected with people. And he said he was in Vegas a while back and he just randomly ran into Dak, and he hadn't started his talks with the Cowboys and he didn't know he was coming here, and he basically was like telling Dak, hey, it's breakthrough time, man. Like it's time. So him and Dak were chilling for a little bit, talking and gambling, and this was Vaughn yesterday on how he goes about teaching the young guys.
I learned from all the other great players that I've been around, whether it's Peyton Manning, DeMarcus Ware, Aaron Donald, Andrew Whitworth, Matthew Stafford, all of these guys, and you just see the type of influence that they have with all of these guys and the perception that everybody has about you. You can use that to get more out of everybody around. So I lead with love first. Like, I like to really learn my teammates, whether it's where they come from, how many kids they got, what food, do they hunt, fish, whatever it is. And then you can't treat everybody the same. Like, if some guys are like, hey man, you got to do a little bit more right here. And then if you do that with another guy, you snap on you. So you gotta really learn these guys, and then you just plant little seeds and pull little strings to really get it going. Football is such a unique sport because we get one game to go out there and play. It's not like basketball, championship basketball, where you win the best, out of 7 games. If you can get guys to play at a certain level for that 3 hours on Sunday, whether the team is better than us or whether we're better than the other team, like magical things happen. So if we got everybody in the same mindset, if we get everybody, going in the same direction, we're able to win those games.
The charisma was flowing. I was like, where is the podcast? Which I think he does have. And he's like, I like to think myself as a pretty charming guy. I love to talk. And I'm like, get him a weekly player show right here on The Fan. I know Ferg is going back on G-Bag. Maybe we can work out a chicken deal with Vaughn as a morning show sponsorship. He's already trying to offer Hunter Lipke lifetime chicken to get number 40 from
My
him.
God, if Hunter Lipke stops him from getting his number, it's like, okay, I guess that's literally the only purpose you've served here.
But he was so personable, and I thought very, very interesting while talking about wanting to be a general manager. I was like, man, just get straight in media. But he's like, I love football. I love the player evaluation, and I want to be a GM, a front office exec, or player personnel.
It's so difficult. It's a fine line between when you want to be a leader, when you desire that and want to be that. Like, for instance, DeMarvion Overshown wants to be a leader, and it comes natural to him in a lot of ways. It feels like Micah wanted to be a leader. It did not come natural to him. Russell Wilson wanted to be a leader. Russell Wilson came off as corny. Like, it's so difficult to have that fine line of being a leader, being personable, checking up on guys, being that person, and then being thought of as just being, this is phony. Like, this is a fraudulent way. And he seems very sincere and very direct, and he wants to connect with guys and have those relationships, and that matters.
I'm continuing my, Choppy will be proud, I'm continuing my World Cup documentary binging.
Oh, God.
And I was watching Diego Maradona. So I've learned about Beckham, and I learned about Ronaldinho, and I was watching Diego Maradona coach, and here is this.
Who is that?
He is he's the original Messi in Argentina, the hand of God.
Let me look him up.
You'd like it, Bobby. He got given all this credit.
Oh my God, that haircut.
Yeah. So he was an Argentinian soccer god, crazy drinking and partying, drug use, and basically became a coach for this lower level soccer team. Like, it was nothing big time, but the way he connected with them, he's this, overweight, physically ailed, damaged dude limping around. You'd look at him and you'd laugh if you didn't know who he was, but the way he connected with everyone, just going in with a genuine family hug, and the way he interacted and talked to them, I was like, damn, this guy knew how to lead, because he did not look the part. There's no way this group of young kids would be like, that right there is one of the greatest soccer players of all time, but he just knew how to lead.
I'll draw two examples. I was talking with somebody who had the opinion that not works for the Cowboys, but within Cowboys coverage, that had the opinion that Dan Quinn never struck me as sincere. I always thought he was, but somebody who had an opinion that Dan Quinn never struck me as sincere.
Choppy would say Sergeant Slogan.
But then that same person that I was talking to said Shoddy strikes them as very sincere, and I think they try to connect in a lot of the same way, and I think they both are. But I think they try to connect in a lot of the same ways. And so it is, Shoddy told us that when we first talked to him. He said, I came to Dallas, the original reason I came to Dallas was to get around Dan again and remind myself how to be a culture guy, because he's the best I'd ever seen at it. And a lot of those same things he applies. That's such a difficult thing to be able to apply to, the interpretation from people of what your motives are and how it strikes people, and that's something apparently Von Miller does really, really well.
The over-under from Vegas and Bet Online is 6.5 sacks. I would say take the over. He had 9 last year. Is there a number of sacks that Von would need to reach to define a successful year?
No, it's never a number. I was at Texas A&M my sophomore year, and I was like, man, I looked at the record before, and I was like, man, I can get that. I went over the schedule, and I was like, I can get a sack right here, 2 sacks right here. Football is just so unpredictable. The number one thing for me is to be the best teammate that I could possibly be, to help everybody improve, whether it's offense, defense, special teams, and to win a championship. That's my number one goal. When it comes to playing football and getting sacks, like I said, I could still roll out of bed to do that. It's some things that pass rushers do that take a lot of athletic ability, and it's some things that's all mental and intelligence too. Just knowing where I fit on the pass rush, who I'm working with, time of the game, quarter, what offensive coordinator I'm going against, tendencies from offensive linemen. Those are things that don't take any athletic ability. So I can walk into 8 of those. When it comes to my athletic ability and my pass rush, that's what I've been doing my whole career. Am I gonna go out here and just beat somebody to death for 60 plays a game? Probably not, but it's still in there, but it's still in there, and I can still win a lot of these reps, especially when it's crunch time.
That was my favorite quote from yesterday, where he's realistic about, I'm not going to go out there and have, just a wrestling match for 4 quarters anymore. That's not my job anymore. That's not the player I am. But just the fact that
he's a relief pitcher.
Yeah,
we need him.
He's Dennis Eckersley. He was a starter. Now he's closing.
Well, yeah, he may be closing, but I'm looking for 7th and 8th. Give me the sec. Everyone's like, the people who are crapping on this, I think you're missing the stop in the second quarter. You're missing the stop in the third quarter. This does not have to be Aaron Donald finishing a Super Bowl. This does not have to be, Chris Jones in a playoff game. The Cowboys, you say it to yourself, you feel it as a fan. When you're getting momentum and you can have that score to go up 2 scores or prevent them from making it a 1-score game, can you get off the field on 3rd and 12? They could not do it last year. Those are the stops I'm looking for. It doesn't have to be a sack. It can be a pressure. Is he freeing someone else up to do it? Is he going to teach someone else? If Donovan Ezraku can stop getting thrown out of practice, can he teach someone else or have an impact on them getting that second down stop that gets you the ball and you can go up 14 points and then you go ahead and tee off? Those are the stops and those are the pressures, and that's the impact I'm looking for.
Yeah, I'm sitting here, I'm just looking over, for instance, last year against Carolina. They lose that game 30-27 in Carolina. The final drive, 6 minutes left, Carolina milks the clock and kicks a field goal to go ahead. On that drive, they had 3rd and 7 that Carolina converted. They had 3rd and 1 that Carolina converted. They had 4th and 4 that Carolina converted. It's like that's 3 opportunities right there to get off the field.
Paper cuts.
And that's all before the 2-minute warning. So they would have been in position. Green Bay, the Green Bay game, that they could not stop them in the second half. They couldn't do anything about it. If you get that Green Bay game, that goes from being a tie to a victory. They had in that game, I think in the fourth quarter and the overtime, they had a ton of different situations. They had 4th and 6 in overtime that they couldn't stop. In the fourth quarter, they had a 3rd and 8 that they couldn't stop. A 3rd and 2 that they couldn't stop. Another 3rd and 2 on a drive. And these are all drives where they score. Where it's like, if you can get them off the field, it changes the outcome.
You did some more Vaughn homework?
Yeah, I was curious yesterday. I was looking at, because there's a lot of people who are saying, they like the signing. Brian has not been a fan of, but even still, some people like the signing. They're like, I still wouldn't want to pay that much for him. Why can't we just get a veteran minimum deal or something like that? So I wanted to look at how much edge rushers have been paid this offseason and what kind of production they had put out there last year to get themselves paid. So Von Miller had 9 sacks last season, and I know that doesn't tell the whole story. There's plenty of them that, bad tackle, whatever else, like Brian and John Oning have talked about. But it at least gives us a benchmark of the guy didn't just, he's the luckiest SOB in the world if he gets 9 sacks by accident.
Right.
So it at least gives you a benchmark, though, of here's the production he had, and teams do look at that statistic. So for some of these players, obviously, some of them are going to be, if they have lower production, they're younger, they have more upside. There are different things that would cause them to be a more valuable player. But Jalen Phillips, Trey Hendrickson, Odafe Owe, and Boye Mafe, they got a combined $102 million annually this offseason. So they combined for 18.5 sacks last year, which means that the top end of the market was giving you an average of 4.5 sacks last season, and teams paid them an average of a little over $25 million per year. You go to the next tier. Kwity Paye, Bradley Chubb, Draymond Jones, Joseph Osai, Malcolm Kuntz, and Kayvon Chason. They averaged about 6 sacks last season. None of them got to Von Miller's number, but they averaged as a group about 6 last year. And in return, they got $12.5 million per season on their deals. And then the final tier just above Von Miller was Kingsley Enagbari, Arden Key, and Michael Clemens. They averaged $7.5 million per season, so the very max out of what Von Miller can do. And they combined for 7 sacks total. So those guys were 2 sacks below Von Miller as a collective, and they got paid collectively, $25 million or whatever it was. In fact, if you look at that, Von Miller is the only one of all the players that I just named here who is getting paid less than $1 million per 2025 sack. So Dallas is paying Von a little over $600,000 per sack right now. It goes a little higher if he gets to 7.5. The next lowest on the list is Kayvon Chason, who's more than double that at $1.47 million per sack. So teams pay for the production, and whether it's an accident or whether he's the same player anymore or any of that, you don't ever see somebody get $5 million for 9 sacks. It's just not what happens. So regardless of that, it's a deal. It is a good deal regardless of how it plays out.
Why did no one else? Why were if the Cowboys were the first to contact him, like right before training camp? That's a bad thing. That tells me to the rest of the league. Now, yesterday he kind of changed it up a little bit, and he's like, I had other interests. I had other offers. Last year it was Seattle and Washington talking about choosing incorrectly, but he has basically made it sound like no one else called except for the Cowboys.
Yeah, Clowney was a similar one. And Clowney's a little younger. The issue is that if you look at that, and it's easy to see the consistency here or the path here that caused this. Those are 2 older players. Like, it's just youth. It's a youth movement in the NFL. Teams generally are not going to... They're going to go, I'd rather have the 27-year-old with upside than even the production at 37. Like, I mean, Cameron Jordan sat there for forever. He probably was not going to play anywhere but New Orleans, but Cameron Jordan was productive last year. He's 37 years old and didn't get done until a couple weeks ago. So it's an ageist league, Sean. They're against the geriatrics, and Von Miller's up there, but he laid out there in that cut we played a minute ago, like the ways that he can win without having athleticism.
He also lays out like the perfect Jerry Jones answer for all the marketing and all the imagination and the dreaming that Jerry loves to talk about. Final one here, then we'll chop it up on the Hump Day edition.
Hump Day.
How would it feel to be a part of a Dallas Cowboys championship while growing up and watching them and hearing your dad root them on in the back room?
It's great. I think that question it answers itself. It's the Dallas Cowboys. I won a Super Bowl in Denver. We had 1 million people out there. We win a Super Bowl with the Rams. It wasn't as much. The parade. We were stopping at red lights and stuff. It's just we still won a Super Bowl and it's still exciting. It's still dope, but it's just a different feel with those two organizations. If I was with the Buffalo Bills and we ended up winning a Super Bowl, it would be a holiday in Orchard Park. It'd be a holiday in Buffalo. Like, everybody remember that. It'd be statues for everybody. That's just the type of organization that they have, the type of fans that they have. Dallas Cowboys fans are in that same type of stream. They're not the same. Bills Mafia, Cowboys Nation is totally different things. That's not what I'm saying. But the fans here are diehard fans, and if we're able to do that, if we're able to have a successful season and win the Super Bowl, like, it'd be a holiday in Dallas as well. Like, people love the Dallas Cowboys. They either love them or hate them, but at the end of the day, they all root for the Dallas Cowboys. And for us to be able to win a Super Bowl, it'd be crazy in Dallas. It'd be a holiday as well.
Such a damn good interview. Man, the answers were interesting.
It's very clearly a dream for him. Like, he loves this. This is a childhood dream. He seems like a kid, like being able to join this team and realize his dream.
Let's chop it up.
Oh. Pew, pew, pew. Oh, no. RJ Choppy. Here we go. Chop it up, 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 chop it up. Come on, choppy.
Diamond Cavs on your home of the Rangers at 8 o'clock with a fantastic Jaden Daniels start to the Washington series. How fitting. That's coming up at 8. Choppy out on vacay golfing in Michigan.
Yeah, that was not the Open you said you were going to play, Peyton.
I know, I messed around with something, but it would have taken too long, and I don't know if we want to go down that rabbit hole.
I wanted to go down. It was not even my idea, but I wanted to go down it. I was thinking it was going to be
Sean,
fun.
I had joked yesterday how I wanted to add the Andy Staples back and forth with RJ and you to the intro, and I messed with something here. It would have taken too long. The intro would have been 45 seconds, so I just bypassed it. But
worth it. All right, bobbing it up here on 105 through the Fan. Bill Rasmussen, who I don't know if a lot of people realize this. Do you know what Rasmussen Reports is? Scott Rasmussen?
No.
Scott Rasmussen is one of the very famous political pollsters who, whenever it's election time, when they have the focus groups and they press their little buttons and it shows them going up and down, that's Bill Rasmussen's son. He ended up becoming like a political pollster. He got completely away from the sports angle. But Bill Rasmussen, one of the co-founders of ESPN, one of the sports visionaries out there, passed away at 93. He died at his home in Florida from Parkinson's disease with his son, Scott. Scott started ESPN with him before going into politics. And this was just first supposed to be something focused in Connecticut, and then it blew up, obviously, into the biggest sports coverage brand in the entire world. And one that, as hacky as it has become at times, and I'm sure there were people who thought, even back in the day, ESPN, they probably thought, Stuart Scott was hacky or something like that. So that has always existed to some extent. But even with that, I don't know anybody who works in our industry who's not like heavily influenced by the presence of ESPN over their lives and their careers.
Yeah.
But yesterday, I know one guy who's not influenced by it. He's only influenced by him because he's just so polarizing. That's Pat McAfee. And listen to this touching tribute yesterday on ESPN as Courtney Cronin and I think it was Get Up, or maybe it was First Take, one of them, were going through the tribute after they announced their leader, their founder, Bill Rasmussen, had passed away.
Wake up early to try to catch it on the news. So now we got sports all day, every day. His legacy lives on.
Hello, beautiful people. And welcome to our humble abode at DraftKings Thunderdome on this Football Tuesday, August 18th, 2026.
Dang! They cut off the tribute.
This is not McAfee's fault. Now, here's the thing. There's a beat when I think it's Chris Canty or somebody was there. There was a beat when they were done talking, and then Courtney Cronin then picks it up with his legacy lives on. I don't know if there's a delay getting to the open and she felt she needed to fill, or if they jumped the gun.
Hello, beautiful people.
But man, his legacy. Hello, beautiful people. Like, screw his legacy. It's time for the Pat McAfee show.
Could not be worse timing, considering.
No. Yeah, with everything going on this week. And it's funny. And
again, that's not Pat's fault.
No, it's not. It's not going to stop me from acting like it is, though.
It's probably the show that was talking's fault. It's like G-Bag having to get out exactly on time for the start of a Rangers broadcast.
Yeah, or like
when we're doing Dallas Cowboys Radio Network, Pepe, you can speak to this, right?
Yeah.
When we're doing the show and you got a break time, you got some leeway. Ask Kevin Hagelin for their start of KNC. When you're doing the start of the Dallas Cowboys pre- or post-game show, it has to be on the dot, right?
Right, because you're going on a network. All these other affiliates are starting right at, depending on when the pregame is, but right at 6 o'clock. So if you're delayed even 5 seconds, that's 5 seconds that they're dead air. It sounds fine on the fan for us, but you got to be perfect there, and you got to have the hard start go.
Yeah, it's a hard clock, and that's, you got to, when Peyton's on the board there for that, he makes sure that clock is hard as it can get.
We got it, Bobby.
Yeah. No,
we got your innuendo.
I'm gonna
got
keep
your sexual jokes.
I've got to get him off with. Well, there you go.
Yeah.
With Peyton and his whole thing.
Anyway,
this is. I tweeted yesterday. It said, I quote tweeted this story or this clip, and I was like, another chapter, just another chapter for the polarizing figure or whatever. And Kent Garrison replied to it. And Kent Garrison works for The Athletic. He's in charge of their podcast network, and he had worked at DallasCowboys.com previously. And he said, I saw him at the Super Bowl a couple years in the bathroom, and he was literally just in the mirror, like hyping himself up and like, yeah, baby, yeah. It's like, what a performative psycho to be at the Super Bowl in the bathroom, like, come on, Pat.
Is McAfee going to, now look, when you're making $60 million a year, if they pay him that, you're going to be fine financially. Is McAfee going to be his own undoing? He's reminding me of the lovable sports team that we eventually turn on. He's the hand-holding Patriots. He's the Steph Warriors. Right? He's lovable Pat McAfee, and it's like he's his own worst enemy with this thought of it's him against the network and whatever political stuff that's out there. He just joined College Game Day. That's all he did. He spiced it up with a cast that's been there forever. And then he decided to go ahead and talk about this poll of people who said, nah, he messed up Game Day. He focuses on the negative so much, it feels like he's harming himself.
He's
so sensitive.
He seems very thin-skinned, which is funny because like the whole brand at first just seemed like, hey, not like bully, but like, hey, we're guys, and we don't make apologies for that. And like that was like the whole brand. But then even when Choppy talks about meeting him at the card table or whatever, he sounded like he made some sensitive remark about like, well, you guys taking my video or whatever. It's like,
he
what
remembered.
Is your deal, dude?
He remembered.
So dramatic, man.
Yes.
He's so sensitive with that. All right, bobbing it up here on 105.3 The Fan with Choppy out. You cannot have kids eat fruits and vegetables because this is going to drive them to extreme violence. Well, maybe not the eating of fruits and vegetables, but consuming them. So there's new research out. I don't know if you've ever seen this. Have you seen some of these super graphic, super violent, like AI cartoon videos of fruits and veggies?
Yes, I watch them every day.
Well, you are in
all over
trouble.
my TikTok. All over my TikTok.
You are
fruits and veggie cartoons.
So it'll be like a carrot wearing a black mask, and it's got a potato strapped down somewhere, and it's just like cutting the potato in half with a saw. And it's like, ah! And it's ridiculous. It's dumb, but they're now saying This is a danger to society. A new report says the content helps normalize extremist and violent narratives and imagery, and users could also stumble on terror material and head down a dangerous path. So they say AI videos of fruits and vegetables, these characters unleashing these gory, violent moments, are spreading extremist ideas. It's making it normalized. It's basically desensitizing children and youth to the violence. And then the idea they're saying is that, hey, if they start watching this, then when like the ISIS recruiting videos come along, they're going to go, yeah, I saw the potato and the carrot doing that. Why wouldn't we do that? And they are now thinking that it's the Global Network on Extremism and Technology says these videos on TikTok that Peyton's watching are going to help ISIS continue to make inroads with disaffected youth.
Look, I'm not going to make fun of this too much.
I am.
I wouldn't let Ollie watch.
No, yeah. It's graphic.
It's graphic.
Yeah.
Even when I'll put on Tom and Jerry for him random Saturday mornings, and I'm like, I want you to watch this. I want you to see. And even that, I don't change it, but, it's a little violent back in the day, with, getting burned and lit on fire and the safe, falling smack there on his head. And he laughs at it and he chuckles, and I don't change it thinking that that's too violent. This, I would be like, all right, this is a little gory.
Yeah, it's just like, for instance, you wouldn't, did you ever see the movie Sausage Party?
Of course not.
Okay, Sausage Party, which was I got
paid in 7:15,
which is it's a cartoon movie that Seth Rogen and that whole group, his lackeys, had done, and it was the movie ends with a graphic group action with everybody, and they're fruits and veggies, but it's still graphic, and it was still got an R rating for that. So I understand it's not something you would want the kids watching, but also if Ollie happened to watch it, I don't think you're thinking, dear God, let's get him a counselor. He's going to end up with the Islamic State.
No, but nonstop. If he was watching stuff, your girls, you allow. I thought Choppy was bad in terms of what he allowed. Your girls aren't too far off. You let them consume some stuff. The way they talk trash, the things that they say.
Are you still upset about the tennis?
They ain't watching all PG stuff. Trust me.
Did you hear about the tennis thing, Peyton?
No, I don't think so.
The girls went over there. They found out Sean played tennis when he was younger.
They didn't go over there. I was paying for their pancakes.
That's what it was.
I was ordering them their gluten-free breakfast, and they're sitting there insulting
me. And Laura
me.
finds out he plays tennis. She goes, you wear one of those little skirts? One of those little tennis skirts?
Oh, no.
And she starts telling Ollie, apparently, don't play tennis when you grow up. You're not going to find a girl.
I should have poured some salt in a line on the table and been like Nick Kyrgios with the story that's coming out.
You turn back to the waitress, you're like, put a little wheat in there, please.
Yeah, that's right.
All right, chopping it up here on 105.3 The Fan. If you're worried about the fruits and vegetables and the glorifying of violence, people say touch grass, get out there, stop being on the computer, touch grass, don't touch.
Not in this weather, man.
Oh, they've canceled recess all week at Laura's school.
My daughter is outside in this every single day. Now, it's shaded, but I'm like, don't you guys have temperature provisions? And then we started, man, I'm about to be that soft sports parent. It's about to be bad.
And didn't you think Amanda was going to be that? And you were going to have to fight her on stuff?
Yes, but the only reason Amanda hasn't done it yet is because she didn't go to the practice. I took Ollie to his first soccer practice on Monday night, and man, he was done. He was fried with about 30 minutes left. And I was like, when I was thinking soccer, I was thinking fall. And I was like, okay, yeah, we're going to be running around. Man. There's going to be leaves on the ground. It's going to be 70 degrees. And I'm like, the games are going to be at 9 or 10 on a Saturday. And then I'm going to have the rest of my weekend. First game is at 2 in Forney on Saturday. And I'm getting ready to pull him out after one practice because me and Amanda don't want to deal with it,
dude. Well, yeah, I mean,
but then I'm like, I don't want to be soft sports parent. He's not. I don't think he loves it yet. Mm-hmm. He loves doing his Legos. He loves learning about dinosaurs, and he loves his trains. He's not like, I want to go outside and practice. I want to hit the ball, Dad. Yeah. He's not there, and that's fine. I think my daughter is like. Meanwhile, while I'm having this discussion with Amanda, are we going to be soft sports parents by pulling him out after the first practice and quitting? I was like, how much did you pay for this? How much are we going to give away? And then I'm like, am I going to fight trying to get the league fee back? Meanwhile, my daughter is like, palming basketballs and dunking them in the kids' rim upstairs. As I'm having this conversation, I'm like, all right, so maybe I'll get it with her, but I'm struggling with this right now. But me and Amanda, we're not that pair, and because one of us alternates, we're not going to take Ava out there in 102 degrees. Plus, she's a maniac. She's not going to sit down and sit still and watch them practice. I'm getting ready to be one and done.
Dude,
practice
those red, like when they're out there running around and stuff, and they come back, and it'll look. I mean, it legitimately will look.
That's Ava's cheeks every day.
They'll look this red on their face.
Yeah.
So no, I don't think it's a trick. Like,
but then you got all these parents, man. There's a reason why you're gonna do a segment later, like on high school. Baseball dominates here. Obviously, we know about football, but these kids, they tough it out. I think the fabric is tougher here.
I think it's one of those things where it's.
But my boy, he ain't down for that all right now. Like he's turning the next age later anyway. Like his birthday with the cycling of it. He's a June baby. He's a July baby. Yeah, he's a July baby. So he's not there like athletically with them all. And I don't want him to go out there and be like, oh, this is just running and conditioning.
No, when it comes to like just playing around in the heat in Texas, I've always found that generally growing up, it felt like the parents' approach here, the ones that I knew, they were always like, the kids will tell us when it's too much. Like they're going to tell us, I'm exhausted. But usually it's the parents having to tell them, get inside because it's too hot and you're going to get worn out. And kids are just like, I can go all day in this. Like it's no problem for her. Laura can run around in the heat all day and it doesn't bug her.
Yeah.
And
Ollie can swim. Like he's laying on the ground versus these other kids. Now he went and practiced 20 minutes earlier because he doesn't want to be late. And I'm like, he drinks a lot of water. Like, yeah, he doesn't eat great vegetables, but I'm like, why is he so out of shape? In the swimming pool, he can go nonstop. Swimming is a hell of a workout, but he ain't for running right now like his pops. I did not want to run during soccer either. When I told Amanda I played, she's like, how did you play soccer? I was like, I played goalie. She was dying laughing.
The position where you're allowed to use your hands, they let you do it?
Well, we weren't very good. Yeah.
512 says it's 105 out there. Pull him out. If he fights you, then stick with it. I think he's not going to fight me. And if he's not going to fight you, then there's no... See, Kristen will, interestingly, she'll fight Laura to do things Laura doesn't want to do because she wants Laura to be, like, involved in things. And Laura just wants to be like, I want to play at home or I don't want to go...
What was their use? So I was actually thinking about you during this because Choppy, he got his kids all in the sports, but what was the furthest that they went with any sport? When did they stop?
Jacob did football up till middle school. Then he got a concussion in practice, and Kristen was like, done. And then Addison has played basketball last year was the last time she did it. Okay. Laura has shown zero interest in playing sports. She'll play around like with kids on the schoolyard, but she has no interest in playing organized sports at all.
All right, is this your actual Cavs tease? Is this the one to do? All right. There it is, chopping it up with Ralph in Michigan, playing a sport, golfing, as the athlete that he tells you he is. Commercial free in the Expressway, Hump Day edition with Sean and Bobby. Nice Jaden Daniels start to the Nats series. And we have Diamond Cavs to celebrate it. And more good news with a Jacob deGrom return tomorrow. Diamond Cavs on the home of your favorite baseball team after this. And this...
studios. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Freeman swings hot shot to third off of House's glove. He recovers but has no play. Smoke towards third. A backhanded attempt on a short hop by House. It carved off his leather to the back of the infield where he went and retrieved it but didn't have anywhere to go with it. So another run comes home for the Rangers, and they lead 5-0.
You're an idiot and you don't know baseball.
Ranger fans, you're not dreaming.
How can you not be romantic about baseball?
How can you not be romantic about first pitch extra innings? More on that in just a second. First, the Rangers do get the victory. 5-0. They get the Jaden Daniels spot on the Washington Nationals. They pick up a victory. Cal Quantrill with a pretty sterling performance outside of the opening double to C.J. Abrams. But the Rangers win this one 5-0 behind a Justin Foscue home run and a couple hits from Wyatt Langford and Corey Seager.
Abrams had a couple hits, and he is not thrilled about his defensive move. He's one of the young stars in the game, two-time All-Star. They're moving him, though, from shortstop to second base, and his agent from Rock Nation said, yeah, he's not thrilled about it, but he is a pro. He leads the majors, though, with 19 errors. Just 3 shy of his career high from 2023 and 2025. His fielding percentage is his worst since his rookie season, when he also played second base and outfield for the Padres. But he and his agent are like, yo, man, we're young. We got time to grow into this. We don't want to sit there. It doesn't mean we need to go ahead and move positions instantly, but he's making the move anyway.
Yeah, I always love the complaining about it and then saying, but I'm a pro. Like, I'm going to handle things like a pro. And it's like, you just complained about it, and it's a story now. Like, that used to...
I don't have any problem with him saying, I don't like it, but I'll do it.
No, I know, but like the agent speaking on, he's going to be a pro about it, but he's not. Like, I remember Brandon Whedon did this when he got subbed out for Matt Castle. He did like 15 minutes ranting and raving about it. He goes, but I'm a pro. You know, it's like, dude, you're like really like causing a scene right now. But this is C.J. Abrams, who Choppy said he would trade Walcott. He'd trade everything for Abrams to get here. And he's a really good player, but this is a little reminiscent to me, and I should be careful not to upset some of the stands that are out there about this. It's a little similar to the way things used to get handled with Michael Young.
What's a stan?
Stan, like the Eminem song "Stan," like just an aggressive homer fan who's just, they can do no wrong. Michael Young played second base, then he moved to shortstop, then he moved to third, then he moved to first base. It was definitely 3 off seasons in a row that he requested to get traded and was kind of bitter and upset about things. And it was always funny to me at the end of the year, people would just be like, man, Michael Young handled that just like with such class. I was like, he tried to get out of here. What are y'all talking about? Yeah. Like, he has to get traded a bunch. And usually it was because, hey, your defense wasn't awesome there last year. We got to move you. And so I get being upset with it, but also it's like, just, you can be upset without that. Also try to like tell people like you're such a pro and a big team player about it. But the Rangers do get the victory behind their staff ace, Cal Quantrill. Are you comfortable with that at this point, that is your best pitcher?
No, I'm not comfortable with that.
I can tell you weren't when I said it this morning. I was like, that's the best pitcher on this team. But he is. He's allowed 3 earned runs over his last 5 appearances total. He's been money.
DeGrom, though, could return tomorrow. Looks like they dodged a bullet with the right tricep fatigue. Some people were thinking that's it. That's the end of his season. That's the end of his Ranger career. That's the end of the Ranger season. But they were thinking about it today. But no, we're going to see about tomorrow for Jacob DeGrom on the mound against the Nats. Checked out okay after a bullpen session and lasting 2 innings in the last start against the Angels.
By the way, on the topic of, and that's good news about DeGrom, because not only did I think his season was over, I thought probably his Rangers career was done.
And he's got a chance now to match the 30 starts he made last year. If you told me before last season Jacob DeGrom would have back-to-back 30-start seasons, I'd say you're insane.
No chance. No chance. There was 0 chance of that. You signed up to this eyes wide open and just go, well, hopefully he's healthy for the part we need him healthy. Like, that was the entire idea of Jacob DeGrom.
And the Astros lost, and Seattle lost 22-0 to Milwaukee. I really kind of wish Brett Boone was on today at 9 to laugh at him and make fun of him. But the Astros lose So you're one game back, and you now have third place in the wild card back a half a game up on 6 other people.
So we mentioned just a second ago, kind of jokingly, but pretty serious over the last month, that Cal Quantrill's your staff ace now. Over his last 5 appearances, this is 24 and a third innings. His ERA is 1.11, and his WHIP is .78, which the WHIP, for those of you that don't know, it's walks and hits per inning pitch. Basically, he's allowing less than a base runner per inning, and he's allowing a little over a run every 9 innings. So he's been really, really good for them over the last few weeks and gave them another great start last night. 7 innings pitched, 4 hits, no walks, 5 strikeouts. Good appearance from Cal Quantrill. All right. In just a couple weeks, there was a chance that you were going to see one of us here on the morning show out on the hill throwing out the first pitch on August 31st. It did not happen that way. Well, it still could happen. I don't think that Hagee's serious and that he's going to give Choppy a chance. I think he is probably going to just ultimately break and give it to Corey.
For the love of God, do your effing job.
So Kevin Hagelin somehow wins the station drawing.
That he's drawing.
He was pulling the names out?
Yes.
I thought Tim was.
No, Tim was had the names in there, was holding it. Hagee was drawing it, and he's the last name.
That's right. After his rant, his little tantrum the other day.
Yeah, exactly.
And he ends up winning it. Well, now he says he's going to have Corey and Choppy arm wrestle for it.
Yeah, he said that to him, it's just great content. He think it'd be good to have them fight for this because they both really want it. But surprisingly enough, there were a couple of other people who really wanted this. I was stunned these two wanted it. Gavin Dawson really wanted to do it.
Did he?
Yeah. Eric Chiafalo really wanted to do it.
Why were you surprised Eric wanted to?
Because of his back. I wouldn't think he'd want to throw a pitch and wrench his...
a pitch.
But I would think he would be I don't want to be on a mound and wrenching my back. That would be awful. Or if he's got a bad back day, throwing it might be ugh. I would just think he'd want to avoid it. And at first he wasn't interested in it, and then he thought, Dawson just said something about, well, imagine your girls get to go out there and they just see Dad on the mound, and then Eric was like, oh, that is kind of cool. I think I do want to do it. They were the first 2 names pulled out of the hat yesterday. And even with none of us being present, and even with we're not the ones pulling out the names, all the other shows were there. We weren't.
You weren't there?
I was on the YouTube.
He was watching. He just wasn't in the segment.
Oh.
With all of that, we still somehow were getting blamed when after Gavin Dawson's name was picked, the second name pulled out was Eric Chiafalo.
Eric Chiafalo.
Oh. Why is our show dropping like flies?
It's ridiculous. Eliminating y'all's show as quickly as we possibly can here.
This feels kind of controversial, does it not, the way this is playing out?
Station.
Oh, man.
So I haven't seen Chief this excited in weeks.
I guarantee I have something to do with this. I hate those SOBs on that afternoon show, especially Broadus.
Yeah. Sean's worried about the ratings that might result in.
If one of us could throw out the first pitch, we might have a bonanza. Think about that.
Oh, he's already trying to figure out how to get on TV twice, get the replay done so they play it later in the show. Yeah, for sure.
Smart.
Oh, Sean.
Oh, Sean.
You know what? I'll take it. If I got to get made fun of for caring the most up here and having the highest rated show, I listen to Chiafalo's little crybaby story.
Do we have the highest rated show?
I thought we did.
Oh, wait, that's right. I saw that graphic this morning.
Oh, stop. As Jesse Holly...
Shout out to you, Oleg.
As Jesse Holly once told me, he's like, Last Dance. That's what he said to me. He's like, just watch The Last Dance and if I got to get blamed, if I got to get made fun of for operating the way we do, I'll take it.
I mean, think about it. That's that's supposed to be the cliche answer that's not true about anybody when you go into an interview. Is what would you say your greatest weakness is? Oh, I care too much. They're literally saying on the air caring too much. But you heard Corey sneaking in some disses there along the way.
Yeah.
He goes, y'all are one of the least toxic shows here at the station.
Yeah.
It's well, that's clearly a shot at how they always say we're toxic in the morning.
Right.
And then as he goes along a little bit, he has to go he's already trying to get on TV twice.
And I was admitting that I was hoping that the arm wrestling would be in our crosstalk for our ratings.
Yeah.
Our
it should
YouTube
be.
numbers.
It really should be in our crosstalk.
Kevin won it. He should get to decide.
But where else? It would be Corey and Choppy.
Yeah.
It makes the most sense to do it when they're together on the air.
Choppy could do it in their first segment.
Oh, you think I'm sticking around? No. I got to get an 18 holes.
You want a chance to throw out the first pitch? I wonder if Choppy would just straight up man up if he had no fear of facing Corey in the arm wrestling. I think Corey would win.
Do you think he would?
Because of Corey's height, and he's been working out. He would break out the.
When he has Tank Top Tuesday, he does have he's got
a great
some
tan,
guns, man.
Why did he cancel it? Did anyone figure out why it got canceled again?
I don't remember.
Okay.
He said he just signed. He had given some kind of throwaway explanation, but he didn't actually tell us why he canceled. I guess it's just Skip Schumacher had disappointed him on the thing there, which maybe Skip's driving into the ballpark right now. We let him skip. We wouldn't have canceled ours. Sean and RJ. That's Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan, 6 to 10 a.m. Thanks for the follow on Twitter, Skip. Appreciate you. But there it is. You've got Choppy and Corey that are apparently going to arm wrestle for it. Also, you had I think you were in the group text yesterday when Zach Wolchuk's just benevolent leader, hey, I got some sweet tickets for that day too, guys.
How was Zach handing it out?
14 tickets, man.
How was he handing out the sweet tickets?
Because he's got the connect, man.
He's like, send me your email, I got you.
Yeah, I got everybody. Give me your emails. I'll have to give you the parking if you want it and some tickets.
We should shout out the suite that it is. Actually,
it's Bailey and Galleon,
okay.
and so they had us over there once when we went over and saw the game last time. We went in there, said hey to them.
They had the nice suite.
They're dead. They're right behind home plate or whatever. It's really really nice, and they're Tolos over there. They're great people. But it was Zach jumping in there and trying to be do you peasants want some bread? And just trying to toss it. So I did have to say when he said, what's your email?
Yeah, and you're the first one to line up and get in on it.
Yeah, of course.
So what's up making fun of him?
Hell yeah, I want some bread. But I did go in there and I had to give my email as Sammy's guy at earthlink.net, which Sammy is, of course, Sam Wolchuk, because I can hit up Zach's sister whenever I want.
Dang.
I got you, Sammy.
Creep.
All right. I am in praise of Alex Rodriguez. I love this, actually. A-Rod was on with Michael Kay, and they were talking, and Michael Kay had been complaining about the LA Dodgers, which Michael Kay complaining about anything ever is rich to me, because it's like, dude, no standing. Just call your baseball games, do your crappy show where you scream at your listeners for 2 hours or whatever, and then just be done with it. So A-Rod went on the Michael Kay show and had been talking about where the Yankees were at and how things were going with them, and how the rich got richer at the trade deadline, and Kay was kind of shrugging at that. And Alex Rodriguez said, I think it's great. He said, you and I would both be hypocrites if we said it's not good when we saw what happened in the 90s here in New York, what happened in 2009 when Hal Steinbrenner flexed his financial resources to go out and get CC Sabathia, Mark Teixeira, and AJ Burnett. And the year before that, we had Johnny Damon. And so I love the call out here. And for a guy who throughout his entire career was treated as though he had no self-awareness in Alex Rodriguez, it's nice that in a moment right there, he has enough self-awareness to go, I can't criticize the Dodgers. That's my career, dude. My career and my championship I got is because of the way the Dodgers do baseball. And Michael Kay, you can't criticize it because that's your career too. So I liked the self-awareness there from A-Rod.
When the Dodgers went through the losing streak, as soon as they got Scooble, I was like, all right, the Dodgers, this is good for baseball. This creates a unified front of everyone paying attention to one thing and hating one thing. I would not have felt that way if they'd ripped off 13 in a row and they walked to a title, but in one of the greatest World Series of all time and the greatest recent one that I can remember, I mean, they very easily could have lost last year with another super team.
And how locked in was everybody? Normally, you don't care about the Blue Jays. Nobody does.
Right.
The Blue Jays here in North Texas were one of the most hated teams in baseball for a long time because of the whole Bautista thing, and yet you had everybody rallying behind the Blue Jays last year. There is a benefit in terms of national interest when you have a top dog like that.
Diamond Cavs on your home of the Texas Rangers. Here with Sean and Bobby. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. Game 2 tonight with Rocker on the mound. 6:30 pre, 7 o'clock first pitch. Are the Lakers sending Luka back home? They keep screwing around in Los Angeles. The theory and the hope getting a little bit stronger next on 105.3 The Fan. But
The personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Below the belt for your football fix at 8:40. This is Sean and Bobby. Corey Majors stopping in the commercial break to say hello on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan, the Hump Day edition.
Hump Day.
As Nick Eatman will join us from Oxnard to recap the Cowboys Saints brawling, and we'll crosstalk at 9:40. Here we are, though. I usually get my hopes up after Jerry Jones teases big moves and trades only to be crushed, and I feel like a lot of the Metroplex is sharing the sentiment of Bobby Belt, who took a step closer emotionally and mentally to a Luka reunion yesterday.
Yeah, look, this is something where everybody was just destroyed when Luka was traded. The whole city melted down, was super upset about it. And over time, people have tried to rationalize, well, maybe he could come back. Maybe it would happen. It's like, there's no chance. It's such a definitive thing that happened. You can't really repair that. It's not going to work. Then slowly over time, I feel like we've got a little nugget here, a little nugget there of just speculation for people who are like, well, he'll be a free agent. Who knows if he'll stay with the Lakers? And it's like, well, maybe one day at the end of his career, he would sign back with the Mavericks. And that's like a thought of just, well, I don't know. I mean, if the Lakers keep screwing things up, Cooper Flagg's here. And if they've gotten rid of Nico, maybe that would all work.
Yeah.
And
push everyone out. Jason Kidd, gone too. Maybe he's annoyed with LeBron.
For the most part, it's been all fans talking like this. Increasingly, now we're getting analysts. Sam Quinn over at CBS had been asked, I wonder if Luka might force a trade or something to go back to Dallas after the latest news that another changeover. They had the small sale of the Lakers the other day, and now all of a sudden it's the Buss family's giving up all the entire shares they had left as Jeannie Buss got pushed out. And Sam Quinn said, Luka's a free agent in 2028, which means the Lakers will approach him for an extension in 27. We'll see what he does. Dallas is by far the better basketball situation. Cooper Flagg is more valuable than the entire Lakers roster combined. This drama doesn't help the Lakers' case. And then you go over to Yahoo Sports.
Drama, I can't keep track of this ownership thing. We know that Mark Walter, Dodgers owner, bought and sold quickly. Accusations of federal investigations. Now you have new ownership within 2 years. And now you have Jeannie Buss and her brothers all fighting over whether they're selling the remaining stakes or not.
Yeah, Jeannie had apparently... The way it was written in some of these stories looked like Jeannie had pushed the family members out and had kind of gotten control Nico style, and that now Jeannie's ultimately losing her power to the larger ownership push. And so the Buss family may be cut out completely, which Jerry Buss rolling over in his grave if that happens, because this was his pride and joy, was the Lakers.
Yeah.
But Ben Rohrbach,
Stevens selling the Cowboys.
Yeah, same thing. Ben Rohrbach over at Yahoo had an article up yesterday that said Lakers are seemingly doing all the right things ... to test Luka Doncic's patience. And it says, if you're Luka Doncic, the business of basketball is quite a thing. He talks about all the different things that he's gone through and the shifts he's had going back to the Lakers and everything else. And then he says that life is good, except for the most part, continuity wins in the NBA. Continuity in the ownership suite, across the front office, and on the roster. Look across the league and you'll find the most successful teams have some level of continuity throughout their organization. And he said his shocking arrival to L.A., a deal made undercover in the night, reopened a title window for L.A. that had closed as LeBron and Anthony Davis aged out of their primes. But in this NBA, a player cannot win on his own. Your team cannot waste $1 under the new CBA, which acts as a salary cap with a second apron. It has to be deep and balanced. In order to be both, it must be a well-run organization. And they talk about all the toxicity that the Lakers have had and all the issues that they've encountered with Rob Pelinka having tension with LeBron and with players, and the issues with the ownership group and the problem getting the roster filled out the way they went. You remember there's the Dave McMenamin article that said LeBron just stormed out of the locker and walked down the street. He was so frustrated with the organization. And he said that the question about, we see all this drama with the Lakers, there's going to become a question for Luka of, do I want to be here? Like, is this really the place where I want to make my bed? And he said if he really doesn't like where the roster is headed and the Lakers have little flexibility to make significant changes to the rotation, what's stopping him for once after all this turmoil from exercising his power and leaving for whichever well-run organization he so chooses? And that's where I say, enter the well-run Dallas Mavericks and Masai Ujiri.
We really have to move on.
Dusty May and Cooper Flagg. I'm starting to feel it. I'm starting to feel a legitimate possibility that 2028, the return of Luka Doncic.
And this would be Patrick Dumont's white whale. We're not going to get too much into it and build up the hopes too much, but this is only the really true way. Never going to win everyone back who hates Mavs ownership and Dumont for signing off on it, but this is clear and a way, besides multiple championships with Flagg, but this is the number one way to win back the Metroplex.
Before the Luka returned to Dallas, I remember the game I most in my lifetime have wanted to watch, of just the theater of that person going in there, was LeBron's first return to Cleveland. Like, I remember just being fascinated by the idea of how the crowd was going to receive him, how he was going to handle it, was it going to crumble? And he played great that night. They whooped up on the Cavs. But from that point, if I would have said 3.5 years later he's back in Cleveland, no one would have thought that at that time.
No.
It was an impossibility.
Yeah.
And it shows that everything can be repaired. You can always go home. Luka still clearly has a love and affinity for Dallas. Like, this place means something to him.
Brand new house he didn't get to sleep in.
He talks about it all the time. Whenever it comes up about Dallas, he says, yeah, I love it. It's my home. It was basically his American home. It's where he grew up as an American resident. And so, I don't know. I'm starting to feel it. I know that we don't want to get too optimistic, but this is a better chance than, I think, the Jerry Bates sometimes.
I don't think this is strong enough to be a nominee for Worst Take on Friday at 9 o'clock, but I thought about it. NBA opening schedule came out, and of course you're going to have the Sixers with LeBron and the Knicks and your defending champions. Well, someone feels disrespected, and this is delusional. And I like this guy's personality. He feels disrespected that he's not on the opening slate because of his status in the league. Listen to Tyrese Halliburton on the Numbers on the Board pod.
Name any other person that you compare to my level of a basketball player, wherever you have me ranked. If they tore their Achilles and missed 16 months, do you think that game would be on national television? Yeah, you probably think so?
Sure. Yeah.
Do you think that game would be at home, if not on national television?
For sure.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah. Do you think that game would be at New Orleans?
Wait, what? Oh, your first game? Oh, that's crazy.
Oh, that's crazy.
That's crazy.
When I saw schedule, I was like, oh, wow. Not shout Trey Murphy, love my boy Trey. Love New Orleans, but I was shocked to see that. But we move on.
The group of enablers and ass kissers surrounding him is like the Pat McAfee album reviewers. This is why Barkley and Jordan stopped their best friendship for decades, because no one in that room can say or would say, bro, no one cares. You're not even the biggest basketball star in the damn state. Tyrese Halliburton offended that the Pacers are not there on opening night, and then offended that they're not starting at home for his return from the injury. Delusional. Delusional.
I'm only going to partially defend him here. He's delusional to think he should be some sort of nationally televised return. Although I do think we forget just...
People have called him, they called him during the year they made it, the most overrated player in the league.
They also, you remember, called him the most clutch player in the league. That dude was hitting ridiculous shots in big crunch time. Like, I can't remember that he was...
Indiana Pacers.
What was he? He was like... the run was ridiculous that year, where he was like 14 of 17 on go-ahead shots in the final minute. It was some ridiculous number we'd never seen before. So he was big crunch time, big clutch player. He's not anybody you got to put up on national TV for his return. I will say, if you're going to play New Orleans at home and road during this year, just put the game in Indiana. Let him have his, return to Indiana, I think is fair to say let him open at home if that's his return.
Who cares? They're the Pacers. No one cares.
But it's the Pelicans, too.
No one cares.
Why not just flip the game to Indiana? The Indiana fans care.
He'll get a home opening. They're going to have a home opener.
But you want the return to the court to be at home. I do understand that.
So there's Tyrese Halliburton complaining that he's not on the opening night of slates. Tyrese Halliburton, who may not even be able to dunk, saying, "Where am I?"
Even Ava can dunk.
As a must-see NBA player. All right, tomorrow night, it's the only game my father-in-law has cared about. It is a rematch of the thriller from Friday between Caitlin Clark's Indiana Fever and the Dallas Wings. The epic battle that happened with the Fever winning 98-87. Both Paige... Is this the epic build-up music I asked for?
I didn't know what the name of that song was, so I just looked up epic
I said,
build-up.
dun, 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 dun.
I don't know that song.
Dun, 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 dun.
Oh.
What is it, Bob? Turn this up.
Crap.
What is this, Enya?
It does sound, this does sound like Orinoco Flow.
I said, give me good hype build-up music. Even if it wasn't the song, that we gotta come up with something better than this.
This is like the dramatic moment where somebody's like, I can do this. Okay. Yeah.
Paige scored 29. Caitlin scored 29. And tomorrow night, they are having the rematch here in the Metroplex. And Sophie Cunningham... she decided to party recently, locally. And of course, as Pat McAfee knows, there's some type of connotation. RJ Choppy would be in heaven right now because Sophie got up at a country bar here in DFW and decided to represent. So that was her on top of the bar. What was the bar, Pepe? I put it in the audio, I thought.
I was just trying to look for that. She is attractive. She's number 7 on the list that I made of the top 10 most attractive players, Sean.
She got up on the bar here in DFW and decided to sing. So maybe once we get the name of the bar, Sophie will reappear when the Fever play the Wings tomorrow.
All right, did you get tickets for the Thrilla of Vanilla?
I did not get them.
Clayton's Country Bar.
Never heard of this place.
Thank you. I got 2 tickets I wanted to look at, but I didn't know who my father-in-law would go with.
Oh, that was in Indianapolis.
Oh, it was?
Yeah, because they were playing the game there the other day.
Oh, man.
It's Dallas here.
My bad. I'm sorry. Maybe she'll find a local country one here. But she went viral for singing in the bar. It was in Indianapolis?
Yeah. She looks good.
I didn't know who my father-in-law would go with, but I did get him a Caitlin Clark t-shirt, and that's like his favorite present. I'm like, you're going to wear this around in public? And he's like, yeah, only for special occasions. And he has held to it.
Why wouldn't he cheer for Paige instead?
He loves Caitlin.
She's better.
He roots for Caitlin because he thinks everyone's out to get her. So he's rooting for, he's rooting for the person that's facing all the hate and all the obstacles.
I would say half of everyone are out to get her generally. Like roughly like half of the fandom of the people who pay attention are out to get her. And then there's the other half is like aggressively pumping her up in the other direction. Like there's just no middle ground. It's either she's the greatest person to ever step foot on a basketball court or she's trash and she doesn't know what she's doing, which is where I fall in.
I saw two pretty good seats for like $260 a piece. Lower level.
$2.60. I'm not paying that.
$2.30 now a piece.
Oh, $2.30. I might pay that.
Row 113, row N, and I was like, man, I need to get off of the show Friday, but Choppy's not here. I would have gone with him, but I was thinking about it for my father-in-law. But sorry, Rudy.
You could send Pepe out to the firehouse on Friday.
I would.
Oh, yeah, Cleburne?
Yeah. I think. What would that drive be for Peyton? If mine's
he'd have to take a puddle jumper.
If mine's an hour and a half.
Yeah. He's going to take a Cessna.
I had a Tolo. I think Jerome said, I got a hotel room for you on Friday. And I was like, for what? And he's like, you're going to Cleburne, bro. And I was like, What? And then Bobby was talking to me about the times this morning as Spittle did send the giveaway.
Yeah, it's the pickleball paddles. And I've already had 3 different listeners in the last week reach out and be like, hey, y'all are in Cleburne, right? So, there's Cleburne presents. So Friday, if you're around Cleburne, you can come out, see us, say hey.
That'll be Friday with the Firehouse Tour with myself and Roberto. All you have to do to make it to the NFL, if you want to go ahead and be in that league, you better be a Texan. That's next in Below the Belt on 105.3 The Fan.
World 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
The great Bobby Belt.
Shotty and Bobby just talking ball.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me take out my belt.
We're not.
Over to you, Bobby.
It just means more here. Let's talk about it here in the Below the Belt, which is sponsored by Window Nation and D&M Leasing. You know, we often say that about high school football. It just means more here. Like the SEC means more there with the football. High school football just means more in the state of Texas. Before we get into that, I do want to shout out the 682, who is very sad, very upset that we talked about Sophie Cunningham being on a bar top dancing in her little outfit while she's blowing kisses to the crowd or whatever. 682, you're doing this just to disrespect women. Gonna wait till Bobby's daughters turn 18 so I can rank the hottest fan host's daughters. I would anticipate his daughters would be 11 to 12. So 682 thinks it's the same thing.
Is this what you're apologizing for?
Yeah.
Okay.
682, which 682-712. You guys can guess the last four if you like. 682 thinks it's the same thing to say Sophie Cunningham, who's 29 years old and is dancing on a bar top in a crop top, is the same as saying that, I can't wait to rank 11-year-olds and how hot they are.
Yeah.
You're a psycho, 682, and I would put you on a government watch list. And I should just tweet out your whole number is what I should do right now. And he goes, you say exactly what I said. I said when they turned 18, D-head. It's like, yeah, I know exactly what you said, you moron.
Good-looking girl.
Government watch list. Yeah, that's you're qualified to go run for the school board in Tennessee. So 682, if you know the last four digits of that number, he's a pervert, I guess, is what we're finding out. He's attracted to little children. So that is that's the fan text this morning. And if you guys have any thoughts, just let me know. All right. There's a new study out from USA Today about high school football. You talked about the expanse, you talked about earlier your own experience with Ollie and the soccer right now, that you're feeling a little like, okay, I don't know if I want to be out here practicing in 105-degree weather.
And I don't want to be out there either.
Yeah, it's not enjoyable. At least when you're running around, you're maybe a little distracted. You're probably overheating more, but you're distracted. You're focused on whatever the task is. And you said, maybe there's just a different breed. They're able to handle it more out here.
Yeah.
Maybe that's the reason why Texas football continues to expand. So I remember I think it was 2010, we started to see the concussion movie came out. Obama had said something at one point about how he's not sure if he had a son if he'd let him play football. And it started really generating this discussion of, is football something that children should play? Is it just too dangerous for kids to play football? Choppy has talked about before, he doesn't know how comfortable he is with his kids keeping playing football. He doesn't want them getting their bell rung too much. It's clearly got its risks associated with it. So I was interested to see how much has, with those conversations going on, football potentially declined. When USA Today wrote this story about where high school participation in football stands right now compared to 2008 when they last studied this. So the first study they had on this was 2008, and this is they took data from 2024, so this is about a year and a half old data, where they took 2024 data, started sorting all of it, going through high school participation. There are only 2 states in the entire country where high school football participation has declined, and it's Michigan and it's Illinois.
Wow.
Other than those 2 states, it's up. In fact, in 2024, there were 1,029,558 high school football players across 14,269 schools in all 50 states. Texas had the most players in 2024 with 174,126. That was nearly double who was number 2 on the list in California. They had 91,000. So Texas is the only one clearing 100,000, and they're clearing it easily. Ohio ranked 3rd with almost 40,000, and Mississippi was a surprise 4th with a growth of 11,416 since 2008. Mississippi is interesting because I remember I talked to a coach at Middle Tennessee years ago who said, we're Middle Tennessee State. We don't have the same resources, the same reach, the same gravitas that other schools do when they go in there. So he said, we got to find other areas where we can be competitive. And so he said, our competitive advantage is we make sure we go into Mississippi and we put in work. He said, because Mississippi is a state where they don't get a lot of attention. They're the poorest state in the country. They don't get a lot of the same sort of attention, but he's like, but they play football down there. Like, they are good football players who are a little raw, but they love the sport. There's a lot of really good players down there, and you can actually clean up
all
down
their
there.
money.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is, and that's why they don't have the budget, I guess, to get the sort of promotion that other places do. But national participation fell by 32,000 players from 2018 to 2021 after COVID and everything, but it rebounded and cleared back over the number by 2024. The most growth period over this 18-year period was in the state of Texas, where they added 32,000 players just in the 16 years between this. So football is thriving, it's alive and well, and it's healthy. And this is why they always say it genuinely means different around here. That's why Friday Night Lights gets the coverage it does and everything else, is because Texas is the big focus. Do you think you're going to...
No.
You're not. Probably not. You're out on it?
It's not going to happen.
Because Amanda's not going to let you, or you think you're changing your mind on it?
Amanda leading the way, but I also... my dad put a fear in... We're over paranoid injury parents, and it's just I wouldn't be able to live. It'd be hard to live with myself for saying, even if he's taught properly, the freak accidents that can happen, like when you see a kid drop dead from heat exhaustion or have the concussion or die from a hit. I know it's very rare, and I know it's a one in such and such, and people say it could happen in a car accident. I just don't think I could continue if that happened to him. You know, with the guilt and obviously the devastation. And then I know the concussions have gone away is the big fear, and it's more beneficial. I know this is going to sound like a weird, sick statement. It is more beneficial for football numbers and participation for this dementia story, or not dementia, but...
No, with the concussion stuff and everything's relating to ALS and other neurological diseases that come from it.
For that to be a bigger story and worry than concussions is more beneficial for youth football participation, because I think that's kind of like out of mind further down the road. Whereas the concussion thing is like, oh my gosh, right now, like something going to happen to them, versus you see Chris Johnson after the playing career, or Roger Craig up there at the Hall of Fame.
Super Bowl.
Now they're dealing with it.
Super Bowl can be tough. Like when we're out there, you see guys in their Hall of Fame jackets and stuff.
Watching them walk around.
It's like you really see they sacrificed a lot in their life to play the game, and a lot of times they probably didn't even know what was waiting for them on the other side. But there's a lot of people who did know the risk, do know the risk, and still love it and want to participate in it. But it can be really difficult when you see some of those older players at
Frankie,
Super Bowl.
let your boy play. Stop being a little. I think that's a pussy cat. We are in Texas.
Yeah.
So there you go. I know you have that type of rah-rah machismo. I get it. It's all over the fan text. But man, I can't be that story or headline. Fortunately, I don't believe my son is trying to run around, knock heads with people. He's a little bit more like his mama.
Boy, getting that bell rung, that was it for Kristen. When Jacob got the concussion.
And it's going to happen to everyone.
Yeah. And when Jacob got, now, I don't know if you know this, soccer is the number one concussion sport in the world.
Yeah. I hear that. I don't really. I don't buy it, even though I know that the stats are there.
Well, I can get why it would be. It's because in general, like when you go up for headers or whatever, I imagine full speed guys clunking their heads together, like going for a ball.
But like these headers in high school on the youth level, they're not going up a mile high into the air,
No,
to where it's like, oh my God, I'd be scared to get under that because that's gonna ring my bell. I'd be much more worried.
They fake that like all the other injuries. They fake their concussions too. All right, NFL Top 100 continues to go on as they painfully drip out each name each day.
What number are we on now?
We have finally gotten up to, we're almost to the top 15. So the last number that was released, we're inside the top 20. Yesterday, we got players 18 and 17. 18, Patrick Mahomes, dropping out of the top 5, I believe, for the first time in his career. 17, Jonathan Taylor. 19 was Justin Jefferson. 20 was James Cook. It's 21 that's going to get nominated for worst take.
Flournoy.
Oh, my gosh. Nope, Flournoy would have been better here. RJ Choppy predicted something this offseason that did not come to be, where he's like, watch the Jeremy Fowler list. Sam Darnold's going to be like number 3. It's like, no, he's not. Stop it. And he wasn't. That was incorrect. Maybe he's going to claim he meant the NFL Players Top 100, where Sam Darnold comes in as the 21st ranked player in all of football, ahead of Joe Burrow, Dak Prescott, Jared Goff, Justin Herbert, pretty much everybody else. This is...
Yeah, move on.
This is ridiculous from the players. But Sam Darnold gets the big old boost. And they've got to be, I wonder if they tell the players, this is for next year. This is just for grade how they performed this year. Because it just seems this list right here is just how did you perform last year and who were the best players of 2025, not who are the best in 2026. But Sam Darnold gets a big boost on that front. And he was not good in the second half of last year. He had, because you remember early on, everybody talked about him being the MVP candidate the first, 6 weeks of the season when they were like, he's unstoppable right here. He finished the year with 25 touchdowns and 14 picks. And that means he had to have, I got to look at that. I bet in the second half of the season, he was something along the lines of pretty close to 1-for-1 touchdown to interception. He would have had to have been.
So his completion percentage dropped 5 points in the second half. His average went from 9.6 a pass to 7.5. He threw 16 touchdowns in the first half, 9 in the second half. He threw 5 picks in the first half of the season. He threw 9. So in the second half of the season, he went 9 touchdowns and 9 interceptions. The QB rating went from 116 to 85.
His average game in the second half of the season there, that last 9 games, where they went 8-1.
And he didn't have a great Super Bowl.
19 for 29, 218 yards, 1 touchdown, 1 pick. That was his numbers in the second half of the regular season. That can't be the 21st player in football. That just again shows a lot of these guys.
Those are the players.
They don't follow it, and that's fine. I wouldn't want them to. I'd want them to be focused on whoever their opponent is.
Where the criteria is really confusing.
He did have a better playoff run. Super Bowl wasn't great, but the playoff run in 3 games, he had 5 touchdowns, no picks. But he was only completing barely 60% of his passes. But Sam Darnold, 21st best player in football, apparently.
Nick Eatman recaps the Royal Rumble yesterday between the Cowboys and the Saints in Oxnard. Nicholas will join us at 9:20. But what did DeMarcus Ware tell Von Miller about playing for America's team? That's next. Final hour, Hump Day edition, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour, fist pump time on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Alec Medford getting it in the hallway. Aiden Butler, he's Bobby Belt, Cowboys insider. Sean Trafe along with Peyton Phillip Russell. This is the Hump Day edition of Sean and RJ with Choppy golfing in Michigan for the rest of the week. We'll have the Cleburne Firehouse Tour on Friday with the new pickleball fan paddles for you to stop by and get. Nick Eatman will join us from California to recap the Cowboys-Saints brawl with 8 different fights. But yesterday, before the scrimmage, which it sounds like the offense kind of had more of the highlights in the day, Louis Riddick, I guess, on ESPN went off on the Cowboys and the Saints fighting each other. We'll have that audio coming up. But Bobby and I both super impressed with Von Miller at the podium talking about joining the Cowboys. And let's start off with 10 here, Pepe. This is how Von, who still thinks he can roll out of bed, get the sacks, this is how Von goes about helping his teammates.
I mean, it's all different. It's all different, and I feel like the things that I've learned over time is, how to build great teams. That goes against, that goes with, my want to be, a GM or front office personnel, team president. It's things that go into building great teams. And for me, that's all I want to do. I just want to help everybody around me be the best possible coach, player, athletic trainer possible.
Yeah, I did not know that he had the front office aspirations, but he said that's part of his love for the sport. He could certainly do media. I think he's got the podcast, but charismatic, all the personality, wants to wear number 40. See if he can work out a deal with Hunter Lipke. But he said his Inside Out, he brought up the movie. I think he's a big fan of the animated movies. He goes, that movie Inside Out, that core memory. And he talked about his dad screaming in the back room as a Cowboy fan. First time the full family united rooting for a team that he's playing for.
Man, it's he's interesting because he's somebody who I think had developed a reputation around the league, obviously, as initially early on was just he was the super freak in terms of he was so explosive and he played with so much power, and how were you supposed to block him? He could bend around the edge. He became he was a really good run defender. He was a really solid technician, and he was somebody who I think has cultivated more and more of that knowledge and more of that base to be able to win into your later years. And we've seen this from edge rushers before. Edge rushers can still succeed after 35 as long as they paid attention and did the work during their careers. And that's clearly what he's done. And I know one of the big things that we talk about how he's going to impact Donovan Ezeraku or Malachi Lawrence. One of the big things that somebody told me was they're he's going to be big for the tackles is who he's going to be big for, because he is very big on sharing the industry secrets with the young tackles and telling them, guys, look, this is how you block this up. This is how you handle this. And so he's hopefully going to be big, not just for the defensive side of the ball, but also some of that instability we've seen at tackle.
Pulling a reverse D. Ware, right, where D. Ware had the prime of his career here, ended up in Denver, Vaughn, Denver, other places, and going to make this a final stop. Did DeMarcus Ware, your former mentor, give you any advice playing for this team?
I've been knowing DeMarcus for a very long time. And even when he came to Denver, we talked a lot about the Cowboys and his time there, and some of the teammates that he had, and some of the teams that he's been on, and some of the coaches that he's had, whether it was the ownership here or how they do things as Cowboys. We always talked about the Cowboys. It was, I was in Denver, I never expected to leave. But he told me about the Cowboys. I'm very familiar with how things go, whether that's with D. Ware or just living in Dallas, my whole entire life.
So very entertaining press conference, I thought. Bobby agrees, and let's see if we can sign him up for the weekly show. Get his chicken brand here on the radio.
Yeah, now that's my biggest problem from yesterday. Hunter Lipke needs to give up the number.
Vaughn was wearing the 40 defensively at practice.
Von Miller needs to pay for it, not barter with chicken sponsorship is how I look at it. Like when I heard yesterday, I was like, oh, he's made an offer for the number. I think, what do you get? You can offer like 20,000. What are you gonna do? And then it's like, I made an offer with my Raising Cane's partnership. It's like, no, I don't want a deal on chicken. Give me some money, man.
Hey, free chicken the rest of your life can work out for you. It depends how much you love chicken. Go and order 10 wings.
Cane's is good. Like, I love Cane's.
Well, no, I'm not. Forget Cane's. I'm talking about the company he's got. I think he is shipping. He's not giving him.
Is that what he was? I thought he was doing with his partnership with Cane's, like working something out.
Yourself a brisket sando yet, Rowdy?
I don't know. I would assume it's the company where he's raising the chickens, and you're never going to the store again. We should do math on this. Let's say you get 1 pack of chicken breast a week. Now, that's not the most expensive thing, but how much are 10? Do you know how much 10 wings are nowadays?
I know they're ridiculous. They're not anywhere close to what they used to be.
It's like $2 a wing. $2 a wing nowadays. So you get free chicken for the rest of your life. You got to send me, Vaughn, a pack of chicken breasts and chicken thighs every single week until I am 90 years old. That's the deal that I would lay down. How would that math work out? Let me go to Wild Fork.
Yeah, hold on. Let's figure this out. Now, because he's saying it, you're right, it is his pasture farm. He's saying it's a lifetime supply of chicken. But that's, as we know, that can be kind of vague. Like, what does that mean? Does that mean I'll give you a chicken a day, a chicken a week? Like, what does it mean?
That's what I just said. Now, Wild Fork is going to have the cheaper prices. But if I go Wild Fork, and again, that's what I would ask for. One chicken package of chicken breast a week, and you got to give me chicken thighs a week. Or if you don't like the dark meat, which the dark meat is better anyway, you got to give me 2 packs of chicken breasts. How much do you buy a week, Pepe? Is that fair? Is that okay?
Yeah, I think it's 3 or 4 chicken breasts, because usually me and Mackenzie have 2 meals of chicken.
Like 1 pack?
Yeah, it's 1 pack, but it has 4 breasts, and I think it comes out to like $11 maybe.
There you go. $10.77 at Wild Fork for pasture-raised, boneless, skinless chicken breast. So, Bobby, you're going to do the math for me.
Well, I'm not. ChatGPT is.
Okay, fine. Look at that. Chicken flats, $7.47. Now let me throw in the thighs. So that's going to be, we'll call it $10. Pasture-raised bone-in chicken thighs, $6.85 at Wild Fork. Let's call it $7.
Okay.
All right, so $17 a week until I'm 90.
How old is he? Hunter Lipke is...
Let's see if this is going to beat 20,000. It's going to beat 25K.
Yeah, but like it's what are you going to get more like value out of? He's 26. So we'll say that 74 more years you said?
Yeah.
Or 64 more years?
Yeah.
Okay, so 52 weeks times 62 years, that comes out to $54,000. It's $54,000 over a lifetime with no interest?
You're doubling what he would give you if you're asking for 25K.
20,000 today is worth more than 54,000 in increments for 70 years.
I'm done with that. I'm done with that, so I never really factor all that in. I'm just like, give me chicken breast and chicken thigh once a week the rest of my life.
I put the exact quotes of the story into ChatGPT, and I was like, what would a lifetime supply be worth? And it said I'd put the retail value around 100 to 150,000 with about 125,000 as a defensible headline estimate.
Boom!
What was the number you used, David?
There you go.
Because they said Greener Pastures is expensive chicken. Its current dinner bundle is $159 for 6 1-pound packages.
You see?
It says, so that's $26.50 a pound if they gave him like a box of that a week.
A pound?
Yeah.
$26.50?
That better be some.
Y'all don't go to Wild Fork.
That chicken better season itself.
WildForkFoods.com. My goodness. So there you go, Hunter Lipke. I just negotiated it for you. If you love chicken, if you love your teen, and you're going to have kids, and you have to serve them chicken as well. There you go. Done. Louis Riddick, not a fan, apparently, of all the fighting. 7 or 8 different brawls yesterday in Oxnard.
This is actually some of the dumbest, most idiotic BS. I'm just saying this, look, players need to take accountability and some responsibility for acting like idiots. That's not what you're out there for. Like, look at this. You're squaring off like it's UFC. Like, what the hell are you doing? Like, honestly, if it was a player that, honestly, for me, I didn't think was going to be a meaningful contributor to my football team, I would be cutting people left and right. Honest to God, I'd be going, look, get him out of here, because it's proven nothing. Doing that kind of stuff proves nothing. And it's not, you know what, it's football, it's hot, you're going to get someone else. You know what? You barely practice. You guys practice once a day. You wear pads once a day. They've cut down the off season. They've made it so much easier. You're making boatloads of money. This kind of stuff, you know what? We used to go and have joint practices. We used to go went to Platteville for a week. Used to practice against the Chicago Bears. When I was with Cleveland, Atlanta came into Cleveland. We practiced against them. No one was doing this kind of BS, man. I don't know why this has become something that's so commonplace now with players, but they need to knock this off.
Whoa.
Damn.
Louis Riddick, who has wanted to be an NFL general manager, on what he would do. I mean, I guess he'd think about cutting Ezeraku, who got tossed from practice again, but you can't cut Ezeraku because you're so desperate there. You just signed Von Miller. Brian Schottenheimer dropped a little expletive in talking about the chippiness.
A little chippy, not the way we like to do business. Got to be better, but I got to look at the film. We're certainly not going to take, anybody, but again, it was chippy on both sides, and like I said, I want our guys to play on the edge without going over the edge. One guy sounds like he might have thrown a punch, and that's why he left practice.
Look, I'm not going to sit here and make a big deal of this. I roll my eyes at it. It's like an NBA fight. Like, nothing really happens. My biggest, not concern, my biggest talking point in this, Bobby, is where Donovan Ezeraku is at mentally and emotionally, because I think Schottenheimer, someone tweeted me yesterday and said, is it good, fiery, is this what we want, or is this over the line? My guess is right now, I think Brian Schottenheimer is irritated with Donovan Ezeraku. He just got tossed when we were there. He's throwing a punch on a teammate. I'm sure he got the big talking to, and then right after that, you get tossed from this. If all the reports and the accounts are correct. Now, maybe Shotty today is going to watch what happened and say it was justifiable. But right now, I would guess, before checking out the film again, they're irritated with him, and you can't be having these brain-dead plays, because that's what this organization, one of the things they've been known for is stupid penalties and the Sam Williams factor. I can't have it with another DN.
Yeah, it's not, you can't have somebody who's just not going to be able to control their emotions on the football field. Like, they've got to have somebody, because it's as soon as teams know that about you too, they're going to try to get you out of your game.
Trigger you.
The biggest way you used to be able to take Odell Beckham out of a game was to mess with him. If you messed with Odell Beckham, he would take himself out of the game. He'd start pitching a fit. He'd lose focus. He'd do whatever. But I'm trying to look at this right now. I think this is something like, so the last game of last season, he gets ejected. He's been ejected twice now in, what would you say? They've probably had
3 weeks?
Yeah, but if we just count the padded practices, like 10 of them, 10 to 12 or something. So he's been ejected 3 out of the last 12 times he's put pads on. And then he's got the drunk driving issue this offseason. There's just questions there that I think that they got to go, okay, slow down. Is something up with you? Like, is there just something you're having issues with? Are you frustrated by something? Because this isn't the dude we drafted. We drafted the guy who was like the leader at Boston College, and now you're having trouble staying on the field consistently. I'll say I hated that yesterday. Jalen Thompson, who's been hurt all camp, I don't love seeing him getting slammed down, and then...
That was by one of the Steiner kids, I think, one of the wrestling people.
Yeah, he slams him. I don't like seeing him catch himself with his elbow while getting slammed out. That's concerning to me. I don't need to see Jalen Thompson, of all people, getting thrown down there without his helmet
But you
on.
know they're going to play this 30 times over. There's training camp fights everywhere, but now they're going to do this today. T. Rainey already sent me Fight Club, the headline from 2 hours ago. They're loving that the Cowboys gotten some tussles.
I did like Joe Hoyt yesterday saying there was a Fight Club at practice. Let's talk about it, which I liked. I appreciated it.
Pretty good. Appreciate. Let's crosstalk at 9:40 with the KNC Masterpiece, but let's head out to Oxnard to find out what else productive happened on the field. Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com, joins us next.
Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
It's the Red Zone, brought to you by Just Love Coffee, powering the entire radio station this morning with Pepe brewing it before we all got here. Locations in Grand Prairie and Arlington. This is your football fix here on Sean and Bobby. Cowboys Saints scrimmage/brawl yesterday in Oxnard. Let's talk about it on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube with Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com. And as soon as we leave, all the stars arrive in California with Dustin Hoffman, and Eatman said yesterday you got Michael Irvin and Pac-Man, Sean Lee, Leroy Glover, and the new Hall of Famer Drew Brees out there checking out Cowboys Saints. Good morning, Nicholas.
Good morning.
What was it like on the field?
It was like, it's obviously fun to watch another team in there because you get, the starters get a chance to really see, what they can do in that kind of setting. It's the closest thing to a preseason game, obviously. But it was, it was just kind of annoying that kind of was the narrative there that took away from it. And, every once in a while, it's like, watching, I guess if you watch a NASCAR race or whatever, people see the wrecks, okay, cool. But when it happens over and over and over and every restart, and it's kind of like, all right, it gets annoying. I don't know if that's the best analogy, but it was one of those where, cool, this is intense, but then after that, it was just like, and then you feel like the players had to do it, like you have to fight now. And so I posted a video there at the end of practice. I don't know if you guys saw it. It was on Twitter, and it was kind of weird because Brevin Spann-Ford is the guy on offense that will mix it up, and he gets headbutted by a guy for no reason, just comes in late and just headbutts him right in the face, and then it's like you would have thought he would have definitely retaliated, but I think at that point they'd kind of been told, like, if you want to stay in practice, you have to chill out.
As Araku gets tossed again, do you think Brian Schottenheimer is annoyed with him?
I'm annoyed is probably the right word. Yeah, I mean, he's a good player that they expect really big things from this year, but I have to applaud Shotty for that, because he's not gonna, he probably told him what, because it's not really the second time that he's been tossed. There was another time earlier in camp when he got pulled out of practice, and not off the field, but just out of practice for doing the same type of stuff. So it's really the third time that he's kind of been removed from something like this. So I don't know. I mean, annoyed, yeah, that's probably a good word, but does he like the feistiness? Does he like the fact that he's going to sit and fight? Yeah, but to that standard.
Nick Eatman, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort. Proud to be the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly.
Just a quick follow-up on Ezraku, Nick, because we were talking about this. You mentioned it's 3 when you include he got pulled out of a practice there. And then we also know the very last game of the season he gets ejected. And then he had the legal incident over the offseason. Like, is there anything about this now where it's like, this is happening so often with you, apparently, with your emotions right now, that we're going to just concerning, like, is everything good with you?
Yeah. So are you saying Camden Brown will wear 6? Is that what you're saying?
He won't wear 5. They won't let him.
No. As I've already told you, the worst joke you're going to hear today, he can't wear 5 because you'll have some anger issues here in Dallas if you did that with 5. So yeah, you're welcome for that. I don't think Brian Anger's really going to have a huge issue, but he probably would. But I think that Ezraku, yeah, there's a pattern there a little bit, but
because this is at Boston College, they loved him for being leader, like in charge, like the guy who was the guy everyone looked up to, and now it's like they're having trouble reining him in. Is this frustration with the play? Like, does it make them want to dive any deeper, do you think?
Maybe. I'm not saying you're wrong there. I think that I like what Shotty said about there's an edge. You want to play with an edge. You just don't want to go over the edge. And I think at times Ezraku's trying to find out what that edge is, what that line is. He's still a young player. Like, Malachi Lawrence comes in, and now Ezraku all of a sudden is now, the older guy, and he changed numbers and all this stuff. So now he's got veteran status, when in reality he's still a young player too. So he's still learning how to do those things, and I think he'll get there. I love the stuff that he said, and Von Miller basically told him that he wants Ezaraku to be him, and he'll play the D-Ware role. And if that can happen, I don't know if he's going to be the Super Bowl MVP, but if that happens, that would be great for everybody.
Nick, of the 4 main units out there, did the Cowboys offense shine the most? Do you think that they kind of won the day if you had to pick it or stack it?
Yeah, I think there was a fan that was standing. We were trying to, film some segment. There was a fan that was, they didn't have a lot of Saints fans here, but there was one that was standing behind us that just kept wanting to talk and wanted to be involved and wanted to interrupt things. And he was saying how the Saints are running all over the Cowboys. The Saints are running the ball well. And I kind of just pointed out that would last about a half a quarter because they would be down. If judging on the other field with what the offense is doing, it's going to be 21-0 before you can even blink. I mean, Pickens was running into the end zone, seems like every time. So, yeah, the offense looked good. I mean, all this fighting and all that stuff, and I thought, Dak's like, this is fun. I'm having a good time. They're not going to hit me, and I'm just dealing here. So he was. I thought that was, if we're judging things, I think the offense definitely had the most success of any of the units.
Did anyone else stand out offensively? I saw some Ferg highlights, and then my
Flanoy had a great catch at the end zone. I mean, it was one of those where you're like, Dak had to throw it quick, and it was like it just missed him, because but Flanoy's speed got there, and I mean the tip, it was right in front of us, and the tip of his fingers, he's caught it, and he scored, and he just kind of ran right past us, and he had this little giggle, and it was just kind of like he could just tell he was laughing. It might be on Tommy Yarsh's Twitter because he had a great view of it. It was one of those really nice plays.
Nick, afterwards, Schottenheimer kind of singled out Terrence Steele. And earlier in the show, I said, all right, if we're sitting down in offensive meetings, it would not surprise me if they're like, look, the only thing that can hold us back right now, the glaring problem could be right tackle. Am I overreacting to that possible thought because we keep going along here with Steele, and now Schottenheimer this far into camp is like he has to be better?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're right, and I'm a little disappointed there because earlier in training camp I was like, well, I think he's your best tackle. He's the best one that we've seen, and I think now, just in the few weeks we've been out here, I think Tyler Guyton has impressed him. Surpassed him because he's impressed the Cowboys, staff. His feet have gotten way better. His discipline's gotten better. His competitiveness, all of that. So he's kind of taken that leap that you would want their year 3 guy, and I think he has surpassed what they've seen, obviously, with Terrence Steele. So now you got to worry, what's going on? Is Nate Thomas going to be the guy or someone else on the outside? What are they going to do to fix this? I still think Terrence is solid. I think, when you run the football, if they can get to the point where they can play downhill and run the ball, I think he'll be fine, but they may not want to wait that long. It kind of does. This honestly, guys, this feels like the closest thing to an all-in situation as we've seen with the Cowboys, because I think that if they go out and they say, all right, what else? Pass rush, we were going to bring Von Miller in. I think will help here. What else do we need? It's like, well, what about right tackle or what about tackle? If they do something there, I mean, I think they are really trying to check the boxes here.
Yeah.
Nick, yesterday with practice, it looked like a lot of what people were focused on was look, Jalen Thompson out here making plays. We're finally getting to see him out here. And then it was the big focus for a lot of people seemed to be just like, how was Caleb Downs holding up against Chris Olave? Was that the biggest focus for you yesterday, just what was going on in the secondary with those guys?
Yeah, I liked the way I really like the way Caleb Downs compete. And I don't know if that pass, there was one where you might have seen the clip with Olave catching it. Is it close? Did he get it? Did the ball come out? Well, either way, Caleb Downs can't take his helmet off. He can't take his helmet off and yell at the ref. And speaking of, by the way, when you're naming former players, we counted 12 former players that were on the field that played for the Cowboys that were on the field, and it was kind of a fun game because you're like,
you counted Kellen though, didn't you?
It did count Kellen. You did count. I did count Awesome Richards and Cropper. I think the one that gets you the wild card is Nate Jones, the former Cowboy draft pick. That's the ref that was.
Was he out there?
Yeah, he was.
Oh, he introduced the world to Aaron Rodgers, Nate Jones, because he knocked out Brett Favre.
He sure did. He sure did. And the only guy that's ever knocked Favre out of a game for the most part. And of all people, you know what I mean? He was like 175 pounds, maybe.
Yeah.
It still is. But yeah, I think Downs looks really good. I asked a guy the other day, one of the scouts. I just said, "Is Caleb Downs?" And he cut me off. He's like, "Everything that we thought he would be and more." Yes. So I was like, "Okay, good." So
because I saw Jalen Thompson with a nice hit, and I saw Downs also there, and I was just like, the size jumped out first, and I was like, man, like he's in there, he's physical, but
yeah,
I keep being held up by the height.
Yeah. Well, I don't know what's going to happen with jersey numbers and things like that, but I'm a believer that jersey numbers will affect you. And if number 11, Valdez-Scantling, if he doesn't make it here, he probably won't. Can't see a role for him. I think that should be his number. I think Caleb should go to 11. It would make him look taller. 1 and 1 equals 2. That's what he wants to be anyways. He was the 11th pick. Forget Micah even more. You know what? I think he should be 11. It would make him look taller. That's my guess there. And and another thing I would say is, and I'm going to post something here in a little bit. Don't go out and buy the 40. Don't buy the 40 if that's what you want to do. Somebody did out here, bought the 40 for.
He signed it.
That's not what. Yeah, he did. A collector's item because he won't be wearing it. That's not what it's going to be. So I don't know exactly what it's going to be. I don't think he does either, but it won't be 40.
We did the math, and if Hunter Lipke does eat some chicken per week, he should make the deal until he's 90 years of age. 1 pack of chicken breasts and chicken thighs per week, and it'll be worth $50K at least.
Yeah, well, I don't think he's doing that. I don't think that. I just don't think that's going to be the number. But
okay.
I mean that Vaughn ends up wearing. I don't think he wants 58. 94 is off the table for him and for. I don't know if the Cowboys would even give out 94 for a couple of reasons now when you think about who had it last. So, no, I'm not trying to be I'm talking about from a Marshawn Nealon standpoint. He had it, and then also, I don't think he would want to wear for wear.
I was thinking about Gregory for Bobby, but yeah, Nealon.
Yeah, so he's worn a different number. Seems like every time when he goes to a different team, he might have worn 40 with the Bills and the Rams, but we'll see. We'll see what happens. I don't know if that's going to be 40 here, though.
One more quick thing on Downs. I'm curious if you've noticed this too, because sometimes I wonder if I'm just overhyping it because I love that they got him and he's going to be a big time player for them.
You want him to be great.
And is it just me, or do you feel like that is a very loud, communicative player in the back end? He looks like he is very demonstrative, directing traffic, talking. Like he does not stop communicating.
No, it's amazing because it's really the opposite of what you see from him off the field, right? How he conducts himself. And I tried to do an interview, and I guess I did get the interview after the game, walking off. He did not really want to do that, but I was like, his first game, man, I wanted to see what he thought, and he wasn't real happy about not playing that many snaps. He wanted to play more. He just doesn't love communicating and doing things with the media, which is the opposite, because he's not afraid to say what you're talking about, Bobby, and all that, which is great. That's the way it needs to be. And I'm not saying he has to be talkative to us, but usually when a guy loves to talk, loves to say all this stuff on the field, he does it off the field and all that. And he's like, all right, I've done all my talking before snap here. I'm done. I don't feel like doing it anymore.
Did anything, Bobby and I love the Vaughn presser. Did anything stand out to you?
Oh my gosh. I mean, yes, he's just, he said, he's not afraid to say that he's a great teammate, the best teammate of all time.
Best.
I kind of like the confidence there. He said, I will go into the Hall of Fame as a teammate. We know he's going to go into the Hall of Fame as a player. And I said this too on a couple of videos I've done, is that he could go in the Hall of Fame from the media standpoint on how he acts, answers questions.
Yeah.
So just a guy that. He just seems like a great people person who wants to come in here and learn. Here's an interesting story. This is kind of what you need to know about Von Miller from what I was told yesterday about the numbers and all this, what number you're going to wear. And I think it was discussed that 58 it's Isaiah Land. Maybe it'll be open. He's going to have a hard time making it. So we'll see. That could be open. And his thought was, well, he's a defensive end. Let's don't go there. I'm going to try to help him. I'm going to try to help this guy. So I think it was kind of relayed to him that he might not make this team and that number might be open. And his focus is, let's help the guy. Let's help him. Let's try to get him. I don't even want to go there. Let's try to see, keep him here. So that's the first sign that I've seen of a guy that's really trying to help people and help teammates.
There is a reason I set the YouTube high again today. Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com. Fantastic stuff.
And by the way, I did have the Cowboys winning 7 rounds to 5. So it was, they won. It was
good
tough.
Scorecard.
You and Jalen Thompson.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, when you asked about Jalen Thompson, I was like, well, when he's not getting body slammed and suplexed to the ground, I was a little surprised he was in there. And everything I've ever seen from him is, he's conducting the Bible study. He's such a nice guy. And I'm not saying he wouldn't, but I just wasn't surprised. I was surprised to see him kind of mixing it up in there.
Fantastic, Nick. Thank you.
All right, guys. See ya.
That was awesome. Nick Eatman, the recap that you've been waiting for since the Saints scrimmage and the Von Miller presser, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort. What is Kevin Hagelin doing with that Rangers first pitch? Crosstalk after this.
But first, affordability is the biggest problem.
Joshua Kuroda-Grauer injured. He ruptured his testicles, so he's been on the IL. The 1-2. Foscue swings and hammers that one to left. He ruptured the baseball. That one is out of here. Justin Foscue leaves the yard. A solo home run, and the Rangers' advantage is 2-0.
What a testicle Tuesday for the Rangers.
That was a great call.
You liked it?
Yeah.
The 5-0 Jaden Daniels win for Corey. DeGrom may return tomorrow, and Kevin Hagelin has the Rangers' first pitch draw rigged for him. Man.
Man, if I had things rigged here for me, you would hear more than one ad.
You can get everything rigged except for your wallet. Everything else, you get the employee of the month.
Did you see this today? Look at that rundown there. Go show that to Kevin and see. Like, now I'm in the Kevin situation.
Oh, man.
He's nuts.
That's every day. There's one read for me.
47 Sean reads.
Yeah. When Kevin gets in here, I crumble this paper up real fast. It's like hiding like a love note. Like,
for the love of God, do your effing job.
I just get this. I just crumble up this paper, throw it away real quick before Hagelin sits down for my advertisements. Anyway, congratulations.
Thank you. Now what do you think should the next steps be?
That your idea of Corey versus Choppy arm wrestling takes place at 9:40.
Ooh.
Morning.
Do you think, how about Friday morning? If he really wants it, he'll be here.
We're going to be in Cleburne.
Oh, crap. That's right. Firehouse tour. How about Thursday?
He's going to be closer than we are.
Cleburne's a great city. I love it there.
I do feel like, though, you are setting up a little problem down the road for Corey if he loses to Choppy, if he doesn't end up with this experience.
That, of course, is if you assume this is a one-part competition.
You know what I feel like now? I feel like you're Triple H in that wrestling show I just watched, and you're setting up behind the scenes all these different things of how this is going to play out.
Sure.
There's a John Cena involved here.
Yeah.
There's something here that you're cooking up.
Could there be a trivia competition and a beer chugging competition as well?
Ooh.
As a best of three? Maybe. But you don't actually think Choppy could defeat Corey in arm wrestling, do you?
I would pick Corey because of the height. And he's been working out recently. He put the guns away, though, but
I feel like if Choppy was really the manliest man, he would be able to figure out a way to win this.
I agree, but I would pick Corey in an arm wrestle. I said that earlier today, not just because he's here in front of me.
If Choppy lost in the arm wrestling competition, would he have a reason that he lost?
Hell yeah!
Yeah.
It'd be
100%.
so annoying to hear him, like the excuses he had when Kevin outsmarted him in the Who Wants to Be a Millionaire contest.
This is a biased question.
Yeah. I had that. I said that first.
No, he's always got an excuse, but that's why I think it'd be better if you let him win and then
take it away.
And then just give it to Corey on a technicality, like Choppy, you cheated. Like you say that he did something wrong, and then you award it to Corey.
You think RJ would go through with the first pitch, right? Not like back out at the last minute?
1 billion %.
Yeah.
Are you kidding me? But I thought yesterday you said you wanted to do it.
I do. I think it would be really fun. But
he's an honorable human, and that's his fault.
But did you promise it to Corey before or something?
This is like a lifelong dream of
Man,
his.
Higgy's doing like Choppy, like with the Andy Staples money.
No,
where he
it was
promised,
my idea to ask
He
him.
promised to give it, and now he's not.
Except I already know that Choppy's already lost, and so Corey's going to get it.
Ooh, all right. So how do we play this out to make RJ thinks he has a chance?
Just challenge his masculinity. That'll get him in the door.
I genuinely, when you say would Choppy want to do it, like would he actually go through with it? I envision, I'm not kidding, I think Choppy would go out there and throw the first pitch, and in his head he thinks this is going to be such a good first pitch. Somebody with the Rangers is going to be like, he's not bad.
Yeah.
And like maybe a scout would be like, and then he's like Jim Morris in The Rookie, and that he would get an opportunity to like pitch in the bullpen at the end of the year. So that's like Choppy's delusion.
So it sounds like a congratulations for Corey Majors.
It would be an honor to represent the station, Sean, because we're one station under God here.
Not when I listen to you and G-Bag talk. You guys kind of unite and push us over to the side.
Did you hear me back you up though?
No.
Oh man, he said you want to be on TV twice, and I said that's smart.
Yeah, it is smart.
I thought that was an intelligent thing to say.
Whoever does it should do my Bassick jersey thing.
Yeah.
That is freaking hilarious.
Corey was practicing that.
But which Bassick jersey? The Nationals one or his Rangers one?
The Nationals one.
Okay.
I mean, I don't even know he played for the Rangers.
Yeah, he had a great start against Cleveland. He was awesome.
You do the Nats jersey, you whip your head back, and that's the Bonds reenactment.
But he never turned.
That'd be amazing.
He never turned. You've got to do this. You've got to do the
matter.
slump and put your hands on the head like Mike did.
It doesn't matter. Well,
Mike drops his shoulders like, gosh, like you can tell he knew it was gone. There's a very exaggerated body language from Mike when he gave that up.
All right,
You should stand up there. Sorry, Corey. Left-handed.
Okay.
With the Bonds stance, unmistakable. Could be a little Sheffield-esque. And then you do the swing with the first pitch. You don't have to have a bat. That way you're still out there.
He's lefty, too. So
you
don't
do
forget
the
that.
swing lefty. You put the both hands up. Corey looks back, or you reenact the Bonds.
Yeah.
That's a brilliant idea.
So I do wonder, how do they decide who the catcher is?
All right.
And
I have long wondered that.
No, you haven't.
Oh, yes, I have.
I think personality dynamics just kind of settle that.
But how do they, do they just say, hey, this is the person that's going to do it? Or could I say, I want it to be Mike? Could I be like, hey, Mike Bassick, he's here for the game anyway. He's upstairs. Could he come down
They should do that.
and do this? Or could, and have Kevin and then have Alec out there running through right field trying to catch the ball out in the outfield. I don't know exactly what else we can do, that they'll allow us, but I'm gonna try and push the limits on our possibilities there. Now, that being said,
my possibilities.
The Bailey and Gallion suite. Are you guys excited to be there for that moment too? Because having some support's really awesome.
Yeah, I'm excited to be there. Thanks to Benevolent Wolchuk. That and really for. Thank you to Bailey and Gallion. But Wolchuk just doling it out.
How did he just get all their tickets?
So he's done this. He had a couple weeks ago, he was like, hey, do you read
the text of how he did it to show off his
I think it's an endorsement.
And he's
right?
showing off the non-toxicity of the G-Bag Nation, I think.
Yeah, that's what he's trying to do. Meanwhile, he's suggesting you pull the rug out from under Choppy and do that. No, he had said... He says, we have 14 tickets to the Bailey and Gallion suite for the game that night. Whoever wants in on that, let me know. First come, first serve. And then he says, just email me.
Bobby's the first one begging.
No, not begging. Replying. Responding, s'il vous plaît. That's what I was doing. But this is a couple weeks ago. He was like, hey, do you want some tickets? I was like, oh, I can't go. And he's like, yeah, the Bailey and Gallion guys, they asked me, and I said I'd check with other. And I was like, you can tell. I said, I will go in the future. I was like, just tell them if they're looking to give them out, throw my number, and then I'll take it. And Wolchuk has continued to gatekeep the relationship, is what he's doing. He's trying to guard it now.
Is it guarding it, or because I'm always nervous to ask for things?
Yes,
I'm one of those. It's like I don't want to be the one asking for too much.
Yeah, opposite of RJ.
So
RJ does have no qualms about asking.
No qualms.
It was hilarious when we were on the beach and that first day he met Regh, and it was within
the Cowboy mover.
2 minutes. 2 minutes. He's asking if Regh will ship back his alcohol to Dallas for him. Not even. And then also, as a few minutes later, hey, can you let me park in the back where you guys? He was immediately going, what can I get? What can I get? What can I get?
No wonder when I asked Red for something, he's like, oh yeah, no big deal.
You think Choppy would had a Michael Irvin family with 17 brothers to where, and I hate this move too. I hate it. You bring in a box over there and
he'll look,
what you got over there?
What's in the box?
What you got over there?
Would that be for me?
Yeah. That move, I can't stand it. I'm like you, Corey. I can't ask for things like that.
I will say my oldest son heard, and he said, Dad, Saturday, because he comes back in town Friday night from UNT. He'll come back in and hang out. He said, Saturday morning, we're going to the field. We're going to start working on it. So we're going to start practicing. So
can you say came back into town from Denton?
It is weird. But I kind of...
Although Peyton had a girl break up with him because she lived in Denton, and that was too far to be long distance.
Was not a breakup.
I wouldn't even date you.
So you guys are together now?
He never got 715 with her.
It's I guess anything outside of that, that Dalworthington area, the Dallas, Fort Worth, Arlington, the Dalworthington area.
I think of out of town as
Worthington.
I generally think of out of town as north of Denton. That's where I would start saying it's a little more.
Amanda makes fun of me when I say let's go in town to Dallas.
Yeah,
I
I get it in Sunnyvale.
Right?
Yeah, you're kind of isolated.
I'm like, let's go in town.
It's a drive.
Grew up in the country, and she's like, what do you mean in town?
Let's go to the country store.
Into the city. Into the city. So congratulations, Kevin, and really, Corey. What's coming up?
Guys, we might even ask Skip a little bit about the first pitch today. Maybe we'll play him the testicle audio from Jared Sandler and see what his thoughts were there. And also, we do have North Texas SC's Matt Denny joining the show at 1:30 today, and so much more. Especially about the Cowboys fighting and all that fun stuff.
You see Scott Steiner's son dropping some stuff out there.
Sean did suggest that for Corey and Choppy, a slap fight would be good. Like the
Dana White
stuff.
Oh, but they would hit men.
Corey would crush that.
Choppy has a thick
Dana's
neck.
participants.
It would take
He does have a thick neck.
And Colby always told me the dudes with the thick necks are the best boxers. So I don't know, man. Like that would be the. It's a matter of if he could get up to my face.
Can you imagine a Fred versus Colby and someone has to quit? That would be freaking pay-per-view, a slap fight with Fred versus Colby.
I like Fred a lot. I'm taking Colby. He's said...
We saw Chris Arnold punch him in the face.
Choppy was literally slobbering over Fred in his Instagram mentions for watching his bench press.
What was the grip? Where he's like,
oh my gosh, he just did 15 reps of 225 with a suicide grip. That's impressive, though. 15 to 225 is impressive.
It is nice.
Fred versus Colby. Oh, that'd be good. But no, Corey slap fighting with Choppy. But Choppy does admit to his credit. He's like, I'm not trying to fight. I'm not trying to get hit.
Oh, I thought he cared about
tries
this.
to avoid
Fight
conflict
for something
at all
you
costs.
care about.
Avoid conflict at all costs.
Choppy went out of state to get the right color car. You can have him do anything.
All right, we're back tomorrow morning. The fellas take over. Oh, Zach Wolchuk is listening. You're ungrateful swine.
Oh,
maybe they.
Wow, swine for him to say that, especially. That's not
moly.
kosher.
Thank you, Jesus.
KNC Masterpiece is next.
Sean and RJ, the KNC Masterpiece, G-Bag Nation, and Fan After Dark. All day, every day. 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, home of the first pitch for the Texas Rangers on August 31st. And at 12:20 today, we will talk with Texas Rangers manager Skip Schumacher. You got me, Kevin Hagelin. You got, Corey Majors. And, of course, the famous Alec Medford. Gentlemen, welcome to the program. How the heck are you doing today? How the heck is everybody out there in Radio Land? 877-881-1053, Franklin Injury Attorney text line, or the Twitch, or the YouTube.
Kevin, I think in all of this, you are more excited about the dub than anything else.
Hell yeah!
Like, I think if it's Kevin can put this on the mantle, he's just like, awesome. Put another trophy on there for the KNC Masterpiece. And you feel like that's kind of, you're like, yes, we got another dub. And here's the thing that I don't want to throw any suspicion out there.
Oh,
Alec.
Oh,
I did not see a slip with Kevin's name on it.
So, if you just took out all the names, I was always going to win one way or another.
There's got to be, right? Like, there's got to be.
I have also not seen that sheet of paper. Or maybe I put Braille code on the back of it.
All right, yeah. Maybe that's it. Maybe I don't know.
I can't read Braille.
I didn't think about that until just moments ago, and I probably should have kept my stupid mouth shut.
And I keep seeing this. Kevin, just let Corey throw the pitch, and Corey, if he doesn't, I'd disown him and put him up for adoption. Oh, no. And find another show partner. All right.
You can't do that.
I want to make these clear, make this clear. RJ cannot win the competitions that I put forth because either he just can't because they're rigged or he's not manly enough to do so.
Man, you're really
well, okay. You know
putting
what?
a lot of pressure on me
If
now.
I'm wrong, RJ, walk on through those doors. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Exactly.
So this makes sense now.
Nothing.
All right. I appreciate your confidence in me. From the 480, y'all are making these boring spreadsheets way better. And we're happy about that. I think the one thing, though, that would make today better is recognition of the Hall of Fame game. Kevin,
what?
I'm not sure if you know this or not, but yesterday, our friend Von Miller got up to speak in front of all of the media in DFW and Oxnard, and he said this.
Selfishly, you see, these the Hall of Fame game the other day, and you see so many those players, whether it was Fitz or Vinatieri, talk about other players that they played with that kind of helped their career. Selfishly, like, I want that. Like, whenever somebody else goes into the Hall of Fame, they talk about my time with them and how I helped.
That has nothing to do with the game, Vaughn. That was a ceremony you're referencing. You didn't hear him go, man, and then I thought Carson Beck was going to get the job done, but he did. No, that's the ceremony.
Yeah,
that's not the game. You don't need the game.
It was. It's a special thing, though. He understood the importance of the Hall of Fame game, Kevin, and he's an AM guy. He's a DeSoto guy. I know their team is the Eagles, but even still, he's a DeSoto guy. He went to A&M. You guys are linked in so many different. And now he's a Cowboy. Your team. He's talking about the importance of the Hall of Fame game to people.
I just realized how this could work out in my favor. Corey, I'm really tired of hearing about the Hall of Fame game. I don't hear RJ talking about the Hall of Fame game. So, yes!
Man!
Woo-hoo!
So it's turned to that, huh? With the Hall of Fame game.
Man, I think I deployed that weapon way too quickly. It was like one thing. From the 972, I got a big W also after 3 years of my work telling me they were going to give me a new work truck. They finally did it. I'm driving in the new work truck right now. Now, Alec, I'm going to give you an opportunity to decide this. Would you like to talk about the Rangers or the movie Titanic?
Huh?
I promise there's a method to this madness.
You know what? I need a little bit more nonsense. It took an hour and a half for me to get here this morning.
Ooh,
so I am tense.
I needed a little help from Alec this morning. And he said, I was supposed to be there at 7:58. The time keeps climbing. And I was like, oh my gosh, what's happening out there? And Alec, I did see, as I was at the gym this morning, every time the news was on, they were just like, wreck here, wreck here, wreck here. And I was like, this is what happens in 106-degree temperatures? We just getting wrecks?
Side question bonus.
I like side quests.
Then, as long as you think they're okay, do you get mad at the people who were in the accident?
Yes.
If it is an accident that has slowed the traffic down?
Yeah. 100%. I'm like, just drive like a normal person, dang it. Like, if you're just outside exchanging insurance and nobody's limping, everybody's fine, you're just calling Progressive or whatever, Allstate, whatever you have. Hey, in the next 6 months, I need some help. No! Like, one, get off of the road. If the car is still working and you can move it, that's the law. You're supposed to move the car if it can be moved. And two, just drive better.
We should... you know what? Let's talk to the car industry. We'll start with the Platinum Group, Platinum Chevrolet.
Yeah.
Guys, if y'all can create a system where if cars are in wrecks, they begin to float about 15 feet above the highway afterwards, that'd be awesome. That would help out everybody. Signed, the KNC Masterpiece.
Hell yeah. Now, as for the movie Titanic, Alec, you really helped spawn this along. Yesterday, you talked about the fictitious couples that you were rooting for. So I would like to do a Masterpiece Theater tomorrow about the fictitious couples you most rooted against and didn't want to get together. So one of them, while we workshop things, sometimes my wife has to listen to the thought process. And I was like, obviously I was rooting against Rose and Jack in Titanic. And she's like, why? And I said, because Rose is one of the worst villains of modern movie history. First of all, she's kind of trampy. She cheated on her fiance. Hey, he's a bad guy. Then break up with him. And this came up this morning because apparently Billy Zane, who was that bad guy, was at Cowboys practice.
Nate Newton posted a picture with him. He was like, I told you all the stars show up.
Yeah, I don't know if that is a good example.
Nate, Kevin.
Okay.
He loves our show.
I would argue Nate is a bigger star in that photo than Billy Zane.
I think maybe he was referencing that.
Yeah, and then Rose, after she dies, she had a husband and kids. Her daughter is with her, granddaughter or whatever. She pictures seeing Jack in the afterlife. Oh, good job, husband of 50 years. Nothing for you. That guy you met for 3 days? Sure. And then Bill Paxton went through all of that trouble to get her to the ship and help her with the memories and stuff. And she has that necklace the entire time. And instead of being like, you know what, buddy, thank you for me sending my life out on a high. This is a once in a lifetime experience. She just chucks it off the boat. And at that point, my wife goes, wait, that old lady was Kate Winslet? What? Mm-hmm. I was shocked by this. And I just looked at her and I said, what are you talking about? And she goes, no, but like that old lady was Rose. And I was like, yes, it was Rose. Have you even seen that movie? And she goes, I did. It was a long time ago. I was like, that's like the main part of the movie. Mm-hmm. And she did not know or could not recall that the old lady was Kate Winslet, boggled her mind. And so Titanic.
So, yeah. What movie do you think that you didn't understand until many years later when somebody explained that movie to you?
Which is another potential idea.
That's a good one, actually.
Kevin, so I started thinking about the question you asked. And I know we want to do this segment later.
Yes.
But I started thinking Shmi Skywalker, Anakin's mom and dad. And then I realized Anakin doesn't have a dad.
That's true.
He was born to a virgin situation.
Right.
Not very believable, but even still.
Oh, you watch your mom.
I was, there's a joke. Like, I can't not root for that couple because they don't exist.
Right.
But obviously, you're not rooting for them means that Anakin's not born and he doesn't kill all those kids.
Did you root for that other guy who bought her out of slavery in his flying wheelchair? That's what happened. In part 2, he's like, oh, yeah, I bought her out of slavery, but then some other people took her. And you're like, oh, okay.
So I got to go find a whole new couple to think about here.
All right, but that is interesting.
For the future.
From the 940, Kevin, is Rose the worst villain or is it Jenny? Jenny and Forrest is also going to be on my list. Thanks for the Titanic spoiler. Come on. And then from the 858, Kevin, you need to file for divorce. No!
Yeah, the flying guy wasn't his dad.
All right, no,
I love
it
people.
was not.
I love people more than I think.
So go ahead. My point is, give me cut number one, because this was an important win for the Rangers.
Joshua Kuroda-Grauer injured. He ruptured his testicles, so he's been on the IL. The 1-2. Foscue swings and hammers that one to left. He ruptured the baseball. That one is out of here. Justin Foscue leaves the yard. A solo home run, and the Rangers' advantage is 2-0.
You can hear Jared smiling.
Oh yeah,
about that too. Like the timing of it's fantastic.
It's the rupturing of the baseball that makes it elite. He's nuts.
He's like, this is what fantastic timing I have here. But we've hung out with Jared enough when we go to Surprise and hang out, and all the other times we spent around him, especially the times whenever we worked together nights when he'd come in studio, and you just. Yeah, I know Jared's sense of humor enough to know that was.
Yes.
He loved that moment right there.
Yeah, absolutely.
And we all did, because baseball got hit hard.
It did, and man, you needed it. It was the first home run for Foscue in, I believe, about a month. You got a just tremendous appearance from Cal Quantrill. I would argue one of the best starts of his entire career. Now, I know he's bounced back and forth and all of that, but getting through 7 innings, shutout, the efficiency at which he pitched. I believe Freeman had some clutch first inning defensive plays to help it along. So this just felt like a win the Rangers desperately needed after losing 5 of their last 6, as we've talked about, to just the absolute worst teams in baseball. This is a win that you desperately needed, and hopefully it's going to be a nice series against the Nationals before you get the Angels again, because who the hell knows how that's going to go.
Yeah, it's one of those games where you saw a brand from some of the dudes on your group that you really like too. Some hustle stuff that made a difference. And I wonder how much just the one day after that horrid road trip mattered. That road trip was so brutal. I wonder if just the one day off gave them the reset that they needed. And I'll be honest, Kevin, that's all I needed as a fan, to be like, okay, I can't just give up on this thing, because it could turn around at any minute. And I hope this is that one moment that it happens, that they turn that thing back the other direction. But a great pitching performance matters so much. But we've seen so many of those get wasted this year too.
Yeah, and I know there was some consternation about the bullpen toward the end of the game.
And Jakob Eunice stepped in there and took care of business.
He did, because it feels like a week ago we talked about Robbie Ahlstrom with Skip, and since then, it has been an adventure in his last 3 appearances, because obviously in the one that very same day, it was a disaster, then not particularly overwhelming against the A's, and then last night I realized he had 2 strikeouts, but also put you in a nerve-wracking position to put 2 runners on base. So Ahlstrom has been in a little bit of a funk in the last week, and he had really been rocking and rolling for a good little bit now.
Kevin, real quick, Wyatt Langford, the other day Skip talked about him walking and getting on and how much of an impact that is too. And sometimes you're kind of like, for a guy like him, do you think that he needs to think that way also? Not Skip, but Wyatt, like, hey, I know I want to crush home runs, and I know I want to be the greatest hitter on the planet.
Right.
But I am in the 1-2 area, and I need to be on base as well, and I need to set the tone for these guys.
I really hope when you consider his speed that he does think that, because
that sliding home was awesome.
Absolutely. And like, you think, let's say you get a leadoff double, don't you almost feel like, well, obviously if you get a single, that's a guaranteed run, but hopefully if you push things around correctly, that should almost be a guaranteed run. I realize that is not how it has worked with the Rangers this season, but yeah, there are times like that when I'm like, man, a double would be clutch.
Yeah. Yes.
Like, I get why a home run would be better, but a double would be clutch.
He's a dude that can score from first.
Yes.
He can even easier score from second.
Yes.
And yeah, those things, him just being on base, matters so much to the tone of an inning.
Absolutely. And look, this is a positive, but also I think you'll figure out the negative aspect of it. The Rangers are now 4-0 when both Langford and Seager have 2+ hits in the same game.
So that's all we got to do. Skip just needs to call that play.
But it's only happened 4 times this year.
Are you kidding me? Well, how many? They've only played 4 times together, right?
They have played 126 games, the Rangers, that is. But the number of games they've had together is limited. But I get where the Rangers are enthusiastic, maybe delusional at times, because you see things like that and you're like, yeah, just stay healthy, stay in the games. But then as soon as Wyatt went off in the 8th, people were like, is he hurt?
Yeah.
I have not seen anything that insinuates that.
I haven't heard a question. I haven't heard anything about it.
But I understand everybody's concern for that, too. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, how about we do some Dallas Cowboys news of the day after that joint practice right here on The Fan.
They've taken over middays, and they're not turning back.
by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Shuck has a moment, goes deep down the sideline, and the catch is made, and taking it in is Chris Olave for a Saints touchdown. He left the defender in smoke.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan, where that was Chris Olave, one of the notes coming out from yesterday's joint practice with the Saints. We're going to do a little Dallas Cowboys news and questions of the day, and I actually want to start with the Saints. Chris Olave exited the joint practice with the Cowboys, which, and I'm not saying that means it has to be a big thing or anything like that, but when you see Jordan Tyson is out, going to miss about 2 months. When you find out that Alvin Kamara is also out now at least a month with an MCL sprain,
that's all their receivers, dude.
Yeah, that's
every receiver.
Whether it ends up being a big deal or not, in the moment, if you're a Saints fan, aren't you like, what the hell?
Yeah, and
it was almost as bad as that Chargers practice yesterday.
Hold on. Oh, yeah, with Tyler Biotic.
And they had
out
two other
indefinitely.
injuries.
And I know somebody's probably sitting there going, hey, Alvin Kamara is a running back, dumbass.
He's a pass catcher.
Like, he's one of their main pass catchers as well. And you know that if you play fantasy sports, too. But, yeah, dude, like, Jordan Tyson's situation, Olave, did he come back and practice after the fall he had with Caleb Downs? I can't remember so here's what ended up happening yesterday. As I was following along, I would see like a post from Nick Harris and then 10 minutes later a post from Tommy Yarish or vice versa.
Right.
And so they were all like, I was trying to figure out the timing on everything, and maybe that timing was wrong. But yeah, man, that's a lot of wide receivers at the top end for you that you got to be concerned about. Fortunately, you're not quite into season yet. But that's not a good thing. Olave was torching Downs yesterday. It was fun to watch because Downs needs it a little bit. He needs the iron, sharpening the iron. I'm not that concerned about it, but that was Olave being the veteran he is. What was it? Ohio State on Ohio State too.
Can I give a shout out then to Joseph Hoyt? Who somebody on Twitter was like, what are you talking about? He's doing amazing. And Hoyt was like, I know, right? It's almost like I'm there watching it myself. I was like, oh, sick burn right there.
But then on the other side, though, it looked like George Pickens was absolutely abusing the Saints. So there was some good action involved with a lot of, I do wonder, it's Mickey's fault. Mickey Spagnola will be on with us at noon. There was part of me yesterday that was reading all the quotes from Schottenheimer and just going, this is all BS. He's like, oh, we needed to get good work in, we needed this. But he kept going, but we're not taking anybody's S. But we won't take anybody's S. Like, that's the part that you, as a coach, you're saying the things of, we had to get this work done, but you're proud that your group said, not in our place.
Right.
You're not going to come sit on our couch and put your feet up on my table. No, that's not how it's going to work.
And I appreciate that. But as Araku's gone
That's 2 times he's thrown
far
punches.
With that in it, Shoddy, man, afterwards, he's like, we're going to have a conversation. It was more than just that, but I appreciate what you're saying, but like, we have to use some level of discrepancy, right? On a day that was filled with fights.
He said, it's not just me. It's going to have to be Christian Parker and Quinn Williams. Like, it's going to have to be the leadership that has the conversation with him to let him know that we're on his side. But we also need him to understand these things and not let this happen in a game. For what reasons? A, if you're not on the field, you can't help us.
Right.
You should have learned that the last time we sent you away from our own practice when you had to go be alone by yourself.
That's a good point.
But if you're not on the field, it hurts us and you can't help. Also, if you take a swing at somebody, you're not on the field and you could break your wrist. And how's that going to help us?
Yeah.
Like there are lots of problems with that specific move that he did. Hey, dude, I don't care. Do the Jon Snow. Pull the sword out and fight the entire New Orleans Saints team. I saw that tweet yesterday. I loved it. I think it was Nick Harris that posted that one.
He's a great person to follow.
Yes, all of these guys are fantastic. But I love you saying I'll take on everybody.
Yeah.
But and somebody's saying, is Donovan having a bad camp? I don't know per se about that, but this one specific thing.
But I don't think he's having a great camp.
Because you would hear otherwise. You know what? Let's ask Mickey that later too. This one specific thing cannot happen in the regular season. It cannot happen. It can't boil over in a playoff game where you take a swing at somebody, because then you're off. Once you take a swing, you're off the field. So I know there was a lot going on yesterday. But that was an interesting. I will say this: one of the most ridiculous moments was during, I believe, that fight, and somebody's helmet was removed. And then one of the Saints players picked that helmet up and threw it up in the sky. And I was just like, that's really funny. I just thought it was really funny.
Well, you probably won't be surprised to know that Brock Rechsteiner, the son of mathematical genius Scott Steiner, essentially hit what kind of looked like a German suplex on, I believe it was Jalen Thompson that he hit it on, right?
We went back and watched the footage on that, and it was Jalen Thompson, who I'm proud put his nose in there and said, hey, guys, I'll look at this. I think it was a sucker punch, Kevin, kind of situation. It was one of those, hey, you're doing this, I'm going to grab you out of nowhere. He didn't know. You know, That was one of those suplexes that just came out of nowhere. That was one of those, what do you guys call it in the wrestling world, whenever that guy just pops up out of nowhere and you're like, where'd he come from? That's one of those moves.
I was about to say what Gorilla Monsoon used to call it, but that's probably not culturally appropriate anymore. But yeah, I know it is shocking that the guy who's already been suspended for early in the season, that is the son of Scott Steiner, did in fact get...
I got 141 and 2/3 chance of winning.
I really thought it was 133 and a third. I'm glad his percentage are even better. And seriously,
he's like a pitcher.
Hopefully it's not during the show. Perhaps you can multitask in a commercial break as long as you're not in your car. Just look up the Scott Steiner math promo. Listen to it in all of its gloriousness.
We played it a couple times before. It's hilarious.
It really, really is incredible. And so word is it looked like there were about 6 fights there, and I know that will get a lot of people talking. Here are other things from the game. I'm going to shout out, from the joint practice. I want to shout out Todd Archer, and this is what we're starting with. The Cowboys punt team was called for 2 penalties during drills, including one which negated a long return for Kamonte Turpin. I almost got to the point with the Cowboys last year that anytime they had a long return, I just assumed that there was a flag somewhere on the field, because otherwise I was like, how did you spring that otherwise?
Yeah. Whenever all things were equal, they didn't get that yardage. And so, and you never saw those moments. Now, again, I don't know if it is the blocking or if it's the guy that doesn't have the vision to see the hole and take advantage of that. But, that's for the coach to figure out and to set up. You're right. This was something that was a problem also already in Seattle with special teams.
Yes.
And then you have it in the joint practice again. And, Kevin, I don't know if you're not going to see it in Arizona or against Arizona. Now, the question is, we can debate this all day. Are these the guys that will be the special teams unit whenever the season starts? Who knows? Some of those dudes might be cut. They might not be on the team anymore. We don't know. But the simple fact is, it is something that somewhere in the teaching and somewhere in the way that you do things, it's not working for you.
Yeah. No, I'm with you.
I just hope it doesn't plague the team, a team that could be good at 2 phases of the game.
That right now, and your offensive tackles have clearly emerged to the front of concerns for me as we navigate our way through training camp. Todd Archer's got Dak Prescott down as 20 for 25 in the joint practice. That is unofficial. He was picked off once, likely would have been sacked twice because, we talk about keep people off the ground. So, and they usually let you continue the play. Even if you're like dead to rights, they'll let you continue the play. In red zone work, he had 3 touchdown passes on 6 plays. So some positive to go with some negative.
Do you think that there is a backup plan if Steele isn't good?
I kind of wondered if that's why they shifted the entirety of the second team offensive line. I'm not saying that absolutely means it, but I wonder if they're like, let's take a look at this and see if we see a standout on the right side or honestly on either side, because your backup plan was going to be Nate Thomas. He has had an abysmal camp. You can't really think that you're going to go straight away to Shelton or anything like that. So I think their backup plan is teams are going to release players, and I don't feel the best in the world about that.
Yeah, I do wonder if any of that money is kind of allocated mentally for, hey, we might have to go purchase a dude, or if some of that conversation isn't on the defensive side of the ball. Look, Dak can do some special stuff, but what if we really need to ensure we have somebody there? Somebody said just move Guyton to right tackle and get it over with. That's no guarantee either.
And let me ask,
because that means you're moving Tyler out to left tackle and you're moving TJ Bass, and now your depth is gone. And again, top end talent is what the Cowboys have on most of their positions. The depth is the part that concerns me a lot.
And my question that goes along with that is, and do what with Terrence Steele? Because this has not gotten as much attention with the discussion about Quinnen and Pickens and this and that and the other, but they did restructure Terrence Steele's deal. Now, I think it was a friendly restructuring if you think he can remain a starting right tackle. But consider this. After this season, you're on the hook for $25.6 million in dead money on Terrence Steele, because when you restructured it, you gave him a pay cut, but you also accelerated more signing money and bonus money restructure money in there. And so you're stuck with him for longer now. Now, you could have made the move this year, and we asked about that in the offseason again and again and again. And everyone's like, nah, what are you going to do better than Terrence Steele? And so now, when you look at that problem, if you moved off of him now, it's a $34 million dead cap hit. I don't think they would, because worst case scenario, Terrence Steele would be your swing tackle. I mean, that's the most expensive swing tackle you can think of. But just remember, with that restructure, you are now married to Terrence Steele for a longer amount of time. So if you want to move over to right tackle Guyton, I just want to know what you're going to do with Steele, because that's a expensive bench piece.
So going to get a Taylor Decker would be a bad thing for you, like not for the year.
I don't think it's a bad thing. You just have to know you're going to have to eat it. But like, if you're saying, hey, this is the year, that's why we got Von Miller, we think Caleb Downs is special, George Pickens is going to have the greatest year of his career. If you really believe all of that, then eat some S on your future salary cap to make the upgrade now. And I'll sit here and tell you, you thought you could have, in 2 years, when you're having to eat all of that, you're like, well, you thought you could do it. You made a run for it. Didn't work or did work? Well, obviously, if it did work, then I won't care. But if it didn't work...
See, that's the thing.
You gave it a shot.
It's a gamble?
It is a gamble.
He's the gambler, allegedly.
I don't think he's been the gambler for a really long time.
But if it works...
If it works...
As Von Miller said yesterday, not the Hall of Fame game stuff, Kevin. As Von Miller said yesterday, it'll be a holiday in Dallas.
Yes, absolutely.
Or Dow Worthington.
Okay, thank you for that. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets, an embarrassing Mariners performance, and an embarrassingly awesome contract and fake out. Next on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, we'll get the...
to upgrade your vehicle, get the classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. The #1 Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 through 2025.
Shutout margin of victory is 20-0. As Yelich flies out for the second out, and there is run. Oh, number 20, but he threw it up. He threw it out. He did. He threw it into the bullpen. He thought it was the last out.
Good job, Mariners. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Right now, time for some baseball nuggets.
I think I'm going to give up the doot-doo.
For that,
For the num-num-num-num.
Aren't bad. That was a great addition, though. Well done, Alec. Let's talk about the Seattle Mariners, who they've been awful this year. If you want to talk about the most disappointing teams in baseball based on expectations, I think there's a very strong argument to be made. It is absolutely the Seattle Mariners #1.
So, hold on. So you're telling me that based on what they did last year,
correct,
you expected more out of them this year?
I did.
And you're also telling me that you're saying that about the Seattle Mariners.
Correct.
Who you also said last year, I'll believe it when I see it.
And then they showed it, and then they were like, never mind.
We were just joking.
Going back. See, they rope-a-doped me on, I should have believed in them, and then when I did, they're like, ha-ha, stupid.
Got him.
We're back to not being good anymore. So they end up losing that game 22-0.
Okay.
Now, did what Julio Rodriguez did really matter? No. You already have a nonsense pitching in there and everything, so who cares? But you might care because of this. There have only been 22-0 victories 2 other times in modern baseball, and that is since 1901.
Okay.
It happened with Cleveland and the Yankees in 2004. And with Pittsburgh and the Cubs in 1975. Those two and last night are tied for the biggest shutout losses in modern baseball history. And remember, modern baseball goes back 125 years.
Yeah, you told us that the other day when we had the other weird thing that happened.
Yes.
It was 3 home runs by Baez, which would have netted you $1.7 trillion on a $100 bet or trade. I don't know that Kalshi would have had that on. I don't know.
Well, like I told you the other day, then it would have been Kevin Hagelin presents Kalshi, because I would own them all.
A double K. This is it's kind of nice to know that things like this are happening in sports. That being said, Kevin, the Julio Rodriguez moment is what happens when you have pitchers that aren't pitchers out there.
Yeah, because who cares?
Yeah, nobody cares. He wasn't paying attention. And as a matter of fact, you shouldn't even have your starters on the field at that point. If you're going to be at that situation, just be like, everybody go sit your ass on the bench, and y'all can think about what you've done. And I know there's probably part of them that's like, these people paid to show up to watch you guys do that.
I mean, I hear you, and I believe in intrinsic motivation. Even at that point, I could feel myself drifting away and be like, let's just get this stupid game over with already.
That being said, the ball, are you happy that Julio Rodriguez threw that ball to you? And
hell yeah!
You had this moment, and maybe he was being just a good union guy, Kevin.
What do you mean?
Maybe Christian Yelich has some sort of incentive in his contract for RSBI. And whenever he got an extra RSBI on that one, when Julio Rodriguez threw it in the stands, and he was like, oh, crap. Oh, no, I gave him another
And the dude
RBI.
who was pitching, it doesn't really matter.
No, because he's a freaking fielder, dude. So, yeah, that's my feelings
Interesting.
on that.
I had not considered this being a pro-union stance.
Yeah,
but
you know what? It sounds ridiculous. So was that game.
Okay, that is very fair. Now, let's talk about ridiculously awesome, because Fernando Tatis Jr., he had 2 home runs last night. He also robbed Francisco Lindor of a grand slam and Mets fans of happiness because of the way that he did this. Alec, did you see the Fernando Tatis catch?
I did right before the show started.
It's amazing because he makes the leap and then he comes down and just kind of stands there and slumps over a little bit and does nothing to indicate that he has the ball. And you hear the fans start to cheer. And then he brings his head up like he's John Cena at the 2008 Royal Rumble and flips the ball into his other hand. And it's tough. The audio's not as good as you would think, but you can hear the crowd to a certain extent go, oh.
Mm-hmm.
And so...
You get nothing!
Exactly!
Hell in a cell.
And I just thought that was so cool. And then you add on the fact that he had 2 more home runs. He has 15 home runs for the year at a time where it took him more than 200 at-bats to get his first home run. This has turned out to be a perfectly acceptable, if not epic season from Francisco Lindor when it looked like it was going to be one of the worst of his career.
Tatis? Yeah.
Did I say Fernando? I meant Tatis.
Yeah, dude, we knew he was a special shortstop, right? And then things all just fell apart for him. And now him being in the outfield might be the best use of his career. And to be able to swing, dude, he has such a beautiful swing.
He does.
I told you this morning, I was like, I think that home run was even better than the catch.
I just like the troll nature of the catch.
And here's the reason. I didn't realize that the catch took that long for them to get the outcome. I saw it, Alec, this morning at the gym. And I looked up, saw the catch, and was like, well, that's a good catch. And then went about my business, lifting or whatever. And I feel like I got done with the set and looked up, and he's still just standing there. And that's why I was like, hold on. So then when Kevin told me, no, that's how long it took, I was like, oh, gosh, yeah, I guess that was a special entertainment moment in the world of baseball.
It really was. I liked it a great deal. Now, let's go from that to the most entertaining contract you've ever heard of.
This is insane. Insane.
And maybe this happens all of the time. I just don't remember it being structured like this. I take you to Max Muncy with the Dodgers. By the way, the Dodgers also put Edwin Diaz on the injured list because that probably needed to happen. Whether he has a legit injury or not, that probably needed to happen. And Shohei Ohtani threw a bullpen as he moves closer and closer to pitching. Now, I don't know if that means he will pitch in the regular season or they just want to make sure he's ramped up for the playoffs. But Max Muncy, he reached 400 plate appearances for the season. You might be like, okay, who cares? He does. Because Max Muncy earns $15,000 for every plate appearance after 400, all the way up to 550. Every single one of them. Which, first of all, that's super cool. But then there's this. For every plate appearance he makes between 401 and 500, he adds $20,000 to next year's salary. And if he gets above 500, he adds $35,000 per plate appearance to next year's salary. So at a time when you could be getting more than $1 million in incentives just based off of the plate appearances you make this year, it also has a different structure to add on to next year's contract. So every plate appearance now from Max Muncy is extra money. So like, let's say just tonight, the Dodgers get shut down offensively. He makes $105,000 if he has 3 plate appearances, $45,000 this year, and then $60,000 added to next year's contract.
Kevin, I'm looking right now. Plate appearances in 2019, 589. Now, I don't know that this already existed in his contract. In 2021, 592. Next year, 565, 579. Like, only 3 times since his first 2 seasons has he missed 400. To continue adding that kind of money, whoever his freaking agent is, absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, and I mean, I know they have incentives in contracts all the time. I've just never heard of one exactly
this type of escalator
like this.
Is crazy.
And by the way, Max Muncy is having a very, very good season, and so I'm sure the Dodgers are like, That's fine. And by the way, I'm sure you noticed it's plate appearances, not at bats. Or else you would see that Max Muncy had 0 walks this year because he's like, no. I need. Or they're like, did you get hit by that pitch? Nope. I'm good. Let's just keep going.
I would like to continue doing this plate appearance.
It is plate appearance, not just at bat. And then one more thing for you, since we talked about it yesterday. The players were polled by ESPN about who they think has the edge in the MVP debate. 21 players. 2 said split the MVP. 4 said Ohtani. And 15 said Pete Crow Armstrong.
So we have 40 or 30 something games left here.
Yep, about 35-ish.
This is going to be a fun, intense race down to the end. Who has the stamina?
And I wonder what happens if
going the distance.
What if Ohtani makes like 3 more starts and they're all really good? I don't think that's entirely fair to Armstrong if he keeps playing unbelievable defense, but then I kind of feel like people are going to vote for Shohei again.
Probably so. He throws 2 no-hitters.
Okay, well then he's definitely...
He throws 1 no-hitter.
If he throws a no-hitter or even not complete game shutouts, he'll probably end up winning.
He throws a 6-inning no-hitter and they end the game with no more innings.
That doesn't count. And I'd be shouted down in the room. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's do a little NFL overreaction or reality right here on The Fan.
go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, and it's time for some NFL overreaction or reality, and we will start with this. NFL overreaction or reality. The NFC East will be a combined 500 or better this year. Their record last year, the Eagles, Cowboys, Commanders, and Giants went 27, 40, and 1. So this division
So it's the AL West, huh?
Yes, which is beneficial for the Cowboys.
Why do our teams end up in these divisions except for the Stars?
Man, that's a good point. The team that needs it most, that would be most likely to power through.
Yeah,
and they don't get it.
Yeah, because it means more in their division.
No, I think we should start saying it just means less in these other divisions. The NFC East, it just means less. So overreaction or reality? The NFC East will be 500 or better this season.
Overreaction.
Oh man, I'm afraid you might be right.
Because I heard somebody say the other day that we're giving the Giants too much credit. And Kevin, you know,
I am not.
I've been at the forefront of saying I think they're going to be a better team, and you finally had enough, and you you slammed your book down on the table and said, "Well, how many wins?" And I said, "I think 7." And you were like, "Oh,
okay, that's fine." Hey man, I thought you were going to say 10 and 7. I was like, "You're out of your
I think they're going to be better."
Yeah,
and
that's fine.
And that comes down to just like we do with the Cowboys. Whenever we say something, and the people are like, "You guys are too positive about it," and we're like, "We said this." I mean, it's pretty balanced. And so I just don't. I think Washington's going to be worse. And I think that the Giants are going to be just a little bit better than Washington. And therefore, I don't know that I have the numbers lined up for the Cowboys to have 13 wins. Although, if you want to check out Kalshi, you definitely should.
Yeah. Hold on. Can we just pause on that? These are the things where other people might think you're crazy or whatever. If you think the Cowboys are going to win 13 games, you damn sure should get your ass over to Kalshi because you can make a lot of money on that.
I mean, yeah, $100 can make you a lot. $10 can make you a really good handful.
Now, I do not share those views about 13 wins, but if you do, go for it.
And you know what's a flyer? You know. That being said, I also think the Eagles are going to. I don't think they're going to put out anything special this year.
Agreed.
I don't think losing A.J. Brown changes it that much. And so, has Lemon practiced for them? Oh, he hasn't even practiced.
I don't think so.
So,
and he's been relatively healthy.
That's a lot on Smith's plate now, you know, and Saquon's plate. And so I just don't think that they're going to be that much better. I don't think that you said 27 and 40
and 1
and 1. Who had that tie?
That was the
those Cowboys, Kevin.
Your Dallas Cowboys.
So yeah, that's where I am. I still think I could see a 30 win, a 35 win group.
Okay,
32 win.
Okay, and I'll tell you, Alec, I just mocked up kind of what I was thinking ish. I've got the division at 31 and 37. So I go to you. Overreaction or reality? The NFC East will be at least 500 this season.
Oh, this is so tough. I'm going to go reality.
Oh.
I don't even know if I believe that, but I'm going to say it because I got to give you an answer.
That is how this segment works.
Because as much as I think the Eagles are going to be worse this year, they're still talented enough to where they can kind of accidentally win 12 games. You know?
Okay.
Without even really knowing it. And they're like, oh, wow, we're one of the better teams in the NFC. Who would have thunk it? And then I think the Cowboys could accidentally win a couple of extra games to get to 12 wins as well. What concerns me, I think Washington could ruin this pick for me. I think they could win 4 games, and they completely tank the division for us.
So the mock-up I had was 10-7, 9-8, 6-11, 6-11. You can decide for yourself which team is ascribed to which.
You don't have the Cowboys winning 12 games?
I do not. I would love to be wrong about that.
You said the Cowboys at 9-7.
9-8.
That's what I said.
I would be prepared to move to 10-7. We've seen some positive signs, to be sure. But for everybody who thinks, oh, it's Homer, but like, there you go.
And that comes down to the same thing, too, whenever people are like, whenever I say, I can see the Cowboys winning 11 games.
It's a lot different than saying...
You predicted the Cowboys would win 15 games.
It's a lot. That is
what did
a
I
lot
say?
different. All right. NFL overreaction or reality. Justin Herbert will win his first playoff game this season.
Reality. A lot of this does come down to Joe Alt coming back, being successful, Slater coming back and being successful. Like, what a crazy set of injuries there. And then Alec pointing out that there is an electrical substation near their facility or something yesterday.
Oh,
there are power lines around. I don't know. But like, that offensive line's a key. But I've also seen Mike McDaniel do something with not a lot. And I have a lot of faith that he's going to have the confidence level high in Justin Herbert to pull the trigger at times that it needs to be, and it's going to be a more live offense. And that defense was already good, and Derwin James is there still. So, yeah, I think so.
And from the 619, San Diego.
Oh, yeah,
I know that because of Rey Mysterio. Yes, my prediction would change if the Cowboys got Max Crosby. All right, Alec, we go to you. Overreaction or reality. Justin Herbert will win his first playoff game this season. Man, these questions are tough for you today.
Yes.
That's good.
Because I root for the person. I think he's the dorkiest quarterback in the NFL outside of Fernando Mendoza, and I love it. Like, I just love likable people.
Right.
But, man, I'm going to go reality. Screw it. I'm going to go reality. And I think it's the Mike McDaniel effect. I really do. I think the idea of having a skilled play caller that comes in and says, I have a quarterback that can throw it the entire length of the field. I have hopefully a healthy second-year running back in Omarion Hampton, who I think is going to be a beast this year. I think that all plays.
I do like him.
I love him a lot. I think it all plays together for one playoff win, and that's it.
From the 806, and Alec, I know you've seen this. Have y'all seen the clips of Herbert prancing around the practice field with Madison Beer and sitting midfield with her? He's screwed. And I also have seen, I believe it's Joe Burrow with Olivia Ponton sitting on the field, and they're
Same deal.
Doing it, moving his hair out of his eyes so they can see each other in the sun.
I just want to know what he has that I don't, except for like 8 inches of height. And
it's probably the millions of dollars helps.
That part too.
Ish.
Wow.
All right,
endorsements.
Why you just dunk all over him like that?
To be fair, sometimes it sounds like his family has millions of dollars. So, in my mind, Alec, that R2D2 costs
$700,000.
Yeah, exactly.
Do I need to tweet that picture out for context?
It is awesome.
I will.
All right. Bonus question then, because you mentioned something about Mike McDaniel. So I'm intrigued by this, and you know how tough it was at the end of his head coaching run. The Chargers make it to the Super Bowl, and Justin Herbert is the MVP of the NFL. Does Mike McDaniel get another head coaching job straight away? Like next year?
That's a great question.
I think he does.
It kind of depends on the coaching cycle, because
that's fair.
Couldn't you see a world where Christian Parker isn't here next year?
Yes.
I'm not predicting 16 wins. All right, I'm just saying.
Oh man,
like
I want to see the Kalshi number on that.
This dude has been a riser, right?
Yeah.
Like this dude has just flown through it, and he's 36 years old, calling defenses right now, and people are already starting to ask that question of how long is this guy going to be here? And so it does kind of depend on that cycle. A lot of times it's weird. Don't they want coaches with stubble? It's a weird thing the way it goes. But yeah, I could see a thing. I do wonder for him though. Does he want another Miami, Or is he like, no, I'm not going to Cleveland. I know Todd Monken's there, but how long is that going to last?
Yeah.
I'm not going to a place that could be absolutely destructive to my career again. So I understand why you're asking the question, but I think overreaction.
Alec, Justin Herbert is the MVP, so it's clearly offense, and they go to the Super Bowl. Does he get another head coaching job straight away?
Reality. I think
that's what I think too.
I think so. And I could see it being a team. I think, to Corey's credit, I think there could be one of those fringe playoff teams that makes a move. And they're like, we need to shake things up. We bring in Mike McDaniel, maybe go get a new quarterback or something. I'm thinking about the Colts. I'm thinking about a team like them where they've got the pieces in place, figure out the quarterback and let him grow with Mike McDaniel, then absolutely.
But isn't that what he just went through with Miami?
Right.
He had Tua.
He never wanted Tua.
And he was like, I have to work so hard to make Tua good. Maybe they would have to draft a quarterback, but I think he would look at Daniel Jones and go, I don't know that I want that either.
Yeah.
I think that he would probably want to be at a place where he can get a rookie or have a dude that's already a veteran. They're this close. They just got to turn over, and we already have the veteran quarterback. I don't have to worry about anything else.
Now, this one is going to be interesting. NFL overreaction or reality. Myles Garrett is the best player in the NFL 30 or older.
Okay.
Josh Allen is 30. Patrick Mahomes is 30. Matthew Stafford is 38.
Our heroes are all over 30?
Yeah, it's true. McCaffrey is 30. Derrick Henry, Danielle Hunter. That's probably a cutoff right there. But would you go with that over anybody else? I'm not saying they got to play for years and years and years. This second, right now, Myles Garrett is the best player in the NFL 30 or older.
Yeah, reality.
Better than Stafford?
Yeah. They got him to make Stafford look better. They're like, the only time Stafford won was when he had a great defensive player on his team. When did he win the Super Bowl last?
A couple years ago? 3 years ago?
Who was on the other side of the ball? Aaron Donald. Now they're trying to get Aaron Donald.
I feel like Matthew Stafford carried his part of the deal.
But yeah, no, you're right. I'm just saying like that. I think that Matthew Stafford's fantastic. I think that at his position, it is undisputable that Myles Garrett is the best at what he does.
Yeah.
Now, why they won't give him an MVP is stupid because it's a quarterback trophy.
That's a good point.
But I think that he is. But now, what was interesting was that you said right now.
Right now.
Because the only person in that conversation that I even considered was Mahomes. But right now, I don't know that Mahomes is. Because we saw garbage last year, and then the injury. We're still waiting on him to show what he is. But he's the only person I would consider over Myles Garrett, and you even threw out CMC and a lot of other names there. But he's the only other person.
Alec, overreaction reality. Myles Garrett is the best player in the NFL 30 years of age or older.
Reality, and I don't know how necessarily close it is either. When you talk about a pure athleticism standpoint, but the success rate. I mean, you think about with quarterbacks, it's a lot easier to be harsher on them like Josh Allen, you mentioned, because the game is in his hands 9 times out of 10. Myles Garrett can ruin a game.
Yeah.
Josh Allen can lose a game.
Yeah.
A lot easier. So I think that he's in a better position to win games for his team and ruin games for other people.
So the reason why I brought this up is CBS Sports put out that very list. Mm-hmm. And here is Dak is 12, in case you're curious. But here's their top 10. Lane Johnson, Garrett Bowles, Danielle Hunter, Derrick Henry, Christian McCaffrey. Then you get into the top 5. Trent Williams, Matthew Stafford, Patrick Mahomes. Myles Garrett is 2. And they have Josh Allen, number 1.
This is why people hate Josh Allen.
And that's not who I would have gone with.
This is why people hate Josh Allen, dude.
And it's not his fault.
Yeah.
He didn't make that list.
Or did he?
Okay. You know what? Actually, let me just scroll back up. It's by one Tyler Sullivan.
Oh, yeah. That's Josh Allen's ghostwriter name.
I mean, he doesn't look totally dissimilar from
white.
Josh Allen. Okay, he is white.
He's like a plain white guy.
Yes, actually, and I can say that.
As a plain white guy?
Well, yeah, exactly.
Sounds about white.
See, Sean knows. He gets it.
Oh, man. Yeah, I think Josh Allen did put this list out.
Okay, I am not saying
He
that.
was furious about that stadium that they built up there in Buffalo. He's like, they're not going to be able to see me.
Yeah.
Most of the fans won't be able to see me.
Yeah, it's definitely that Josh Allen doesn't get enough attention is the issue in the NFL.
You think that's why he married a Hollywood starlet? Is starlet okay to say?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's not a derogatory
Starlet.
term. Shut up. We're the K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for AM on the FM.
We got the question of the day. How much did the enhanced games lose? And the power of NIL. Sometimes it's awesome. Next on The Fan. or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Got Skip Schumacher coming up in about an hour. And then in the noon o'clock hour as well, we'll give away 4-pack of tickets for Rangers Angels on Saturday. But right now, it's time for this.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful. 1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it. It is time for AM on the FM. My name is Alec Medford, the man that they call the pride of Mansfield, Texas, and the mayor of the Medfordplex. Whoa. We got to address this. What's going on, Majors?
Guys, I did wear deodorant today, Kevin.
Yes!
But I also forgot my breakfast.
Oh, come on.
I forgot my breakfast, and I have been up since 4:30 this morning and have worked out and have not eaten anything yet. And so I was supposed to eat at 11 o'clock. My wife said that she would bring my breakfast up to me because she's a kind woman that I love. Kevin?
It's 11:25.
We're at 11:25, and I just checked where she is. She's still in our neighborhood.
Oh.
She not care?
I don't know if she cares about me that much.
What's her deal?
I mean, she's nice enough to bring it up here, but on time's kind of important. So, Alec, I appreciate you asking. I just started to feel that rumble in my belly. But I'm also, I guess that could mean I'll have a little more room later tonight when we go to Knife for dinner. We'll talk more about that at 1 o'clock today.
Yes. More room for... No, that's going to sound crazy. Never mind. We got the question of the day, plus...
It just said steak instead of meat.
That's a great point. You know, I saw this post, Corey. Thank you for giving me the perfect segue on Instagram. It was like one of those just blank meme templates, and it said, sometimes I start a sentence and just hope it ends well. And I was like, that feels like my entire career.
Yeah, I get it.
That's just me in daily life and professional life. But we do have the question of the day, 877-881-1053. Plus, NIL can be awesome for reasons like this, and the enhanced games, it sucked. We'll get to that here in just a little bit. But today is National Photography Day. National Photography Day. And for those of you that didn't know, I graduated from the University of Texas at Arlington, UTA, here in the Metroplex. Yeah, back in 2023, I was a broadcast major, obviously, but my minor was photography. And it's something that still intrigues me to this day. I'll take pictures on my phone because iPhone cameras and phone cameras in general are just incredible now. And I'll take, super cinematic pictures and stuff when I'm out and about. And I'm like, this would be fun to do as a side hustle. So what is a side hustle you wouldn't mind picking up? 877-881-1053. I would love photography, and it's something that I keep telling myself I'm going to set some money aside to get a real camera and actually start taking appointments and whatnot. I mean, our buddy Aiden, who does all the video stuff here, does it himself, so I have a bunch of people in my life that can help me out with this. I'm like, it would be fun. It would be a great way to, one, just scratch the itch, but two, make some extra cash.
Kevin, I think I gave up on photography as a side hustle when I saw how much we paid our photographers at the newspaper.
Oh, yeah.
And I was like, that's not enough.
Well, then you don't want to be a photographer at a newspaper.
Yeah, that's a good point.
But you can make a lot of money outside of that, I bet. We didn't pay anybody anything at the newspaper.
Dude. We just hoped that they didn't ask for their checks most of the time.
Oh.
I want to be a side hustle artist. And here's how. I want to paint a painting, and people say, I will give you $35,000 for that painting.
Oh.
And me say, I'll think about it.
Whoa.
I want that. And it to not be I feel like sometimes artists are like, let's see if these idiots will buy it, And then sometimes there's really phenomenal art out there that you're like, that is amazing. That touched me in a way I did not expect, right? You saw it, it connected with me, I have to have it. And that's essentially what an artist is hoping. And they have a great story to go on with their art. That's always the case. And I have a couple friends in the art world that I'm like amazed at. I'm like, wow, that you made that much of a commission off of that. It's amazing. So I would love to be able to be a painter that can just make something happen on a canvas and people want to pay $3,500 for.
I would love to be an S-talking heel manager for some local wrestling promotions as my side hustle. And, I don't know if I would go with...
fits you perfectly, too.
Yeah.
Dude.
Yes.
I don't know if I would go with just crowd work or ripping on local sports teams or something totally different. But I think we could really get somewhere with that, and I think that would be super duper fun.
That would be awesome. Hey, if we talk to our friend Athena with AEW and ROH soon, maybe we should talk to her about a cameo at Metroplex Wrestling.
Yes. I would do that.
That would be awesome.
In the 817, I once painted this erotic photo of a married woman we met on a ship, and I froze to death.
That is from the movie Titanic.
Oh, no, it sounded kind of convincing.
Didn't know the main character or the second main character was that old lady on the boat. Very concerning. She goes, I've seen the movie, and I was like, I don't know if you have.
Oh, this is still blowing my mind. That was a convincing text, though. I can't lie. I cannot lie. Let's see. From the 945, Zach in Frisco says fixing people's TVs and laptops. And I agree with that because a lot of the time, it's a lot simpler of a fix than people realize.
Yeah.
Like, I get those on my TikTok feed where it's like those people that run a small business where they'll fix iPhone batteries or something. And it takes them maybe 30 minutes to pop the battery out, reseal the bag, give it back to the customer. That's a couple $100 that they just made. And the parts costed them, maybe $15-20? So there's a good margin there. And it's kind of satisfying to watch those videos, too. Because now you can turn your side hustle into social media content, and make even more money off of it.
Yeah. Somebody said from the 469, side hustle, be a food critic. Eat amazing food all around DFW or Dalworthington, if you will.
That's right.
And since it's side hustle business, I can write off all my meals. I have a friend, her side hustle is she's a travel blogger. And so people, like, hotels will say, come stay at our place.
Right.
It's on us. Bring your family. And just write about the experience. And, like, they take care of everything for them. That's insane. I would love that.
Okay, and I like that kind of insight because I was seriously going to ask how much food criticism is still, like, a viable job. I'm sure it is.
Huge.
But I don't know how many people just, like, look at the Yelp stars or whatever. I really wasn't sure. So yeah, that's interesting.
You are you like considering, is there still a guy out there like in Ratatouille who's the most powerful food critic in the world, and if he shows up or she, then you're like, everything's ruined, instead of just like, the Michelin star, obviously they're good.
Yeah, and I don't even know if, I don't usually travel at the Michelin star restaurants. But yeah, no, I get your point.
From the 512 side hustle, website selling full and decant colognes and perfumes. Interesting.
Yeah,
interesting. Because people will do that. If you want a luxury cologne that runs you $400 MSRP, get a half-used bottle of it that's a little dinged up for $150. Why not?
Look, I want to say that sounds weird to me, but I'm thinking, like, I'm sure there's all kinds of things for hobbies I'm more interested in that I'm like, oh yeah, no problem.
From the 214, be a street fighter. Is that legal?
Does that
matter?
Pay?
I think it pays.
Both of those are good questions.
But by who?
The
streets.
The people who are running things, Kevin. Like this is one of those where you're a street fighter and you're kind of beholden to that guy that has the money that he's going to pay you later. And maybe he also knows where your
Yeah.
daughter or girlfriend is, and he's just like, look, all I need is for you to finish these 6 fights, and you're gonna have to take the fall in each one of them. Like that would be, you gotta
take a dive.
You gotta take a dive. Do you want to see your daughter or not? Like that's the question that you have to answer, and usually it's yes. Like usually you want to see your daughter again.
Because sometimes I think about that just a little bit when they're like, I have too much pride. I'm not taking a dive in this fight. I was like, this fight is not really that relevant to your career. And if you just lose, you get your daughter back. I know we don't want to reward the bad guys, but I don't want my daughter to get killed in that scenario either.
But here's what's going to happen, Kevin. On the 6th fight, he's going to tell the other fighter to go ahead and finish you. And that way he doesn't have to pay you. And then he can also sell your daughter off. So that's how it works. So you have to live in this fight and make it out so that you can go hunt him down and then find your daughter also.
So really what I'm learning is your side hustle you would prefer is a revenge-based plot.
Yeah, hitman kind of, yeah.
Okay, all right.
I have a specific set of skills.
That's right.
Let's see. From the 817 side hustle I've always wanted is to make quality wooden baseball bats. That would be kind of fun.
Dude, that would be fun.
That is fun. My dad, he has the ability to make those in his shop. Well, he does a lot of that stuff. He was a former carpenter who continues to do it as a hobby now.
It's like Jesus.
Well, I mean, different than Jesus, but yeah, like I can see how
it's a little bit
the similar. Yeah, I think he does different stuff.
Okay.
But yeah, he it is a lot of fun. It's very satisfying to watch something go from one thing into another like that.
Right.
You whittle a piece of wood down to something else, and it's just satisfying.
From the 817 Feet Finder, or start a cooking channel called...
What was that first one?
Feet Finder.
What does that mean?
What do you think it means?
Where you go find pictures, people that post their feet, and you pay for them.
Just look it up real quick.
Oh,
yeah, look it up.
Pay for them, not you get what?
On the company computer.
Yeah, look it up on the company computer.
And they had an alternative just for you, Kevin. Start a cooking channel called Only Pans.
Only Pans. I think there's a girl out there who already has that.
What? Oh.
Yeah, she's fantastic. I wish I could remember her name right now, but
okay, but Feet Finder means you sell your own feet pictures, right?
That's right.
Susie Vidal. Susie, she's fantastic.
I just didn't understand how you went to look for people's feet on the internet and you got paid for that, but now I understand.
It's your feet.
Okay.
It's like it's your dog.
I get that reference. Most beginners actually make $0 to $200 in their first month, while consistent intermediate creators generally earn between $300 and $900 a month.
Keep giving us that content and we'll pay you more is basically what that's saying.
What?
Top tier Feet Finder creators make more than $5,000 monthly.
How do you get to top tier? Just keep posting pictures?
What if you got ugly feet? Like you got a deformed toe or something?
I think that could
be.
And
you smash gross things.
Yeah, that could be a niche,
Oh, people might be into that. Yeah,
some people they're like, you know what? I like weird feet.
Yeah, the little toe is pointing the wrong way. I'm kind of into that.
I want both of you
we just won Masterpiece of the Week together. That's a combo action that you just can't get anywhere else.
I'm in control of
Somebody
this
also made a suggestion when you compared yourself to Justin Herbert that you said something that you should mark.
I'll have to run the tape because I don't even remember what I said. Like I said earlier, I start a sentence and I hope it ends well. It often doesn't. Real quick on this one, not going to spend too much time on it because nobody in America cared about it like they said they did. The Enhanced Games, the Olympic-style event where people were allowed to use performance-enhancing drugs. It was kind of fun in theory. They ended up losing $60 million doing it.
Oh,
$60 million?
Yeah. And I think, if I remember correctly, none of the enhanced players actually did anything special. It was all the other athletes.
Yeah, so in theory, they saved a ton of money by no world records being broken because there was a big bonus for that. But they still somehow lost $60 million, which is objectively incredible in the worst way. And then to the world of NIL. The NIL store on Twitter tracks the most popular college football jerseys, or college sports jerseys, rather, each week, just to see the ebbs and flows of what's going on across all sports, which is pretty cool. So you'll go and you'll look and you'll see a lot of football players, obviously, tons of baseball players and whatnot. But last week, there was a new name inside of the top 10, Alicia Beers. Yes, BEERS. EERS, just like a beer, right?
And they wanted that on the back of the jersey.
Exactly. And she wears the jersey number 6. She's a volleyball player, and people are storming these websites to buy the 6 beers jersey because it says that just in that fashion, 6 beers. So a bunch of men are going and buying this jersey to wear it out to the bar.
That's funny.
Just because it says 6 beers, but because of the world of NIL now, she's actually pocketing a percentage of this money. So she's benefiting from having an awesome, awesome last name.
That is awesome.
And that's enough beers, too.
We're the Can't-See masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we're going to do a special edition of Gridiron Gravy that focuses in on the Cowboys roster.
Are you serious?
Who do you think really needs to be on this team? I'm talking about a fringy candidate. Don't tell me George Pickens.
Dak.
We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 through 2025.
Blair Thomas is the running back. They fake to him, and Aikman throws the end zone. Mervin. Touchdown, Dallas.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan, where I can already see we're getting in a time crunch, so we might have to pick up the roster question in a little bit because we got a lot to go through as we go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Dip and rip it.
Now, let's start with this. This is something I wanted to talk about yesterday, but we just didn't get to it. The best Cowboys team to never make the Super Bowl. All right? Not win, but not even make the Super Bowl. Now, it makes a lot of sense for it to be the 94 Cowboys because that's the team that immediately comes to mind for me. ESPN put out a list based on DVOA. That's defense adjusted value over average. It takes in a team's efficiency by comparing success on every single play to a league average based on support, situation, and opponent. All of that stuff. All right. So the 1994 Dallas Cowboys all time on this list are 15th. So they're the 15th best team to never make it to the Super Bowl. Interestingly enough, ahead of them, tied for, just a little bit ahead of them at 13 is the 1995 San Francisco 49ers, who of course would fall to the Packers, who then lost to the Cowboys on their run to the Super Bowl. But there is one team in Cowboys history that was viewed as better strictly based on DVOA, and it was not the one that I would have guessed.
So you're thinking it was the 2014 team?
No.
Okay.
But that is a good one. That was a really good one.
Is it the one where Patrick Creighton dropped? Is it a current or like a more modern team? Okay.
Nope.
So was it a Danny White team?
Nope.
Oh my gosh. All right, Kevin, I'm struggling here.
It was the 1968 Dallas Cowboys team. They lost to the Browns in the divisional round, and here's why
to the Browns.
Yeah, that is a good question.
I guess it was 68. You know.
Here is why I was surprised by. I was surprised by that. The 1968 Dallas Cowboys, I would have thought it would have been one of the 2 years prior. Like, I would have thought it was leading into one of the first two matchups against the Packers that fed into Super Bowl I and Super Bowl II. But that Dallas Cowboys team went 12-2. And then they lost to the Browns, who then in turn got just freaking destroyed by that Baltimore Colts team. And if you remember, that Baltimore Colts team lost Super Bowl III to the Jets in the game that really made the Super Bowl more viable. I know that sounds like an insane thing to say right now, but remember, the first AFC-NFC championship game, which is what it was called, was such a non-entity that even though we had 3 channels, 2 of them carried it. Because they're like, either way.
Yeah, there was no ratings battle like that.
We didn't have a full copy of it. It had to be pieced together to create it. So it was that third team. So not the 66 or the 67 Cowboys, but ESPN has the 1968 Cowboys listed as the 5th best team that never made the Super Bowl.
Don Meredith was that good of a quarterback?
He really was.
Do we not give him enough credit in the hierarchy?
Yes, definitely. Because... And you think about how much different it could have been. Like we talked the other day, we were talking with Mickey about this, and I am not kidding about this. I think about this a lot, actually. I know Vince Lombardi won pre-Super Bowl NFL championships, but I have always wondered if the Cowboys would have won those first 2 Super Bowls, and then you lost Super Bowl V, you won Super Bowl VI, and so like you're always right there. if it would have possibly been called the Landry Trophy. And Don Meredith was the primary starting quarterback for both that 66 and that 67 team that would have fed into Super Bowl I and Super Bowl II. And I can almost guarantee you the Cowboys would have won those games. They went down to the wire both times with the Packers, and the Packers just straight up throttled the teams in Super Bowl I and II.
Yeah, no, I think we've always felt that would be the case, and Landry deserves that, quite honestly.
Yeah.
He's got a highway, but,
I mean,
and a statue.
That's true. And then he would have had 4 Super Bowl titles. Who knows what? I mean, you know how we talked about like how epic the three-peat was. Well, think about it. If somehow the Cowboys would have won 1 and 2, and this team was that good, could you've gotten a three-peat right out of the gate? Or like, would Landry have at least have added those 2 Super Bowls, and then people wouldn't have been able to do any all-time coaching top 5 without him? And they'd be like, yeah, Andy Reid's cool and stuff, but he's not Tom Landry. And unfortunately, I feel that's kind of falling to the wayside.
Oh, yeah, for sure it is.
It sucks.
Because winning those championships is a distinct matter.
Absolutely. Now, the rest of the top 4 is epically fascinating, and you're going to notice it is a very poor reflection on one
all
particular
4
individual.
Of Danny White's teams.
No, there are no more Cowboys teams on the list. The 2010 Patriots are number 3 on the list, and I'm skipping 4 for a particular reason. Number 2 on the list is the 1976 Steelers. But number 1 and number 4 are the respectively 2023 Ravens and the 2024 Ravens. They're number 1 and number 4 on this list, which, look, I love Lamar Jackson. It just feels like, in a way, that is a poor reflection on him, especially since in 2024 they lost in the divisional round, and then in 2023, that was the game where they only scored 10 points against the Chiefs in the conference championship.
Mark Andrews dropped that pass.
True.
That was a great pass, too.
True.
That's not on Lamar.
I agree,
but history.
But you know how it works.
This is the same conversation as, very similar to 30 years from now. Jerry Jones. They were asking this on the other day on air. Sean and Bobby were. Will Jerry Jones be known in history for the 30 years of incompetence,
right,
or the 3 Super Bowls,
right?
And down the road, people will look at the Super Bowls and go, "Those are 3 accolades that he deserves the credit for."
Yeah,
not whatever any of the other stuff.
The nuance gets lost along the way.
Absolutely, it does.
I feel like
it's the stats. It's the stats that tell the story at the end of the day there. And even though Lamar Jackson was phenomenal, man, that was a really good team too. That's a good conversation point there, Kevin. I personally right now don't think it reflects negatively on him, but I understand how history will see it that way.
For the 3-2-1, this is an interesting question. I actually, in a weird way, think I know the answer. Why is 1968 not modern in football, but 1910 is modern in baseball? I think it all pivots off of 1970, the merger. Like, that seems to be how all of this gets distinguished. So 1970, and I'll tell you something right now, since we were talking about the 68 Super Bowl, that merger happens because the Jets won the Super Bowl. If the Colts would have steamrolled them, which is what pretty much everybody thought was going to happen, why the hell would the NFL merge with the AFL? They're like, your teams suck. We kick your ass every single year. You are a B-League football. So them winning that, and then the Chiefs the next year, like, that's what turned the tide. And they were like, oh, no, come on. Do you want to be in my league?
Yeah, and always having more teams, and it's more property.
Yes. I don't know if they viewed it that way at the time,
commercial
but
real estate's where it's at, Kevin.
That, as you've always said. A couple of injury updates for you. Mike Evans left the joint practice yesterday with some soft tissue tightness, which you got to worry about that. Jaden Higgins
I mean, we've discussed that at length.
Absolutely.
That's the only thing that could keep him from having his year.
Jaden Higgins with a torn ACL is officially out for the 2026 season. And Tyler Biotish is going to see more doctors in an effort to get more clarity because he's out indefinitely with ACL damage. And apparently there are more injuries to his knee as well. So I don't believe it's an ACL tear, but it's damaged and there might be other issues in his knee. So don't be surprised if you hear he'll end up being out for the year, but he is going to check with other doctors before any decision is made on that. And yeah, one more thing. I just want to throw this out there. I thought it was funny. Is Jared Verse already letting us know how he's going to cope with being on the Browns?
Did he put on some fat?
No. He said, quote, California doesn't really rain that much. I was outside yesterday just enjoying the rain, sitting on my back porch, just taking little deep breaths, seeing deer running around and everything like that. It was cool. I'm not saying all of that is not true, but is that going to be his coping mechanism for being with the Browns?
He just sits there like Joey and watches the rain hit on his windowsill.
Yeah, except it's real.
Gosh. It sounds so sad.
Exactly. So I think we have discovered that for Jared Verse.
Cleveland, you know?
We're the KNC masterpiece.
That's
yes.
answered all questions.
Yes. Right here on 105 through the fan. Coming up next, let's chat with our Dallas Cowboys insider. I don't know why I keep doing that. Mickey Spagnola right here on the fan.
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the K&C Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now. Brought to you by your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. And Specs, how about them savings from Specs, proud partner of the Dallas Cowboys. We bring you our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Howdy, sir.
Let's go. Let's get it going.
All right. So that seemed to be the theme of the day during the joint practice as well. Were you familiar with the wrestler Scott Steiner before you saw his son suplex Jalen Thompson?
I'm sorry. Say that again.
Were you familiar with the wrestler Scott Steiner before you saw him do suplex
his
Jalen
son
Thompson? Yeah.
suplex Jalen Thompson?
I did not know that.
That is fair. What?
And wait, before we go any further, what are the rules on the S word?
Suplex?
No, don't say that word.
Okay. Can I say S word?
Yes, yes,
you can say S word all the time.
Exactly.
Okay. I didn't want to get you guys or myself in trouble.
Oh, Shoddy said the S word a lot yesterday, right?
Yes, he did. And then when he walked off, somebody repeated it, and then he spelled it for us.
Oh.
You know how to spell it?
Yeah, I know how to spell most words. I know how to spell most words.
So give us some insight then. I mean, that's pretty good insight right there about how he felt about maybe all the fights or maybe just specifically Ezeraku.
Well, look, he wasn't the only person out there that threw punches, okay? I saw Reddy Stewart throw a right, a left, a right, and a left, right? But there was such a melee going on, it was hard to pick out who was doing what. And as he pointed out, the Cowboys weren't the only culprit here.
For sure.
And what happened. As a matter of fact, it started with the Saints when it was early in the first team portion of practice. Javonte Williams was running the ball. He turned the corner, probably gained about 5 or 10 yards, and he was ready to go out of bounds. And the Saints just flung him out of bounds like a full tackle. And the offensive lineman, rightly so, said, hey, you don't mess with my guy. And it started, and both sidelines emptied. and then it was basically one of those baseball brawls where everybody runs out and does a lot of pushing. But there was a couple over on the defensive side that things got pretty heated. And you know what? I know he said he was disappointed. He said it was sloppy. He didn't like all the fighting. But I'm guessing when he went to bed last night, he was gritting his teeth and go, darn right, we're not taking nothing from nobody. And I don't blame him. As bad as this defense was last year, these guys didn't back down. If the Saints wanted to go, they went. And to me, it's a good thing. Now, you don't want to get thrown out of a game. I get it. And for Ezaraku, it was the second time, right?
Yeah.
Once with his own guys and then in this one. But you know what? Charles Haley didn't back down from anybody. And that was part of his deal. People were scared to play against him because he would do anything possible to win at the snap of the ball. So, to me, I thought it was a good thing. I liked them stepping up to support their own guys and make sure that some team doesn't come in here named the Saints, not acting unsaintly.
You know, don't let them come marching in.
That's right. Since you mentioned the fights and kind of the similarity to baseball brawl, I meant to ask you this. Did you see that Cubs and White Sox fan fight in the bleachers at Wrigley?
No, I did not.
Holy moly. Just type in.
I need to go look that up.
Cubs, White Sox fan fight. You'll find it straight away.
How'd the Southsider do?
The Southsiders, there was multiple of them. They ended up victorious.
Okay, good. But they lost the baseball game.
Yeah, and there was a couple points where I was like, I think you proved your point. This is going too far. So take a look at it. Let me know what you think about that. All right, you mentioned Regh Stewart as well. How do you think Regh Stewart looked yesterday, and does he continue to show some versatility in terms of he could be useful for you as a safety in addition to a cornerback?
Yes, and he's been doing that here quite a bit lately. It started when they had some injuries at safety. Jalen Thompson was out, the Childress, and so they needed some safety help, so they started moving him to safety. So, again, slot corner, safety, special teams. He will play special teams for you, right?
Yeah.
And I think that is as poorly as the Cowboys played on special teams when they construct this first 53-man roster. I think some consideration has to be given to guys that maybe aren't starters or initial backups, but they're special team dudes, and they need some of these guys on the roster.
How far away is Von Miller in the ramp-up process? Like, how far does he feel like he needs?
Yeah, I would think, they'll work him out, and they know what he's been doing, right? B.T. Jordan, he'd been the Cowboys' consultant. He had been working out with him, so they knew where he was all along. He went through the stretch yesterday before the scrimmage. I think he did maybe a few individual drills, not too much. He won't practice. He'll ramp up tomorrow, and then you travel. He's not going to play in the game. And then when they get back to Dallas, they'll be able to test and see just how much he might be able to do in those first couple of practices back at the Star. But when he finished his press conference yesterday, the first person he talked to was Britt Brown, and I'm sure Britt and him talked in like, okay, here's the plan, here's how we're going to get you ready. He doesn't need to, be ready until September 13th.
How far is Von Miller from getting Hunter Lipke's number?
If Lipke likes chicken, he may be right there by it, right?
Yeah.
He offered him a lifetime supply of chicken.
Because he has
would you pass that up?
Hell no, chicken's delicious.
He runs a chicken farm, right?
Yeah.
So
Yes.
I think it's Greener Pastures chicken.
So last time we failed you on this, Mickey, because we didn't ask about Dustin Hoffman. So I need to know this go around. Movie producer Jerry Bruckheimer was a visitor yesterday. Do you have a favorite Jerry Bruckheimer movie? Because he's worth $1 billion.
Yeah, I can't help you on that one.
All right.
I could tell you Drew Brees was here.
Yeah, Drew Brees was hanging out too. Yeah.
Okay. Do you want? I'm going to give you some of his filmography to help you out.
Okay.
I just want to let you know.
I'm not a current movie buff, but give me a shot.
Okay. Flashdance, Days of Thunder, The Rock, Con Air, Armageddon, Enemy of the State, Pearl Harbor, Black Hawk Down, Top Gun, Bad Boys, Pirates of the Caribbean, the National Treasure movies. He's done a lot of stuff.
Yes, he has, and I've seen many of those, right?
Okay, great.
Yeah, but I didn't know who produced them.
Well, I'm sure he's okay with that because, like I said, he's now worth $1 billion.
Yeah,
so
he's like,
he ain't worried about little old me.
Or me, yeah.
Billy Zane was also there. I saw Nate post a picture with him. Do you know who Billy Zane is?
I've heard the name.
There you go.
He was the mean fiance in Titanic.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And in the terrible movie The Phantom, I don't know if you've ever seen that movie. It's pretty awful.
Michael Irvin was here.
Okay, see, now we're talking. I saw Michael Irvin pick up a kid from the other side of the fence and let him walk around with him for a minute.
Right.
And I was just like, it's got to be kind of awesome when Michael Irvin walks around at camp.
Yes.
Just because he is that personality that he is.
Sean Lee was here.
See, that's another one that he's sitting there going, how many analytics can I talk about right now?
Matt Vanderbeek.
Ooh.
That one goes right by you.
Yeah, I'm so sorry, Mickey.
Special teams ace.
Was
he ended up getting signed as a free agent, I think maybe by Washington, because he had played so well on special teams.
Look at that.
And he lives in the area.
Okay.
Any other ones?
I'm trying to go through.
You've already gotten
the
Matt
guys
Vanderbeek,
I've seen. Yeah, James Washington was here Monday.
I love James Washington, dude. We had him on a couple of years ago. He's great, man. He's fantastic.
All right. Anything else? Whether it's risers or fallers coming out of joint practice. Look, I don't want to make it sound like we're trying to beat up on this guy, but feels like he was maybe kind of underwhelming for Nate Thomas again, was it not?
Well, they moved him.
Right.
We talked about it yesterday.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
They went from left tackle to right tackle. Shelton still was at left tackle on the second team. Yeah, he needs to pick it up. And here's the concern: if it's not him, who's your backup swing tackle?
Yeah, we were talking about that. I don't know.
Right, and I don't know that. Now Shelton at least went back and played left tackle. And that's where he played at Penn State. But that's asking a lot for a rookie to be your backup swing tackle, right?
Especially at a time when I feel like people in the fan base, I don't know, the organization, I don't know how you totally feel about it, maybe aren't thrilled about your actual starting tackles.
Well, if they can keep Tyler Guyton healthy, right, that would be a start. And then Terrence Steele... he needs to be a little bit more consistent. So I looked at the list of still available free agent tackles, but boy, they're all 30-something years old, and, no one's touching them. And now, do you want to bring one of those guys in as your backup swing tackle? But there's not a lot of choices, right?
Right.
Yeah, exactly.
Because in the NFL, as we know, there's not enough talented offensive linemen to basically supply your first team offensive line, let alone a backup, right? So sometimes maybe if you err on experience and just hope that, you stay as healthy as possible. But I think it's something to keep an eye on, especially in this next preseason game when the second line and the third line are going to be out there playing. And you got to be somewhat concerned at this point going into that game. So that if anybody needs anything to watch, just watch the offensive line. Now, the first line, whatever you think of Guyton, whatever you think of Terrence Steele, they did a pretty darn good job against the Saints. Dak Prescott was on fire. I saw the first thing someone said about Dak Prescott was an interception. Well, he was throwing the ball in the wind, and it got held up, and it was behind the receiver. He threw about 2 or 3 deep touchdown passes, and one beauty to George Pickens, who contorted his body, twisted, and caught the ball like going backwards and went to the ground and held on. It was an unbelievable catch. Mingo had a big catch, too. So the offense, I thought, was doing well. Now, Jaden Blue did start the practice. He had a little bit of a shoulder. He had a really good run, about 30 yards, and then they pulled him out of the practice out of precaution, I think.
Well, we appreciate the insight as always. We will catch up with you once more tomorrow.
And I'll be back with a whole lot of S tomorrow.
And watch that fight. Watch that
I will.
fight.
Okay.
All right, there you go. Mickey Spagnola from DallasCowboys.com. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, will Corey have the heart to tell Skip that he did not wear a tank top yesterday? We will find out when we talk with the Rangers manager right here on The Fan. Fantasy Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan right now, brought to you by Trajan Wealth and Tropical Smoothie Cafe. It is time to talk to Texas Rangers manager Skip Schumacher. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, guys. How you doing?
Man, we're doing great. I hope you are also doing great off of a big win. My question is, would you like to talk first about that win, tank tops, or one of us throwing out the first pitch at a Rangers game?
It's always good talking to you all after a win, so let's start with that one.
Okay.
Tank tops.
All right. So let's start with the win. I know we have asked you this before, but once again, can you put into perspective how important Cal Quantrill has been, not only yesterday, but for this season? And then maybe tell us about some big-time defensive plays by Cody Freeman in that first inning.
Yeah, I've known Cal for a long time. We drafted him in San Diego when I was there and saw him kind of come up through the ranks. And then obviously we traded him to Cleveland. And then now here we are again together in Texas, and had a really tough conversation early on with him in the WBC, and, not really having a chance to, make the rotation or make the team just because of limited time coming back in spring training. And then, so he's been thrusted in a lot of different roles. AAA starter, come up here, long man, spot start, high leverage in the ninth inning, and then all of a sudden, injury comes up, and then we give him the rotation spot, does really well. Bradford comes back and have to put him back in the rotation. Then because of need, here he is again. And all along, all he said, hey, whatever you need, all I care about is winning. And that goes a long way in the manager's seat, because those are tough conversations to give a veteran pitcher who, deserved to be in a rotation or deserved to be in more high leverage spots in the bullpen. And credit to him, he's just built up during the regular season, which is so hard in the middle of a year, and has provided a lot of quality innings for us. And we needed that win yesterday, big time, to start off a good homestand, hopefully, and he provided that.
And then your thoughts on Cody Freeman setting the tone defensively early on.
Yeah, game-changing two plays, really, in the first inning, the one into the dugout and the diving play in the hole. We could be down 1-0 in the first inning, and, it changes the momentum a little bit. And so instead, it's a 0, and we come in and we score first, and we're really good when we score first. So that was an unbelievable play, obviously, in the hole and then in the dugout.
I'm curious, even with a guy like Freeman, too, when you're talking about Cal and the kind of the things that he's had to adapt to this year, obviously, you hear about athletes being, creatures of habit and wanting to know what they're doing and all that. But when you have an adaptable guy like that, how many of those kind of guys do you want on your team? Do you want a whole full team of those guys?
No, I think you lose with a lot of Skip Schumachers on the team, right? You need talent, but you also need guys like Cody Freeman that fill in and can play everywhere and provide that spark. And I think Cody Freeman can be an everyday player. There's no doubt about it. We had JJ there, and we've missed JJ for the last few weeks. I mean, middle of the order bat, 800 OPS, killing lefties. I mean, JJ was having a great year. And, Cody was going to fill in. Then he had the neck surgery, that, really hindered him. And he's got a big old scar on his neck. I mean, he was out for a little while. And he's come back and provided, a spark for us and takes quality at bats. You saw what he did last year. So it's good to see him back and feeling good at the plate, obviously making some good defensive plays. But, yeah, I think Cody can absolutely be an everyday player just because of, everything he provides defensively and offensively.
You mentioned Josh Young, so obviously I got to ask, I know he started jogging. He's been doing some baseball activities, including ground balls and hitting. Where are y'all at with him, and is there some semblance of, I guess, an updated timeline?
Yeah, the updated timeline is he's still doing his jogging, kind of progression and hopefully ramping up into a sprint here soon, which, as you know, that just takes some time. And he's doing the defensive work. He's doing the swings. All of that feels good. It's the running that hasn't, really progressed like we wanted it to. And so he's doing it now. He'll do it again today. Felt okay. I don't think he's 100% yet. So it's still gonna be another, hopefully another week or so. But I can't give you like this hard timeline of when we'll see him on the field.
Skip, I'd love for you to be able to predict the future and say, yes, Corey Seager will turn the corner, is turning the corner. I know exactly when with a guy like that. But when, you get a couple of hits from him and it looks like things are feeling pretty good. But for him, it's got to be, this has got to be a frustrating kind of season for him, personality-wise. How do you kind of navigate working with a guy that's been at that superstar level and getting him to have that belief and faith that he's going to be back to what he typically is?
Yeah, you hit it on the head there with as far as the frustration he has by not being able to post every day like he wants to. He knows where we're at in the season. He knows what he provides, and he wants to be out there. It's the reality is, the majority of the season, he couldn't. As much as he wanted to, he couldn't. So you see what he provides. Last night, it was a really good sign of him diving into second base on a double head first. You haven't seen that, the majority of the year because he couldn't do it. And now you see that first. He's gone first to third. He's swinging. He's making the plays. And then it's always, how does he feel the next day and then the day after that? And, so far it's been good. So, hopefully we can get him and ride him the next 30 plus games and not really look back. But it's been frustrating for him. Obviously, I want him in the lineup, of course, but it doesn't compare to the frustration that he's had, himself, just trying to be out there for his team and his teammates.
Talking about that play, Jake Burger said after the game, man, that play fired me up. So not just about Seager, but do you feel like as of late, perhaps the team's been more aggressive on the base paths, and is that going to be a possible way to get out of the funk that y'all have been in?
Yeah, maybe. I think it's just part of the identity, and it's always easy to run the bases more when you have more people on base,
sure.
Right? So I think that is the what's lost in this is we just don't want to run into outs just to say we're trying to advance bases or trying to steal more bases. And, sometimes, we're stealing bases at an 80% clip, pretty good ratio, success rate, but we just don't want to run into outs, but we got to get guys on base to produce that. And I think the best base running teams do have a lot of guys on base often, so they can take chances and correct itself if it doesn't work out and learn from these moments. But I do feel like lately we have been going first and third more, and doing that part of the game has looked better the last couple games. But also we've had more extra base hits and more opportunity to do that, and I think it's all related.
Now, Skip, I've actually wanted to ask you about this particular player all season. I just never had the right opportunity. I think this kind of fits a little bit. And I know I'm actually about to talk about something we don't talk about, and that is that Cardinals team, Kevin.
Oh, no.
Albert Pujols, you got to watch him and the way he prepped and the way he did his work. And I know when he hit that grand slam against us, it pretty much went through the back of the stadium and deflated an entire stadium. I'm sure that kind of stuff gave you guys energy. Is it always the best player on the team that provides that energy, or is it like the rare moments that they do certain things that just kind of takes everything to another level? And where do you feel like this team gets its best energy from?
Yeah, I don't want to bring up that year either, but you did.
Thank you.
August 23rd of that year, we were out of the wild card 10.5 games. August 23rd, and so I actually was pitching in a blowout game, a 13-2 blowout game. I faced Rob Barajas that day, and it didn't look good. And so, to your point, is as far as who provides that spark, well, Albert was injured at the time, and so it's other guys that can absolutely provide that spark. Now, seeing Corey Seager, go ahead and dive, into second base and firing up the troops, your best player doing that. Obviously, that sets the tone a little, and you always love seeing that part of it, and it fired everybody up. But I do think that there's other guys that can do that. Cody Freeman did it yesterday. Zeke Duran has done it all year.
Yeah.
There's guys that do this. Jacob Latz and Berger doing steamrolling, after a big closing situation. So there are guys that can do it. But I just want to reiterate, there's no panic in this clubhouse. They are we know where we're at in the season. We got to go. And, I've been in spots where I've been in much worse situations as a player. So, we know what we need to do. We got to start producing. It's we talk about it, but we got to start producing.
Skip, one of the things Chris Young told us at the season opener, Kevin, I believe it was having a lineup with guys who know their roles and what their roles are. And we've talked about Wyatt Langford the other day. You brought up how he had 3 walks and how that helped you guys get a win. And I know Wyatt can crush. Like we know he can crush the ball, but is his role kind of adaptable to you got to be the complete package because getting on base, number one, is the most important thing because of that speed?
Yeah, when you're not feeling good, all you want to do is hit your way out of it, right? Like that is the mindset. Like if I'm in a funk, I'm going to hit my way out of it. I'm not going to see pitches and try to walk and kind of pass the baton. That's very hard to do. That's like a mature way to go about it. When I'm not feeling good, I got to grind my way, figure out some way to get on base for the guy behind me who might be feeling good until I feel good again. Then I'll swing my way out of it. That is not easy. He did that. Now he's starting to feel good again, and you see what happened, right? He walked 3 times. The next day, hit a home run. He's feeling good right now. Had a couple hits. So yes, it's a very, very exciting player, obviously, but also you see the signs of maturity as well when you see the guys that go in funks and are taking the base when they don't feel good until they feel good again.
I feel like that answer probably encapsulates your answer to my next question, but you've said this a couple of different times after the last road trip. We know we're better than this road trip. We know we're better than what the record says. With all due respect and factoring in the run differential and everything, I am really curious as to what makes you say that.
That we're in a good position to win still?
That you're better than what your record says and believe that you can play better. Like, I'm just curious about that line of thinking.
Yeah, in my seat, you have to have this crazy belief every single day. I've said it before that we're going to win every day. I mean, that is a non-negotiable from our staff. That's a non-negotiable for me. That when we enter, we out-energy the player, and we're ready to go. And we have to give that clubhouse the belief that we are in this thing to win it. And there's no other way to think about it. So as far as like what I believe in, well, Jacob deGrom felt really good after the bullpen session yesterday. We'll see what he looks like. JJ is running. That's a good sign. Robert Garcia is throwing his bullpens. That's a good sign. Jack Leiter's throwing tomorrow in a rehab game at 65 pitches. That's a good sign. So Corey Seager's playing in the lineup, and he's in the lineup hopefully every day now. So you start seeing a lot of these guys getting healthy and getting our full team back, and Danny Jansen now back. Then you start seeing like, okay, if we know where we're at, we still have this belief. There's winners in that clubhouse that know what winning looks like and have been there before. Why not? What is there to we put ourselves in this position, but the division is the division, so we're in a good spot. Let's see if we can make a run at this thing.
Now, I know it'll probably depend on how he is feeling today, but is the ideal plan for deGrom to make his start tomorrow?
Yeah, we'll see. I don't want to give like these. I've said trending too often lately, so I don't want to like give you something that's not true. So when he comes in today, I think we'll have a better idea where we're at.
Now, Jake Berger said after the last loss to the A's that it's something you can't dwell on. Is that how you operate, you personally, or do you sometimes linger on particular losses or slumps, even though you probably shouldn't?
I dwell on it like that night because then I get on the computer and watch the game over again, and have my pity party a little bit, and then and then the next day I get ready to roll. So you're just not allowed to sulk in this game the next day. It's just that's just not being a pro and not exactly what I don't want from our staff. So absolutely, that night you have some sleepless nights, and you might have another drink of water or two, and then figure out what it looks like the next day. And I think that's all part of this game. It's mental as a player. It's also mental as a coach and a manager. So trying to find ways to stay positive through funks and to get ready to go the next day is always the challenge at this level.
And then you just put like an extra plate or so on the bench press, and that it helps you feel a little bit better.
Ooh.
Oh, gosh. Here we go.
Got to go work that out sometimes, Got to go get that in. So,
all right.
That's right.
So I know y'all are focused on today's game. I did have a question about August 31st, though. That night, our station is going to be doing the first pitch for the game, and I won the drawing to throw out the very first pitch. However, my co-host, one of his lifelong dreams in the existence of the world is to throw out the first pitch at a Rangers game. I should just give him the pitch, right?
I think here's what you don't want. You don't want to have a cutoff man or relay man from the mound to the plate.
Sure.
So whoever has the ability to throw it from the pitcher's mound to the catcher, whoever's catching it, I think that's who you go with.
Well,
just because.
Yeah. My co-host Corey, every time we talked about this giveaway, he started doing his pitching motion, and his son wants to practice with him. So it feels like they're locked in on this thing.
I feel like you give it to him then. I mean, he wants it. You got to give it to him.
Don't shake him down. Just let him have it as a good friend.
Yeah, and you better hope he doesn't one-hop it.
Oh, man.
Does that reflect on me
I'm
if
gonna
he
be fine.
beefs it?
No, I'm going to be fine, dude. Trust me on this. I'm going to be just fine. Actually, I might throw a little heat in there just to see.
Oh, okay. Well, as always, we appreciate the time. You guys have been
miles an hour.
Rocking and rolling on these Tuesdays. Congrats on the win. Best of luck against the Nationals this evening.
All right, guys. Appreciate you. Thank you.
There you go. Texas Ranger manager Skip Schumacher right here on 105.3 The Fan. The one thing I did not like was the implication that I have to take some of the blame if you mess it up. I don't care.
Did you ever consider that?
No.
He's not wrong.
And I do not care for that.
That is, you know what? Here's one of the things that puts more pressure on me to not let you down. All right? Because you've given me this opportunity.
And unfortunately, you know how judgy I can be.
Oh, yeah, I
try
do.
not to be,
I
but
do. I will say this, the one time I made the ridiculous, and it's Mike's fault, he cheated, but the one time I made that bet with Mike,
right?
I do remember sitting front row, right there with Brandon was you. You were right there. You were like, I got to be here for this. It was awesome to have that kind of support, especially against Mike, which we weren't working on the same show at the time. He wasn't with us yet.
Right.
He was still a G-bag, but it was nice that we were a united front.
Now, on the practical baseball purposes, Skip said it will depend on how DeGrom feels today. Although I did appreciate his reference to, I feel like I've said trending in the right direction too many times that I don't want to lie. But that is the ideal circumstance, is that Rocker throws tonight, and then you do get DeGrom back out there tomorrow, and then Gore, Bradford, for the time being, Quantrill, although I'm really curious to see how Jack Leiter's rehab assignment goes. Then maybe the next go-around, like going into the White Sox series or the Brewers series, maybe you would see him again back up with the big club as a starter. And then Josh Young, it's still a struggle with the running. He's not up to 100% right there. So you'd love to say a week, but I feel like he was pretty honest I don't really have a good timetable at this exact moment.
Here's the thing, Kevin, and it would feel nice for all of us, Alec included, and I think all Rangers fans to know that those guys are back, right? That DeGrom's back, he's ready to go. Leiter's,
I did like his answer to why do you believe your team can be better?
Yeah, I mean, that's his responsibility.
Yeah.
If you go out there and you just do what Mike would do and be like, oh, why are we even here today, guys? We're going to lose. Remember he told us that
I remember.
His teammate one day was like, we're going to lose. You can't do that. You can't think that way. You can never think that way. So you got to have this, because if you think that way, your guys are going to think that way.
Yeah.
So you got to have them in this mindset of we can run through a wall. Nobody can stop us. But Kevin, you're bringing up the guys that you're hoping to get back. But the thing that is kind of always lingering is how long? How long can they be back? And will it give you long enough to make it to these last 30-something games? And also, will the performance be good enough in that stretch that they can get to the place they want to be? And then on top of that, you've talked about it many times. Well, you're going to get smoked in the playoffs. And this was around trade deadline. We were discussing that. Well, if you get to that point, and will the performance will they be healthy then too? And that's just something that we've seen Skip have to juggle this all season, right? He's had to do this all year long. Fortunately, he knows how to do it. He's got a good idea what his team, the guys that'll step up for him.
Yeah, I mean, hell, you just lean on Cal Quantrill to get the job done.
Let him start every game.
Maybe not
in the
that.
Playoffs.
I would just love to see some sustained positive momentum for the Rangers, because every time it feels like they're going to get it, it goes away. But to Skip's point, as he said, the division is what it is, which means they're still in a position to accomplish their postseason goals and go from there, which is fair.
Kevin, you have often said this is one of the most ridiculous plays in the history of baseball. From the 6-8-2, he gave me an idea. Throw the ball, have Corey intercept it, and toss it home like Jeter did in the playoffs.
I think that is the most overrated play in the history of baseball. I've watched that thing many times. I think he was going to get the runner either way.
Jeter needed the credit.
Yeah.
The most ridiculous claim in the history of baseball.
John Smoltz knows.
Jeter needed
unless
the credit.
that's in response to me. And I know it was a smart play, and everyone's like, it's the most genius play I've ever seen. I'm like, whatever. All right, we're the Can't-See Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, and maybe you want to throw me into My Buddy's an Idiot. Go ahead and give me cut number 5, if you will, because let's fire up My Buddy's an Idiot.
Back to Rincon. They'll run to the bag, toss it over. They were down, but never out. Bayonne is going to Williamsport.
We're going to start by talking about Little League Baseball and the Little League World Series. Don't worry. I can see how you would think I might go after some and maybe put the Little Leaguers in that. That's not what's happening. I respect Kalshi, underdog, trying to make their living and all of that, but Little League gamblers are idiots. What are we doing? Not only should you not bet on this, I do not approve of prop bets and stuff being open for Little League Baseball. Come on, dude. We've gone too far, and I love gambling.
This is the man that said you shouldn't gamble on the Hall of Fame game.
Yeah, and
yet our boy Joshua is rich now.
What happened to him?
He doesn't work here anymore because he made so much money gambling on the Hall of Fame
He
game.
definitely still works.
I need to take notes.
Yeah. Did you not learn anything from this, Kevin?
I mean, clearly not. That's another flaw of me. I have trouble learning lessons.
You can trade on anything, Kevin.
But don't you think you should not be able to trade on that?
So
I know they're not going to change their slogan to you can trade on anything except Little League Baseball, but they probably should.
Yeah, and it is weird that I guess because it's on TV and it's exposed to such a big audience that would be a capable thing. I'm watching some right now. It is very weird to me. But again, is it on them to provide that place, to do it? Or is it on the people who are like, I am willing to wager on this? Like, that's how many people do you think were all the reason they probably did it, Kevin, is because there were already people in those stands saying, bet this kid hits a home run.
Oh, I have no doubt.
Because there are some gamblers out there, dude.
I have no doubt about that. And yes, I did think it was weird when you can gamble on when Jesus returns, but at least you're hopefully an adult making those decisions. It just seems odd to me to be like, hey, let's gamble on the success or failure of this 12-year-old.
Well, and I think there's one thing that you're definitely saying right here is how many times have we seen professional athletes say that they're getting messages, they're getting yelled at, they're getting people that are heckling them because of the losses there. These kids don't need that. They already have parents riding them. That's bad enough.
Absolutely. Now, do you think the Seattle Seahawks are idiots? Perhaps this could go a couple of different ways. Per Alec, and probably somebody else, the Seahawks are signing Trayvon Diggs. Is that just because they like Trayvon Diggs, or they're actively in the midst of trying to get out of this other commitment that they had made?
Man, that's an interesting question, because Alec, you told us earlier that there was the coach, Mike McDonald, was doing like 58 things at one time, correct?
It was John Snyder, the GM.
Oh, Snyder, never mind. I'm sorry. It's Snyder, the GM. Okay, even better. So he then obviously believes that Diggs still has something, or he's got to believe that Diggs still has. That's too big of a name to just use him as somebody to get away from, right?
Yeah, or it's just a really, really low cost investment. Because after you've seen Diggs kind of bounce around, I bet this deal is for almost nothing. Mm-hmm. And he's like, hey, if it works out, great. If not, we can move on quickly.
Because Diggs is trying to get a shot with anybody at this point.
Probably.
I mean, like, he's gone to a bunch of teams and nobody's bit. The Cowboys let him go. I mean, that tells you something. Cowboys don't do that very often.
Right.
So maybe that price is so low. After what we saw and what appeared like the work ethic, Kevin, didn't it feel like towards the end of that season, Diggs was just kind of like, hey, man, I don't play this kind of football, and Eberflus isn't adapting to me. And that was kind of like a last-ditch effort to try and be like, it's not on me, it's on everybody else.
Right.
And I just don't know that the work ethic's there for him, so it's a good question about the idiot part of it.
Now, talking about people who like to pass the buck, we're going to go to ESPN. Get cup number 8 ready, please. Is ESPN an idiot because this is a tribute that they're doing to Bill Rasmussen, and they have the big tribute graphic up and everything like that. And I'm going to let the audio tell you how that tribute went.
Wake up early to try to catch it on the news. So now we got sports all day, every day.
His legacy lives on.
Hello, beautiful people, and welcome to our humble abode, the DraftKings Thunderdome, on this Big Ball Tuesday, August 18, 2026.
Couldn't even finish the tribute to one of the founders of ESPN because we had to make sure that we got to that Pat McAfee show right at the top of the hour. God forbid you took 5 extra seconds for the guy who helped create the network. Now, I know Pat McAfee pretty much owns the network now, and that's totally fine. But that felt kind of, I think Shoddy would describe it best.
Who's that on?
I mean,
because Alec, you've dealt with hard outs. We've dealt with hard outs many times, and I'm just kind of curious on how the mechanics of all that work. Because I don't think it was McAfee that was like, "Get me on the air now."
No, neither do I.
But it would be kind of funny though if it was.
Well, that would be weird. And like his show's about to start in 15 seconds, and he's like watching. He's like, "You better get done with this stupid tribute. It's time for me." Yeah, it's time for me. Like I don't think that was happening either. So you just go when they tell you to go.
Yeah, absolutely. You're right.
And so it's different for us because we're literally sitting in the same studio, like with Sean and RJ and everything. But Pat McAfee is not. That was a really crap look for ESPN.
No, you're absolutely right, man. And I wonder if a little bit of that comes back at him. I am kind of curious of the mechanics of what producer screwed that up so bad.
Sure.
And was it the producer then, Alec, you think that would be the person that gets the, hey, man, what the F?
Or do you think it's going to be the on-air host when they're like, I told you 10 is 10? And that's one of the things, like we talk about. Alec gives us the hard out, but he doesn't say, but take an extra 7 seconds if it's important. No, It's the hard out's the hard out. Now, I think you maybe should have had a little bit of flex for that, but I know how the business works too.
I would not put the tribute at the very end of the show going into a syndicated network program where you need to get out at a specific time.
Yeah.
I would have opened with that so you can massage the time as much as you need to. I think it was just ill-advised to have it at the end of the program whatsoever, so I'm going to blame the producers.
Jared just texted us. Jared Sandler of Jared Sandler. He said, as a chronic rambler, I would tell you that I'm sure the people talking are at fault for not being able to hit their heart out. And that's fun because Jared will poke fun out of it himself. I will tell you this, as somebody who has done it before and still frequently has to do it sometimes, Kevin is the master at timing out 10 seconds and being able to get us out for Rangers games at just the right time. Right. Even though he knows I want to say goodnight, Kevin, and I'm like, I probably shouldn't anyway, but I still try. But you do, like, it's a special
you got an
skill.
Hour, people.
He goes in like 2 hours before he's supposed to. He goes and finds time.is whatever.
Yes, time.is.
And then he times it all out, and he's doing the math in his head the whole time, and he's saying, all right, how many words per second? And it's a pretty unique thing. I'm very happy that he does it because it's not, you hear me, I dismount terribly all the time.
Well, one of the dumbest things that you would listen to us do, it's important, but I'll go to Alec and I'll be like, all right, Alec, time I've got 12:54, 30, 31, 32, and we'll like exchange, especially if we're on remotes, so it can be like, all right, you're spot on, half a second short, whatever, but it's usually right on, so we can time it out just perfectly. Now, I don't want to beat a dead horse too much on this, but still FIFA. Kevin Lamore was let go as FIFA's chief operating officer after he claimed that Infantino's controversial World Cup sale plan had deceived people, so they got rid of him. The plan that everybody hated by the person that everyone seems to dislike, who tried to shake down other organizations to go along with this plan so they could get the World Cup final. It was like, you question me? Fired. What the hell is FIFA doing?
So it's semantical then?
No, not semantical, Gavin Dawson. We're the KNC Masterpiece, and I feel like it's about
60 seconds on soccer.
No, today.
Let's give something away!
877-881-1053. Caller number 10
now
will win a 4-pack of tickets to go see the Rangers play the Angels on Saturday at Globe Life Field. You can buy tickets from Rangers.com, or you can win them for free right now. 877-881-1053. Coming up next, it's the C Block.
You know what? We have a dinner tonight, guys.
Oh.
Nice place. We'll talk a little bit about that and some Cowboys next on The Fan.
You've made The Fan DFW's highest rated sports station every month in 20.
HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. If you missed out on the Rangers ticket giveaway, we're going to be doing that the rest of the week, so fear not, you still got a shot. Now, it's time for the C Block, starring Corey Majors.
Thank you very much, Kevin. A variety of things I'd like to touch on here, and if you don't mind, I think both of you will be intrigued. I hope that the Tolos are as well. They seem to be when we're out at the card show.
Right.
I just saw another Topps post. And
is it about the 57 set?
First look, the iconic All Kings trading cards make their NFL debut in Topps flagship football arriving this Friday. Now, flagship football is also, is that the one the 57s will be in?
Yes. Okay. And I just want to cut to the chase so we don't overwhelm people. Topps flagship just means Topps.
Okay.
It just means regular Topps. I don't know why they've started to add that, even to the package designing. It's just regular Topps.
Well, it's because we're the flagship station of the Cowboys and Rangers.
That's true.
They were like, look at all the success that the Fan is having.
Okay.
So we need to let people know that we're also the flagship whatever of cards.
Okay. That comes out on Friday.
Okay. This is the same. Now, I shouldn't talk about this, but I saw an Arvell Reese card that it's modified to look like the 1957 set.
Beautiful set.
And you said this is all rookies on this?
Correct.
Okay. This looks amazing, Alec. It looks really cool. And my first thought was, okay, that'll be my chase. I'm going to go try and complete a set of that. I think that could be something that, for me, that's the artwork that I was like, oh, it has spoken to me like none other. It's touched me in a way that nobody else ever could.
Huh.
No card ever could.
Okay.
Okay. And except for that Magic Johnson, Larry Bird combo that I got, that thing, I saw it and I was like, I don't know why, but I have to have it.
And I did confirm Caleb Downs
has one of those too?
The subset.
Okay. And I'm asking a question that I think has probably been asked 1,000 times. Is there too much?
Yes.
This is a little overwhelming because I saw that earlier and was like, that's awesome. And then I see these King cards, the All Kings, they look cool. It doesn't touch me the same way. It just doesn't reach out to me and say, you need this for whatever reason. And but is that they're like, no, this is how everybody gets a little touch of the product.
All right. So there's a couple different things here. This is one of the reasons whenever people are like, what should I get into if I start collecting? I do not think you can go wrong starting off if you just want to open something that's not super duper expensive by going with Topps or Topps flagship if they would prefer.
You usually get a lot of good baseball rookies in their baseball product. Now that you move to football, it's not the most expensive, and so it's probably not going to be worth the most, but there's still a possibility that you could pull something big. But one thing I will tell people, especially what you're describing, if you're interested in those kind of things, don't open stuff. Go buy the singles. Now, we have talked about so many of our shops.
Alec knows about the singles, right?
Yes, he does. Did you see the person who recommended that I let Alec throw the first pitch so he could give the ball to one of his stepkids?
Jeez, man.
That was a Tolo, dude.
Not me.
I didn't even see that.
We both didn't even read it earlier out loud because we were running out of time.
So places like Worth Collecting in Waxahachie, RJ Dukes in McKinney Sports Collectors Hub, in Allen Collectible Investments, Sappy's. There are so many that have helped us out over the years, and now I'm about to kick myself. I was like, I need to think harder because I know there are others as well that have helped us out over the years. Go buy some singles because people love to open, whether it's the breakers, whether it's people at the shop, they love to open stuff. And so you'll have the opportunity to buy singles if that's what you're interested in. Go buy singles for this set. You'll be way better off than just opening product to get these cards.
For how much do you think like a pack of these is going to be?
A pack is probably about $8.
Oh, that's actually not bad. So if I wanted to buy like $24 worth,
right?
It's 3 packs,
right?
And that satisfies that open thing for me. You know, it's like sure, but then I can go spend the rest of the money on whatever
Yeah, because otherwise a box is like $200, and.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was reacting to something else.
Well, and I was just going to say, just remember, that is the cheap layer. That's where cards have gotten.
But what you're saying is there are lots of people that'll pay for the boxes and the hobby boxes and all those.
Yes.
And I can get what I want in a different manner.
Exactly. Gotcha. So you're not going to pull the Caleb Downs 1/1 auto, but like you would love that card, but you're going to be okay with that. And you can get this set. So cards are super expensive, and I agree with all of that. But a lot of that's if you want to open it. If you're willing to just sit back and buy regular inserts like this, I think you can get them for super cheap.
And am I wrong? This is Topps getting back into the NFL?
They now have the official NFLPA and NFL license again since they've been absorbed by Fanatics.
Okay, so that means this is kind of one of the other reasons that Topps would be pushing it the way they are.
True.
But also that people will be interested in
because like Topps Chrome was around and people were like, yeah, okay. But then they got the official, just like why now you can get Prism basketball for like $300 for a box, which I know is expensive, but it used to be like $900. But they don't have the official, like the logos on the jersey and everything. Some people call them pajama cards. To each their own.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you. And Alec, do you agree with everything Kevin said, or do you disagree with everything Kevin said?
I often agree with him, and that stands in this case. Just buy the cards that you want. You're going to save so much money, unless you just love the thrill of opening packs.
And I don't want to take that away. If you're like, I'm not looking for something specific.
It's just kind of fun.
It's like a lottery ticket, because you could buy that and get, like we talked about, the dude who won the Cooper Flag out of the break. He spent $515 on that break. That card's going to go for more than $2 million. So, like, do I think you'd pull it, or I would have gotten it in one of those breaks? Not really. But if you love the chase and the lottery ticket aspect, his life is different now because of that card.
Yeah. And I will say, whenever we do the card show and we're fortunate enough that one of our friends comes over and drops something off and is like, hey, you guys open these up, have some fun.
Right.
It always is fun, even though I have zero clue what I'm looking for, and you guys hate that.
I got a Johnny Bench auto. Cool. We're like, hey, it's 5 of 5.
Is that good?
And he's number 5. Oh.
Where is the numbers?
It's right there.
And it's like I'm sitting there looking at like his batting average and stuff, and Kevin's like, that's not the number 5 I'm looking for.
Can I tell you something real quick? Since we were talking about that Rangers giveaway, just found out it's going to be for a different game next week, but we're going to give away Rangers tickets next week as well.
To the game that I'm throwing the first pitch out at?
You know what? It's not. I do think we've really dropped the ball on that.
Like we should have a fan night?
Yes, 100%. August 31st is fan night. That should be. It is. We need to figure out a way to pump that up.
Yeah, let's make sure this happens. Tolos, just come on out.
Here's
and
the thought.
What?
Can we not give away tickets because the demand is already so high for fan night? They're like, we don't have any tickets to give away.
Maybe so. Maybe that's the case. I think that just pack all the Tolos in Zach Wolchuk's suite. That's the way we should do it. Whatever suite he has, because he loves to invite people to things. So
I appreciate it.
Go hang out with Wolchuk. He's awesome.
Yeah. Give me a parking pass.
Yeah. Ride with Kevin.
With me.
Yeah, ride with Kevin. Hold on. He lives out there. Y'all be going in different directions.
You know what? That is a good point. Maybe I need to go pick him up.
Maybe you stay at his house.
Oh, with the R2-D2?
Sleep over with R2-D2.
Oh, man, that's what.
Has that sentence ever been said?
If Kevin would Kevin wake up? Would you wake up and Kevin's laying? I don't know, whatever place y'all let him sleep. If it's a couch, a bed, a floor, but he's just got his arms wrapped around R2-D2. Would that be the happiest you think you've ever seen, Kevin?
Yeah, it would also be tough because it's life size. So that's like a 3 foot diameter you'd have to wrap around.
If you really want something, you'll work for it.
That's true.
Very true.
I'll snuggle with R2-D2.
Tonight, gentlemen, we are excited to go actually with one of our favorite Rangers fans and Tolos. Rachel's we're having dinner tonight. And we're going to a place called Knife Steakhouse in Plano. We've been there many times. It's literally right next to Mexican Bar Company. So if you've ever been to Mexican Bar Company and you want to go to Knife, George does some great work with us here at the KNC Masterpiece and with Jared with the Sandlot. I think we have 2 dinners donated from him. One of them with Sean and RJ.
Yes.
And the other one is with us. And we're going to Knife tonight. And I'm just kind of curious. Have y'all been waiting for steak, or have y'all like, oh, I'm going to eat a lot of steak in preparation for this? How do you go about this?
See, I don't necessarily go to Knife thinking I'm going to eat a lot of steak and more focus on the steak I'm going to get is going to be damn fine.
Oh, yeah, that is true, man. They have... Were we sitting there that one year with Mike and we could see all the aged steaks?
Yes, and then we got into the discussion about when did that become a job? That you're like, hey... I know we have this food, but I think if we waited for 4 years, it would be even better. And then, that person dies, and you're like, that was milk. You shouldn't have done that. But then eventually they're like, man, if you age this steak for 21 years, it is the best thing you've ever eaten. And you're like, would that work with whiskey? I just want to know, how did they trial and error that thing, you know?
I think the real thing there is you probably had to have an abundance of food to decide that.
True.
Because if you had decided that, let's say during the Stone Age, you probably died. Because you were like, let's wait 3 years to eat, and then you found out you can't wait that long to eat. So it was probably later.
These are the questions.
But we do need to look up that point in time. Now, we discussed the Hall of Fame game a little earlier with Von Miller, but he also pointed out, Kevin, how great of a teammate he is. And he wants to be one of those guys that is like the Hall of Fame for being a great teammate. He's like, I'd rather be a Hall of Fame for being a great teammate kind of guy.
Oh,
and
gross.
What do you mean gross? You're a great teammate. You're letting me throw the first pitch out.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. But if they said you'll be remembered for that or going into the Texas Radio Hall of Fame, you're damn right I want to go to the Texas Radio Hall of Fame. That'd be sweet.
He said that he takes pride in that he's going to go into that room and win the guys over immediately.
Oh, yeah, and I appreciate that. Don't get me wrong. That is very important. I'm just saying that versus the regular Hall of Fame, I would be like, I'll take that.
But but Von Miller is now in the fold, all right?
Okay.
As we discussed with Mickey, first thing he did was talk to Britt Brown. All right, let's get this program rolling. So that's now to the wayside. Jerry Jones has said it multiple times throughout this training camp. I still will make a substantive move if I believe.
He does love that word.
If I believe that this thing is, and I do believe. Like he's starting to say and I do believe. I think he's seeing how the connection with Christian Parker is. It looks like it might work, and he's seeing. I saw this ridiculous thing this morning. They ESPN made the mistake of what they did with the McAfee show and Rasmussen. This morning they said defensive additions this offseason. Gary Vaughn, Durant, Downs, Lawrence.
Oh, where the hell's Jalen Thompson?
Where's Jalen Thompson on this list, guys? What are we even doing here? That was the best free agent they added this offseason.
Not cool, ESPN.
So I thought that was a big miss.
The Rasmussen thing.
You look, and we talked about how they've been intentional with making moves this offseason of, all right, we can't just go get somebody and just sign them off the heap. We got to do something right here. We got to make this one right. I do ask this now, and I think it was Machota, linebacker or corner, had a couple options still out there. Jordan Brooks still in the conversation for Machota.
That is interesting to me.
And Kevin, quite honestly, to me too, and I think to Alec as well, he's one of the smartest players, and depending on what you have in those two middle linebackers, you could think maybe later down the road that's an option for you, or maybe even earlier than that.
And you'll never go wrong adding quality depth in the NFL.
He also brought up Christian Fulton at cornerback, and I wanted to ask, it's a little late, I might have to do this tomorrow, but I think if you had a dream, who's the player that you add to this team right now? I know Bobby Wagner's at that top of the list for you, but is that the place there you're like, that's the only player, or is there... You get a dream. You go, is it Crosby? You got to make a trade that Jerry can actually pull off. Who are you making the trade for with the assets you have?
Flornay.
Maybe we do that. Maybe we do that a little tomorrow.
Not
because
Flornay.
This could give you, Kevin, because you take a realistic Max Crosby package.
Okay.
And say, now I want to try and see if I can apply that somewhere else where I can get a player that might be available.
All right. Here's the tease I would like you to consider. Would you take the Max Crosby equivalent minus 20% at right tackle? Like if I told you I could find you a right tackle that's 20% worse at his job than Max Crosby, but still, that'd make you pretty darn good.
And
so that's improvement.
Dak doesn't have to run for his life and be a magician, you're saying?
Yes, because I think I've started to drift into that category of
Your concern?
Yeah, I appreciate the need for more depth at linebacker, maybe starters, and cornerback, but I've also started to focus in on these tackles and be like, I don't know, man.
That is you know what, Kevin? I never one time thought in this conversation offensive tackle. I
think it's in my mix now. I really do.
I like it.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, not the biggest, but which NFL team has the most passionate fan base. Plus, we'll talk some FC Dallas with North Texas SC's GM Matt Denny next right here on The Fan.
Sandwiched in between Sean and RJ mornings and G-Bag Nation and afternoons, this is
888-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
On second down, Allen looking. End zone. Touchdown. In the traffic. Dalton Kincaid is there for 6.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're going to talk some FC Dallas and some North Texas SC in just a minute. But before we get to any of that, wanted to have this discussion because I saw a really interesting research study that was done. And it's the most passionate NFL fan bases, all right? So not necessarily the biggest or anything like that. What they factored in, and this is from Nielsen. So unlike traditional rankings that rely solely on the ratings, Nielsen used the methodology this go around to look at apparel purchases, general interest levels, live event attendance, betting intent, social media engagement, radio listenership, streaming habits, and linear TV viewership. So obviously linear TV viewership would lend itself towards the Dallas Cowboys dominating this thing. However, which area has the most passionate NFL fans for their team?
I'm going to say the Southwest region.
I'm sorry, let me try this again. The cities in which the teams are located.
Oh, okay. I mean, it's Dallas, Kevin.
It definitely
5,000%
is not. They are number 19.
Really?
On this list.
So we weren't even middle of the pack?
Correct.
That's weird.
I know, you would think, even when it comes to this, we'd be 16th or 17th.
All right, I can see Buffalo. Like, there's nothing but they only care about themselves up there.
Right.
Yeah, so I'm going to say Buffalo.
Buffalo, number 1 on the list.
Like, a bar was in the way of their view, and they freaked out.
Yes, and they went through tables, flaming tables, and the like.
Didn't they throw people into a hole? Am I wrong about that, Alex? There was like some big hole and a big pile of snow, and there was a flame in there, and they just kept throwing people down there. Yeah, people kept diving into the hole.
I don't know if I remember that. Yeah. I need to go look at that.
It is a weird thing, dude. I'd go look at this. I'll go find the story for you.
All right, from the 940, what do you think about this list? Buffalo, Green Bay, and Seattle.
I think
Buffalo's 1.
Green Bay fits for sure because like they own the team. So they're pretty passionate.
Seattle's 14 on the list.
What?
Buffalo's 1. Kansas City 2.
Oh, yeah, they've won a few lately.
Green Bay / Appleton. I didn't know that. Number 3, followed by Cincinnati and Philadelphia. If you want to know the rest of the top 10, we go from there to Pittsburgh, Baltimore, Detroit, New Orleans, and Cleveland. Those are your top 10 most passionate fan bases.
Okay. I'm upset that we're 19 here. What do we need to do to get? I feel like our ratings are fantastic.
For sure.
And we have a majority Cowboys fans, I feel like, listen.
All right, so let's take a look at that. Linear TV viewership feels really good. Streaming habits, I have some questions about that. Radio listenership, really good. Media engagement feels like it should be at the top of the list. I don't know about betting intent or how they define general interest levels, and I have a lot of questions about the apparel purchases.
Oh, so when it comes to betting intent, do you think that our fan base is just so terrified to bet?
It could be.
Because we just don't know.
But I also, it could be. But I also think about the merchandise. Like, I know people like a good Cowboys shirt, but it feels like in Buffalo, you have your Sunday
You're
Bills.
decked out.
And then your Monday Bills, Tuesday Bills, and like that's the life.
And you have a pair of Zubaz for every single day. Yeah.
Absolutely. Why would you not? And so I wonder if that's where the Cowboys fall a little bit behind on this. Now, if you had to guess, which markets are the worst? This actually makes all the sense in the world.
I mean, Cleveland? No, Arizona.
Arizona is why in
They're
the
not even
world?
listed. That's how bad they are.
They have to be on this list. Why do I not
see them.
Phoenix.
This is.
Are you looking for Arizona?
Really confusing.
Glendale.
Oh yeah, there you go. I was looking for Arizona and It's Phoenix.
Okay.
They're 25th, followed by Tampa, the San Francisco, Oakland, San Jose triangle, Miami.
Hold on, what?
Yeah.
San Francisco? Interesting. There's a lot of things to do there. That makes sense.
That is where you get to 29 and 30. 29, Los Angeles. 30, New York.
I remember, like Tampa and Arizona, Phoenix. That makes sense because those are retirement communities. But these three that you just mentioned, with so much to do per capita, right?
Yeah.
I do remember going to L.A. for the first time, Kevin. You and I headed out there for our first Oxnard camp. And when I asked Spittle, hey, what station? And he was like, quite honestly, they don't have a lot of love for sports stations out there.
Exactly. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Right now, let's talk some soccer. I'll get it with North Texas SC's GM. It is Matt Denny. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, absolutely. Wanted to say we appreciate you jumping on with us. Now, what I got to know just right out the gate is, do I need to have as much sports hate for Austin FC 2 as I do have sports hate for the first team, Austin FC?
Yeah, I would argue more. Let's throw some petrol on the fire.
I like it. All right, because that is who y'all have got this evening. Has that, in all seriousness, can you tell us about that level of rivalry? Because maybe we're used to that with Houston and Austin at the MLS level, and I know this is just the second team down, but like, what's that rivalry like there?
Oh, no, it spills over for sure, and all our games, it just takes it up another level. It's more physical. We had a game when we used to play at Choctaw Stadium with a rain delay, and it was, I think, a 6-7 hour rain delay, and the back and forth there kind of set the rivalry to another level. Just being stuck in the locker room for that long and having to go back out, and there was another strike of lightning. It was a bit tense, so it's created a good rivalry, but we like it.
Do you get staff rivalries like that as well? Do you walk by their head coach or something and throw a little something out their way?
It happens, yeah. We've got favorite teams and we've got least favorite teams in the league for sure, and it's not all just on the field. So it's all in sports though, and it's all in fun. But we've definitely got our favorites.
Well, for that matter, would you mind giving us the top 3 teams for us to hate so we can be just well aware here?
Well, let's just say Austin and Houston are the easy ones. And
smart.
Beyond that, I'm going to keep it close to my chest.
That's a smart decision. Yeah, when we come out to one of your matches, we'll pull you to the side and we'll get off the record thoughts about that. All right.
There you go.
Now, I do want to talk about the team and the schedule, but I was hoping we could just take a step back for a minute. Is the Texas Health Mansfield Stadium, and what was it like to host Czechia to go along with all of that?
Yeah, the whole stadium is amazing. It's world class, and I think hosting a World Cup team really showcased how good it is. I mean, it's a grass playing surface, and the team was phenomenal. They had a great time, and they loved the stadium. And one of the comments that I took out of it the most, they said, if this stadium was in our home country, it'd be a top 3 in the whole country. It's a phenomenal stadium. It's the mesh seats to the suites to the club. The locker rooms are phenomenal. It's got the longest bar and outdoor sports venue in North America. It's amazing, and we've had really good response so far. Our first 3 games, we've averaged just under 4,000 fans, and it's great. The atmosphere is good. It's an intimate stadium, and it's a really authentic, football, soccer experience.
How important is it? Because I know FC Dallas is like trying to replicate this kind of. Is it to have the overhang for a lot of those seats, especially since it's 8,000 degrees for 3 straight months here?
Yeah, I think it's essential in this climate. I mean, it's hard to get people to sit in the sun and expect them to come back. So the fan experience is really important, and it's one of those things you can't really kick off earlier in the summer. You have to kick off late, and the heat's a factor. So we needed it, and it adds to the stadium, but it also adds to the ambience. The acoustics stay inside the stadium rather than dissipate out, and it just creates an atmosphere on the sound side too.
That's something we had whenever we were kids, Kevin, growing up with the reunion. We had a low ceiling that just made it that much louder and that much more powerful with your fans, because that's the connection. That's the touch they're looking for, right? As a fan, you're always kind of looking for something that's got a nice little touch to it that changes the way that why you want to go back out to that stadium, right?
For us, that's 100%. I mean, the stadium's phenomenal, but it's got, the new LED lighting. When you score a goal, the lights go on and off. We have pyro. We have fireworks for the national anthem. This is something that we want the fans to have a great experience and keep coming back. And it's not just about, the football side or the fan side. It's about the football, because we're a second team essentially, and we're developing the next, generation of talent for FC Dallas. And we feel like if we create a better environment, they're going to develop faster. The games mean more. They're hearing the fans shout at them, celebrate when they do well, boo the referee, and they get to really feel that professional environment. So it's going to help their development, and that's what we're all about.
And that's what we want to see, because Sam Sarver was a staple of our show right before all the World Cup hit. What's it like when you get to see one of those guys go hit the scene like that?
Oh, it's amazing. And he was doing it for us, and that's the thing, is he was doing it week in, week out. And you see these players, they get the opportunity, they get the minutes, and then they go take off. It's amazing. Sam is a character, but we've got a lot of players. He is, but we got a lot of players that have come through. Right now on the team, Bernard Kamungo, Kalodi, they came through North Texas FC, and not just players, but we got staff too. Like Eric Quill was our first head coach, 2019 season, and the assistant coach Michelle Gabani, and the athletic coach, performance coach, team admin, player care, equipment manager, all these staff as well, developing and honing the craft. And it's a factory for us. We just want to develop these players and staff, and we're developing fans now. With this stadium, we've got the opportunity to do that.
Now, talking about characters, y'all's head coach, John Gall, he used to coach for Flower Mound Marcus. Now, it wasn't him, but somebody else in that school district. We used to cover a lot of high school sports, and they got mad at me one time for saying soccer, and he goes, "Oh, I guess you Yanks call it soccer." And you just said football. I didn't invent calling it soccer here. Does it irritate you when people don't say football?
I catch myself. I don't know what I'm saying half the time. Sometimes I'm saying soccer, sometimes football. And, it's just, you lean into it. We called ourselves North Texas SC because we're at a point where we're leaning into soccer, and it is soccer here. So it's lean into it and own it, right?
Yeah.
But, yeah.
I think that's very fair. Can you walk us through? And I think you kind of did, but if there's anything else we need to know about the vision for North Texas FC and what y'all's ultimate goal is outside of just all the winning. I get you want to win. Is it mostly about developing players? Like, what do you envision as the ultimate goal with the team?
I think you realize, like, with our ownership group, they want to grow the sport, right? So we've got such a good ownership group that they want to grow the sport in the Metroplex. They want to have players develop, come through, play for the national team. But we want to grow the sport in the Metroplex. And even tonight, we have a game on a Wednesday night in Mansfield, and our owner Dan Hunt's coming to the game, and he's invested in the team. He knows the team. He goes out to training. We meet every week and talk about the team. We really want to grow the sport, and we want to, create an environment that's going to help these players grow and hopefully project to the first team, representing the national teams. And we see it now already. We go do community events, and players already have favorite players of ours. I had an email on Monday of a parent the kid walked out hand in hand with one of our players, Liam. And I go, how do I get a customized jersey? That's her favorite player now. So awesome. We're creating this environment, and we're just growing the sport. I think that's the big thing for us.
Well, talking about growing the sport, I know it's only been about a month removed from the World Cup. How do you think America and the soccer community here has done capitalizing on the momentum of having the World Cup there, and what can still be done to make sure that momentum continues?
Yeah, I think it's early to tell. We're going to see it pay off years and years ahead, but I know for me personally, the 94 World Cup opened my eyes to America. So it even grew, it became an option for me, and it became something that was front of mind. But I think it's too early to tell, but I think that the World Cup was amazing. I think DFW on itself represented so well. The games here were phenomenal. But we're already seeing it. I mean, if you go to any school, there's more kids wearing soccer jerseys than there is any other sport right now. and it's going to have that knock-on impact. But I really think it was a tipping point, and it became where soccer's, mainstream now. It's acceptable to talk about it. It's acceptable, and there's no stigma that there used to be.
Yeah, absolutely.
No, talk about soccer and football.
Yeah, exactly. At the same time. So whether it's tonight's match or going forward, people can go to northtexassc.com. You can check out the schedule. That will give you the links to go pick up tickets. They've got another game, I believe, on Saturday, another home match on Saturday. So if you want to check them out this week or going forward, northtexassc.com. Thank you very much for jumping on with us, good sir.
Yeah, thank you. And when you want to come out to the game, let me know. It's exciting. It's a great atmosphere here. So
absolutely. And I'll tell you the coach that said, or as you Yanks say, soccer, because I think you could possibly know him.
Yeah, and I'll tell you who my rivals are.
Okay, perfect. We've got a dang plan. There you go. Matt Denny from North Texas SC. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Grapevine, the #1 Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 through 2025.
Freeman swings hot shot to third off of House's glove. He recovers but has no play. Smoke towards third. A backhanded attempt on a short hop by House. It carved off his leather to the back of the infield where he went and retrieved it but didn't have anywhere to go with it. So another run comes home for the Rangers, and they lead 5-0.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan, and I need to go to Corey Majors.
Oh, I mean, you could ask everybody how they're doing first.
Okay.
I have a question for somebody.
Right. Oh, intriguing. Right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing, it is time for our chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Amazing, Higgy. How are you?
I am also doing very well. Now I'm intrigued, Corey.
All right, and I know Broadus is very busy over there, but you're telling me that they cut the lens out of your eyeball yesterday and then put a brand new lens in that sucker, and then you just went right back to work?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah,
that is
they
amazing.
can do that. They can just replace your eyeball lens.
I could see. I'm 20/20 in my right eye. I'm 20/25 in my left eye.
That's insane, dude.
Yeah, it's amazing. It really, really is. Yeah. Felt like it felt like my eye was disconnected on my face the other day.
I love that.
When I was sitting there at the ballpark. But I actually watched batting practice for the first time in my life and was amazed how hard they hit the ball.
That is wild.
Even the Rangers.
And
they just and did it hurt? Like did you?
Not at all.
You were under
Not
or were
at
you
all.
awake?
Yeah, I was awake. They tell you, they talk to you the whole time. They want to make sure that you could see and all that. So yeah, he basically, like when you get LASIK, they make you blind for a little bit.
Yeah.
They don't do this. They didn't make me blind. So it was kind of cool to see, okay, he says, focus on this light. And he went in there with a laser and he killed every cataract I had. My right eye was really, really bad. And my left eye was somewhat bad. And so, but yeah, right now, I mean, I could see perfect right now. It's just amazing to drive around. It's so cool.
That is really
one of the reasons I'm asking is like
when you get old, it's going to happen to all you.
Well,
Just
yeah,
get ready.
I have a lot of
You're gonna
floaters.
you have to take days off of work to do it.
Do y'all have floaters?
Yeah,
y'all
I do.
things where you'll look and all of a
Used to.
sudden it's drifting across. Used
Yeah.
to. See, that's what I'm saying.
okay.
I feel like I need to go get my eyeballs cut.
Well, maybe.
Is that what they call it?
Just cut your balls.
Just cut your eyeballs.
But I will say this though, if you
Eyeballs.
want to, I went to our insurance pays for like basic cataract. I said nah.
Give me the premium.
So yeah, I got the lens. Matter of fact,
Like, I
I
want
could
the
go
captain's
on September 23rd. I could go in there and they're going to adjust them again. They can make them even more.
Ooh,
like they
so you can have better than 2020.
Better,
Yeah, it's
better.
possible.
Yeah, it's
Cool.
they've gone. They're going to go in there and say, okay, give it a run, see what you think, and then come back and tell us what you want us to do better with your eyes.
He wants X-ray vision.
That's insane.
When you were a kid, did you think that
I
was a
believe
real
that.
thing?
That and the
Yeah.
sea monkeys was another
Absolutely.
thing.
Yes.
I believe the sea monkeys.
What are sea
yeah.
monkeys?
Sea monkeys
Brine
were
shrimp.
Yeah, they basically were.
You got like a dry package of these little things, and then you dumped them into water, and they came to life, and you took care of them. And
You thought it was going to be like this little underwater village living in your house.
They made it in the comic book seem really real, and it really wasn't.
Yeah.
It really wasn't real.
False advertisement, man.
Yeah.
It's like, I want a sea monkey.
That was false advertising. I'm sad about that now.
Anyway, I heard him say that yesterday on the drive home.
Yeah,
and I was just
they
like,
they
this
took
is
my
nuts.
lens. They took both lenses 5 days apart, lenses out of my eyes, and then put new lenses in. So it's crazy, but
They just trashed
I highly
the old
recommend
ones.
it if you need it. Yeah.
Are the lenses that they put in? I guess I'm assuming, are they glass? Are they like?
They're special material.
Okay.
Like hockey glass, I guess.
Gotcha. Wow. Anyway,
Plexi.
That's wild, dude.
That sounds awesome.
Plexiglass.
I mean, I'm sorry you had to go through that beforehand.
No, I'm glad I
but-
did. I'm glad I did.
Yeah.
I really am.
Now, what did you guys think of the outcome of the first pitch drawing, and did you have any suggestions for potential competitions to put Corey and RJ through?
I was just heartbroken for Dawson, man. I mean, he had.
I'm sorry.
He was
I'm
playing
not.
with confidence, dude. He was the first name drawn.
I know. We know you're not.
And what do you think about the idea?
I like you. I like you a lot.
What the hell?
What do you think about the idea? My name was never in that box, and that's why I won.
You know what? I was thinking about suggesting that yesterday because
I
you
didn't
were in
see my
studio.
name. I didn't see my name.
It's a little bit strange.
You know,
really? Your name
we
wasn't
never
even in
did
there?
find a little
To be
slip of
fair, I didn't
paper.
look in the box, but I never saw my name.
I appreciate your
the
honesty.
morning show was trying to explain, Bobby, and there's got to be something going on, It's a rigged deal. They were trying to say that you were the one drawing the names.
We switched. There was three of us.
That's what I'm saying.
If anything
Bobby,
is rigged at this station, it would be in their favor.
Yeah, that is true.
Bobby,
we are the golden
How
boys.
many reads has Sean got? No,
No, the morning show.
It's like 8
Be
here.
the morning show.
And how come
I need everybody's read.
Yeah, they didn't even care.
They could have been there.
Yeah.
They didn't have anybody up
I
here.
love you, Sean. You know that.
Even Choppy, like he didn't even have to work that day.
Yeah, I think everybody got the Zoom right. If you wanted to jump in and be a team player.
You had a
Yeah, and
chance.
Sean was asking Bobby, like, weren't you in it? Weren't you in part of this? I'm thinking, where the hell were you?
Got in the Zoom.
Were you over there at, I don't know.
No, let's
Wild
complain
Foods
about
doing
sweet
some-
tickets. Why is Weltec got the tickets?
Yeah.
Oh man!
It's gonna.
I tell you
you're
what,
gonna win.
Bobby was
You're winning
stirred up guy
Friday.
this morning. Bobby was stirred up.
As opposed to most times.
Like 365 days a year.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, how much are you guys going to be rooting for Corey? Or is there any tiny part of you that wants to see him bounce it?
I'm happy either way.
I don't want to go viral.
I think we're all winning.
I don't want to go
Unless it's just so good.
It's going to be great.
And Skip insinuated today that if he does beef it, that's on me.
Any chance Skip catches the ball for you?
I don't know.
He's a
That's
move it.
I was
Great
wondering
question.
if Kevin could come out there and catch.
Oh, heck yeah.
I also.
Pudge. Let's get Pudge.
What do you think about this
Swat.
idea? I throw the pitch and then I call for an ABS review.
Oh.
And then they go to the ABS and it pops up on the thing, and then it shows like it was a perfect strike or something like that.
Right down the middle.
Yeah,
It's got to have some kind of a bit to it.
Yeah.
Well, the other one was
I think that's a good idea.
wear
Dutch
the
to catch?
Bassick jersey
It is the Corey
and then
way.
and go wash the ball.
That is a great idea.
You like that idea.
Sean was onto that. That was good.
So I think we don't want to do too much, but I do think the Corey way would be a little
Why
bit.
not? They might not ever invite us back.
Yeah,
We
yeah.
need to do as
Well, the
much
odds
as
are
we
we're
can.
probably never going to be invited back. But
We
that's
need to
let's
do as
make the
much
most
as
of this
possible to
moment.
make this work.
I'll get to go on the mound with you.
I'd love for all you guys to be able to send all y'all out to a position. Everybody runs out to a spot, and then we're all out there
Oh my
representing
God.
the fans.
That would be cool.
Fat chews in our lips.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. Man, I kind of like this. I think
I
they
do
should
too.
always invite us back now.
This would be pretty neat.
Yeah. I'll see how far I can push
Right
this
now,
Push
somebody in
this
the
thing, guys.
promotions department there is just like writing all this
terrible
down.
Jim Cochran loves us. He comes on the show every
Yeah.
year.
You do need to get Cochran to get you like a full Rangers uniform.
All right.
Yeah.
Cup and everything.
Yes.
All right.
Oh, definitely get the cup.
When's the last time you threw a baseball?
A few weeks ago with my
you're
kid.
good. You're good.
He called me last night and was like, "Dad, Saturday we're going to Vines High School, and they got a little bump, so I'll
There you go.
throw
They
off
got
the
a
mound
bump.
up
He's
there."
coming
Yeah.
all the way back in town from
All
college.
the way
just
from
for
college.
this.
They called it the pharmacy for a
Long
reason.
way. I thought that was special,
Denton,
man.
Texas. Woo! It's always weird. I'm sending him off to college up the road, 36 minutes away.
What do you fine fellas got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold as always, Hagee. Thanks for asking. Cody Alexander match quarters coming up at 3. Calvin Watkins, Dallas Morning News at 4.
You pull the mystery undies out of your pocket, give them a whiff, and then you dial up the throw.
Oh, my Lord. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation.
Douche LaLoosh style? Is that what it is?
Nick LaLoosh.
105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour number 1 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Man, so much football news hitting today. We'll get you that in just a second. We do need to set the table for Rangers game day as they're off the snide. General at your service, Addies. There's Broadus, the former Cowboy Scout Super Bowl champion. Lucius Alexander's in the Pimp Cup. Of course, Wolchuk and Chiafalo, your nosebleed brothers, are both here. And Austin Nix is coordinating your video. You can watch us online. And, of course, a reminder to download that Odyssey app. You never know when you might need it. Cal Quantrill, 7 shutout innings last night. Salute to our guy.
Cal Quantrill. Cal Quantrill. Let's go, baby.
Rolls off your tongue, doesn't it?
It sure does.
Evan Grant writing about how the boys came out last night and played hard-nosed baseball, illustrated by Corey Seager, sliding headfirst into second.
Yeah.
For the first time in a long time, he legged out a double. And the point of the article is maybe they've decided to be more aggressive on the base paths, little bag-stealing offense, if you will, Chief. I know you're a fan of that.
I mean, we've been preaching it since Surprise. Surprise.
I think we talked about this in spring training, how Rags seems a little gun-shy over there at third base. And
because you watched that guy the last couple of years send guys for no reason.
Get out of the damn weight room and get into the film room there, Rags.
They have been perhaps the least aggressive base-running team this season, entering the week 26th in steals, 25th when it comes to advancing on things like fly balls and wild pitches, and dead last in the percentage of times they advanced an extra base on hits. Their hitting has not been good enough to justify such laxity, wrote Grant. Rangers twice went from first to third on singles in the first 4 innings of Game 126. They'd done it a total of 51 times in the first 125 games. Just 51 times in 125 games going first to third on singles. And they did it a couple of times last night. So hopefully that's reason to believe. They can get more aggressive. That can energize your dugout. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Well, definitely did with Corey Seager sliding in.
Yeah.
That was a big moment.
Yeah, fired him up.
We haven't really seen that from him. And I think it's a great indication he's healthy right now.
Yeah, 87-year-old dad goes, he's not hurt, is he?
You got to hold your breath afterwards.
He was like folding up, getting his gloves on. His dad goes, he's not hurt, is he?
We'll see him in 6 weeks, Dad.
Not this time.
It was a double take moment. Like, was that Seager?
It was a good slide.
He did have another 2-hit game. His average is up to 208. He's hitting 280 in the month of August.
Yeah.
Has raised his average by 30 points over since his return, and an OPS just under a tick under 800 for the month as well. So get Seager a little hotter, get more aggressive on the base paths. I think it is looking like a playoff team. They're 41-3 now when they score first and score at least 4 runs in a game. They are 25th in baseball at 4.06 runs per game, though. But the cool thing is the Astros lost last night, their 3rd loss in a row, so the lead in the division is now down to a game, and they hold a half-game lead over the Twins and Blue Jays for the 3rd wild card spot. So we're in good shape here, boys.
Damn right they are. They're in great shape.
Feels like we're in the catbird seat.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Got the A's coming up here in a little bit, don't we? Again, or the Angels? Aren't the Angels on the horizon?
The Angels are coming into town over the weekend, but the Rangers are at home. They're good. All of a sudden, the home cooking's working for them. Come on.
It is. Angels, and then the White Sox next week. Just needed a win to reset the vibes. And hopefully it continues tonight with the pregame coming up at 6:30 here on your home of the Rangers. Okay, amongst your football news items today, boy, we got a lot, didn't we? And we go up to Seattle, where their intent to sign Terry and Arnold was disrupted a little bit. They're pivoting to our guy Trayvon Diggs, 27 years old. I guess their hope is that another offseason has given him some of his athletic ability back, because he looked bad last year. Like, the Cowboys go to Seattle, I think, in December.
Yeah.
I don't think Trayvon Diggs will still be on that team when they go up there, at least based on how he left off 2025.
That's a fair bet, but I am surprised that a championship-level team like them would even consider the idea of Trayvon Diggs, who has no interest in tackling anybody and is always injured and is a complete shell of himself and has been for a while. Like, I'm blown away at the desperation they have in the depth of their cornerback room.
Yeah, that's what it is. Seattle's desperate.
He does not fit the bill at all for what they would want in actual championship caliber players.
Yeah. So, I mean, I don't think this bodes well for their attempt to repeat. They were probably a long shot to repeat anyway, as good as their defense was last year. They lost a couple of pieces, Brian.
Yeah, I could reach out to Johnny Snyder and see what he thinks about this one.
He's probably on his treadmill in his office right now.
Yeah, that would be interesting. Like, did you see something at the workout to suggest Trayvon's going to be back?
I'm definitely going to ask. I wonder if this is a situation where they're going to look at him for a few weeks, be in the training camp stuff, practice with him, and then just like somebody else comes up on the waiver wire that's a little bit better.
Body.
Yeah,
absolutely.
They're thinking, all right, let's see if this guy can actually do something. And then he probably will not do what they want him to do, and he probably won't play at a high level. And then next thing you know, they'll just move on from him, and Johnny will go claim somebody else. He'll just he'll wait to the cuts, and somebody else will put somebody out there that's better than Diggs right now, that they feel like can play better than Diggs. That's what they'll do.
Anybody that's had a serious injury and not rehabbed it already knows what's going on here.
Yeah.
A lot of high school, college athletes out there, they had an injury and they were like, you know what, I'm not going to go back to this sport. They half-assed the rehab and they're dealing with the consequences in their 30s and 40s. A lot of people out there in the audience like that. Now add to that the fact that the next year he needed a microfracture surgery, which is one of the most difficult injuries for explosive athletes to come back from. So chances aren't good. But as the text pointed out here, if he is on the team, it's because of injury, and Pickens will burn him. I mean, is that what you want to see right now as a Cowboys fan?
I mean, they just play them so late in the season. The likelihood Diggs is playing in that game is probably very small. But I'd love that. Now, week 3, you might finally get Diggs versus Diggs because Washington plays Seattle. And I feel like we've been talking about that for years now with the Cowboys. It's on the schedule, and then it just doesn't end up happening. But maybe that's early enough. If Diggs can make the roster, we can actually get the Diggs brothers facing off.
817, Diggs thrives off pass rush effectiveness, and Seattle gets after. Yeah, he did have the one good game last year. Was that against Washington, where the Cowboys got their pass rush going a little bit? And
yeah,
I think that was Bland. Bland had the pick 6, right?
Yeah, Diggs did have one game last year where he played well, but Bland did have a pick 6. Yeah.
Texans are in need of a wide receiver. Jaden Higgins suffered a torn ACL. Season-ending injury occurred during yesterday's joint practice with the Raiders. 2025 second-round pick ran around in the end zone and fell awkward. Could not get back up immediately, eventually limped off at his own power. D'Amico Ryan said after practice they were evaluating the severity. They're trying to get Tank Dell back in the mix, but he's not 100% coming off a catastrophic injury himself. I think that ended the 2024 season. It was one of those scary leg injuries. They will now rely more heavily upon Xavier Hutchinson and Jalen Noel. Is that how I say that? Jalen Noel?
Yeah,
Jalen Noel.
And he's been banged up all camp as well. I think he's been out and will continue to be out for at least a couple of more weeks. So, I mean, their wide receiver room, which I'm sure they were feeling really, really excited about with Higgins, Noel eventually coming off his injury, and now you're sitting there going, okay, should we have been the team that was trying to get Stephon Diggs? At wide receiver?
Yes, bring him back.
Like, who else is still out there at receiver that's currently available? And, of course, there will be guys that come available once the cuts take place. But, yeah, they go from feeling probably really good about their receiver room, making some serious investments into it, to now going, dang.
Talked to a couple of teams last night because Zach asked me to find out if there was value for Turpin on the trade market. And so maybe this is insert this story, but these two teams said absolutely. So if that's the case, if some teams are looking for some wide receivers, maybe they can dangle Turpin if somebody's got some surplus somewhere, maybe an offensive lineman. I know we've talked about running back as a possibility. So just know that a couple of my gang of 7 guys were like, yeah, there's value for the player. So we'll maybe if Dallas gets to the point where they want to move on from him, they can get something back for him.
You do have some interesting names out there. Wide receivers still available. Tyreek Hill, I don't think he's close to returning. Curtis Samuel. How about DeAndre Hopkins?
It'd be a fun reunion. Finish his career where it started.
He's 34 years old, played with the Ravens last year.
I think he's coaching at Georgia Tech right now.
He is coaching, but I think he's left the door open if a team calls, because he was doing that thing with the Patriots 2 weeks ago and then just jumped on with Georgia Tech, that he'd still consider leaving.
Brandon Cooks, he played down in Houston for a year or two, didn't he? There's another possible reunion. But yeah, I was looking at remaining offensive linemen in free agency. We'll talk about that a little bit later on, coming up probably in the C note. It does seem like Cowboys are on some pretty thin ice over there, and it appears to be even thinner after yesterday's joint practice against the Saints. Incredible day of drama. Love Shoddy afterwards, saying he's disappointed in the fighting, but they don't take bleep from anybody. At what point Shoddy and Moore did meet and talk about canceling the practice if it went any further, but apparently the guys worked through it. Alvin Kamara was not able to work through it, and he's going to miss at least a month with an injury that he took. I believe that's a sprained MCL there for Alvin Kamara. Cowboys will take on Arizona Saturday night. That's going to be a 9 o'clock start. They'll be back in DFW next week, and there's open practices coming up on the 25th and the 26th that are free to the public if you want to go watch. That's usually a good time up there.
Oh, yeah. And it's packed.
Chance to evaluate, chance to get around Cowboys fans, and it's free. Hang out at the Star, go have dinner. It makes for some pretty interesting times. We used to do our shows up there.
We did.
And the last one was the Tyron Smith.
The Tyron Smith one?
Yeah,
they don't want us back.
They're like, oh.
Okay, what's going on here with the Dallas Wings? Looks like they're kind of banged up. They're going to be back in action tomorrow hosting the Fever at the AAC. So that's a big game. I think there's tickets available for $64, but they're stumbling. They've lost 7 of 9 since the break. They're 8th in this overall standings for the final playoff spot. They are 4.5 games ahead of the 9th place team with 8 games to go. But AZ Fudd, who is 4th on the Wings in scoring, leads them in threes and steals. She has been sidelined since August 5th due to a right knee that she had operated on twice, once in high school, once in college. It's unclear if she's going to play against the Fever. And Jessica Shepard, the favorite for the WNBA's most improved player, multiple triple-doubles this year. She's missed 5 of these games with an ankle injury. So the idea that the Wings could go on a run this year, that's fading. And it appears that if they're going to have to face Minnesota there in round 1 if they do make the playoffs, the number 1 team in the league. And the roster's incredible there with Miles and
it'd be like
Collier
Golden State beating the Mavs that one year,
Absolutely.
Right?
That'd be fun.
Yeah, that would be awesome. And I guess they have the profile of a team that could do it if they do get healthy. Kelsey Mitchell scored 16 in the first quarter. She finished with 29 before sitting out the 4th for the Fever last night. Caitlin Clark had 24. They won for their 5th straight victory. So the Fever coming in hot. And Clark and Mitchell have scored 20 or more in the same game 16 times this season. That's a WNBA record. Mitchell has also scored 20 or more in 20 consecutive games, matching Aja Wilson for the longest such streak in WNBA history. So Mitchell's going for history tomorrow night in a Fever uniform. She's shooting 51% from the floor. FC Dallas back in action tonight. They're visiting Salt Lake. They'll be on the road the rest of the month as construction is nearing completion there on that expansion phase at Toyota Stadium. We were up there last month, and it looked like it was patchwork. Like 4 different stadium construction crews had built separate parts of the deal. I guess they're gonna smooth it all out, put a facelift on it, and make it look more like it was all built at the same time instead of like a hodgepodge of construction projects. Kind of looked like a DIY there when we were up there. Halfway done. That neighbor that starts their roof project and runs out of budget, and that plastic sheeting remains up there for about 3 years. We got the champ on the other side, then Wolchuk's Top 10. Where are you taking us?
All right, well, we missed National Fajita Day yesterday, so you got choices. 877-881-1053. Decide your fate. Potato Talk or Tex-Mex next in the nation.
But first, fellows, let's get you that brand new vehicle courtesy of our friends at the all-new
Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. We got the top 10 coming up in just a sec. Let's go to the Pimp Cup where Lucius has the
Yeah. Our winner and champ of G-Bag of the day so far is the icon, Mr. T, the 80s icon. He's still out here kicking, going strong. He was on WGN up there in Chicago because he's on a promo tour. I think Eric told us about it. He's got like a documentary or something coming out soon, a series.
Yeah, the Netflix deal, right?
Pity the fuel.
Pity the fool. All these chains.
And the fool.
Yeah, the host on this show right here on WGN wanted to know, Mr. T, why do you have all that gold on?
Everything I did, it has symbolism.
Yeah.
I wore 4 earrings in my right ear, 3 in my right ear, 4 in my left. The 3 were symbolic of the Father, Son, and the Holy Ghost. The 3 wise men, the 3 Hebrew boys, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. 3 parts of the day, morning, noon, and night. 3 graces, faith, hope, and love. The 3 civil rights workers, Cheney, Goodman, and Swerner, that got killed during the Mississippi voter registration. I wear 4 in my left ear. The 4 was symbolic of the 4 seasons, spring, winter, summer, and fall. The 4 directions, north, east, south, and west. The 4 gospel writers, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. You put the 3 and 4 together, it was 7. It was 7 times that Joshua marched around the walls of Jericho. Samson had 7 locks of hair. There's 7 colors in the rainbow. There's 7 notes or numbers in the musical bars. God made heaven and earth in 6 days. He rested on the 7th. I wore the gold for 3 reasons. 1, see, when Jesus was born, 3 wise men came from the east. 1 brought frankincense, 1 brought gold, and 1 brought myrrh. So, and then the second reason I wear the gold, I would tell the people I could afford it. I said, it's stupid for you to go out and buy gold and your rent not paid. Stupid for you to go out and buy gold and the kids don't have nothing to eat. They paid me a lot of money to promote gold. And then the third reason I wore the gold because it was symbolic of my African heritage. My ancestors, when they came over from Africa, they were shackled by their neck, their wrists, and their ankles in steel chains. I've turned those steel chains to gold to symbolize the fact that I'm still a slave, only my price tag is higher.
That's great.
Wow. That's
That's great.
That's great.
Preaching, Mr. T.
Fantastic stuff. Please tell us more.
One of my favorite characters.
Absolutely.
Man, he was incredible. Still is.
It was a good show.
Which one?
18.
18?
Yeah. So unbelievable. But back in the day, that and Airwolf, those were... They were like
B.A. Baracus.
Yeah, they were unbelievable.
Driving that van.
Was he scared of something on that show?
Flying.
Flying.
Is that what it was?
Yeah. Flying, yeah.
That's
especially with their pilot.
Yeah, the
pilot was a whack job.
Yeah, the guy was
he was out of there, bro.
He was on some stuff.
He always had a cup.
Yeah.
He had a Yeti cup back in the day, bro.
Mr. T.
Time now for Wolchuk's Top 10. Here's Zach with an H.
He always had a cup.
All right, so yesterday was National Fajita Day. Today is National Potato Day. So let the Tolos choose their own destiny. Tex-Mex in a landslide. I got the top 10 most popular Tex-Mex foods. 877-881-1053. But gentlemen, is it possible we're just getting a McAfee overload? Like, it's ESPN overly pushing Pat McAfee on us now?
Probably trying to pay for him.
The latest news is he's going to be on Monday Night Countdown as well. So you've got Saturdays with College Game Day. You've got Mondays with Monday Night Countdown. You've got his daily show. Then we've got the simulcasts. But you're right, Brian. I think this all comes back to if we're going to pay an individual this amount of money.
Yeah, they're trying to justify the money.
We got to get the use out of him. But I think it's been bad for Stephen A. Maybe not. Maybe it's been great for him. I think it's been bad as anybody who watches him because he's getting stretched so thin, and they're asking him to do things he really has no knowledge about. Like putting Stephen A. Smith on when they had the UFC on ESPN was a freaking joke.
Yeah, if they were putting McAfee on Inside the NBA or whatever, or taking him into sports he's not familiar with, but college football and NFL, that's his bread and butter. So it's not like a fish out of water with him being there. Is it too much? I mean, I'm sure their numbers reflect it's not. It seems like he's absolutely crushing from a rating standpoint and everything else. So maybe they end up wearing this thing out over the course of time, but if you like McAfee, you're fired up about this. And I think the numbers reflect that even though there's a large contingent of loud people saying we don't like him, clearly The ratings would say otherwise.
He's polarizing, and that's good.
And that's why he has a diary of a polarizing figure that you can listen to on Spotify. Featuring AI artists.
I think ESPN's kind of figuring it out, and they're going through this transition, this metamorphosis, if you will, for what the audience wants. And I think what the audience wants is like former players who act like sports radio jocks. We're not former players who are all buttoned up and breaking down the X's and O's. There's time for that as well. We need some Sports Center anchors like a Mike Greenberg. But what's hidden is McAfee and Kelsey just having fun.
Yep.
And they still have the football credibility gear when it's time to go to that. So I don't think right now there is too much of them. There's not an oversaturation of them. And looking at the Stephen A. Smith like career arc, I think for people that are watching it constantly, there is saturation for some of these characters, but he's people are just tuning in for like 20 or 30 minutes at a time during their post-dinner TV habits or whatever. So they're only getting little. I think we're seeing it constantly because we're inside the business.
Sure. And I do watch his show. I mean, while I'm prepping, I'll watch like the first hour of the McAfee show. I love him. I think he's very, very entertaining. I like the whole cast of characters that he's got.
Me too.
I'm a big fan of the show, but I do worry. I think this should be the stopping point for me. Because I think if we continue now, we're overexposing him, and now I do think the oversaturation. Because I am fearful. Next thing you know, they're going to have him doing NBA content. Or
I'll tell you what, though,
I guess he did do that. I think that little McAfee cast during the NBA Finals.
And it wasn't good.
No, I'm going to say this. I disagree with you. I ended up watching because Lucius was talking about it. And you guys were always talking about him doing football from the field, and I never watched that.
That's worth your time.
But Lucius was talking about him on the basketball stuff. It was actually like kind of entertaining.
It is. That's what he does.
I mean, it wasn't your normal Mike Breen play-by-play analysis. Reggie, it wasn't any of that stuff. It was just kind of like. It was just some players kind of talking, him kind of throwing things around. It really wasn't like a real broadcast, for like a serious championship game, but it made the game kind of interesting to me. You guys were saying how good he was doing this kind of things.
I think he's good with football.
Sideline reporting stuff and all that. I kind of felt like that, man, this was worth watching today. When I was all said and done, he was the Nick San Antonio series he had. He was doing commentary for it, but it wasn't like serious.
No,
stuff.
if you like wanted to watch the game, which I did, I did not like it because he's like interviewing Tina Fey, he's interviewing like these WWE wrestlers, and it's like we're not watching even Tina Fey seemed annoyed when she's getting interviewed.
Well, she got called.
She's a hardcore fan.
Yeah, she got asked to be on that, and she's like, "I'd rather watch the game."
Right.
But maybe she's having to do it for some. She owed a favor or something to somebody, that kind of thing.
But hey, good for him, man. He's crushing it right now, and that's the newest thing. And then they got Jason Kelsey, who's going to jump in and do I think 4 games this year. He's going to be doing color commentary for, along with Dave Pasch, who used to be the voice of the Cardinals. Yeah. So Kelsey's going to get in the booth. I think he can actually crush it in the booth. I think he could be really, really good, so that'll be fun to watch. So there's kind of your ESPN broadcasting news for you. Let's get into our top 10.
I will say this real quick. Listen, I know we all had our problems with Lee Corso, but is the rumor that McAfee's taken over the helmet?
No, he's not doing that.
He's not going to do it. That was just a rumor.
Yeah,
he was taking over the headgear. Okay,
nobody should do that.
No, they retired it last year on his final one, and I think Corso went undefeated with his picks that week, and it ended up being a great send off. No, they're not going to be.
Okay, that was just a ball sacking thing because there was talk that McAfee, I guess, was going to take that part over, and I'm like, man, you can't do that to that man.
He's got his own bits.
It should be Herbie. Him and Herbie had an amazing relationship. I think he did it long because Kirk Herbstreit was like, I don't know how I could do this without you.
Yeah.
But no, that needs to be retired.
That's why Herbie got his service dog. Because Lee's gone, and so he needed some companion.
Shut your freaking mouth.
Maybe Lee could take over for the service dog, and he can just fly around everywhere with Kurt.
He's just trolling around.
Before
drop deuces on football fields and stuff around the country.
Lee could just kind of walk around, and Herbie could throw him a tennis ball.
Unreal.
That's what you say to people who are old and about to lose their job.
Lee. Go get it, Lee.
Good job wearing the tiger head.
All right, top 10 Tex-Mex foods is yesterday was National Fajita Day. Gosh, fajitas.
You always get out-ordered. If somebody at your table orders fajitas and they
you
bring
always order the fajitas.
You get out-ordered. You're like, damn, I messed up here.
I don't know, dude.
You do. You get out-ordered. Don't try to defend
This was your line, Eric.
I know. I'm genuinely with you.
Are you now like crawfishing on your own take?
No, it's not crawfish. It's just sort of evolving. It's the maturation of a man.
You're trying to tell me that, like,
Are
oh,
you
my
evolutionizing
beef,
right
and,
here,
my
right
beef
now?
and onion enchilada dinner is better than fajitas?
You're not. I'm not going to clown you for the fajita order.
Are you
It
gonna
is
chimichanga
It is
me?
unbelievable. It's sort of a 1A, 1B situation. But a steak quesadilla is freaking unbelievable.
Get that as your appetizer.
A steak quesadilla hits just as hard, if not harder, thanks to the cheese, than the fajita does.
No, get steak fajitas.
If they could find a way to make a sizzle plate out of the steak quesadilla, we'd all be talking about the steak quesadilla the same way we do
that
the
at
fajitas.
Ruth Chris.
All right,
they have
we
that
got
sizzling plate.
Steak
They tell you don't
quesadilla is freaking undeniable.
Schmuck of the Week nominee Eric Chiafalo, the steak quesadilla over the steak fajitas. Come on.
I thought you were going to go
1A, 1B.
chimichanga.
Oh,
No,
yeah.
I know. That's your wheelhouse.
I do love a good chimichanga.
I mean, I wish I know something else on that menu. Every time I look down, I go through all the menu and I flip through every page and I go back to say, yo, let me get that chimichanga.
The chimichanga.
The cheese sauce on top of it. Do you fry those? Can I get double beans too? Sour cream on top. Thank you.
What kind of beans? Refried pinto black?
The refried, please. Thank you. Yeah. Shout out to Glorious.
Yeah, go ahead. Good
Glorious
call.
does it right. And that bean
Yeah, they
dip
do.
they have. Outstanding.
I know. I do like those bean dips.
It is delicious.
I think Lupe Tortillas does the
Just
same
telling you,
thing.
man.
Lupe Tortillas fajitas might be the
The
best.
sound, the visual, and the smell of fajitas wins the day every time.
The entire
Every time.
presentation's incredible.
Everybody, when that thing shows up, everybody at tabletops are going, damn, I wish I'd ordered that.
Yeah. Somebody sitting there with the sour cream and chicken enchiladas. It's like, damn.
The fact that you can
Except for the
make
guy that's sitting there with the friggin' steak quesadillas.
The fact that you can
You
make
guys are high-fiving and you both go home smiling
Yeah,
after
I'm
feeling
just
great
telling you,
about your order.
the fact that you
you did a bang-up job today,
No.
and so did I. There is no who
The fact-
won.
oh,
we
no,
both
I-
won.
you-
Did you
I
order
won.
off
the kids menu
the
with your steak
fajitas.
quesadilla?
Yeah.
No, I get the
Yeah.
adult order. Bleep hole.
Just get the app order.
We get $4 off because he's a minor?
Oh, would you like your steak quesadilla, sir?
We'll take a sippy cup of that. Oh, look.
Quesadillas are gonna be very high on this list.
I better get
we got you a
friggin-
Sprite with the top on
I better
it.
get crayons in a menu as well. I want to do the tic-tac-toe and stuff. Do the little maze or
Give
whatever.
yourself the
I'll tell you what,
tortilla that's
man.
not cooked so you can like mold it like Play-Doh.
There's some places like that. The Black Bear there in Oxnard.
Yeah.
I was by myself. I almost took the crayons just to
Let's start doodling.
I was like, man, these are damn nice crayons.
Doodle right now. Number 10 is indeed the chimichanga.
Number 10.
Tex-Mex.
Number
Hey, you
10.
start getting jealous. I get jealous of people's drinks when they walk by.
Oh.
See what that waitress is holding? Like, damn, look how big that mug is. What's going on in there? Look at all those colors.
You ever get jealous
know
of
that I
Look at all
didn't
those
know?
shooters on the side of it. Oh.
Do you ever get
There's a beer
jealous
in
with the Corona in the margarita?
Yeah.
I sure do.
I've always wanted to try that one. I never have. I'm like, man, that kind of looks like that's something that might be good.
You drink the margarita and then it's the beer that flows on down. It's nice.
No, okay.
Number 9 is the taquito. I got love for the taquito. I think that's also an outstanding app. So that's what you do. You do the app sampler. You get your queso wings, you get the taquitos, you get a little bit of quesadilla, and then you can share that for the table. Then bam, you got those fajitas.
Whataburger with the good ones, taquitos, the breakfast ones.
Mm-hmm. Those
But
are
I think of
outstanding.
taquitos. I think a Quick Trip, and they're rolling around on the roller. That's
Yes.
what I kind of just can't. I can't do this.
The grocery store frozen food section has some terrific taquitos.
Do they?
These days? You pop those in the air
What's
fryer.
any brand?
They're very good.
Any,
There's 2 or 3 different
Like
brands that are good.
They're pretty thin, right?
Yeah.
but
Very
they're
crunchy.
long but thin.
Yeah.
Yes, dude. In college, I was crutching
Because they're cheap.
those.
Yeah, it's a
Yes.
good deal. 8 is queso. Gotta love the queso. 7 is chili con carne, which
Cheese,
is
right?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Yeah, queso is just the melted cheese.
6 is enchiladas.
Dip.
Okay.
Yeah. Dip.
Yeah, enchiladas.
We made some homemade enchiladas the other night.
I do respect a good enchilada.
Solid.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
Beef,
absolutely.
cheese, and onion. Yes.
Have you
like
ever
the green
ordered it?
sauce.
You got a choice of everything on Tex-Mex, and you're going enchiladas?
I'm not gonna order it,
Okay.
but I am going to say yes to the bite that you offer me off your
Yeah.
plate.
I think I'm aligned with you.
It's a good at-home meal. to make at the house.
Man, you
We've
guys
done
were
that
talking about smothering things with cheese. That's the enchiladas, right?
I know.
for sure.
Listen.
Everything.
I got respect for it.
Yeah.
You can, and what you have left over, you could use those chips to kind of service it up. Yeah,
I think the chili sauce or whatever that is kind of interferes with the flavor profile. Oftentimes, it's corn tortillas.
Yes, it is oftentimes.
If you're
corn
anti-corn tortilla, then the enchiladas not for you.
Sub. Go for the sub. Sub
out flour tortillas? I've never seen that done.
No. Sub out the corns if you don't want the corns.
Yeah, for the flour?
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that.
Tacos at 5. Burritos at 4. Quesadillas at 3. Fajitas are at 2.
Okay, so look what we just did here. The quesadilla and the fajita are freaking neck and neck, okay? It's a coin flip situation. The country has ruled on this. Don't sit here and dunk on me like I'm saying quesadillas and they're outside looking in honorable mention bull crap.
Quesadilla for appetizers, Eric. They're not ordering it as an entree over the fajitas.
That's like saying chicken wings are an appetizer. Why'd you get 25 of them for an entree?
They are a damn appetizer, okay? You should order them as an app, and then you should order a damn burger for your entree. All right,
Eric does that. What are you talking about?
That's one of the worst takes you've ever freaking had.
That's what I did at the pizza place, right?
You did, absolutely did, yeah.
I got the meatball sub and I got the chicken wings.
Yeah.
And that's a home run. That's a freaking home run by you.
That was an impressive order.
Damn right it is. And you should be proud of that. Are you proud of that?
I'm proud of that.
As you should be. Number 1, nachos.
Do
we have an issue?
I like what they're doing with
How do you like them served?
with the individual chip, where each chip is its own
dressed
color.
up and it's beautiful.
Yeah.
All right, we're back in it
comes
together.
out a little hot.
We're back as a family. Yes, I like those better too.
Yeah. What's your meat of choice? You going chicken or steak?
Steak.
Yeah, steak.
Steak every time.
I kind of like a good.
Yeah.
I go
Chicken
ground
over the
beef.
steak.
What about brisket?
I go ground beef. They roll their eyes at me.
Yeah, the ground beef. No, he's right
There's a
about
ground
the
beef
ground beef.
option. I want the ground beef one.
You
They
ever
do roll
find-
their eyes a little bit, but hey, it's my money. I'm spending
Dawson,
it.
Get him the Crayola.
You never
as well.
find the chicken enchiladas kind of, or chicken nachos dry?
Can be. Yeah.
Yeah,
A little
can
dry. Yeah.
I find the grade of steak they used at the majority of Tex-Mex spots to be low. You know, if you told me this is ribeye steak, nachos,
Okay.
I'm going steak nachos.
Yeah.
I don't need sirloin.
I'm with
I
you.
think Lucius is right about the ground beef, though, on these things.
Cody Alexander's coming up at 3 o'clock. That's Wolchuk's Top 10. We got a news bag next, Chief.
Yeah, the Cocaine Lions and a big loss for TCU football next to the nation.
Coming up.
Thank you very much, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on the Fan. Cody Alexander, matchquarters.com, coming up at 3 o'clock. Here's the Chief.
Lots going on at the desk today, boys, right after this.
You're rolling with the News Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
TCU safety Jacob Fields has been dismissed from the program. Fields allegedly committed an assault in the football locker room, and it was so bad that they reported it to the police. So it is like an aggravated assault. I don't know if this is him brandishing a weapon or just really, really, really beating the crap out of somebody, but extreme violence to the point where they have got the police involved and kicked him right off the team. He was a transfer from Louisiana Tech, and he was really, really good at Louisiana Tech. He was a guy that I think TCU was excited to have in their secondary as is going to be one of their better defensive players, and now 10 days before the season or whatever, they lose a starter because of some type of assault in the locker room of the team. I don't have any other details, but it must have been pretty dang bad for him to get kicked off the team and then get the police involved. I'm sure random locker room skirmishes can happen from time to time, and you kind of settle it as teammates, whatever tempers flare. But this is clearly much more than that. Sounds like it was not mutual combat, or that maybe extracurriculars happened after Mr. Fields won the fight, then is that his name? Yeah, Justin Fields, Jacob Fields?
Jacob Fields, yeah.
Yeah, because I think fights happen in locker rooms.
Yeah, they do. Yeah, for sure.
So why was this one different? And maybe nobody was there to break it up? I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe he stomped on him?
Yep.
You get some aggravated charges if like Dawson just said, if I already won the fight, I'm stomping on you now and doing aggressive stuff like that, maybe throwing things at you, a helmet or whatever.
Yeah. Probably took the fight way too far.
Weaponry.
Yeah, maybe he had some level of a weapon there, so TCU loses one of their projected to be better players defensively just shortly before the season starts.
Sounds like a big hitter.
Yeah.
Tough loss.
No question. Okay, how about the Penn State cocaine story, man? I mean, we have Cocaine Bear, Cocaine Cowboys, and now we have the Cocaine Nittany Lions.
What this guy has a nickname. It's pretty, what's our guy called?
Yeah, so there's a handful. You guys choose which nickname you like the best for the main top of the food chain ringleader of this cocaine extravaganza at Penn State involving 2 different fraternities and 14 people being arrested. Do you like Pablo Pledge-Scabar?
That's the one. That's it.
Pablo.
Do you like Blow Pa? Or do you like Snow Paterno?
Snow Paterno myself.
Snow Paterno's pretty good. Pablo Pledge-Scabar is also really good because, of course, this is a fraternity situation, and they're saying that part of the indoctrination into the fraternity was having to help out with the cocaine trafficking. Okay, so the young pledges who are trying to get into the Sigma Chi are having to cut stuff up and make runs on campus for Pablo Pledge-Scabar.
And that's where I think things got away from him. You're involving way too many people.
Yeah. And part of it was because he would have people owing him money. Like, this dude was pretty diabolical. He is a brilliant dude. Like, from a student standpoint, grades, all that kind of stuff, very impressive financial kind of guy. And he would have people basically that would owe him thousands of dollars and be like, okay, you're going to pay me back by basically being a runner for me on campus. And you're probably right in terms of that backfiring where you get too many people. You got to keep the circle pretty small
and
tight.
Weight is not going to be there. If you already owe me money and you're running coke for me, you might be tipping up the bag. Busting the bag open a little bit, getting something out of there.
A lot of drama.
Stepping on my stuff.
Stealing. It's tempting, I think, in a position like that to let people use credit, I'm gonna use you as a dealer and I'm gonna front you this and you're gonna come back and pay me all the money, but it just got way too big on them, And sad. I think probably a lot of kids that were just partying and maybe trying to have a good time going to jail for it.
He does look like he could be Tim Cato's long lost brother.
Yeah.
He's got a little Tim Cato there.
He does. He looks like the nerdiest dude on campus, basically.
Yeah.
You said they had them boys chopping up bags.
Yeah. Yeah, pledges.
Was it like an initiation?
They were running to New York to get the haul, bring it back to the frat house, get it all divvied up, and then they were the big dogs on campus getting everybody their snow. So,
in the real operations, you got to do that butt naked.
Oh, wow.
Chopping up that stuff, you got to do it butt naked. I'm just telling you, the real operations.
Why? Really?
Yeah, you can't steal anything from me.
They think you're going to boof it?
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
Golly.
Did you just turn around?
Yeah.
Did you just bend?
Yeah, what are you doing over there?
You cough for me.
Keep your hands in the front, sir. So yeah, that is a crazy story. And one of the people arrested is actually the dads of like the second in command when it comes to the cocaine ringleaders. And the dad is like a Pittsburgh lawyer who caught wind of it all and was trying to dispose of evidence and protect. And so now he's involved in being arrested as well. So there's like 14.
You work in the athletic department there at Penn State.
yeah, dude.
Get rid of evidence.
I mean, you're protecting your kid at that point. Yeah. You know, as the dad, that was obviously his mission, but now he's getting thrown into the mix on all of this stuff. So a big time Penn State controversy. And I don't think it's their first one. I just can't believe all these kids are going to school and doing blow regularly. You know, it seems hard to manage.
It's making a comeback.
I guess.
Oh, it did.
Yeah. I don't know, man. I
got a lot of money we can use
with all this fentanyl, though, bro.
Yeah, you're playing a very dangerous game now.
Even blow.
That is terrifying.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, they're clearly not even caring or thinking about that, but that would be something to consider in this day and age. Now, you mentioned that we have the Wings and Fever game coming to the AAC. And tomorrow night, right? Yes. So CBS Texas is reporting Texas Values, Moms for Liberty, Moms for America, and the Independent Council on Women's Sports will hold a 4 p.m. news conference by the Jumbotron outside the AAC before Wings Fever, basically in support of Sophie Cunningham as her Fever come into town. So there's been a lot of back and forth and people doing their protesting and things like that.
Back and forth I've ever
seen. They're protesting her?
No, they are in support of her. They're calling this the common sense presser.
Okay.
Yes, thank you, because it is common sense.
What time are we doing this?
Biological men should not be playing against women.
This will be at.
But they weren't. It wasn't happening.
No,
it just wasn't happening.
And now they want it to happen, or they just don't want to admit that they don't want it to happen because they don't want to be looked like they're against that. I don't know. It's all about public perception.
The WNBA is like having to meet and deliberate on what a woman is, and it's going to take them months to figure that part out before they come to a decision, thanks to Penis Cantor and the other guy that's trying to get in the mix. I mean, really unbelievable stuff.
Didn't he drop out once he found out their travel?
I don't know. I think that Royce O'Neal.
Yeah.
I think that doesn't like to fly. Yeah, O'Neal is the one. Yeah, no. Cantor seems like he's like
Royce O'Neal.
He's going all in on this. I believe Hagee had the projected like over unders for what Cantor would average in the WNBA, and it was something like 36 points and 20 rebounds. Is what the line is.
I'll take the over.
For Cantor, he'll take the over. We do have best taste winners and for all the different categories at the State Fair for the Big Tex Choice Awards. So your savory best taste is the Burger Chop Tater Tacos. Looks really dang good. You also have the one that I think Dawson was most fired up about, the Fletcher's Chocolate Corny Dog. Oh, yeah, that sounds amazing.
It does.
For the sweet, the best taste sweet category. Best taste sipper is the Tropical Cocoa Fresca. And the most creative is the Berry Me and Matcha.
You guys have never had a Fresca, have you?
Big Tex Choice Award winners. I have. Had some Fresca. Yeah. My wife's a big fan.
Not good.
Thank you, Chief.
Yes, not good.
We got one down, 4 to go. Cody Alexander, matchquarters.com, one of the foremost experts on football defense in the world. We'll break down what he's seeing from the Cowboys and where they might go next is coming up next year on The Fan.
Rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Yeah, buddy, here we go. It's hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. And joining us now, one of our favorite football guests, it's Cody Alexander, matchquarters.com. And a good afternoon to you, sir. How the heck are you?
Come on, guys.
Hey, buddy. Big week for the Cowboys. So much going on. Can we start with Von Miller? What do you think he still has in the tank?
I think he's got a little bit in the tank. I mean, I don't think he should be looking for about 10 sacks, but I do think that he can add a little bit of juice, and he gives that veteran feel there in that kind of young room that you have in the edge room.
So do you think this should be enough, what they have in the edge room now?
I think it gives you a little bit of leeway in terms of if somebody gets hurt. I think you also have a little bit of kind of package ability on third down to kind of put a true pass rusher in there. I think if you're just asking him to rush the passer, I think that's going to be fine. I wouldn't expect him to be day in and day out, but it does give you depth, and it does give you the ability on third down to really go after the quarterback.
All right, Coach, so let's say you're the defensive coordinator of the Cowboys. You've got this current personnel group in their roster. How would you be using him? Are you, like, where is he on the depth chart for you? Is he playing ahead of guys like Malachi Lawrence, a rookie, Donovan Ezeraku? Like, what would be your plan going into the season for Von Miller?
I think he gives you the ability on third down to move Rashawn Gary inside and then put him outside, and then you have that rotational piece in Malachi Lawrence as he's learning how to play in the NFL. Remember, this is an 18-week season. He's a rookie edge. I also think, too, with Ezeraku, Lawrence, you can kind of rotate those guys, keep people fresh. So I think it gives you flexibility and matchup ability against some of these teams on your schedule.
How curious and excited are you just to see what Christian Parker has up his sleeve and maybe distancing himself from what we assume is a Fangio kind of defense?
Yeah, I'm really excited to see this because I think if you looked at what they did against the Seahawks, it was pretty much the greatest hits. I mean, they were running base. They were running the rotational coverages out of it. They ran man coverage on third down a few times. So I think you were seeing essentially just like the base feel for it. I'm excited to see what wrinkles he has, what he's added, what he's subtracted, and kind of putting his own spin on it.
Coach, what do you think is going to be the most copied thing that we saw last season that teams are going to start doing when we get to these games in September?
I think it's going to be the continued use of quarters on early downs, primarily trying to stay in base to protect yourself. Edges, yes, they can drop, but the ability to play quarters on the back end and really layer yourself in the middle of the field against these play-action passing offenses, I think that's going to continue to be a trend. I think we're going to see a little bit more of an uptick in base, which we saw. That's really, if you look at the first, there was almost like 2 drives in one in that long drive against Seattle, was that they tried to stay in base as much as they possibly could. So I think that's going to be the trend that you see in the NFL this year.
He's Cody Alexander, matchquarters.com, the Coach A on Twitter. How much stock can we put in the Cowboys defense looking better in training camp and joint practices and preseason at this point? Do you think it's safe for Cowboys fans to be confident the defense will be significantly better?
I think it does, just because you're not looking at something and you're not saying, okay, we don't look like we belong out there. I think that's the biggest thing in preseason, is not necessarily looking at, okay, what schematic things are we doing or how are we answering problems. I think it's, okay, do our backups look like they belong out there against another team? Or is the other team playing their starters, but we're kind of mixing in some different guys? Do they look like they fit? This defense, to me, looks cohesive. They look like they know what they're doing. You can see communication. I mean, that was a big argument last year, that nobody was communicating with each other, especially in the back end. You're seeing communication from linebacker to the secondary between each other. Those are all things that look to me as a positive going into this year.
I wonder your thoughts on the potential of Jayshon Barham, the rookie that they took out of Michigan, maybe being the starting Mike linebacker over Overshown. Do you think that he would be ready for that? Is that asking too much of him? Is Overshown, in your opinion, with the build, maybe not cut out to be the Mike?
Well, it's going to be interesting to me. I mean, we didn't get to see him in the preseason game. It will really that's a trust position, and coaches aren't going to play a player if they don't trust him, especially in a highly choreographed defense like you have in Dallas under Christian Parker. So is there potential that he could start at some point this year? I do think so. But I think they're pretty in who they want to play early on. And I also think Overshown gives you an ability. Remember, we're going to see everything in the preseason. It's going to be very vanilla. Like I said, they literally ran the greatest hits against Seattle. But Overshown gives you an ability to kind of move around and be kind of that fifth guy on the line or a blitzer. So it's something, too, to remember when you're looking at this as well.
Do they need to add another corner?
I think if there's the one position that you look at this, and I mean, we've talked about the size at linebacker is an issue, but I don't think the play at linebacker, I think, is the issue. The corner spot outside of Kobe Durant, is Deron Bland going to turn into Deron Bland that everybody remembers him being from a couple years ago? Is Shamar James going to play? There's a lot of ifs. I just don't know at this point in the offseason. Siobhan Ravel, sorry. I just don't know at this point in the season you're going in the offseason, you're going to find somebody that you can just plug in and play right there.
What do you think of the rookie class so far? Caleb Downs, Malachi Lawrence.
Well, I think, look, the thing that you saw in the preseason game is that you had Caleb Downs and you had Malachi Lawrence out there starting, and they played, and then they took them out about halfway through that drive. What that tells you is there's a lot of trust in that. They don't feel like they need to get a bunch of reps. I think, too, Caleb Downs is essentially going to play that Cooper DeJean role. He's going to play at nickel, and then he's going to move back and play that down safety role and let kind of Jalen Thompson and Malik Hooker kind of be that rotational piece and be able to come in. And so even with a guy like Thompson or Malik Hooker who's getting in your 10, you don't have to necessarily have those guys on the field. They as the season goes on.
Hey, Coach, we had a chance to talk to Clayton Adams at training camp, and I asked him about beating teams that play cloud coverage. Any thoughts? That seems like something that the Cowboys saw a lot, especially at the end of the season with Detroit, that cloud coverage and dealing with Pickens. Your thoughts on teams that play cloud coverage, and where do you attack them?
Yeah, so I think that's another thing that we saw last year. Speaking of trends defensively, I think trends offensively is going to be attacking some of these deeper zones that you're seeing. They're going to want to double somebody. I think that's where the Dak has to recognize, okay, we have the double over here. Maybe they're clouding Pickens. How can we get access to CeeDee Lamb? Because he's not going to be able to have that double. I also think, too, is hitting that whole shot that's right in there between that corner and that safety, running routes that are really attacking the backside, kind of breaking in. I think you're going to see a lot more kind of deeper digs because that linebacker is not going to be able to climb. You've got a corner that could kind of fade away if something attacks the flat area. And now you have the safety that is coming from way deep. Now he has to drive down on a receiver. So I think those are ways that people are going to attack. I also think, too, Dallas getting in a lot of 3-by-1s and forcing the issue and saying, okay, are you going to just go ahead and continue to cloud the X? We're going to mess around with you on the front side because now we know you're either in a cover 2 or you're going to be in quarters, and then being able to run those beaters. Because if you're going to sit in too high, that's it. And I think, again, everything comes down. Anytime you play defense that runs too high, you have to be able to run the ball and force them into situations where they get into single coverage.
I was listening to you on the Athletic Football Podcast, I think it was last month, and you were talking about how maybe a prediction for offense this year would be taking the shots downfield to the X when you get one-on-one. Do you think the Cowboys should be more aggressive with that?
I do. We're to the point now where you kind of, yes, we live in this too high world. They're trying to pack the middle. I've had a bunch of conversations with the middle of the field is going to be packed. you have to start taking shots outside. I think the Cowboys are one of the offenses that have an advantage in that they can actually go do that. I think the framework was there for a lot of teams. If you go back and you watch the Patriots, I think that they were one of the best deep ball passing teams, and they weren't even doing it out of play action. Everybody thinks you use play action to take the shot. You use play action to open up the middle of the field. That's really where it is. But taking those shots when you get them, using formations to get predictable coverage. And look, if people are going to keep that weak safety low, whether it's through quarters or cover 3, you have the isolation outside. You need to take it.
How else do you expect Clayton Adams to build on what worked last year as they get into year 2 with this staff?
Well, I just think it's continuously built into the run game, and not necessarily because we see this time and time again. It's where everything falls on Dak and then everything falls on CeeDee Lamb. Now you have Pickens. Okay, now you 3 have to now get everything through the air. I think you have to have more of a complement on offense with the run game, especially now using a little bit more 12 personnel to maybe get Pickens and Lamb both isolated at the same time, or get one of them running across the middle of the field. That's only going to work if you have a run game where people feel like, hey, maybe we need to get in base right here. Let's not live in nickel against the Cowboys. And then now you change the matchups and you're changing the math for yourself on offense.
How much would a more dynamic running back help that? And would you be advocating for a significant addition here late in summer or in the trade market to get more, speed and playmaking ability out of that spot?
Yeah, I really think when you have a dynamic running back, I don't think you have to have like a Jahmyr Gibbs or something like that in order for your offense to explode. But you do need to have some sort of dynamic where it's a threat. And when teams know you're going to run the ball and teams know that you can lean on the run, especially later in games, then now it becomes kind of a point of emphasis. That's when you're going to get those people, moving more guys into the box and then being able to do that. I think also, too, if you can add value in the passing game, that can also help you there as well.
With the defense making so many adjustments, how long do you think it's going to take for them to kind of get in a groove, and how many weeks into the season before you start making overall judgments about what the defense is going to be?
Yeah, I would give it about a month. I mean, I think they've got to figure out where everybody fits, where everybody's going to go, what balls are going to work within the system. I think if you go back and you look at the Eagles with Cooper DeJean, he was hurt.
We got Cody Alexander here, matchquarters.com on the line. Little technical difficulties there, but I believe he was going to talk about how Cooper DeJean was hurt that first month of the Eagles season in his rookie year. They had the bye. He debuted. It totally changed things.
It did.
For him. We got you back, Cody?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay.
I don't know what happened.
We lost you on Cooper DeJean was hurt for the first month of that Eagles rookie year.
Right, and I heard, I was able to hear what you said. So, yes, exactly. Like, they were able to figure out that. They leaned more into man coverage and match coverage last year because that's what was on the roster. So, I think he knows what's on the roster at the Eagles. Now he's got to figure out what he has here in the Cowboys and then adjust. Give it a month, and then we should really be able to see what this defense can be.
Cody, I wanted to circle back with you on Deron Bland, and I think there's been some other people in the media like Ted Wynn with The Athletic, who we love. He was writing about the fit for Bland in this defense. Do you think that this is a system that he can excel in based on his skill set?
It's going to be difficult, and I think it's because of the way that he played and was asked to play under Quinn, which is you play off ball, you play a lot of where you're jumping routes, you're playing on top of receivers, you're taking a lot of aggressive moves, which can then expose you on the back end. Again, this is a defense that is highly choreographed on the back end. They all have to know what each other are doing. They have to have that communication aspect. And then you have to play sticky man coverage. You have to be on the guy all the time. There's not going to be a lot of opportunities to trap and kind of take advantage of some of these underthrown balls. You're going to have to go win those balls in a one-on-one scenario, especially if you're going to be the boundary corner. So I think it's going to be a little bit of an adjustment. And can he be that player, after, kind of a couple of years of not really performing at that level?
Cody Alexander, the Coach A on Twitter. A couple more questions here for you. Would Camden Brown scare you as a coach against your first team defense?
Camden Brown? I guess not. I guess I don't know who you're talking about.
Yeah, rookie undrafted guy. Couple of great catches. I got the name right, didn't I?
Yeah.
Camden Brown?
Yeah, you nailed it.
Okay, yes, no, I see. Okay, yes. The thing, though, you have to take everything with a grain of salt in the preseason because a lot of this stuff, now, can he make the roster? That'd be great. Does he turn into a great player? I don't know. But take things in the preseason, especially in some of these highlight reel catches and things like that, with a grain of salt.
You're the man, Cody. Can't thank you enough. Terrific job. Go find all of his stuff, matchquarters.com. He's written 6 books. He's a must-follow on NFL Twitter, @thecoach. Thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of the preseason. We'll try to catch up with you soon.
Yeah, thanks for having me on, guys.
Salute. There he goes. Okay, we got the C-Note coming up next here. Cowboys news of the evening here on your home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan. But I want to chat with you about my friends at DraftKings before we do. the C-Note, Cowboys news of the evening. A number of really juicy storylines happening in the Cowboys headlines this afternoon. We'll pass them along to you, give you our analysis and thoughts. Segments brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. How about CeeDee Lamb on Clayton Adams' scheme? Would you like some of that? Says the scheme's amazing. OMG. He says, I'm in meetings, I'm taking notes, but I'm just watching him design. And we get into game planning. Obviously, it's much shorter. So right now we're just reinstalling everything in which we did at minicamp, and we put the plays on film so we can go over it and film and see what we're going to carry over to the season. He says, so just watching the different ways of him hitting the outside zones, inside zone, gap schemes, just different ways of getting into it. And watching how he's using the leverage of one another's defense, the defensive line alignment, and our offensive line alignment is fire. I don't think I've ever seen anything like this, or anyone really just put so much effort into it. So for me to see that, Javonte ran for 1,100, I keep saying, because he had a great year, and it was his first year, like really being healthy off his ACL and just watching them guys really put the pieces together and makes it come to life. It was amazing to see. Obviously, my back is to them, so when I see it on film, it's much more. It's just that much better. So, I think this is probably the year where the entire country gets the appreciation of Clayton Adams. We've seen this, and we deep dove it within 24 hours of him being hired, and we were stoked about it. But I think the number one best thing about Clayton Adams is you didn't hire a scheme. You went and hired a guy that's going to help figure out what the next schemes are, what the next wrinkles are. And that's different. It's a copycat league, and there's always going to be a portion of that. But somebody's copying the guy who initiated it.
Right.
And whether that was Bill Walsh or Don Coryell, those are the dudes that you want.
Yeah, the guy who's there first.
Yes.
The guy who's ahead of it all, and everybody's chasing you, and he's already 2 steps ahead a little bit. And I do think he does a great job as well at in real time figuring out what his players do best and being able to adjust. He's not just, hey, this is my playbook, this is what I got, and y'all better figure it out. He's like, I can kind of coach anything. Let me see what you guys are best at, and that's where we'll go. And that's the best kind of coach.
To revisit that conversation we had last week, Brian, with the mythical 5-12 season, what if worst case scenario happens?
Yeah.
And I'm standing on Shoddy. But if the front office had the idea of, hey, let's let Shoddy go and promote Clayton Adams, I think I'd be behind that as well. How about you guys? If it's a bad year and the idea is, man, Shoddy just didn't pull it together for one reason or another, he's not going to give up play calling.
No.
Now, I would trust Shoddy to go find another Clayton Adams. I would. But if this season goes wrong and maybe Shoddy's fingers are on it from a play calling or strategic standpoint, I'd be open-minded to it.
I'm a big fan of Clayton Adams, and I do think that him, installing the run coordination of the offense was felt in a big way. It's just, I don't know. That'd be a weird move, right? Like, how responsible would Clayton Adams then be to also the offense, or whatever the reason is that this hypothetical 5-12 happens? Is it strictly Shoddy just mishandled things in game? Was it the play calling? It'd have to kind of be, well, what were the reasons to make promoting Clayton Adams make sense in that regard?
I'd kind of feel like, though, that I would probably hope that maybe this, I don't know, because if things go 5-12, something obviously poorly happened on defense too.
Yeah,
and
your quarterback would have to.
Yeah, he did play. I know he did play all 17 last year, and they only won 7.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? So he was healthy the whole year.
No, I get that.
So if your quarterback gets hurt, then you're probably going to win 5 games.
I don't see it being any worse to them to get 5.
And maybe the conversation does start at 7 wins. Maybe 8 and 9 is disappointing enough. Maybe your defense plays great.
Sure. I think a lot of it has how the team plays throughout the year. You know, that's, I mean, you those games that you absolutely mark as games you should win. This schedule doesn't have a lot of those where you're kind of like,
it's a tough schedule.
Well, that's a win.
Yeah, I mean, we don't have to get hung up in how it could happen.
No.
But just the idea of it's the end of the year and you're not sold on Shoddy. Would you rather have Adams?
I would move. I would do a whole nother thing. I would bring a whole nother group in. Is what I would.
Oh
do.
man, I'm terrified of the Joneses.
Oh no,
wanting to go back, take us back 20 years.
No, and I'm saying is if Christian Parker is awful, if all of a sudden it's very much Mike Nolan, it's very much like Matt Eberflus, if that's what we start to see, you know, he's not going to get the head coaching job. And are you going to say, well, and what if the offense is at fault here too? Mm-hmm. Somebody is going to have to be at fault here, and if it's the offense. Shoddy, Clayton Adams, everybody involved with that's the one that's probably going to be on trial.
Last year, the Cowboys were fantastic at absorbing injuries to their offensive line. Could they do that again this year?
Not at tackle. You know, unless you're moving Tyler Smith out to left tackle.
Yeah.
I feel like they're okay on the interior. I loved what I saw from a Johnny Cornelius. I was very pleasantly surprised there. I thought Keegan looked solid, and I think Bass has made great strides as a backup center. So I think they can withstand something inside, especially Bass playing guard you feel really good about. But if there's a tackle injury, and right now it's like, hey, do you even have a right tackle that you feel good about starting with the way Terrence Steele's been playing in camp? That's going to be a problem.
Shoddy pointed to a couple of things last night after the joint practice: special teams penalties, coverage units, but also the backup O-lineman blocking. So topic here is, if you have $15 million of cap space left, do you want to go into what's left of the free agent market? Because I looked it up today. There's 30 offensive linemen who played in the NFL last year, started games in the NFL last year, that are still on the street. Like, this thing turns over quickly. Jack Conklin is a tackle who could definitely help you in the run game. He might not be better than Nate Thomas in pass protection. Mekhi Becton was a Super Bowl champion with the Eagles 2 years ago. He got cut by the Chargers, had a bad year. And maybe it only worked with Jeff Stoutland and outside zone, and Mekhi Becton is just not something that works. But there's Kevin Zeitler, who has 14 seasons of experience, has played in a number of different schemes. And at times, I remember asking Brian about Kevin Zeitler like 4 or 5 years ago.
Yeah,
and he's looked washed up.
He's old.
But he's got 9 lives.
He does. He just kind of keeps showing up.
And last year, okay, so his PFF grades, taken for what it's worth, they were both over 70, pass pro and run blocking. Wow. Kevin Zeitler's out there at guard. You know, I think he made $8 million last year. I'm signing up for that, aren't you guys, right now? Now, you could, the alternative is, let's just hope they stay healthy. And that's not a bad plan. It's not a bad plan. You know, offensive linemen can stay healthy. Probably not all 5 of them for the entire year. You're lucky when that happens, but you could absorb a couple of injuries last year. James Daniels is a sufficient guard from the Dolphins. Not good. I don't want to build my offensive line around him, but if he's my backup at 28 years old, I'm happy with that.
Yeah, I think he's off some kind of neck injury or something. They signed him in the offseason last year, and then he didn't end up getting to play at all during the season. But but if he's healthy enough, he could be a guy that could help you. It's only 28.
Those necks can be weird.
They can be, and I'd be interested in looking at some of these tackles.
The tackles are where, like Jonah Williams, Taylor Decker, Cam Robinson. Like, I think you got to start bringing these guys in for workouts.
There's got to be something that we're missing with Decker, Conklin. I need to figure this out.
There's got to be age and injury.
There's got to be something that teams are not. They're like, there's something that we don't know about.
Sure.
That they're like, and if you sign this guy, he's going to probably play for you for 6 weeks, and then the wheels are going to completely fall off.
Yeah.
So we need to figure out, is there something that we're missing in Taylor Decker? Somebody could probably tell me, hey, what am I missing in Taylor Decker? He's not any good. Mm-hmm. You know, maybe he's not. Okay, thanks. Appreciate that. Or, hey, Taylor Decker has a knee that's not going to allow him to practice and not allow him to play at a high level. Something like that, you know?
Yeah, maybe
there's
they just
something there.
Maybe they just want more money.
Yeah.
You know? I could see that. Like a veteran after 10, 12 years, it hurts to play football. It's not glorious being out here trying to block these freak edges. I'm not playing for less than 15. Call me when you get one of those, agent man. And maybe as the season starts, they get an itch and they compromise and decide to play for less. But right now, I'd just be showing up for 3 more weeks at training camp. I'm good. Troy Aikman with our friend Dale Hansen. You know, he's doing a podcast called Dallas Dialogue with Dale.
Triple D.
Catchy name.
Kind of a Debbie Does Dallas vibe with the name there. Yeah, you can find that on YouTube. But Troy addressed in here one of the most annoying things Jerry has said over the years. Troy says, the interesting thing is I've heard Jerry say that the reason he hasn't hired a GM is because there are no guarantees. And no one can guarantee him that making a change at GM and replacing himself would guarantee they'd be any better. If that's your philosophy, why would you never fire the head coach either? You would never make any changes because there's no guarantee whatsoever. So a simple but effective burn of Jerry Jones by Troy there. We salute him for that. He says, to me, you have to make changes in how you're doing it. For 3 decades, you've been unable to win back-to-back playoff games to get to a championship game. Then when they've had the number 1 seed in a first-round bye, they haven't been able to get out of the divisional round. It's not good there. We salute Troy Aikman for giving us his strong takes on that.
Give us the honesty.
Yeah, and I would say they're kind of doing things differently, aren't they? They're doing enough different. No?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. I think they've definitely been moving differently this entire offseason. And I like what Nick Eatman was saying, in the beginning with Sean and RJ this morning. Like, this does kind of feel as though this is the most quote unquote all in that the Cowboys are in terms of, okay, we're really trying to look at this roster and actually identify how can we improve this thing. I think Von Miller was one to just add some depth and insurance at edge, running back, offensive line, I think would now be the other's corner linebacker. Like, what are you look at these other rosters, free agency, trades. What can you do? That's why I was asking Brian about Kevontae Turpin. Because if Turpin's got value, you're feeling good about what you have at wide receiver right now. I'd be looking to move Turpin. Now, that opens up, okay, who's going to be your kick and punt returner? But you should be able to find somebody that can handle those duties. And I don't know that Turpin's really, I know he was an all-pro technically, but did he really give you enough in the kick and punt return game that it means I can't trade him? I don't know if the Cowboys have any interest in doing so. But if he's got value, which Brian is saying at least 2 of his Gang of 7 are saying he does.
Yeah, 2 good teams.
Maybe you're able to get a good player for him.
Yeah, I think if Kevontae Turpin is going to return kicks like he did last year, I don't really have a spot for him. And if somebody else wants to ride that, then I'd let him have him. Very, very doable contract, around $4.5 million a year. AZ Fudd out for the year. That's 8 games plus playoffs. Having swelling in her knee, and she's going to have a procedure, is what my guys tell me over there. So that doesn't sound good. That's the. That's
Is this something
Trayvon
she's had
Diggs.
before?
Well, she's had ACL surgeries on both legs.
Oh, geez.
Yeah, so they're still in a playoff position. I think they are going to make the playoffs, but significantly less viable as an upset candidate there going into the playoffs if you don't have AZ Fudd. All righty, Krusty's Corner's coming up next. Brian, where are you taking it?
Yeah, let's take a look at who needs to have a really good game against Arizona. We'll do that next.
Okay, I want to check. Thank you very much, Lucius. It's the G-Bag Nation here on the Fan. Calvin Watkins coming up at 4 o'clock. Dallas Morning News, live from Oxnard, where they will break camp on Friday. Head to Arizona, then come on home. And here's Brian with the Krusty's Corner.
Hey, kids! Your old pal Krusty's gonna teach you 5 new words.
You're not wrong about that.
From Dallas, Texas, number 55, Brian Waters.
Thank you very much, Lucius. Always appreciate you playing that. One of my teams for Gang of 7 got back. I asked about what's wrong with Decker and Conklin. He goes, they're hurt. They're hurt, guys.
Yeah.
They're currently hurt?
Yeah, they're currently hurt.
That's a bummer.
So, can't, maybe I'm trying to kind of figure out what injuries they have, but that's probably why people are staying away from them right now.
I know for Jonah Williams, he's just never been able to stay healthy throughout a season.
Yeah. He's had like knee problems, right?
Yes, yeah.
It's been a big
I think an
deal with him.
ACL.
Yeah.
Because every team needs quality offensive linemen.
Yeah.
If these guys were ready to rock and roll,
They would probably
they'd
be on the
picked
teams.
up.
Yeah, I was going down through Pro Football Focus, and I was going through just the offensive tackles, and they had some guys rated like 316. That was their overall rating.
Ouch. Yeah.
And there are guys down in that area that have been signed, and then Conklin and Decker. Decker, I think, is 42nd overall ranked free agent. From last year. And so him and Conklin are in that, they're not too far away from each other. But there's some players that have been signed that are just clearly not very good. But all said here, and it makes sense. If guys are hurt or they're worried that maybe they're gonna get well, and then they'll put them on emergency boards and stuff like that.
Wait for a starter to get banged up, and then you step in, and now you're a starter, and you're not fighting for a job.
I think I said this yesterday from the ballpark. I was under anesthesia, so I might not remember this correctly.
You were on one, legendary show.
I was under anesthesia.
It was the opposite of Mardi Gras, Brian.
I felt like my eye was hanging out.
It felt like it was detached.
Goodness gracious.
Seriously, I felt like I was the Terminator. I could see in one eye, and I'd been hit in the other eye, and it just didn't read growth. But I woke up this morning, went up for a walk at 5:30 this morning, and it was just fine. Saw everything.
One night of sleep can solve all the
problems. One night of sleep got it all right. But I'll ask you guys this question. Are we away from trying to add defensive help? Did I ask you guys this yesterday? I know that Zach and I have done some work this morning together on a podcast. But are you thinking that maybe the defense is not going to get the major upgrade, that the offense is going to get the major upgrade? When we're talking about Steven and Jerry and Zach, I'll let you go first on the answer since you've already answered it for me this morning.
Yeah, I do think running back is one that they're looking at. I think, as we've talked about, offensive tackle. Now, there just might not be anybody that you can really get, so you might kind of be stuck. But I still think if linebacker, they're going to need another linebacker, unless they just feel so good about Shamar James and Justin Barron. And corner. I think they've got 4 corners. I think the rest of them are all guys that it's like, let's just cross our fingers and pray. Devin Moore, I don't know how available he's going to be this year, and he's a rookie. I liked him coming out. I think he's got a unique skill set, but he's a guy that's been banged up throughout his career, and he's been banged up so far at camp. Josh Butler, guy coming off of an injury. Is he your 5th guy? I think Kalen Carson might be playing himself off the roster. He needs a big game on Saturday. Yeah. So I still think those are 2 positions on defense I'd be looking at, but I do think the trade ultimately might be running back.
Dawson, do you...
I think the offensive additions are going to be budget style.
Okay.
Around league minimum, backup guys. The running back, I think whoever they get, most Cowboys fans will have never heard from him, but probably has a good relative athletic score. So I think if there is a big move to be made, it'll still happen on defense because they still have 3 spots of need. I think you could say edge, linebacker, and corner.
What you there, Chieftain?
Yeah, I kind of feel like the biggest move they make would end up being the running back because they're trying to get a running back 2 who is actually going to see some time on the field.
Sure.
If they're getting a corner or a linebacker, it's just depth pieces in case of injury.
Mm-hmm.
So I could see both of them still happening, but the one that would actually make a difference that you would see week 1 on the field would be the running back and not the the last corner on the depth chart where they just need some more. They just need more bodies in there that they somewhat trust.
Dawson, a question for you as well. Do you feel like that the safety play can make up for maybe some questionable corner play?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, it can help.
So does it help you when you start to think about the corners? I'm just going to lean on my safeties here and try.
Okay, from what I understand, there is going to be a lot of man opportunities in a Vic Fangio defense. And at that point, we need guys to help us get off the field here on third down.
Sure.
And I don't think they have any level of protection from injury, and I'm really skeptical about their starters.
Mm-hmm.
Neither one of those guys is among the best 50 corners in the entire league right now.
Sure.
So, if you want to win the Super Bowl, you need good players there.
Right. No, you're not wrong about that. Willie, does the safety play maybe mask some of the concerns you have at corner?
It does, because you've got some flexibility there with guys like Caleb Downs, Jalen Thompson. They can play some corner, right? They can play in the nickel for you. So I think that will help. But also,
Thompson got body slammed yesterday. You see that? I'm like, God, thank God he got up.
Guy, I know. But I also just the coverage ability of guys like Downs and Thompson to help on the back end with their football IQ should help as well. But still, ultimately, I mean, it depends on the defense. Sometimes you're just not going to be able to recover. If you got something dialed up and Carson slips and falls and you don't have a Jalen Milroe out there that doesn't see a receiver running wide open, I don't know if there's anything safety can do to help that.
Yeah, I mean, the safeties are going to be nice for the starting group that they have. The corners are good enough to where, okay, when you add it with the safeties, things should be okay. But
stable.
Like Dawson mentioned, stable. But like Dawson mentioned, if you get an injury there and you're trusting a Carson or any one of these guys that's lower on the depth chart, your safeties are not solving those problems, and they will get picked on for 4 quarters.
So you're saying for the starting group, it's okay. For backup dude, not so much.
It's not going to be enough to save those fellas.
Okay.
Yeah, if the safeties could really cover, they would play corner where they could make twice as much money. If you're talking about stopping wide receivers, it's going to help not busting. It's going to help in the handoff stuff and the quarters coverage. Like, there is definitive value there. But when it comes down to the other team has a dog or two and we need to go cover them, I think you're going to take the L quite a bit on how they're built right now.
All right.
Especially with this pass rush.
These are some guys that the guys I'm going to give you right now, I think are on this football team, but they got 1 foot on the football team.
Still more to prove.
Still more to prove, but I think
trending in the right direction.
I think they're on the right way, and I think they could take over some spots and just knock some guys completely out of this. I think Malik Davis can completely knock out a couple of guys. I think he can knock out Blue, and I think he can knock out Maffa in this thing. I think if you see I think they're looking for a second guy. Maybe they're going to trade for a guy. I think Malik Davis can knock out those 2 guys this week. Any thoughts about Malik Davis knocking out Blue or Maffa in this thing?
You're spot on.
He may already have.
Yep.
Yeah, I think he did last year. The yards after contact in that opener, that kind of tells the story to me. I think both Davis and Abanikanda had twice as many yards after contact as Jaden Blue. So I think Davis won the job last year, and we were just waiting to see if a full offseason in between your rookie year and second year could close the gap, and it's clear at this point neither have.
I think Jonathan Mingo can knock out some of these receivers.
Yeah, I mean, like Anthony Smith, MVS, yeah, absolutely. I think it's really him and Camden Brown. They're kind of fighting for that spot, unless they want to keep 6 receivers.
I agree. I think that it's going to be interesting to see. Brown has done some really, really nice things. They invested in Mingo. We'll see which way they lean. But I think if one of them, if Mingo has a really good game, he could eliminate some of these receivers. I think Michael Trigg can knock out Luke Schoonmaker this weekend.
Let's go. Yeah. We need that. That'd be exciting, wouldn't it?
Gosh, I'd be so fired up.
If his toe can heal up.
Yeah.
That man's toe.
Well, hopefully he'll get to play in this one. We'll see. He's got a few days to get ready, but
please play.
I think if he plays, he can knock out Luke Schoonmaker. I think, believe it or not, I think Reedy Stewart can knock some people out of here if he plays well.
Hell yes, and I like to think that the Seahawks game was a bit of a wake-up call. Why is he buried down the depth chart? I think that guy's your fourth best corner. I love the way he plays.
I think Julius Wood could knock out some people this week if he plays well.
Amen. Amen, Brian.
He's been my favorite player to watch.
He should be on the team.
I think this is the interesting one. I think Kelvin Gilliam or Tommy Dunn can knock one of these defensive tackles out.
By Jay Toia?
Yes.
And Dunn, I think, maybe Bullard.
Yeah. I think Toia and Bullard are kind of in that mode right now.
I think Gilliam could knock Toia, and I think that really Dunn's made the most of having Bullard missing time.
Yeah, I've already got Bullard as an out guy, and I've got Sam Williams here as an out guy too. Okay, so those are the guys. Those are the guys I feel like not that need a good game, but if they have good games, I think they can solidify their position on this roster. Thank you, gentlemen. Appreciate you.
Thank you, Brian. Krusty's Corner every afternoon, 3:40 here in the nation. We'll check in with Calvin Watkins' Dallas Morning News next on The Fan. Here we go. It's hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Let's reach out here to Calvin Watkins, Dallas Morning News. Talk some Cowboys football here with you. And a good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
I'm going good. What's going on?
Man, just you tell us. Incredible video coming from practice yesterday. How would you describe the chaos and the consistency there of the play spilling over?
Well, Calvin, be sure you tell me you're a boxing aficionado, so you graded all the fighting action, right? You get it all broken down with the boxing eye. Yeah.
The best part of it's a lot of fun. I had a lot of fun watching it. I was in the other field, the field with the bleachers, and I looked on the other field, I guess just field 1, I guess, and I saw a helmet high in the sky. And I said, what is going on over there? And Joe Hoyt, who covers the team with me, I'm like, he was on that field. So I was like, what are they doing over there? And then, on the field I was on, Chase Young, he was talking smack to, like, anybody who got near him. Joe Milton had threw this deep ball, like 40 yards down the field. And Chase Young wasn't even involved on the play because he's with the second unit was out there. So Chase Young is just standing there, and I'm behind him, and he's like, Dak Prescott can't throw that far. I'm like, oh, my God, what are we doing here, boys and girls? So it was a wild day. But at the end of it, everybody was shaking hands, and it's all good. So a lot of fights. I think somebody's going to get fined. And the league, I was told today, the league can fine players and coaches if there's conduct that's inappropriate. And so you had Kalen Carson throwing a punch, Donovan Zaraku threw a punch, Scott Steiner's son body slammed Jalen Thompson. Yeah. And there was a couple of other things. I just saw this video of Alvin Kamara when he got hurt. DeMario Overshawn stopped him, right? But then somebody else crashed into him. And I couldn't tell which Cowboys player that was. So, and then he left after he got hurt on that play. And another Saints player got hurt as a result of a fight. So somebody's going to lose some money here in the next couple of days.
Calvin, one more question about this. Is this something where maybe both coaches not on the same page on how to practice? That the Saints are a tackle team, the Cowboys are a tackle but don't take to the ground team? Do we get cross signals on how one team practices and the other one doesn't?
Yeah, I would agree with that. I definitely would agree with that because as I was watching the practice, I was noticing, man, the Saints sure are tackling the Cowboys.
Yeah.
And that upset the Cowboys. I had asked Brian Schottenheimer that after the practice, and he said, look, it's what it is. But then I noticed the Cowboys started tackling guys to the ground.
Yeah.
The Saints came with an edge yesterday. It was as if this was their first practice of the whole summer. So they definitely came with an edge for whatever reason. And I think it caught the Cowboys off guard a little bit. And then the Cowboys picked things up. And then that's when all hell broke loose.
Now, would you still fancy your chances if that chaos spilled onto the sidelines like you did back in the day with Jay Ratliff?
I'm a little too old for that right now, boys. I don't know if I can do that right now. I might say, you're right, I was wrong. Yes, sir. No, sir.
Oh, that's not the Calvin I know and love.
There's no way in hell that's happening, Calvin.
You'd have something for him.
You're dropping your reporter's notebook and hitting somebody.
Hell yeah, you are. Hey,
getting softer as I get older.
The Donovan Ezeraku stuff and Shotty saying, hey, we're going to have a talk with him. I know CP talked to you guys earlier today. Has there been any feedback on what they're doing with Ezeraku? Is this a legitimate concern bleeding into the season?
Well, this is the second time that this has occurred with him. It's funny because Shotty likes to say Ezeraku runs hot, right? And in some ways he's replacing Sam Williams because Sam Williams was the guy that would always do something crazy, like hit someone late, throw a punch where he's not supposed to, twist someone's helmet off, one of his teammates or something like that. Now Ezeraku is starting to do this now. And he doesn't seem like that kind of guy. He's very level-headed, very nice kid, those kinds of things. But I guess when you put the pads on, something comes out of him. But, this is the second conversation they've had with him. And I guess the first conversation didn't work, right? So maybe you got to take his money away. Maybe that will work, But there's got to be a point in time as a player. It's not about what the coaches or the front office says to you. It's about you looking in the mirror and saying, you know what? I'm hurting my team by throwing a punch. Because when I throw a punch, I'm gone. So I need to control my behavior on the field. So it's up to him. There's only so much Brian Schottenheimer and Christian Parker can do.
Calvin Watkins here with you in the nation from the Dallas Morning News. Are you still out in Oxnard?
I'm in Malibu right now. I went to have a lovely lunch, and so I'm doing my thing today.
Very nice.
Neptunes?
Neptunes, where'd you go? Moondogs?
No, I went to this little sushi spot here. I've got
Nobu?
I can't afford that. No, you try to get me fired, brother. No. That's some sushi spot behind me. I don't know. She's in there.
You've been out there for what, like 3.5 weeks now. Are you getting a good feeling on what this team can be capable of?
Yeah, I like this team. But when we got here, I wasn't sure what they had. Right? I said this was a 9-win team. And now that I've seen the 2 joint practices and probably about 12 practices they've had with each other, this team could probably win 10, 11 games. I really do. Adding Von Miller is going to help them, I think. I was surprised that they did sign Von Miller. But based on how Christian Parker wants to use him, 10 to 15 snaps a game, that's cool. That's fine, right? You need depth. I am a little concerned about the depth at offensive and defensive lines. I do like what Brian Schottenheimer is doing by putting guys on notice. Yesterday he put Terrence Steele on notice. He changed things up with the offensive line. I do think they need to upgrade, I don't know if it's an upgrade, but get another maybe veteran player for the defensive line. Jonathan Bullard has not practiced since, I think, the 3rd practice. So that his health concerns me because he's got a groin abdomen injury. And it leads me to thinking that's a sports hernia. And he has not been around. So that's concerning me a little bit. But the offense has been fantastic. I think George Pickens has been great. CeeDee Lamb has been kind of like, that concerns me a little bit. But overall, I think this is a much better team than what we saw last year.
Calvin, you mentioned that you like what you're seeing with this team. Was it the Rams practice that did it for you a little bit? I mean,
yeah.
Okay. When you saw how that matchup, you said, well, maybe they match up pretty well against these guys. So that's where you kind of changed your mind a little bit, right?
Yeah, it did, because the last 2 years when they've had joint practices with the Rams have just beaten them up really good, and they made Jimmy Garoppolo and Stetson Bennett look like, Johnny Unitas out there. It was crazy.
Yeah.
And then they had Matthew Stafford out there 2 weeks ago, and they kind of held their own. Communication was pretty good. Now, Shotty said things were a little airy in the secondary, and that's okay. They can clean that up, but I thought they had a pretty good pass rush. The offense struggled a little bit at the start, but then on the back end of that practice, it picked it up, and they really scored a lot of points in the red zone. But, yeah, that gave me a little bit more confidence because the Rams are a title contender. They are. When your boy Aaron Donald comes back, when he's in Malibu, I'm looking at his house right now, when he starts to come out and says, I'm going to play, yeah, they're a title contender. So, but I think I'm not saying the Cowboys are title contenders, but they're definitely a playoff team. And I didn't think they were at the start of training camp.
Calvin Watkins with us here on The Fan. You mentioned you were a little surprised that they signed Von. Why were you surprised about the Von Miller signing?
I thought they were going to wait to make a move like this. I thought they were going to see what they had when they got into the season and then said, oh, man, we're struggling right here. Let's go get somebody. But I also believe that there were some other teams that were looking at Von. I think Atlanta had some pass rush issues, and maybe Atlanta was going to try to grab Von Miller. And I think the Cowboys felt that a little bit and said, let's go get him right now, and especially because it's on the back end of training camp. he's not going to practice until we get back to Frisco and those kinds of things. But I was still a little surprised by it. And I like Von Miller. The interesting thing about Von Miller, he's a big name, right? Big name, won 2 Super Bowls, probably go to the Hall of Fame. But he's like a part-time player. You know, he's like a closer. And so they got a closer, and that's a good thing.
Calvin, are you at the point now where you trust Guyton more than Steele?
Woo, man. That's a good one. Yes, to be honest with you, yes. And I'm a big Turnstile guy, right? Because he's a durable guy. You know, he hasn't missed a game in 3 years, right? There was 1 year where he didn't miss a snap. You know, and he's a good guy. He's a veteran player. That's what you need, a veteran presence there. But to answer your question, yes, I trust Tyler Guyton. Guyton's had some pretty good practices. He's been feisty a little bit. He's got a little elbow issue that's been bothering him a little bit, but I do trust Guyton right now. And the fact that Nate Thomas was practicing with the second team at right tackle, and Brian Schottenheimer saying that Terrence Steele has been struggling with consistency is also telling me that, hey, there could be some changes along the offensive line if things don't pick up here in the next week and a half or so.
I mean, they already had him take a pay cut this spring to stick around. He's got 3 years and 33 on the deal now. Could you see this being his final season, Terrence Steele?
Yeah, I think so, because they like this kid, Drew Shelton, who they drafted, and he's getting work on right tackle. Now he's on the left side right now because of the switch on the offensive line. But, yeah, I can see that. But there's a lot of guaranteed money there. Not a whole lot, but you know what I'm saying, $22 million. But I think a lot of people thought Terrence Steele was not going to be here in 2026, and he's still here. And that's partially because they have nobody to replace him, right? You get rid of people for 2 reasons. Cap, and you got a replacement, right?
Yeah.
So with Steele, they say, can you take a pay cut? He's like, sure, why not? Got the pay cut because they had nobody to replace him. Now they might have replacements, so we'll see what happens in 2027.
What could CeeDee Lamb do better?
Got to catch the ball better. His catch radius has been kind of crazy. Like the first team period he had of training camp, he drops the pass, right?
Yeah.
He's got about 4 or 5 drops out here. I don't know if he's overthinking it, you know, those kinds of things. Now, when he makes plays, you know. But there are times where he gets a little frustrated. I don't know if that's because of the Cowboys' defense is slowing him down. But he doesn't seem as if he's playing with as much joy as George Pickens is. But I think once they get to the regular season opener when we go to New York, I think CD will be fine. But I think right now he's just going through the motions. He did say he's not having his best camp, the camp to his standards. And that's good to hear because Jake Ferguson said something similar, right? So you want players who are saying, I want to do better. Yeah. And that's a positive thing. So we'll see what happens when they get to New York in September.
Calvin, if they were to add to another position, what position group do you think that would be?
I would say defensive line. I really like their starters, right? Who wouldn't like their starters, right? But the backups, they got some issues, and they got pushed around a little bit by the Rams in the joint practice. They got pushed around a little bit by Seattle. Now, in the second half of that Seattle game, they got better, but it wouldn't surprise me if they said, let's get us another D tackle.
So Scott Steiner's son, Big Papa Pump, is the guy that threw the suplex yesterday?
Oh,
How about
did.
that?
He slammed Thompson.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I missed that. When I saw it, I was like, oh, wow. Someone's going to lose some money. Someone's getting fined over there.
Right on, Calvin. Well, enjoy the rest of your time there in Malibu today and in Oxnard for the rest of the week, and we look forward to catching up with you soon.
Hey, appreciate you guys. Keep Waters out of trouble.
We'll do our best.
We'll try.
There he goes, Calvin Watkins, Dallas Morning News here on 105.3 The Fan. I mean, I was a big NWO guy there in the late 90s, you know, college years. Scott Steiner, Rick Steiner.
Yeah.
Those are the guys.
The Steiner brothers.
Were they collegiate wrestlers? Was that their background?
I believe Rick was for sure.
Like all-American wrestlers and stuff? I'm sorry, I don't know their history.
Scott was just an incredible personality and an incredible weightlifter.
Ripped. Wow. Golly, he was ripped.
He was just incredible TV there. The chainmail helmet that he would walk out in.
I like
just
it.
An all-time character. It's cool that his kid there is in the NFL. We're coming back with Chris Young, Rangers president of baseball operations, off of last night's bounce-back victory. What's got to happen next? We'll discuss it with CY here with you on your home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan.
If you're crew.
Nation here on The Fan, and it is time now for the Chris Young Show, brought to you by Medical City Healthcare and Lexus. Visit your local Dallas-Fort Worth Lexus dealership today. Rangers Nationals pregame coming up 6:30 tonight on The Fan, 7:05 first pitch. Here is the Rangers president of baseball operations, Chris Young, and a good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
Hey, guys, I'm well. How are you all?
Doing pretty good, especially seeing this report from Evan Grant that Jacob deGrom's going to be back tomorrow. Can you confirm?
I can confirm. Yeah, I'm glad that Evan has broken the news. We're excited for Jacob. Certainly that, that's always a little iffy. You never know when a pitcher's dealing with something in his arm. And we had the initial diagnostics and MRI that, showed just a little bit of nerve irritation. But you never know how quickly that's going to calm down. And our medical team has done a great job of getting Jacob the proper treatments and medicines he needs, and it sounds like he's in a great spot and ready to go tomorrow, and I'm excited to get him back out there.
So with that news and the win last night, have your spirits maybe bounced back a little bit from the California trip?
Well, it's funny because I've really challenged myself over the last week to reflect on, the 162 game baseball schedule, and you hear it all the time, and you try not to get too high or too low. And that's, what baseball is a sport where, on any given day, the worst team can beat the best team, depending a lot of times on who's pitching. But when you go into a road trip like we just had, where you're playing two teams that have not played well over the course of the season, you expect to really have a shot to string together some wins. And when you come out of it, you can't help but feeling down on yourselves when you come out of it, with the record we had on that road trip. And so, the way I tried to step back and look at it is that we are not going to continue playing that poorly the rest of the season. And if we can make that our worst stretch of baseball, then maybe we have some really good stretches coming. But it certainly didn't go the way we wanted. We're a better team than the way we played, and I'm glad to see us bounce back last night. And the hope is we build off that tonight.
It is 162, and it feels like a marathon sometimes. But at this point now, we're down to 36 games in a playoff fight. How much more intense are these games with the end now in sight?
Yeah, you do everything you can to win every game moving forward, and that's just the reality of it. Is that this is probably going to come down, whether it's the division or the wild card, to one win. My guess is that the team that wins one more game than the next team that'll be the difference between making the playoffs and not. So you can't give any games away, and you got to try to win every one. And but I think it's also when you have good players and veteran players, I think oftentimes that can bring out the best in them too. And my hope is that our group can sense that, they can feel what's right in front of them and the opportunity they have, and they go seize it and grab it.
CI, what are the things, CYC, what are the things that you can control? What are the things that this baseball team can control?
Yeah, it's a really good question. I think it ties into a little bit of what I saw this past week. We can, for the most part, we can control our pitching. We're not there are going to be games where you run into a hot team, but you can control, making good pitches, executing good pitches, and sometimes you'll have bad luck. You'll have get a bad break, but your pitching and your defense are two primary controllables, in my opinion. Your base running's a controllable. The offense is a little more reactive, and times you're going to go through some dry spells, and that's what we saw this week. The part that hurt was I didn't think we played very clean baseball. I didn't think we pitched well enough. I didn't think that we played well enough on defense. We didn't do the little things, base running, that we needed to do, going first to third, second to home, moving guys over with bunting. Just little things when we're not swinging it well. You got to do the other things even better, and we didn't do that. So that was the hard part for me, the way we lost this week. Now, if the bats get hot and you do those other things, we always talk about being a fundamentally sound team. When you add a hot offense to doing those other things well, then you get on your streak. So the hope is that the bats get hot the way we saw last night. If we continue to swing it like that, it was a very clean game. It was the first clean game we've had in a while. And we got to build off that. That's how we need to play baseball if we're going to win this thing.
Yeah, the base running was really a standout, especially Seager sliding headfirst in there, CY. And Jake Berger post-game talked about how that kind of juiced everybody up. Was that kind of a sign to you that, all right, Seager's confident, he's healthy? Because I don't know that that's necessarily a slide he's making earlier on in the season with how banged up he was.
Yeah, I can't say if it's a function of health or just the importance of the season or he knows what's on the line, but we need that from Corey and we need that from every player moving forward. And if we get that kind of effort, we'll bet on this team and I'll bet on the talent to prevail when we play with that level of effort.
We got Rocker on the bump tonight. What would you like to see from him and what has maybe gone wrong in some of his previous few starts?
I'm sorry, I broke up for just a split second. Was that Rocker you asked about?
Yeah. What do you want to see from him tonight?
Yeah, just attacking the strike zone. I mean, he's really got to get ahead. His last outing, he walked 5, and they really, I certainly had games where I walked 5, so I try to be empathetic here and remember how hard it is, but you got to just attack the strike zone. I think I've seen some numbers where when Kamara is ahead in the count, he's just absolutely dominant, and so he's got to get ahead. He's got to attack the strike zone and dictate what's going to happen in the at-bat versus having to come to the hitter. And if he does that, that's really it's a very simple mindset. And if he can do that, he sets himself up for success immensely.
How valuable has Cal Quantrill been, and how amazing was his start last night?
Yeah, Cal's start was phenomenal, and he's really been great for us all season long in a number of different roles. And I'm really grateful for, really the way he's pitched and the way he's handled bouncing back and forth between the rotation and the bullpen. It's not an easy thing to do, and I say that from experience. I had to do very similar in the sort of tail end of my career. And so for Cal, he's been just an absolute savior for us at times, coming in and giving us that start yesterday, bullpen. And we're set up to really, to have our fresh arms tonight and tomorrow, in part because of what Cal did. So I can't say enough about how big that is for our club.
CY, this is my silly question for you for the day. I think, feel like all year I've asked you silly questions, but this is the one I just wonder, is there ever a time when you get into a pennant race like this and in games, and do you just say, guys, let's just go out and play baseball and not worry about scouting reports and all the other things, the minutia that happens during the season? Does there ever a time you just say, damn, we're going to go out and just play baseball today?
Yeah, and it's funny. It's a really good question. It's not a silly question at all because I think it's something that's really I'm being serious because it's something that comes up all through the season, and there are times I think where we do get too wrapped up in the scouting elements, and we just have to say, this is mano a mano. Let's go take it.
Yeah.
Go beat the opponent. Find a way. It doesn't matter how it looks. Just get the job done and compete and fight. And that resilience, that perseverance, that mentality, that fight mentality, oftentimes will propel you to victory. And so there's a quote that I love that says, "Championships are taken; they're not given." And that's the mentality for me, is that you got to go take it. And when the game starts, all that stuff goes out the door. I mean, you try to apply it as best you can, but at some point, you just worry about competing.
Corey Seager, 280 this month with around an 800 OPS. Do you think he's turned a corner?
I hope so, and I think there's probably another big corner for Corey to turn, because we've seen him at a level in the past that as good as anybody in this game. And if Corey does and continue to improve, he can really have a huge impact for us. And I think he is feeling better and better. I think the numbers this past month are a sign that he's starting to get more comfortable, and that early season slump has run its course. And if Corey has his best month in September from here on out, it'll be great for our club and our prospects of making the playoffs.
Are you guys making a concerted effort to be more aggressive on the base paths, or did that just kind of take place last night?
No, when you have to be. When one, it's an area that you always need to try to win at the margins, and if you can take that extra 90 feet and put a little more pressure on the defense, you have to have that mentality. But secondly, when the bats aren't going well, you've got to find a way to produce and take some chances to manufacture some runs. And getting runners just that much closer to home is a huge part of that. It gives your offense ways to manufacture runs, whether it's bunting, hitting behind a runner, sac fly. So it's really important that we maintain that aggressive mentality. I'd rather see us do that and get thrown out from time to time than to just play it conservatively and never score.
CY, how close are we to getting Josh Young back? How's Evo doing? Any other Rangers injury updates you can give us?
Yeah, both those guys are making progress. JJ has resumed some light baseball activity. We're going the right direction. He's feeling better. It's not perfect yet, but we are making progress to the point where we can kind of ramp up some baseball activity, which is really encouraging. I still think we're probably a good 12 to 14 days away from really having him back at the earliest. But I'm optimistic we're going the right direction. Evo is also making strides. He will get a follow-up MRI in the next day or two, at which point we hope to kind of build back up his arm and get him throwing again. So he has not been down that long, so it should come back pretty quickly. But we've got to make sure that he's fully healed before we run him back out there.
All righty, sir. Well, I guess go and take it. We'll be pulling for you.
Guys, thanks so much. I appreciate it.
Cheers. There he goes. Rangers President of Baseball Operations, Chris Young, brought to you by Medical City Healthcare and Lexus. Visit your local Dallas-Fort Worth Lexus dealership today. And, still 2 games under, but still in a wild card spot. And feeling pretty good coming off of last night's win. Need a great final.
Yeah.
What would this be? 5 weeks from Kumar Rocker.
Yeah.
Can we get the best version of Rocker and get Evaldi back?
Yeah, please.
And DeGrom on the hill tomorrow. If you missed that news at the top of the interview, if you missed any of that, of course you can go back with the Odyssey app, instant rewind functionality, and all that. Where are we going next, Wolchuk?
All right, we can hit a mixed bag. We got Louis Riddick fired up, and the one place you don't want to touch, Kirk Cousins next.
All right, but.
bag or a football fix? What are we looking at here?
We'll mix it up here. It's going to be football central, but I'll mix bag it since we got the finest next. I don't want to do 2 football segments back to back, even though that's what we're going to do anyway. So really, I'm just trying to hide this
false advertising.
Let's shake it up. Let's mix it up next.
You want a chocolate? Mama.
Leave the gun.
Mama.
Take the cannoli.
Mama always said life was like a box of chocolates.
How do they get them back?
Just throw it in the bag. You never know what you're going to get.
All right, so for what it's worth, according to Joseph Hoyt, Cowboys haven't decided on a starter for Saturday in Arizona. We don't know. Is it Hal? Is it Milton? We'll find out.
Does anybody care?
Does anybody really know what time
it might not matter, but
they're both okay.
Yeah, you need to find out which one's going to be the backup. If something happens to Dak, which every other year that kind of seems to be the thing, you just got to hope it's not like the year and it's just maybe 2 weeks. He hasn't really been healthy back-to-back seasons since 2020. You need one guy to step in there for a couple of games. Which one's he going to be? Maybe it's Hal. Maybe they think it's Milton. We got to get that figured out. But no, it might not matter. You're playing against basically the same level of competition in the preseason anyway. And then the crazy thing that's going on right now, we've got 15 more players, and this is the 5th-year thing in college football, according to On3 and Pete Thamel. One of them is Jack Pyburn, who is a LSU Tiger, now is with the Tampa Bay Bucks.
Yeah.
He just had 2 sacks. I watched the game. I saw it for the Bucks, this preseason game. He just got
think about coming back.
The 5th year of college football eligibility. He petitioned along with 14 others. Xavier Harris was a defensive tackle I watched at Ole Miss to come out in the draft. He's another guy that can go back. So, like this dude who's right now in training camp fighting for the Bucks roster, and 14 other players that also are on NFL rosters right now. If they don't make it, they now have the ability to go back and play college football, which is cool, but also it's just wild.
It's hilarious.
We're watching this guy play preseason football right now, and if he doesn't make the Bucks, it's like, all right, I'm just going to go back and I'm going to play for LSU again.
Yeah, I do like it. I'm for better football. I think this makes the college football product better.
It does make the product better.
If I'm on that line where I think I'm good enough to play in the NFL, but I get there and they're like, nope, then what do?
Yeah.
You got to go back and get yourself some more education.
And I mean, the dude looks like he can play on Sundays right now. He really does. So it'd be a big win for LSU to get Pyburn back on their defense if that's possible.
Well, and the LSU front seven is already going to be nasty. They have hit that transfer portal big time. I think Whit Weeks is the only guy in that front seven that's actually returning, and he's a solid linebacker for him. But man, they got the best edge rusher.
Spent a lot of money, man. Best
edge rusher from Ole Miss.
Yeah, they did.
Followed Lane Kiffin.
Yeah, they did.
And they've thrown a bunch of money in transfer portal guys at that front seven. It should be
7-win team, maybe.
I don't think so, man. I think you're looking at. I think you're going to get to double digits.
I think they're making the playoff.
I think you're getting 10 wins.
Just find a way to get me into the playoffs. That's all.
I think you're getting in the playoff. I also love Pete Thamel saying Tennessee and Bama. They're both going to wear their home jerseys for the game between 2026 and 2027 that they play each other. That's going to mark the first time since 1970 that Alabama wore crimson and the Tennessee wore their orange in a game. And this is going to be a color clash that's beautiful to see.
I already like the color clash in general, by the way. Like, I think the white Tennessee uniforms are sick.
They are.
But this will be
cool.
Awesome. Is this in Tennessee?
Or they're home and home because they play each other the next 2 years.
So we'll the next two. Oh, cool.
This has got reminiscence of USC and UCLA do this.
Yes.
They both wear their home jerseys.
I kind of wish Texas and Oklahoma did.
I think
it'd be orange.
I think it'd be really cool.
Crimson and cream.
Well, that's a little closer. That burnt orange and that crimson is a little closer, right?
I think it's similar to what Bama and Tennessee are doing here.
Well, Tennessee's wearing orange, right?
Yeah, but that's what Texas wears. It's burnt orange.
It's a different kind of orange, but it's close enough. Yeah, it's pretty similar. I get it. I think it would be cool. I think it would be cool if Texas.
I think it would look great. Just to really mix in the mixed bag, buzz
I
balls.
think that's a terrible idea.
Did you guys hit this, buzz balls?
No, I saw it though.
Okay, and I know Lucius loves his buzz balls.
Or at least he used to. I think he might have matured out of those.
Maybe.
Things.
I think my guy still likes to have a good time every once in a while when he wants to, change it up from the tequila.
No, he's top shelfing us. He's highfalutin Corlejo.
True.
On the tequila.
Are you out on buzz balls?
Those buzz balls are for like the sneak drinking.
Okay.
And they get drunk real quick. So it's like 15% alcohol real fast.
Back.
Yeah, bam, bam.
Yeah. All right, how about these flavors? You got 2 new Pop-Tarts flavors of Buzz Balls.
Pop-Tart
Frosted S'mores and Frosted Brown Sugar Cinnamon. Would you be?
Absolutely not. No.
Yeah, out on that.
Don't you want more of a fruity buzz ball?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
We don't want sweet.
Them little blue balls right now are going crazy. Little blue buzz balls.
Who you telling?
Little balls. All right, let's go to the NFL. Brian Schottenheimer was disappointed with the chippy Cowboys practice. One other guy in the media, Louis Riddick, our buddy from the Super Bowl, does an excellent job. He was fired up.
He wants to get rid of all practice.
Yes, he does. No, he doesn't. He's
doesn't.
not going full Dawson here.
I thought Louis was big, like we need to play real games at practice every day.
No, he is that guy, but he also is not a fan of fighting in practice. Here was Louis.
Cowboys and Saints. Someone explain to me exactly what we're doing here.
Nothing.
We got multiple fights. Look at this. We got a little German suplex.
We have German suplex. That was Steiner's kid.
Action.
Greeny, that is not good when a player goes to the ground without a helmet on. Like, somebody could get hurt.
This is
badly.
actually some of the dumbest, most idiotic BS. Like,
Go ahead.
I don't know. I'm hearing in my like. I hear him saying, "Hey, let's just hold this for next hour when we talk about it." But I'm just going to say this, though.
Yeah.
I'm just going to say this. Like, look, players need to take accountability and some responsibility for acting like idiots. That's not what you're out there for. Like, dude, look at this. You're squaring off like it's UFC. Like, what the hell are you doing? Like, honestly, if it was a player that, honestly, for me, I didn't think was going to be a meaningful contributor to my football team, I'd be cutting people left and right. Honest to God, I'd be going, look, get him out of here, because it's proven nothing. Doing that kind of stuff proves nothing. And it's not, you know what, it's football, it's hot, you're going to get someone else. You know what? You barely practice. You guys practice once a day. You wear pads once a day. They cut down the off season. They've made it so much easier. You're making boatloads of money. This kind of stuff, you know what? We used to go and have joint practices. We used to went to Platteville for a week. Used to practice against Chicago Bears. When I was with Cleveland, Atlanta came into Cleveland. We practiced against them. No one was doing this kind of BS, man. I don't know why this has become something that's so commonplace now with players, but they need to knock this off.
And I'll tell you this, Greeny, give Brian Schottenheimer credit, because he certainly didn't put all the blame on the Saints. He thought the Cowboys could have handled things better as well.
He was freaking
Mikey
into
T.
it, dude.
I think that was that. First of all, I love the music on that.
Oh, the music really helped.
Yeah.
Like at first, I'm like, I don't know what's going on here, but then like as Louis Riddick was talking, yeah, he got it going.
Give me my rant music
Like,
now.
let's go, Lou.
I love that Louis is saying, if I'm going to cut you anyways because you suck so bad, I'm going to cut you in 2 weeks. I'll just cut you today.
Now's the
Like,
statement.
you're not saying anything with that, Louis.
Kalen
Of course.
Carson, you're gone.
If you're not going to help me on Sundays, I'm going to cut you now instead of 12 days from now.
Like, I
How
can't
about
cut you, Donovan
that?
Ezeraku, because I need you to play in your second-round pick. But if this was Sam Williams and I just signed Von Miller, maybe you're gone.
If you're a hell of a player, I'll tell you to just settle down a little bit, and then I'll run you back out there on the field. But if I'm cutting you anyways, I'll just cut you now. I would have like a kangaroo court where if you swing a closed fist at somebody's head, that's like 25 hundo.
Okay.
You know, especially if you're a starter, that might be $5,000.
Well,
what's a suplex going for? Well, a suplex isn't putting your hands, like a hand to the helmet. That's a broken hand. You're out 2 months. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I get
you are
it.
legitimately putting the team in harm's way. That's the only thing that I could see eye to eye with on Louis Riddick. Like, you know, I do enjoy the fights. I have no other problem with it besides the closed fist to the helmet.
Wait till the helmet's off before you start close fisting.
I mean, we play a violent game. Part of the reason that we're football players is we like violence. You know, and we're like 23 years old.
Yeah,
it is hot.
They're up.
You know, so I actually get it. You know, I don't want the players breaking their hands.
No, I don't want anybody getting hurt. And thank God Jalen Thompson's okay after getting
maybe like a
suplex.
choke slam or something. I'm good with choke slams.
A little shoving, a little pushing. Yeah, I don't think
DDTs.
Nobody really got hurt. And I guess we're going to get some fines here according to Calvin, so I don't think it's a big deal. But I do love just how passionate Louis.
And I love a good suplex. Like it's the only wrestling move that actually works in real life.
Yeah, suplexes, man, and a good wedgie will get you.
Yeah.
Those things will always work.
Childhood trauma there on those wedgies.
No doubt, dude.
My
All right.
goodness. They thought they were hilarious in the 80s, didn't they, Brian? Like wedgies was just something that happened, and you had to turn and throw.
Okay, so you really were getting wedgied.
Oh, yeah, my dad, my brother.
Yeah. Oh, like friendly fire at the house.
School. Yeah. Yeah, wedgies were a thing. Wedgies, wet willies.
The wet willies. What about the swirly? What about the swirly?
Never had a swirly.
Have you ever seen one, though?
I don't think so. That might have been in Brian's time.
Are swirlies just movies?
Yeah, did you ever see a swirly?
Anybody
up
actually
close?
get a swirly?
Never saw one.
877-881-1053.
It's where you put their head in the toilet and flush
Yeah, I
it.
never saw that.
Yeah.
Never saw
Yeah,
that.
sniff that poo. Let's go to Kirk Cousins. That guy sniffed poo once or twice. Don't touch Kirk Cousins.
Quite the allegation there.
He looks like the type that might give it a huff of poo.
Yeah.
Here's Kirk Cousins.
The dog's tummy's upset. Let me check.
Honey, just step aside.
No, he's fine.
Do we need to change diaper? Honey, I'll give it a woof. All right, here's Kirk Cousins.
Man's job at this house.
The one place you can't touch him, and this is where it is.
So what exactly happened on that?
Well, my elbow got hit, and I joke with Max. I say, you can touch me anywhere you want. Just don't touch my arm.
Wow.
But you want to bump me in the ribs. I think if anything, hit me in the hips or the ribs is actually good because it simulates what I need to feel. I said the elbow and the shoulders where I could sprain something pretty easily. So if you could just help me, I got some scars from some hits in real games where helmets go into armpits and things, and it ruins your season. So I was just asking him to just stay off the arm, and had to remind the Texans as well. You can hit me anywhere you want, or I might as well just take the red jersey off because you're playing with sometimes an understood rule that if it's not understood, then what are we doing?
Seriously, Max, if you want to go out there and win 6 games this year, you better not get me hurt.
Just don't hit me in the
If you want a chance at being one of the worst teams instead of the worst team, Max, you better keep me healthy, big boy.
Man.
That's the second best soundbite from a Raiders quarterback for today.
That was amazing.
I'll get you another one from Mendoza coming up in a few minutes.
There was so much gold in that entire. The way he opens it up.
And speaking of gold, Black and Gold B is in on the text saying he did give his little brother a swirly when they were kids, and his dad would laugh about it. That's a man from Gen X right there.
Wow.
Way to go, B.
Black and Gold B. I was. I definitely
what a toxic father.
Very much so.
Good job, son.
Wow, man. That's baby boomers.
I underestimated the Saints fan base yesterday. I think it's finally stopped because I put out around this time jokingly like the Saints must be a dirty team because they can't get through a practice here after the Cowboys didn't have a single fight last week with the Rams. And the Saints fans did not like that.
All the Katrina folks here, huh?
Yeah, a lot of P word, a lot of vulgar things were said.
A lot of you soft,
crybaby, cowgirls were mentioned a lot. I forgot they really view this as a rivalry. The Saints have been so far off of the Cowboys' radar that the Cowboys don't view it as a rivalry, but the Saints do.
Except for the last time the Saints came to AT&T Stadium and
passion. Eric,
had a Mardi Gras
your
parade.
Freaking mouth,
down,
dude!
Down AT&T
Gosh
way.
dang it! Raiders fan, Saints fan over there. I'm sick and tired of you.
AT&T Superdome. Gosh dang it!
Black and Gold Super Bowl.
It's freaking week 2.
Yeah, get out of here. Mr. Benson leading the parade down Collins.
They did kick the Cowboys'
they
ass,
had
though.
beads and everything out there, man. Hand grenades. It was unbelievable. Do you guys think Black and Gold B's dad was giving high fives after the swirly, or were they going with the chest bump there?
Chest bump.
At a baby son.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Now Black and Gold actually says he was the younger brother, so he was the victim of that. But a lot of people coming in on the text. One guy said he had his underwear the elastic ripped back in the 90s.
Back in the 90s, yeah.
Yeah, how many undies did you go through?
Yeah, probably
Dawson?
a lot.
I mean,
how many whitey tighties did get ripped up your hind parts?
More than I care to admit to. And that's good journalism on the tidy whities. I think that was the case till about the mid-90s.
Yeah.
I think it was when we pivoted.
When I was a kid, I think the first thing I started wearing was the tidy whities.
I think I left for college in tidy whities, and I realized, wait, I need different underwear. We got 3 down, 90 minutes to go. Chief Finest coming up. The most encouraging Von Miller numbers you need to know. Plus,
man.
No one is living the American dream quite like this ball player. That's next in the nation. But
You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Shoot, yeah, it's hour number 4 of the nation. Rangers looking for back-to-back victories coming up. 6:30 pregame, 7:05 first pitch as they host the Nationals. Get out there and show them some love, okay? It's time now for Eric Chiafalo's Football Finest. Here's the Chief.
Yeah, it's 5 o'clock in Texas. Let's go ahead and football.
But at the end of the day, it's about taking it a day by a time, a day and a day, just continuing to do that.
You cannot lose games in the NFL and still win.
To win games, you have to win the game, not lose the game.
It doesn't matter. He pulls another rabbit out of his head.
Shout out to our guy, John Owning, getting it done at the Blue Star Bulletin on Substack. Costs you $5 a month.
Oh.
And you can read up on some good Cowboys nuggets.
Please take my credit card, Johnny.
Yeah, it was an easy swipe of the card today, and he's already bringing some gold here as we try and figure out exactly how much of a needle mover Von Miller can be for the Cowboys defense. And he notes, obviously, some of the numbers don't reflect great on him as it pertains to the pass rush win rates and the quick pressures and that kind of stuff. We know we are not getting MVP-level Von Miller, but he says context matters when evaluating the pass rush production. And he says that the Cowboys defense this year will present Miller with a much better opportunity to find pass rush success compared to last year with the Commanders, who had arguably one of the worst edge rush units in the entire league last year. Miller was chipped on almost 16% of his pass rushes, which is 22nd among edge defenders. Okay? So he was chipped on a top 20, only 21 guys were chipped more than Von Miller was when he was rushing the passer last year. Okay? Yeah, it was a little bit confusing. I'm sorry. He was chipped a lot. Just understand that.
A lot of chipping.
And that was actually more than guys like Jared Verse, more than Josh Sweat, more than Chase Young, more than Nick Bonito. Okay? And Von Miller's double team rate was higher than Nick Bonito and Alex Highsmith and Jalen Phillips. Those are all young, much better pass rushers at this point, but they're all playing in environments where teams can't just isolate them and say, okay, you're the guy that we're going to double team. The Commanders were so bad from an edge rush group, even though Von Miller, who's somewhat of a shell of himself now compared to his heyday, was still the guy that the offenses were accounting for to say, he's really the only one that strikes any level of fear into us, so let's send chips at him and let's send double teams at him because we don't have to do that with anybody else with the Commanders. And now with the Cowboys, he should see the double team and the chip rates fall at least a fair amount because you have guys like Quinnen Williams in the interior that I think defenses are going to have to account for even more. And hopefully Gary or Ezeraku or Lawrence, somebody can show up enough to where Von Miller is not the guy that offenses are actually looking at. He should just have cleaner pathways to the quarterback, and that should help him compared to last year.
Yeah, I mean, that's encouraging stuff. You get him more one-on-ones, you get him less chips. Maybe an even better statistical season is possible from Von, although I hope they don't have to use him very much. I thought another value here is what if you have an injury to one of your top guys? You know,
absolutely.
What if Ezeraku or Gary can't play? And I don't think I'd ask Von to play 50 snaps a week all season long, but if he had to do 35 or so for a couple of weeks, I think it gives you a better, well-rounded player.
Yeah, I think that the important thing is here, to me, it just raises the floor, right? And I think that you saw the complete player on tape last year. You don't see the same player, but he certainly is capable of coming in and giving you the production that you're looking for here. So I do think that is a good point of just having a guy that you feel good about. If something were to happen, you have Von Miller in your back pocket that can play added snaps. You don't want him to in a perfect world, but if he has to, he's possibly capable of it.
Yeah, and it was encouraging as well to see Malachi Lawrence get a nice little sack versus the Saints yesterday. It looks like his inside move,
looking good
when he's lined up on a right tackle. And I guess the tackle's maybe a little bit fearful of the type of explosiveness off the edge and that first step out of
Lawrence, and so he's able to work up and then work back inside. You saw him do that against Terrence Steele when we were out there, and he had a great rush on Dak at one point. But where he got his sack yesterday versus the Saints was another one where he's going up and then bang, he's going right inside of the tackle, and he gets a clean look at the quarterback. So that's really, really good news. Rashawn Gary apparently had 2 sacks, and Kenny Clark came away with 1 as well. So as you start to cross your fingers that you can get some level of consistent rush, good to see Gary get 2, and then Malachi Lawrence slowly but surely. Okay, you're starting to see it a little bit from him.
Yes. I hadn't noticed Malachi Lawrence much, but starting Saturday against Seattle and then yesterday in the joint practice, I just feel like this guy is strong and he's experienced and he has skills. You know, I think his path, like a lot of edges late in the first round, they're traitsy guys. They're going to take a while. I think he can help you. You know, maybe it's like Tank Lawrence, who did basically nothing his rookie year. For the first half of the season, he was hurt. Right. No sacks the second half of that first season, but he gets to the playoffs and he's like going off that year. Was that against Detroit?
It was. He had the game winner at the end there, back to back. The sacks for fumble of Stafford.
Yeah.
Yeah, so seeing Lawrence turn a corner at some point this season would be absolutely outstanding. And then John Machota noted in his article after the practice yesterday, he said it's interesting to see the Cowboys have been doing more shovel passes to tight end Jake Ferguson, coming in motion in short yardage and specifically in the red zone. Maybe that's one of the things they want to work in, where we're all trying to figure out how are you going to score more in the red zone. I know that's something that Andy Reid has done a ton with Kelsey. If Ferguson can have some of that element there, just another little notch in the arsenal for trying to punch things into the end zone. And it seems like Jake Ferguson is looking pretty good out there.
You put that on tape a couple of times. Now the defense has to be ready for it.
Right.
You know, making them consider things right as the ball is being snapped is the name of the game. You have to be in nuclear warfare trying to provide some element of confusion for multiple defenders, because they've gotten so good at accounting for the explosives and the run game at the same time. If you're not, working overtime to find these little wrinkles that can open things up, then I feel bad for you.
And I know yesterday we were arguing about how much physical practicing these teams should be doing during training camp, and I know, Dawson, that you would prefer them to really slow play things until the regular season starts to try and mitigate injury.
Yes.
Bobby sent me a study, and I don't want to get into all the nitty-gritty and the percentages and things like that, but basically the overarching theme is players who enter the regular season without an adequate progression of football-specific workload will or may face increased injury when their workload suddenly spikes.
Yeah.
So you do need to have a good ramp up. You don't want to go from, okay, we're just playing patty cake at practice and we're not really getting physical, to all of a sudden, bang, we're in live real action football. That can increase the injury. So you do have to have some level of ramp up to where your first physical action is not week 1 of the season.
I totally get that. I don't want my guys coming in not practicing, not testing themselves physically. I think a lot of that data comes from a COVID year, though, where right up until training camp, a lot of the guys thought there wasn't going to be a season.
Sure.
Lyle Collins actually might have had to retire prematurely because he let himself get so out of shape that he was just so unprepared. So, could you do that kind of stuff without risking injury, without having to get a bunch of guys jumbled up where people can fall on each other's legs? I think it's possible to be, and it's an interesting deal because I was looking into it. There was an NBA story about this a couple of weeks ago, and it was specifically about Wemby. The majority of big NBA injuries, torn Achilles, are happening when a player goes from being like a part-time guy. I was in a bench role 18 minutes a night, and now I'm starting 30 minutes, 35 minutes a night. That is the biggest predictor for basketball injuries as well.
Okay.
The workload,
You have to figure out a way
go from 18 minutes to 22 minutes, 22 minutes to 26
my body's
minutes.
not used to this.
That huge jump makes a big difference.
Baseball pitchers actually have been doing this the best.
Right.
We didn't think it applied to football and basketball, but it very much does.
Yeah, that's a great point. Okay, so we played the Kirk Cousins sounds earlier, and now I want to play Fernando Mendoza after the Raiders had their joint practice versus the Texans yesterday, where Brock Bowers was perhaps the best player on the field. Gosh, what a monster. Every clip I see from Bowers is him doing crazy things. But for Fernando Mendoza after the joint practice versus the Texans yesterday, just listen to this guy.
able to go against the Texans defense, which is also a top defense in the league, go against them, be able to get some reps with the ones against the superstars on their defense. And then obviously their twos are fantastic as well. We got so much work, whether it was move the ball, first down, third down, red zone, 2 minute. There were so many situations, and I believe overall it was a positive day. There were plays that I loved and plays that I wish I had back, but in reality, that's a lie. I wish I didn't have them back because it's a growing experience, and it's practice. It's practice, and this is what I love, and it's just a beautiful day to play football here, and I'm so happy I have so many things to learn from today.
He's just funny to listen to.
He is a joy to listen to.
And then they showed him singing for his rookie thing. It's just, he does.
Yeah, what was his song? Was it Country Roads?
It was Country Roads, which is a great song to pick because everyone's going to sing along with you. So you're not really up there having to just do it all by yourself. But he's just a goober, man.
Yeah, I'm made happy every time I hear him speak. He is just freaking hilarious. Adam Schefter's talking about Vita Vea, who had requested a trade out of Tampa Bay, doesn't like his contract situation with the Bucs. Quote, it feels like there's been a shift. Mm-hmm. It feels like we've gone from Vita Vea wanting a trade to Vita Vea now wanting to get a deal done with the Buccaneers. Did you already say this?
No. I just saw. I just makes a lot of sense, and I feel like this is the Chicago pivot because they were checking in on Vita Vea. Now here's the Max Crosby push.
Oh, you think Vea was in line to maybe go to the Bucs?
I think they're looking to make a big splash along the defensive line, like the Cowboys fans hope the Cowboys would, and I think the Bears are going to be the team that actually does that.
I gotcha. And I would imagine the Bucs are going to want to pay him. You don't want to go on into the season without him out there. How about Travis Hunter and the athleticism? Made a 28-yard field goal today at Jags
just
practice.
A freak show, man.
This guy can do it all. Well, I thought Jeff Heath was the only guy that could double dip like that.
Hell no.
Travis Hunter's like, I'll catch the ball, I will intercept the ball, and for good measure, I will kick the ball.
Man, let's see what he's got at quarterback.
Triple threat?
Maybe. Let's get a reverse pass for him.
Anything but return.
Albert Breer's talking up Trevor Lawrence. He was just at Jags camp. He says Trevor's picking up right where he left off last year. Contender or pretender, the Jacksonville Jags?
Man, I think they're in the conversation for best team in the AFC. I think they had top 10 offense and defense last year.
Okay.
You know, great coaching staff, obviously. Mm-hmm. Might come down to their running game. I think it's Rodriguez and Tootin.
Yeah, and Tootin might have the breakout year this year.
We'll see. He's definitely got the speed and the juice. I do like Rodriguez as well. Is anybody living a more incredible life right now than South Carolina Gamecocks quarterback Lenore Sellers? He's not taking any classes this semester at South Carolina. He will be graduating in December. He's just doing an internship at a driving range.
And you can stay eligible like that?
Yeah, because I guess
he's already a graduate.
Everything's already buttoned up. The last thing he needs to do from a collegiate hours standpoint is complete an internship, and so he is going to be interning at the Par-T Golf Center in West Columbia. Quote, just facility management and stuff like that, cutting grass and picking up balls, riding around in the golf cart, shooting shots at cart girls, and then going to football practice.
That is so good. I thought I had it made my senior year of high school when I didn't have a first or fourth period. Had an hour and a half lunch.
Wow.
And woke up an hour late. But Lenore Sellers,
he might have topped
one up to me.
That's pretty damn nice,
that's
dude.
That's the best semester you could ever have. Just go out there and ball, Lenore.
Yeah.
That's all you got to do.
All he has to do is play.
Until the games start. Yeah.
Win games.
Yeah.
I think South Carolina might be sneaky.
Family's calling him about his draft stock that's been in a free fall since 12 months ago.
He's too obsessed with golf.
Well, thank you, Chief.
Yes, sir.
512 says, didn't Dawson argue the exact opposite yesterday about football? No, I was just acknowledging, Chief's data that he acquired thanks to Bobby Belt. There's some data in there, and how would I mitigate that, I think, is the question, because you have to get ready. I just don't want to. I want to limit injury risk. And for more on that story, we have breaking news from the NFL as a former Cowboy has ACL damage. We'll get that and more coming up in the Expressway next. It's the G-Bag Nation on the Fan.
All right, well, if you want to plan for your
Sports Nation, it's time to hit the expressway. We go commercial free to the top from right here. Got 6 minutes until the G-Bag of the day. LA Live's coming up at 5:40 here on The Fan. Yeah, breaking news from just before we went to break. Tyler Biadasz, the former Cowboys center, now with the Chargers, out indefinitely. Multiple knee injuries, including ACL damage. Boy, that sounds an awful lot like a torn ACL, doesn't it? ACL damage. I don't think I've heard that one. I guess it could be a partial tear. Could be. Sure. Could be a little bit of a sprain. So, best of luck to Biadasz. And hell, maybe the Chargers are just snake bit there.
And they definitely seem to be. That's a massive loss. I mean, that was a big move for them this offseason. They just cannot stay healthy along that offensive line.
Yeah, especially with how much Mike McDaniel's going to want to run that football. And, they said we need an athletic center who can get out here and move a little bit. And Biadasz checks that box off. And they were saying we're going to have really great tackle play. A solid center in Biadasz, and they felt like they could go without investing more at guard because they were going to be good on the two bookends and center. But now you can scrap those plans, and maybe I'm scrapping my intention of projecting the Chargers into the playoffs. I don't know. Seems like they got a pretty dang good defense. And McDaniels, in Miami, he was able to generate good rushing attacks with horrible offensive lines, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Obviously, you don't have Achane.
You got a Marion Hampton. I mean, they took him 12th overall. Like, that's a good player.
Okay, Giants are adding another committee member to their backfield. Speaking of the Chargers, it's former Steelers and Chargers running back Najee Harris, who I think never got hurt and never fumbled in his 4 years with the Steelers, but they did not pick up his fifth-year option because he averaged 3.9 an attempt. To make room for the running back Harris, the Giants have released Juju Smith-Schuster.
Oh, you don't say.
Probably could have seen that coming.
Juju, come on.
He'll be a Chief in 5 seconds and lead them in receptions.
Hell yeah, he probably will be.
Harris is going to join Tyrone Tracy, Devin Singletary, and Cam Scadaboo in the pretty robust Giants running back room. I'm not sure how that's going to sort itself out on the depth chart, but that's what you're looking at right now. The Seahawks signed Trevon Diggs, the former Cowboys corner. What do you guys think? Is this going to go well for the Seahawks or Diggs?
I don't know if he makes the team week one.
Might just be a camp body.
And once he gets in there, is he going to play well enough? So, hey, Trey, I hope that he works out there, but they're in a desperate mode to see some depth behind their starters right now if they're bringing in Trey Diggs. He just does not look like the same player.
You think Diggs might be thinking maybe I shouldn't have punted on that $1 million the Cowboys fined me?
Absolutely.
2025. Life can come at you real fast. It's crazy. He's just 27 years old, and his career might be coming to an end. 20 career interceptions. I think between his injury and Deron Bland's injuries, they could easily still be the Cowboys' starting corners. And you would be in great shape.
I know. It seemed like they were loaded at that spot, and they had locked them both up.
Speaking of injuries, Dallas Wings rookie AZ Fudd is going to miss the final 8 games of the regular season and the presumed playoffs. They are holding on to that 8th and final playoff spot, but I guess she's got some knee trouble. It's been inflamed the last couple of weeks, had some swelling in the knee, and she is going to require a procedure to get that cleaned up, fixed up. And that might be a Trevon Diggs situation. I mean, I'm just speculating here. I don't have any news other than it's inflamed and she needs a procedure. She's going to be out for the rest of the year. But that kind of tracks the same way when you go from ACL and it's like, well, nothing's structurally broken, but whenever I go push myself for a couple of weeks, it gets swollen again. And, that could be meniscus. That could be a small 6-week recovery. It could be a 6-month meniscus recovery, which would be fine for next year. Or it could be the feared microfracture, which has taken down quite a few basketball players in their prime over the last 20 years. I mean, it's a fairly new surgery, and they've gotten pretty good at it. But it's one of those that you'll probably come back around 90% of the athlete that you were. Okay, and then we got the news. What was it? Last hour from Chris Young. Jacob deGrom will be back tomorrow. What do you guys think of deGrom? I am still believing, and I'll tell you why.
You are,
because the rest of the league sucks so bad.
I mean, there's that.
Well, and the Rangers are just DeGrom.
But just DeGrom.
Oh,
yeah. Fastball run value on Baseball Savant's bottom 15 percentile somehow. It's insane for a guy to still have elite velocity. His breaking ball run value is in the 99th percentile. There's only like one pitcher in baseball.
That's impressive.
Now, the average exit velo is terrible, and the fastball run value is terrible, like in the 18th and the 8th percentiles if you go to Baseball Savant. But you can find a chase percentage, 88th percentile, whiff percentage, 95th percentile, strike percentage, 90th.
It's just the first inning, and I wonder how much the poor first innings are inflating some of those numbers. If he can get out of the first, he's been really good. But that first inning has been a bad problem the entire season for him.
Yeah, his barrel percentage and his hard hit percentage, not good. But it seems to be a profile that should be able to. I mean, guys get lucky with vastly inferior stuff and have a great half season and make an all-star game. You know, I think maybe this little break in the action could be a pretty significant blessing in disguise there for Jacob deGrom. Charles Robinson has checked in after his visit to Cowboys camp. He is now writing at NFLBlueBook.com. He was at camp around the time we were there, published some notes. The big takeaway, he says, when I went through training camp, the first thought I had is not only did it look better under Christian Parker's direction, including a remodeling that added several key players, it looked good. Maybe very good, writes Charles Robinson. I mean, really good article.
I love it. It was a great read.
He went through every position group and sort of defined why he thinks this could be a very quick turnaround for Parker. And after reading it, I was like, man, this could get really fun in a hurry.
Find what he's selling.
Maybe in the candidates for like top 10 turnarounds.
Yeah, they just need health. Have football luck on their side. I mean, last year, the two healthiest teams in the league played in the Super Bowl. You got to have a little bit of luck on this.
All righty. It's time now to head into that Pimp Cup. Where Lucius Alexander has your G back of the day.
Boom, boom, boom. Hey, can pro athletes take peptides, or is that on the banned list?
I think they can.
It depends on the peptide.
I would guess it's a banned substance.
Because it's so amazing?
Yeah.
Is it that good?
What?
Yeah. Yeah, they're
What?
awesome.
Yep, that'd be a no. That'd be a hard no.
Oh, my God.
Hard no on that. Can't do that.
Well,
So these are like legal roids, basically?
I
don't know about roids.
It's a million different things.
Yeah,
you
it's
can
all
do.
different types of things. Biohacking, they call it.
Yeah.
I've been taking the one for healing, the Wolverine stack. Took some other stuff from inflammation. It's amazing. I'm basically pickling myself.
Dude,
at this age, I'm just pickling myself.
I need the deets on that.
BPC 157 is the health one.
BPC 157
one. Yeah.
Okay.
It's supposed to be next level.
Good stuff out here, bro.
I'm on it.
Glowing, feeling
Can you get
good.
that on Amazon?
Energy is up. No.
Got to back channel that thing a little bit.
Yeah.
Are we injecting this?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Fun.
Oh.
All right.
Good stuff, though. Hey, G Back of the Day, we do it every weekday on the Fan at 5:30, fueled by East Dallas Motor Cars, eastdallasmotorcars.com. Going for two today. As I got Mr. T, he done popped back out. The great Mr. T. He was on WGN up there in Chicago, and they asked him about, why do you wear all that damn gold?
Everything I did, it has symbolism.
Yeah.
I wore 4 earrings in my right, 3 in my right ear, 4 in my left. The 3 were symbolic of the Father, Son, and the Holy Ghost. The 3 wise men, the 3 Hebrew boys, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. 3 parts of the day, morning, noon, and night. 3 graces, faith, hope, and love. The 3 civil rights workers, Cheney, Goodman, and Swerner, that got killed during the Mississippi voter registration. I wear 4 in my left ear. The 4 was symbolic of the 4 seasons, spring, winter, summer, and fall. The 4 directions, north, east, south, and west. The 4 gospel writers, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. You put the 3 and 4 together, it was 7. It was 7 times that Joshua marched around the walls of Jericho. Samson had 7 locks of hair. There's 7 colors in the rainbow. There's 7 notes or numbers in the musical bars. God made heaven and earth in 6 days. He rested on the 7th. I wore the gold for 3 reasons. One, see, when Jesus was born, 3 wise men came from the east. 1 brought frankincense, 1 brought gold, and 1 brought myrrh. So, and then the second reason I wear the gold, I would tell the people I could afford it. I said, it's stupid for you to go out and buy gold and your rent not paid. Stupid for you to go out and buy gold and the kids don't have nothing to eat. They paid me a lot of money to promote gold. And then the third reason I wore the gold because it was symbolic of my African heritage. My ancestors, when they came over from Africa, they were shackled by their neck, their wrists, and their ankles in steel chains. I've turned those steel chains to gold to symbolize the fact that I'm still a slave, only my price tag is higher.
That's great.
Wow, that's amazing.
It probably didn't matter what he said.
That's great.
Thank you for sharing.
Oh my gosh, man.
Back to you in studio.
She hit that, bro. She hit that. That's great. All right, let's go to the Texas Rangers radio broadcast right here on 105.3 The Fan, where our man Jared Sandler was on the microphone, and this dude knows his balls.
Tommy White and Gage Jump both participated. Gage Jump started one of the games. 0-2, blown away. Joshua Kuroda-Grauer injured. He ruptured his testicles, so
ouch.
He's been on the IL. Made his major league debut earlier this year. The 1-2. Foskey swings and hammers that one to left. He ruptured the baseball. That one is out of here. Justin Foskey leaves the yard. A solo home run, and the Rangers' advantage is 2-0.
Ruptured testicles, ruptured balls.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
Nice work,
Well done,
Jared.
Jared.
Call of the year. Ruptured testicle.
Yeah.
You ruptured the baseball.
Ruptured the baseball. Hey, the Expressway is brought to you by the On Time Experts.
Love the On Time
Shout out to those On Time Experts. Let's go see the RJ and Choppy show. Where Peyton, our man Peyton, he's trying to make a baby.
Yeah.
Yeah, he is.
Didn't he just get married?
Yeah.
Yes, he did.
What is he doing?
His wife caught the fever.
Yep.
So?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sounds good to me. You think Peyton's wearing the pants in that relationship?
Okay.
It's ovulating season,
Hey,
Peyton.
give it a second, y'all. Like, get to know
trust
each
me.
other.
That's right. You're right.
They took that second advice too literally.
Let's get to know each other a little bit before we just jump into that. Let's travel together, hang out. I might not even like you. It happens.
Change.
You can clean up a little bit, huh?
It happens. It happens. But hey, if you are trying to make a baby out there, Mr. Payton, I suggest that you start working out, eat a lot better.
No more hungry
do some
man
running. Yeah,
dinners.
do some running, bro.
Hungry man.
Yeah.
dinners.
I mean, you want to make a healthy baby, so you got to get yourself healthy up there. You can't be sitting there with sedentary,
Oh. Swimmers?
Yeah. Yeah. It had more alliteration the way I was going to say it, but I had to stop myself right there. So Bobby made Peyton some baby-making music right here.
Girl, you know you want my genetic material all up in you. Oh yeah. I've been holding this baby batter all day. Let's make some embryonic pancakes, girl. I'll make a baby here in just 5 minutes. Gonna know it's me. By the way, my boys are swimming his pee in the evening every single time I'm in it. Oh, wear that wedding ring so I know that we ain't sinning. Girl, I got the payload for you, baby. Let me hit it. All that really matters, girl, is making sure I finish. 'Cause I'm about to make a baby.
The video with it is so good,
The
too.
video is hilarious. Gosh, he's got that AI down, man. He really does. It's so incredible.
He's got special tools for that, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does.
This isn't consumer level AI.
No,
he's gone
he
down the
pays
rabbit hole.
money to
He's
do
paying
this.
for it.
Yeah, he pays money.
Speaking of kids, listen to this little girl's reaction to her dad setting a hook on a fish. She went fishing with her dad, and he set that hook. Got to catch her real quick.
Put the steel to him.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. Dad?
Dad?
Yeah, I like it because it just sounds like a drop or something.
Yeah, it sounds
on an
great.
Eminem album.
Jesus Christ. Dad?
I would have told her, watch your mouth. Watch your little mouth. All right, last one right here. Internet personality and content creator, Mr. Robert Williams Jr. I've seen a lot of his content out there. I've never really played some. There's another guy that makes content too for Cowboys. Scooter Magruder, something like that.
Scooter,
a lot of content. I never really play it. Nothing personal. I just never really play it. Robert Williams right here, Jr. He has some stuff out there. Never really play it. But this one right here, though. He made a song about the Cowboys in the key of Michael McDonald.
Oh.
They keep forgetting they're not them boys anymore.
A+.
They keep
I know.
they'll never be America's team again.
That's good.
They keep forgetting, but they say it's their year. They keep forgetting every single year. They start the season with a smile. But they all know they haven't won it in a while. Let it go. No, that's hard for you. You think you're them boys, but we all know that's not true. So tell me, why do they keep forgetting they're not them boys anymore?
It's good.
Yeah, it is good. I hate the lyrics, but it's outstanding. I hate everything he's saying. He can go F himself.
That thing jam, bro.
Goodness, it jam.
That thing jams, dog.
Probably a Tolo as well, this Robert Williams?
I don't know. I see a lot of different content from other teams.
Okay.
So I can't say particularly he listens to Dallas stuff, but I'm pretty sure he's heard of it.
I mean, it's awful coincidental. Yeah, because you're always bumping with that back.
You never know, man.
At least once a day or
Never
something
know.
like that. I love that tune.
It is good.
Okay, is that it?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we got our champ, Mr. T. We got Sandler. He ruptured the baseball. Peyton Russell, baby making music. Girl reacts to dad setting the hook. Internet personality Robert Williams. Keep forgetting. Remix. I'll go with him. I'll go with Robert myself. Chief, how about you?
Give me Jared.
We're tied at 1, Lucius.
Yeah, that Cowboy song is crazy.
Wolchuk.
Sands.
We're tied at 2, Brian.
Sandler.
We're 3-2. Jared Sandler, once again, your G-Bag of the Day champion. Tune in tonight, pregame coming up at 6:30 as the Rangers continue their series against the Nationals. And Kamar Rocker going to be your starting pitcher. With that, it's time now for some LA Live. In the Pimp Cup we stay. Here's Lucius.
Butt Naked Wednesday edition of LA Live, right into the great Regh James.
Well, all right, you squares, it's time you smoke. Fire up this funk and let's have a toke. It'll make you dance to some of everything. Everybody get high.
Heard you got a foot fetish.
Yeah. That's the last thing on his Wikipedia page.
Just the last line is, has a foot fetish.
Yeah, I have a big foot fetish. I can't even lie.
What do you think that is?
Honestly, I just love a good foot.
You like a good Tarantino movie?
So when you watching TV, you're watching Euphoria and they're getting like manicures. Do you get like horny just watching like feet on TV?
Nah, not like that. It gotta be on a good woman. Like when a good woman got a nice French tip or all white, it's just somebody.
All white? Like white nail polish?
Yeah.
That's the creepiest look I can think of.
Yeah.
Was it prom?
Like a red. It don't matter. As long as them feet looking good.
It's Butt Naked Wednesday.
Yeah, Mr. Parsons, I agree with you, Mr. Parsons. I don't know if it's a fetish, but I definitely can understand a great looking foot. I can get you.
Like the ankle more for you?
I like a nice thin ankle.
Okay.
Absolutely.
How about that arch?
Nice bony feet. Oh. Down with them. The toenail polish, nice pastels on them things. You can even go for a nice dark black. You know what I mean? It's cool too sometimes. I get it done. Nice veins on that foot, boy.
The veins, really?
Veins, what?
You like an athletic foot.
I like an athletic foot that's taken care of. Small one though, not no big long boats that these WNBA girls have.
Yeah, what's the ideal size?
Nice small, in my hand size. Nice 5. Yeah, nice 5.5 right there. Yeah, I'm with you, man. Hey, this is LA Live for Wednesday, August 19th, 2026. It is a Butt Naked Wednesday edition of LA Live. Yeah, nice small one too, bro. Dainty feet. Dig what I'm saying? Yeah. Welcome in, folks. Shout out to Dallas's own Mrs. Erica Badu for naming today Butt Naked Wednesday. Peace to the gods and earths, and mad props to the god Jabone. LA Live is brought to you by Metro Flow Plumbing. Hey, if you guys have any parking tickets out there, you should be aware. You should be aware. Dallas is going to deploy barnacles to put on your car for unpaid parking tickets. These barnacles go on your windshield, so you can't see out of the darn thing. So you're going to be driving like Ace Ventura.
Ace Ventura,
trying to get to the crib.
Like Dawson in Surprise with that crappy van we had.
Oh, see? Yeah, already getting.
I had to stand up on the floorboards. It was our fault. And look out that little spot on the top.
Getting your practice
still
on
through the windshield.
Yeah, if you got 3 or more unpaid parking tickets, you will soon face these immobilizers that can temporarily block you from using your vehicle starting August 24th.
Ooh, that's around the corner.
That's right around the corner if you got these tickets. Now, how does this happen? You just go outside and they say, oh, no, we got you. And your car is stuck wherever it is? Like, what if you in the Walmart parking lot and they catch you?
You're stuck.
Wow!
It's weird that it's legal.
That's wow.
So what happened just writing a ticket, you know?
Is it 3 different tickets or is it like you got 3 different infractions on one ticket? I don't know, man.
I don't know.
Yeah, that's kind of wild.
But like locking down my car?
I can't get to you pay you now. I can't get to work to pay you.
It's true. I got to Venmo you if I got my phone on me?
Yeah, sir.
But I mean, like a police officer pulls you over, he writes you a ticket. It's not like he stops your car until you can pay it.
Yeah.
You know? I don't need a boot.
I think this is ridiculous.
It's a lot.
Very heavy-handed.
It is. That's
I think there's some like little towns that'll let you pay the fine right there on the spot.
Yeah.
They'll let you go.
Happened to us in Tijuana a couple times.
cop just pockets it.
If I didn't pay the fine, I don't have the money. That's why I didn't pay the fine. I don't have the money.
Yeah.
If I had the money, I'd pay you the damn fine.
Yeah.
I didn't have the money.
Especially in this economy.
I'm strapped.
I'm choosing between the electricity, food on the table, and paying this. Okay, you're third in line. Get over it.
Would you rather have food or your electrical bill paid for?
Maybe that AC right now.
Yeah, the
depends on what the
electric bill
temperature
last
is.
month was insane.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, I'll have some sleep for food.
You would rather not eat, but
I have a nap.
Yeah. You'd rather your house be cold than have food.
That was a ridiculous bill.
Yeah.
Man, I just saw a story of a guy who lived off Costco samples for 8 months.
Wow. This guy? Is it the gambler guy?
Yeah. I might have got butt cracked on it, but it sounded like a good idea.
It was a legit news story.
So you
I
walk
think
around-
he was doing a bit.
He was playing a bit, yeah.
You walk around Costco and you just like have the cheese, little cheese squares, and
yeah, you got to make a couple of laps and then go to your next Costco. You know, I think I got 3 within 20-minute drive.
Yeah.
So he's fairly full.
They're blossoming.
Your gas. You're going to get you on the gas side of the game while the traveling.
Yes,
but
the
hey,
gas.
it's going to get you somehow, some way.
But at least it's like 30 cents cheaper than other gas at Costco.
What about the mall food court? That's free. You don't even have to pay the subscription.
Oh, that bourbon chicken.
Yes. Oh, damn.
God.
You know.
just keep walking around.
Yeah.
So good.
Just keep coming back in line.
One day. Where was that, in Grapevine?
Yeah, just revisiting the little toothpick stand. Had 19 orange chicken bites.
It was delicious. And she just did take some more.
The worst thing I did at a scouting trip real quick was there was a hotel that had breakfast and my hotel didn't. I was driving over to the next door hotel and having breakfast every day.
It's a heady play.
That's a good move.
I was a little worried about that, though.
As you should. As you should. I do like those breakfasts. Those military eggs, they're like powdered eggs. Oh my God, it's so good.
I like them too.
Eric every day in Oxnard's like, bro, they have the real biscuits and gravy out today.
It's the real sausage. It's not the
He's standing
turkey
out there at
sausage.
6 in the morning. Bro, real biscuits and gravy. Get back in there. What are you doing? What are you standing out here?
Yeah, if you got some parking tickets, man, you might want to square that away. Every Wednesday, I like to ask the Tolos a question because you think you know more about us than we know about you, and I'm just trying to get to know you. And today's theme is about Mr. T, because Mr. T popped back up. We all love Mr. T.
We do.
So today's question for the Tolos is, name another famous Mr. besides Mr. T. Besides Mr. T.
Won't you be my neighbor?
Rogers.
Did you? Yes, absolutely, 100%. That's our guy. Did you know Mr. T's daughter does stand-up?
No.
Yeah.
What's her name?
She's a stand-up comedian. Her name is
Miss T?
Erica Nicole Clark. Little T. Erica Nicole Clark. Here's a quick story from her. It's not really quick, though.
This one weekend, went to this WrestleMania event with my dad, and he was partners with Hulk Hogan, right? And my dad, it was the first time I was seeing wrestling live, right? So my dad's like, don't worry about it. It's fake. He's telling me, I have a sister who's 8 years older than me. He's like, oh, don't worry about it. It's all fake, whatever, blah, blah. And he's in this wrestling match with this guy named Roddy Piper. Do you guys know who that is? Okay.
Yeah.
And it's another dude or whatever, right? So my dad gets into the ring and immediately Roddy Piper flips my dad in a way and he cracks my dad's ribs, right? So my dad has to go to the emergency room, right? So me and my sister are crying, whatever. They take my dad to the ER. They bring him back he comes back to the hotel room. He's all bandaged up. And like Hulk Hogan's in our hotel room and Hulk Hogan's doing like lines of cocaine, right? And
okay. Wow. This
he still has the yellow shorts on, right? And he's like, T, I'm gonna f him up when I see. I swear to God, I'm gonna f him up. And my dad's just like, oh God, my ribs hurt so badly, right? And then there's a knock at the door, and it was Roddy Piper, right? And he goes, AT, I'm real sorry about what happened. And Hulk Hogan's like, that, and grabs Roddy Piper and brings him into the hotel room, throws him against the wall, smashes the mirror. They're beating him. My dad's trying to break it up. Hulk Hogan's wife, Linda's there, and she's like, Terry, stop, right? And I'm like, wow, I didn't know that was his name, right? So Terry. And my mom is trying to make my dad stop, and they're just beating, and all this stuff is flipped over and like that. Me and my sister are crying, and then we get on a plane. We come back to Chicago. I go to class. We're sitting in a sharing circle, and the teacher's like, what'd you do this weekend? And I was like, not a f***ing thing. All right. I was Eric Clark. Thanks.
Good stuff. Yeah, that's good stuff, man. LA Live 105.3 The Fan, Butt Naked Wednesday. Question for the Tolos. Name another famous Mr. besides Mr. T.
Mr.
Yes, Mr.
Miyagi.
You hear it. You hear it right there.
Wax on, wax off.
Yeah, Mr. Miyagi. He's still out here with us?
I don't think so.
I think he passed away, yeah.
Pat, what was his name?
Yeah.
Pat Morita.
Pat Morita.
Yeah. That was Red Fox's like good friend.
Yeah.
Red Fox looked out for that man or something like that.
Which is this Broken Wings?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's your Mr.
All right.
Mr. Beast is on the list.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, Mr. Beast.
His brand is insane how big it is. Mr. Beast chocolate bars.
Yeah.
Like
That smile makes me so uncomfortable. He makes me so uncomfortable.
He's weird.
He does. It seems like there's something evil going on behind this.
Something's happening soon.
Is there a Mr. Bean, like a...
Yeah, Mr. Bean.
Mr. Bean.
Comedian,
Yes.
an
Rowan
English comedian?
Yeah, I haven't seen. He hasn't popped out in a minute.
Yeah.
Where's he at?
He just did over the holidays. There was like a 4-episode Netflix deal that he did where he's has to take care of someone's baby and all kinds of crazy things.
I always see him at Formula One races. He's like a Formula One race fan.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he's always making facial expressions, which
he's stuck in character.
Like they're close to wrecking, and he makes these faces like, it's great.
And he's so good in Rat Race. It's such an underrated movie. He's hilarious.
Mr. Bean. Yeah.
Mr. Clean. Mr. Clean made the list.
Clean, man.
He's been around for a very long time. Remember, I was watching those old commercials where they talk crazy to women.
Right? Mr. Clean, he had the earring and that bald head.
He was way back then and there, bro. Way back then and there. Mr. Telephone Man.
Oh,
Telephone Man.
Mr. Brightside.
Mr. Brightside.
Mr. Bob Dobolino. Mr. Dobolino. Mr. Bob Dobolino. Mr. Dale the Funky Homo Sapien.
Mr. Cheeks.
Mr. Cheeks.
From the Lost Boys.
Y'all love Mr. Cheeks, bro, but that is a crazy name.
Mr. Cheeks.
That is crazy.
Yeah.
Mr. Cheeks is nuts.
I don't think that had become part of the parlance back then.
How about Mr. Baseball? Who is Mr. Is that
Donnie?
Tom Selleck?
Donnie
Tom
Baseball.
Selleck was in the movie. He went to Japan, I thought.
There was a movie, yeah.
Yeah, who was Mr. Baseball?
You got Mr. October.
Mr. October.
Reggie Jackson,
yeah. Mr. Baseball is Bob Uecker.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I thought there was a movie. I was thinking of the movie.
There's
I was thinking of the movie, too. I was thinking of damn Tom Selleck and that mustache.
Yeah, he was with he went overseas to play in Japan.
Mr. Drummond.
Oh, we should talk about Mr. D.
I always think I was going to get a Mr. Drummond in my life. I always thought some rich white dude was going to come scoop me up.
Still time.
So, yeah.
That's a dude with no shirt and a vodka.
Randy? Oh, God. Randy would like, crash on the couch.
Yeah. Lucius, I got a room for you.
In
It happens
fact,
to be
I'll
my
sleep
room,
on the
but
couch. Yeah. Name another famous Mr. besides Mr. T. Somebody said, Mr. Hit That Hoe. Call me Mr. Hit That Hoe. They call me.
Whoa.
Mr. Boombastic.
Mr. Bombastic. That is, yeah.
That's good.
Mr. 300.
Yeah.
See, that's the movie I
Or
think.
Mr. 3000.
Oh, yeah, 3000.
That's
Shit.
with,
God,
that's
dog
with
it.
Bernie.
That's Bernie Mac.
That's Bernie Mac.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Stan Ross.
How about Mr. Steal Your Girl?
Mr. Steal Your Girl.
Oh, Oh, Mr. Steal Your Girl. Who was that?
Trey Songz.
Trey Songz.
Trey Songz had some bad
I seen him jump off the stage in Virginia and try to attack somebody in the crowd because they threw a bottle.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's when
Those
he had the
dudes
brains.
will stop.
That's when
Those
he had the
dudes will